Good morning, everyone. How are you? Welcome to the April 17th Model and Actor Intensive. What? Oh, hold on.
Good morning.
Hi. How's everybody doing? Oh my gosh.
Good morning.
Did you guys bring your energy for me this morning? I've been telling you all week.
Yeah, you got it.
Energy.
Fantastico.
Whoa, I'm so excited this morning. You guys have no idea. So let me see. First thing I'm going to do is put us on gallery view so I can see all of your fine faces. What? Oh my gosh. So what's going on, guys? What are you guys excited about today? This is the time where you get to unmute yourselves. So here, I'm going to put it on speaker view this way if we can see everyone. So this is the time where you get to talk. So who would like to introduce themselves to me? How about that? Okay, Johnny Regis, you are the first contestant. Let me know, tell us a little bit about yourself. Where are you from? What are you doing?
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Johnny Regis. I'm an actor, model, and writer, and I'm based in Miami, Florida. So excited to be here today.
Awesome. Very cool. Well, thank you so much for introducing yourself to us. And guys, as you're coming in, this is what I want you guys to do. I'm going to bring as many people on camera today as I can because I want to get to know each and every one of you. But as you're coming in, this is what I want you to do in the comments. Write where you're from, whether you're an actor or model or musician, and maybe tell us something interesting about yourself there as well. But Christy, you have your hand up, so stop typing and start talking, my friend. You have to unmute yourself though. I can't hear you. What? Don't be me.
Oh, hi, my name is Christy Rose Maria McGregor. I currently live in Vancouver, Washington, and I'm an actor, a model, and a lyricist.
Awesome.
I was gonna say musician, but after hearing Debbie last night, I am not a musician. I am a lyricist.
Okay. That's awesome. Very cool. Well, thank you so much for introducing yourself to us. Okay, we're gonna set the stage right now too. Whenever someone talks, we're gonna give them some snaps. We're gonna give them some claps because today is all about energy. We're gonna talk so much about energy today that by the end of the day, every time like you're gonna be like at Wawa or at Starbucks and someone's gonna order coffee, you're gonna be like, yeah, go you! I'm so excited for you. That's my goal for you by the end of the day. Okay, awesome. Hey Zeus, why don't you unmute yourself and introduce yourself to us?
Hi guys, my name is Jesus Del Lopez. I am an actor, model, and writer, and I am from Roswell, New Mexico. And it's cold out here, and I'm gonna stream from outside because I'm tired of streaming from inside of the house.
Hey, it's a little chilly here in the Northeast too. I was like, oh, I don't know why I chose to wear a t-shirt today, but here we are, guys. Here we are. Awesome. Very good. Thank you so much for introducing yourself to us. And stay warm. Make sure you have some coffee or something, a nice warm beverage. Okay, Marcia, unmute yourself and introduce yourself to us.
Hi, good morning. Marcia Clark from Seattle, Washington. I am a model and an actress and a fearless rebel. And it is a gorgeous day here in the Seattle area. It's supposed to get up to about 78 degrees. So I may take this party outside later.
I may take this party on a plane too, where it's going to be 78 degrees.
Come on over. It's gorgeous.
Guys, are you guys ready to take a cross-country flight and see if we can still do the Model and Actor Intensive? How does that sound? Are you guys up for an adventure today?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. What? Awesome. All right. So who else wants to introduce themselves to us? You guys are all entertainers here. You're here because you want to be an actor, model, and musician. That means you should be ready to introduce yourself whenever someone calls on you. So I'm going to look around. Thank you, Jaritza. Can you unmute yourself and introduce yourself to us?
Hi, everyone. I'm super excited for today. My name is Jaritza Lopez. I reside in Fall River, Massachusetts. I'm a musician, actress, and model.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for introducing yourself to us.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. All right. Darrell, unmute yourself and introduce yourself to us.
Hello, everyone. My name is Darrell Radcliffe. I'm from Atascadero, California. I'm a model and an actor and a college student.
Awesome. Oh, hold on. Dankeschön. She's also studying German. So every once in a while I get to practice the little bit of German that I know on her. So that's awesome. Let's see, who else do we have here? I'm just going to, since you guys are not being participatory, I'm going to force you to participate. How about Garen? I know your last name is, okay, hold on. So Garen, unmute yourself first of all. We have to clear something up before we get started.
Can I be next?
Okay. Is it Garen Leonard? Is it Garen Ash? Like, come on now.
Okay, my name is Garen Leonard, but I go by Garen Ash. Garen Ash is actually my name. It's my middle name. It's play my middle name. Yeah. So I like Garen
don't know.
Ash.
So many names. It's hard for me to keep up. So Garen, introduce yourself to us, please.
Okay. Well, first of all, good morning, everyone. I'm Garen Ash. I'm from Washington, D.C., 42-year-old actor. I do some modeling, and I've tested my hand in some writing as well. Been doing this for quite a while. I love it. It's pretty much the only thing I'm good at, and that's why I like to do what I do.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for introducing yourself to us.
Thank you.
Awesome. And now I know your name, so that's totally cool. All right, who else are we going to call on? Let's see here. Shanna, can you introduce yourself to us, please?
Hey, I'm Shanna Ray, and I'm a singer-songwriter, musician mostly. I have done some community theater, and I have done a little bit of modeling, but mostly I enjoy music so much, and I like advocating for epilepsy and mental health. So those are two things I really enjoy to support and talk about.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here. Everyone get claps, snaps. Come on, let's get in the habit. Okay, I was going to call, okay, since Wes, I'll call on you. Hold on. Don't be insistent. Don't worry, Sheila. I see you. Wes, can you unmute yourself and introduce yourself to us, please?
Hey, everyone. My name is Wesley Foss. I'm an actor, a singer, and I'm going to try to get into some print modeling here as well.
Awesome. Very cool. Thank you so much for introducing yourself to us. Okay, Sheila, can you unmute yourself and introduce yourself to us, please?
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'm Sheila Smith. I live in Hyattsville, Maryland, and I've been practicing my Hattie Mae. As you can see, my hair and stuff. So I'm glad to be here.
I didn't recognize you there. I was like, is that Sheila or is that Sheila's sister? I don't even know.
I've been rehearsing, the Hattie Mae to do my part, and I'm trying to get it right. So it'll be a little funny, and it'd be like, okay, too.
I love it. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see who else we have here. Eileen Wyckoff, can you introduce yourself to us, please? She's like, hold on, why did you call on me? I was just sitting here innocently.
Can you guys hear me?
We can.
So my name is Eileen. I'm from Chicago, Illinois. I just started here, so I'm still learning, but I would like to be a model one day.
Awesome.
And I'm glad to meet you all, guys.
We're so glad to meet you. Thank you so much for introducing yourself to us. Awesome. Very cool. All right, Georgia, can you introduce yourself to us, please?
Hi, my name is Georgia Dubois. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago, 49. I've done some print ad, television ads and theater in the Caribbean, but I'm a very small fish here in the US and need some serious guidance.
Well, welcome to our pond. We're excited to have you. Thank you so much for being here. I'm so excited. Awesome. Let's see who else we have. How much fun is this? Are you guys enjoying getting to know each other a little bit?
Yep.
How about Delvin McLean? I see you sitting there like trying not to be seen. Can you unmute yourself and introduce yourself to us, please?
I'm Delvin McLean. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Expiring.
Oh, what happened? Hold on.
Oh.
There you go.
You hear me now?
I can hear you now.
All right. Delvin McLean. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Aspiring actor, model, singer, entertainer. And I did some background acting in New York on MTV on a dating show, which was corny, but it was fun.
Hey, it sounds like fun. That's experience, right?
Yeah, like sitting on the stage and like being with the casting directors. I got to meet Kiki Palmer. Like I was like real close to her. She's real nice. It was real fun.
Awesome. Well, thank you so
never,
much.
I could never live in New York though. I definitely would have to visit. It's definitely a visiting thing. It's too many people.
You know what? Knowing where you fit and where you don't fit, that's part of the battle right there. That's awesome. Well, thank you so much for introducing yourself to us. Who else is sitting here that I can? Let's see. Hannah, can you unmute yourself and introduce yourself to us, please?
Yes, can you hear me fine?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Hannah Gebetekle. I'm 22 years old and I currently live in San Diego, California. I'm a model / actor and I'm very excited to be here this morning.
Well, we are excited to have you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hey, Joel Johnson, can you unmute yourself and introduce yourself to us?
Hi, I'm Jewel Johnson. I'm from New York. I'm 58 years old, and I'm an aspiring model and actress / mail carrier. I deliver for you. And I'm so happy to be here, so happy to meet all you wonderful people, and I can't wait to see you in New York, Denise.
I know, it's so soon. I'm so excited. Oh my gosh, that's the best part. Like we meet by Zoom, and then one day, all of a sudden, we meet face to face. It's the craziest thing in the world. It's so awesome. I'm so excited. Oh my gosh. Let's see here. Thank you so much thank you very much for taking good care of our mail. I appreciate that, especially when I get nice letters in the mail. Those bills, so if you want to just lose, that's cool. Anyway. She's like, I'm not allowed to do that. That's a federal violation, Janine. Holly, can you unmute yourself and introduce yourself to us? What, you didn't think I saw you sitting there?
Hello, my name is Holly Potter. I'm from Portland, Oregon. I'm 25 years old and I am an aspiring model. I used to be a reoccurring child guest star on a local TV show in my town called Mother Goose and Friends. I'm trying to get back into acting, so hopefully I'll be able to do that with VIP, and I'm happy to see everyone today.
We're so happy to see you, and that sounds like a lot of fun. Okay. Not that everyone else's stories weren't interesting, but tell me a little bit about this. Like, what was it, like Captain Kangaroo, only Mother Goose? Like, what was this?
So for this, my aunt was actually a camera person for the show, and she also helped set up the stage for it. So we kind of had a bit of a connection to the people who were doing the show. Each week they would have one show. They would have about 5 to 10 different kids on the show come in, just different kids from the town. They'd see kids and ask, hey, do you want to be on the show this week? And so, sorry, my cat just tried to attack me. And
you gotta watch out for those cats. Yeah. They're very sneaky.
And since I had my aunt on as a cameraman, I got to be a recurring guest on the show. And throughout the show, we'd have like little quests to do and characters to meet and stuff like that. So it was pretty fun.
That sounds awesome. I love that. Very cool. Look at that. See, I've known you for a little while now. I never knew that. Thank you for sharing something new with us. I appreciate that. Awesome. Let's see who else we could talk to. How about Tiffany Bonneau? Can you unmute yourself and introduce yourself to us?
Hello, everybody. My name is Tiffany Bonneau. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and I'm excited to
it sounds like we're having a little bit of an internet issue, but thank you so much for introducing yourself to us. We're excited to get to know you today.
I'm enjoying my story, and I'm excited about New York. I'm just really excited to keep learning and growing. The product is awesome. I'm just super excited, and I can kind of now a little bit.
Awesome. Cool. Well, thank you so much for being here. We're so excited. Awesome. Let's see here. Who else can we talk to? How about Marnia? Marnia, can you unmute yourself and introduce yourself to us, please? I know this is your favorite part.
Sure, I can. Well, good morning, everybody. How are you? I'm so excited. Well, my name is Marnia Cortez. I'm from Mexico City, but I live in the beautiful state of Pennsylvania. And I'm so excited, always happy to learn new things, hear from mentors, and being with VIP is just amazing. I been pretty much 4 to 5 months with VIP, so I'm very excited.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Let's see here. Who else? Who else can I call on? Oh wait, I see someone. How about Cassie Gleason, dressed all in red today?
Hi, everyone. I am Cassie Gleason. I am an actor, model, and vocalist from Montana. And right now I have my heater on because it's cold.
Welcome.
My coffee and my heater. So
I have no words. It's mid-April. We should be sweating. We should be like warm. I don't know what's going on here, but you know what? We're gonna heat this place up here today. How's that sound?
That's right.
We're gonna get our energy
fire
going. We're gonna get moving. By the end of the day, we're gonna forget that it's cold in most of the country.
Exactly.
Weather schmether. We're not worried about weather around here. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for introducing
Thank you,
yourself to
Janine.
us.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is this the VIP ignition?
This is Tom. Welcome. You know what? Since you spoke up, yes. Welcome to the VIP Ignite Model and Actor Intensive. How are you doing today?
Good.
Where are you calling in from, Tom?
I'm calling from Brooklyn.
Brooklyn, New York. Stop it right now. You guys have the best bagels in the entire world, so I'm really jealous that you're in Brooklyn. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Tom. Are you an actor, a model, a musician?
Well, I'm an actor and a musician.
Awesome. Cool. Well, we are so excited to have you. Are you excited to be here with us today?
Sure am.
Awesome. Very cool. Everyone give Tom a round of applause. Give him some snaps. Give him some claps. We're excited to have you today, Tom. Welcome. Awesome. Okay, Angela, since you just introduced yourself in the comments, can you unmute yourself so we can meet you? Angela, are you there? I know you're there because you just typed in the comments. No? Okay, we'll move on. Don't worry, Angela. I'm going to remember. I'm going to call on you later. Sasha, Sasha Orejuela, I know I just messed it up. I know you taught me once. Can you please introduce yourself to us? Oh, Paula, you're muted. I just asked you to unmute.
Brilliant.
There you are. Now we can hear you.
Morning. Well, afternoon, technically. So, hi. How is everybody today?
We're amazing. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing really, really good. I'm very excited to be online. I tried last week and had a total tech fart and wasn't able to connect, but I was able to Facebook Live and it was amazing. So I'm really excited about what's going to happen today.
Well, we're excited to have you, Sasha. Thank you so much. Okay, everyone give Sasha claps. Oh, snaps. Okay, so I'm going to go over a couple things. We're going to have Alicia come on in a couple minutes. She's going to come in and say hi to everyone. It's going to be totally amazing. But before, I'm going to go over a couple housekeeping things with you guys. Is that okay? Because the reason I'm doing this, there are a couple reasons. I'm going to explain it to you. The first thing is that if you have the opportunity to be on camera today, I want you on camera as much as possible. Okay, and here's why. Because if you're not on camera, you could be sitting there like this. You could be chilling. You could be like lounging. I don't know what's going on. Okay, and my job is to keep you engaged and keep you in a state where you are going to learn and you are going to absorb and you're going to have an amazing experience. So if you're watching and you're not on camera, I can't be like, hey, Laranisha, how are you? Because I don't know what you're doing, okay? So the first thing I'm going to ask everyone to do is to make sure that you're on camera for as much time as possible. Because throughout the course of the day today, we are going to have one of the biggest agents who places people in TV and film in Los Angeles is going to be on here today. And let me tell you something. She's not going to reach out to me and go, hey, Deneen, I saw this amazing black box on Zoom and I want to book them for a role. Like, they're perfect. How many of you think that that's going to be possible? No one's looking for a black box. They're looking for you. Today, we're going to have a huge agent who places people in LA and New York and literally all over the world. And he's going to tell you about why it's so important to be unique. Okay. So if I can't see your unique face, then then he's not going to be able to see your unique face. So how then are we going to be able to like say, oh my gosh, this person will be perfect for this role. Got it? So can you guys agree to be on camera? If you can, say yes.
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 Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Awesome. And if you're at work, I totally understand. But what I'm telling you is to get the most out of this day, I need you to be participatory. I need you to be on camera. Here's another thing that I need from all of you. I need you to make sure that your right name is on the screen. Okay? Because let me tell you something. If someone calls me and says, hey, Ari, then I want to meet Ari, then I want to like, Ari, when? I don't know who that is. Or if they tell me, hey, I want to meet 646-272-2222, I'm going to be like, I don't know who that is. So this is what I need you to do right now. If I just described you, what I need you to do is I need you to click on the 3 dots in the top of your box, and then you could say rename, and then I need you to change it to your name. Okay, got it? Again, because if one of these agents, one of these managers, if Mark Schoenfeld, who is one of the biggest producers in Hollywood and Broadway, if he says to me, hey, Deneen, I'm interested in, I want to know your name. I want your name to come up. Got it? Can you guys all agree to do that?
Yeah, should I put my full name or should I leave my name?
Use your full name.
Okay, because this is my nickname on right now. So should I just change it?
Yeah, change it to your full name. Okay?
I should get rid of the Ash.
You should get rid of what?
Should I get rid of the Ash and put Leonard?
Yeah, I would
my
do
name?
that. Yes,
Okay.
please do.
So they're both.
I know you and I was confused. I don't want anyone confused. Everyone got it? And if anyone, for whatever reason, if you see my lips moving, but you can't hear me, obviously you're not going to hear me saying this, but I'm just going to say it anyway. You may have to exit and come back in. Because if you can hear me, say yes.
Yes.
If you can hear me, say yes.
Yes.
Okay, that means that everyone can hear me, so that it's
Yes.
not a Deneen problem.
Yes.
Trust me. I have been known to get on one of these and forget to unmute myself.
Yes.
And Alicia said, Deneen, we can't hear you. I'm like, that's not me today, though. I'm right now. We're good. All right. Alicia is here, everyone. How awesome is that? How many of you guys want to say good morning to Miss Alicia K-Back?
Morning. How are you guys?
We're amazing. How are you?
I'm doing good. I got a 6-month-old baby that doesn't understand mama's got to work. You know what I mean? It's just, Caden, sometimes it's his show, guys. But I'm excited to see everybody here. Hello, hello, hello. I was going through as Deneen was talking. I want to make sure that your cameras look good. So I'm going through here. Let's see. Christy Rose McGregor, sit up. I could just yell at her. She's in her circle. She knows I love her. Now there's a lot of people without their cameras on, and I totally get it. Christy, you look like you're on here twice. All right. For some reason, when you get to page 4, a lot of times there are no cameras on, and that's okay. But I always laugh, when people don't have their cameras on, because the purpose of these calls is, man, if only somebody saw me or heard me or spoke to me, damn, I would get a chance of, getting discovered. Well, how the hell are you going to get discovered when your camera's not on? That doesn't make any sense. It seems as though someone was asking, why can't we see you? Well, there's like 100 people on, number one. And number two, everyone is on mute until you don't need to be on mute. And have you ever been on like a group chat, like on Zoom, and you want to pull your hair out, right? Imagine if everybody was off of mute, this would never even be able to be, I would just hang up because I would go insane. So I'm excited to see everybody. You should have pen and paper. You're going to want to take notes. Let's see. Angela, my picture is not showing. I don't know why I wear 2 hearing aids, so I'm taking notes. Okay, that's fine. I'm just reading the notes. But I'm excited. I'm excited. Now, here's a couple of rules that I'm going to give you. I don't know if Denise went over them. All right. How many of you guys know how blunt I am? If you know how blunt I am, raise your hand. Okay, I'm not here to make friends. This is business. So, being that this is business, this is not like a group chat because we're all friends. You're making a first impression, whether or not you say a word. Show business, you got to show people you mean business. So I'm going to ask the following, okay? And I want you guys all to put up your right hand, and I want you to say, I swear, okay? So help me. If anybody on here, you know, Deneen, true or false, we always get people, I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Sorry, I have to go to work. Sorry, I got on late. My sister got into a car accident last night. And then like, don't ever take someone out of this zone. Okay. Honestly, no one gives a shit if you have to go to the bathroom. No one cares if you got on late. No one cares, not to be mean, about your sister's brother's cousin, neighbor who got into a car accident. Don't take people out of the zone. For anybody that's on here, I don't want to see you tagging anybody on Facebook or Instagram while you're supposed to be in here, because here's what happens. A lot of times your brains, you love that adrenaline rush when you're getting likes, right? On Facebook, like, oh my God, like as though you're important. Okay, this is what I want you to understand. Your friends and family hitting like on Facebook and Instagram are not the people on this call that can actually give you real opportunities. So your Facebook, your Instagram, your Snapchat, your Telegram, whatever the hell you're doing, do not post anything because I'm watching. And Denny and I will remove somebody from that, because here's why. If you are on here and you're talking to a top agent in LA, or you're talking to a Broadway producer or a screenwriter that works with people like Spielberg and Hugh Jackman, if this is more important for you to get likes than get discovered, get off my call right now. Do you understand that? Nothing drives me crazier than when you have a headliner talking and you see somebody posting on Instagram. Like, why? And tagging me in it. Okay, that drives me freaking nuts. So I want you to be in the zone. If you can, take your phone, put it upside down, and focus. This is why, like, honestly, why so many people can't get into show business, because, man, if I only got a chance to be seen, I could possibly get discovered. You're live, and yet your camera is off. You're busy texting. You're busy doing, like, who knows what, a challenge that you should have done already. Be here and be present. Okay, so I want you to raise up your right hand, and I just want you to say, I will be present.
I will be present.
Okay. So like your friends, your family, like whatever's going on in your life, I don't care, because you're here and it is our, like, we want to help you to be successful, but I can't help somebody, Deneen, unless they're going to be present. Okay. So I don't want to hear that you have to go to the bathroom, that you have to leave. You'll be right back. You have to go to work. Sorry, I got on late. No one cares. Save your drama for your friends and family. I don't care. If you take anybody out of this zone, I will literally remove you from this group for just being like an idiot. Does that make sense? And I do that because my oath is, I promise you, today is going to be life-changing. But if I have one person try to deter you from this, this is why people fail, because literally, like a cruise ship going towards a storm, it's my job to take you 1 degree so that you don't hit that. So anything I can do today to help you be successful, I promise you, I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure we're on track to get us to the destination. Capiche?
Awesome.
So I'm your captain today, other than Deneen. So watch out. But I mean business. If you guys don't know that, I mean business all the time. How many of you guys were on the call last night? If you were not on, just type really quick, not on. Let me see. How many of you guys were not on? I don't need to see that you were on, just type not on. Okay.
And for those of you that were on, can I ask one quick question and then I'll let you go? For those of you that were on, how amazing was it on a scale of 1 to 10? How amazing was it? On a scale of 1 to 10, type it in the comments. life-changing, right? It was absolutely amazing.
And here's why it was amazing, because literally we prepped you for today. So, you know, I always get these people, I'll just wing it. Well, you should have been on last night so that you're not winging it today. But really quick, just so you guys know, like Mike and I have executive produced 5 Broadway shows. We've won 6 Tony Awards. We've worked with Vanessa Hudgens. We've worked with Sigourney Weaver. Right up there, that's me holding a Tony Award. I've opened the stock exchange. We've been in Forbes, Entrepreneur, Huffington Post. I've been on Fox News. I'm here to help you, okay? But you have to keep it real with yourself. And I want to make sure that every single person here is present. You guys should be taking notes. And remember, you're on stage always. I want to see smiles. I want you to look with your eyes. Anybody? How many of you guys have ever seen somebody super attractive, but then their body language sends like a completely different signal? Anybody ever meet somebody really attractive and then like they show up and they're just like dead on arrival? Like their energy is super negative. So I want everybody to put their shoulders back, superhero stance, and be present. I know today's going to be a long day, but if you were on set, it is a long day every day. When Tanya comes on, she works with The Walking Dead. She works with some of the biggest shows in the world. You could be on set for 15 to 20 hours. How many of you guys want to be on set 15 to 20 hours? Raise your hand. Because if that sounds long, get off this call right now. Okay? And that is the truth. So the only way, because you guys are on mute right now, the only way I'm going to know you're truly vested is by the way you look at me. That is it. Okay? Capiche?
Awesome.
So that's my motivational speech for the day. I'm all about helping you. It's the truth. I'm all about helping you. First impressions are everything.
Absolutely.
You are always on stage, even when you're not saying a word. Got it?
Yep.
So be present.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking. What?
I just saw Cassie Gleason in the corner of my eye.
Hi. Awesome. Cool. All right, guys. So how many of you now know the standard that we're setting? Are you guys up for that standard? Are you going to be all in all day long? Yes?
Okay. Tonight Humphreys just wrote, "Good morning, everybody. All ready to go. Take it off." Why are you posting when we're live? Don't do that. Because now everybody's going to be typing, "Hi, good morning." Focus. Got it? Focus. Sorry, I hate that.
It's okay. And I'm going to give you guys one more hint, and then we're really going to get started, okay? If you are someone who gets easily distracted by the comments and you're like, oh my God, I have to answer everyone. Dude, you could turn the chat off. You don't even have to worry about being a part of the chat. How about that? Okay? So if you are easily distracted, I highly recommend that you stay away from the chat. Okay? Can you guys do that? All right? Okay, awesome. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to mute everyone. Make sure that you are able to. Okay, awesome. And Alicia, you're a co-host, so you can unmute yourself whenever you need. There you go. Perfect. I just wanted to make sure.
I just wanted to test that because I'm always like, take me off of mute. And Janine's like, mute.
Like, I'm sorry. All right, guys. So.
Okay, who just said ladies room, be right back? Seriously? Do you guys see why I freak out? Don't do that, Angela. No one cares. For real. Because now everybody sees that. You got it? Dude, okay. You would swear I'm talking Chinese here. Okay.
Ni hao. I know a little Chinese as well. Okay, so this is what we're going to do now, guys. Throughout the course of the day, I'm going to have you guys up on your feet. I'm going to have you drinking water. I'm going to have you doing a whole lot of movement. We are not just sitting down and we're not, this is an active day. Got it? So this is what I want you guys to do right now. If you're driving, please don't do this because this would be very dangerous. But what I want everyone to do right now is stand to your feet. Everyone stand to your feet. Okay? And this is what we're going to do. In order for you to fully absorb all of the information that you're about to get, in order for you to fully engage with each and every of the amazing speakers we have for you, you have to be in what Tony Robbins likes to call a peak state. Okay? So the first thing we're going to do is this. I know you can't really see me really well, but how many of you know what a runner's lunge is? When you kind of put one foot out in front of the other and then the other foot's back. I want you guys to get into that, like you're about to go running. Go, hold on, I have to take my watch off for this exercise. All right, and this is what we're going to do. Are you ready? What you're going to do is you are going to move. Hold on, I'm going to set my alarm too. This way we're not doing this for 17 hours because I could do this all day. What we're going to do is we are going to, as hard as we can, we are going to pump our arms like this. Ready? I want you guys to practice with me. I'm watching even though I'm doing it. Go as hard as you can, okay? Everyone stop. We're going to do that for 15 seconds on my right leg is out front. Okay, so we're going to do that for 15 seconds on the right side. Are you ready? Ready? Oh, get set. And go. 15 seconds. Come on. As hard as you can. Go. You didn't know you were getting your cardio today, did you? As hard as you can. Fast as you can. Fast. Come on, guys. You can do it. 2, 1. Stop. Woo. How do you feel now? Do you feel energized? Oh, hold on. My alarm won't stop ringing. How did you feel energized? Okay, this is what I want you to do. Go to the other side. Put your other leg forward. Ready? We're going to do this for 15 seconds on the other side. Are you ready? Get set. Go. Fast as you can. Move your arms. Oh. Come on now. Faster. Do it as fast as you can. Fast as you can. Come on. Come on, I see you guys. Are you participating? Okay, we're done. Woo. Okay, shake it out a little bit. Shake it out a little bit. Stretch it out a little bit. Oh. All right. If you have water available to you, take a sip of water. Take a sip of water, but don't sit down. We're not sitting down yet. Whew. All right, so how many of you know that you primarily use one side of your brain? Actually, you know what? Sit down for a second. This way I can see your faces. How many of you realize that you can, when you are learning, you primarily use one side of your brain? So I'm right-handed, so the left side of my brain is always super busy. Okay, so a lot of times when I'm sitting down and I'm learning, I'm learning a lot more on one side of my brain than the other. I can't go into the biology or any of this, but just how many of you know that this is true, right? How many of you for today want to learn everything with both sides of your brain? Like, how many of you know that this is so important that you need your entire brain engaged? Okay. So this is what I want you to do. You can do this sitting down. Put your hand out in front of you and point at me. Point at me. And this is what I want you to do. Make like a figure 8 on its side. Make sure that, go like this. Right? And make sure that when you're doing this, when you're crossing your hand, you're literally crossing the center of your face. And yeah, make sure you're breathing too. That's good, Willie. Make sure. Okay, see? Okay, so now stop. Put out your other hand. Now what I want you to do is I want you to use both hands and do this. Ready? It's a little trippier, right? It's not as easy.
Look like they're like trying to cast a spell like Harry Potter.
Yeah, right? It seems like it should be easy. But what we're doing right now is you're engaging both sides of your brain. Your brain is triggered. Is like your whole brain's like, what is going on? Okay, awesome. Now stop. Okay. This is what now what I want you to do. I want you to, hold on. Clasp your, hold on. Okay, so I want you to cross your, see, it takes a little practice. Put your hands like this. So they're crossed over, but you guys got it. I'm not explaining it well, but I am, you can see me, okay? Now I want you to go like this. Bring it in, okay? Now I want you to take some deep breaths in. Deep breath out. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. One more in. One more out. Okay. Now you can let it go. Now, congratulations. What we've done is we've just activated both sides of your brain. So that means that you're going to be learning and you're going to be absorbing at a greater capacity now than before we were running and before we got our brain engaged on both sides. Okay. So this is once in a while throughout the day, I'm going to say, okay, hold on, guys. We need to engage our brain, and we're going to do that exercise. Okay. And the reason why is today is the first day of the rest of your life, whether this is your first model and actor intensive or you've been to every single one of them. Today is the first day of the rest of your life. And I want you to absorb the information, not so that you can spout off facts to me, but so because I want it to become a part of you. I want it to become a part of your DNA. Okay. I want it to become a part of your DNA. I literally want this written on your brain. Okay. So as we're getting started, this is what I want you guys to think about. Why are you doing this? What is your why? Why are you doing this? How many of you, one of our challenges was to post your why into the Facebook community. How many of you have sat down and thought about why you're doing this? If you have, type why in the comments if you know why you're doing this. Okay? Because this industry, you're going to learn today. You're going to meet amazing people, and you're going to learn that there are a lot of nuances to the entertainment industry. And a lot of times you're going to have great days. You're going to have amazing days. You're going to have those mountaintop days where you booked that role, you got signed by that agent, where you have got that recurring role. You're going to have those mountaintop times, but you're also going to have those times where you're like, oh my gosh, I have been doing this for so long with I'm not seeing with my eyes the return on my investment. Okay. So this is what I want you guys to do. I want you guys to really think about your why. And I want you to answer a question to yourself. With your why, are you 100% committed to your why? Does your why literally get you up out of bed in the morning? Does your why keep you up at night? Are there nights where you're thinking about your why that you literally can't sleep? Here's my next question. Is being a part of the entertainment industry, in order for you to accomplish your why, in order for you to help those people that you want to help, in order for you to promote that cause, is you being a part of the entertainment industry 100% contingent on you? Is your why 100% contingent on you being successful in the entertainment industry? If the answer is yes, I want you to go yes right now. Yes. Type yes in the comments. Yes. Okay. Here's another question I have. Tony Robbins says this all the time. He says that, you know what? When you are living your life's purpose, what you do is when you land, you burn your boats. So there's no going back. Have you burned your boats? Are your boats burning? Do you have a plan B? Oh, you know what? I really want to be an actor, but if it doesn't work out, that accounting firm, they're still looking for me. Have you burned your boats? And I'm not saying burn your bridges. I'm not saying quit your job and do this. There will be a time for that. But is this your plan A? Is this everything that you have? Is this your plan A? If it is, are you willing to burn your boats? Are you willing to burn your plan B? In your mind, I'm not telling you to quit your jobs. What I'm saying is that I want you to, are you all in? Are you all in? Is this plan A? If it is, I want you to say yes with me. Ready? Is this your plan? Is this it? Yes. Is this it? Yes. Is this it? Yes. Okay. I think we can all agree that if you're still here, you've burned your boats. This is it. This is it. You know what your why is, and you know that you need to be successful in the entertainment industry, whether actor, model, or musician, for that to happen, right? If we're all in on that, give me here. I'm going to put this on the gallery view so I can see you guys for a second. Thumbs up. Yes, are we all in? We all can agree to that. Okay, awesome. Perfect. Okay, I like the multiple thumbs. That's awesome. Okay, awesome. So, in order for you to be completely successful in the entertainment industry, we have to learn a little lesson right now. Are you guys ready to learn a little bit? Are you ready to learn? This is going to require you using your comments. Okay, so I'm gonna have you guys type answers in the comments right now. Okay, let's see here. Let's bust out our pen here. So, how many of you know the difference between assets and liabilities? Do you guys know the difference between assets and liabilities? I know I have some accountants on here that know this. Okay, so let's do this here. So the first thing I want you to do is tell me, what are some things that are liabilities? Accounting 101, kind of. What are some things that are liabilities? Oh, yeah, if you rent, right? Paying rent is a liability. Bad attitude, I'll definitely take that. Bad attitude. Insurance. Yeah, I guess insurance is kind of a liability, right?
Yeah. Credit cards, bad debt.
Yeah, debt, bad friends, risks. Right? Procrastination, that's definitely poor communication skills. Lack of knowledge, I like that. Lack of knowledge or training, right? All these things are definitely liabilities, right? No comp card, no photos, right? Someone's been listening. No experience, right? That would be too, right? Okay. Okay, very good. You guys are good at this. No confidence, no training. Awesome. Okay, so let's go to the opposite. Not knowing your measurements. Delmy, I feel like you've like taken a transcript of every video we've ever done and just memorized it. I love it. Taking advice from people who have no idea what they're doing. No internet, that would definitely be a liability. So bad, we'll take bad advice. No internet. Yeah, no internet would definitely be a hindrance. Not knowing how to spell, that could be my liability here. Poor mindset, right? That's good. Okay, you guys are really good at listing liabilities. Okay, now yeah, if you don't know the language, that could definitely be a liability. Trust me, I know not everyone is your friend, but let's switch it up a little bit now. Let's talk about assets. What are some assets that you can have? Training is an asset, definitely. Training is an asset. Being bold, communication. VIP Ignite definitely is an asset. Training, yep, we have training. Knowing your why, right? That's good. You guys are going to being coachable, gratitude. Okay. Gratitude. Let's see. Getting your ducks in a row. I like that one. Positive mindset, knowing your measurements, why, your good attitude, right? How about knowing your worth? Having photos, right? Having your photos is a good one. Or comp card, right? Portfolio. Right? What else we got? Being teachable, good attitude, work ethic, right? Yeah, having a good work ethic, reliability. How about having experience too, right? We heard from a couple people this morning that already have experience. So having experience was definitely an asset, right? Right? Time management. I don't know if we have that. Did I write that down yet? Not great. Time management, right? Making sure you're never late for when your agent says, hey, I need you to call at this time, right? How about let's take it physical things. A house is an asset, right? Right? Having a house is an asset. I like that you guys are all in the right mindset though. A car could be either. A car could be an asset or a liability. It really depends. Once you own your car, it's an asset, right? Being resourceful, stable finances, right? Yeah, that word. Yeah. We'll put good credit in here. That's definitely right? Yeah, awesome. Investments, yeah, investments are definitely an asset. Been learning all about that for the last couple of weeks. Good health, that's definitely an asset. Awesome. Yeah, or if your car is paying for itself, who said that? Yeah, Willie, that's true. Very true. Attitude makes you 100% you. Yeah. Sometimes your attitude is awesome. Sometimes, that's definitely, it could go either way, but that's definitely, having a good attitude is definitely true. So I have a question for you guys now. I think that you guys, your mindset is 100% in the entertainment industry, which is awesome. Okay. So what would make you a liability if you want, okay, how many of you here are like, oh my gosh, Deneen, I heard a rumor about you've been talking about these agents, right? How many of you right now know what out of all of these things, I'll change colors here. How about that? Out of all these things here, what would make you a liability for an agent to get to start working with you? Because the thing is that when agents work with you, when they start working with you, they want you, the reality is you'll learn this from Tanya in a little while, like they want to start booking you work so you can make money and they can make money, right? That's just a reality. It's show business. Saying, hey, can you make me famous, right? Yeah. So let's look at this thing here. So what would make you a liability on this list here to an agent, right? Having no experience, right? We can agree if you have no experience, it's going to be a little harder for them to get you started. Like if you don't have the right photos, right? That goes along with the comp cards. Lack of knowledge in the industry too. Like if they have to teach you literally every single thing, then that's going to make you a liability, right? I think that's a couple of things here. Having a bad mindset. If you're just a jerk, they're not going to want to work with you. So we'll have that as a liability, right? Okay, so we have all of these things here going on. Now, on the opposite side, what would make you an asset to an agent? Off the list we have right here, what would make you an asset to an agent? Right, having your photos done, having your portfolio, being coachable, like knowing that you don't know everything, but being willing to learn, right? Having training, right? Having good time management skills, that's super important, because if you have an appointment with your agent and you miss it, they're not going to be happy with you, right? Being good at communication, right? All these things here would make you an asset to an agent, right? So this is the question I have for you right now. As it stands right now at 11:37 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, how many of you would think that if you sat down with an agent who places people with the biggest productions in LA and New York, how many of you think that at this very moment they would see you and everything that you have to show for yourself? How many of you would be a liability? How many of you would be an asset? Type it in the comments. And be really honest with yourself. Right now, how many of you would be an asset and how many of you would be a liability? Okay, so for all of you that are saying you're going to be your assets, like you have your SAG card, you have a complete portfolio, you have experience, you're like, okay, you know what? I'm ready to go. Sign me up, coach. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to go. Both. No. I think if you guys were all completely honest with yourself at this very moment, I think that a lot of you would be more of a liability.
Yeah, an agent is not going to train you guys. You got to show up like Lipton soup. Just add water. You got that?
Yeah. So yeah, so if you guys are being honest with yourselves, most of you right now are a liability. Okay, so an agent will see you like, oh, you have a great look, but you're missing all this stuff. Okay, so my goal for this day, just so you guys know. Okay, Earl Beckles, liability trying to become an asset. I like that answer. Okay, so our goal by the end of the day is to make you less of a liability and give you the tools that you need to be an asset. Okay? That's our goal by the end of the day. We're going to give you the knowledge, we're going to give you the information that you need to go from being a liability to being an asset. Okay? So is that cool with you guys? Are you cool? Is it okay with you if we take you from being a liability to turning you into more of an asset? to being not being the person, oh my God, I want an agent, I want an agent, I want an agent, to being someone that agents like, you know what? I want to work with that person. Our goal is to take you from being someone who's like, oh, please sign me, to being the person that an agent or manager wants to work with. Okay. And in order for that to happen, there are some things that you need, and it's just common sense. Okay. So is it okay if I start that journey right now? Are you guys okay with that? Are you okay with starting that journey right now? If you're okay with starting that journey right now, say, yes, Deneen, I'm ready. Ready? If you're ready for us to take you on that journey, say, yes, Deneen, I'm ready. And I want you to do, there's physiology behind this, okay? When you're doing this, yes. Like, pretend your favorite team just won the Super Bowl. Yes. Or your favorite hockey team just won the Stanley Cup. Yes. Or your favorite actor just won an Oscar. Yes. I have too many sports analogies, but you guys get it, right? When you say yes, I want you to say yes with some enthusiasm. You're not saying yes to me. You're not saying yes to Alicia. You're not saying yes to Mike. You're saying yes to you. You're saying yes to the universe. You're saying yes. You're putting it out there, okay? So I'm going to ask you one more time. Is it okay if by the end of the day, we take you from being a liability to making you more of an asset? If the answer is yes, say, yes, Deneen. Okay, awesome. Very cool. Okay, Willie, stop telling us your day. If you're with a client, be with your client. You don't have to tell us, okay? We're going to agree that you're not going to tell us anymore. Got it? Okay.
You'd swear this is Willie's first call. Willie, you know better.
Okay, so this is what we're going to do. What I'm going to do is I'm going to teach you a secret. Are you guys ready to learn your first secret of the day? Who wants to learn a secret? If you want to learn a secret, type secret in the comments. Awesome. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. There is a 3-part secret that you need to know that will help take you from liability land to asset land, okay? By the end of the day, I'm going to be a complete rainbow here. Okay, so if you're taking notes, this is where I need you to take notes. And I'm actually going to read from my notes because this is a long title, okay? This is called the Triad of Success. Okay? The ultimate Hollywood pyramid of power. Pyramid of power. Okay, so let's draw a pyramid to get us started. Okay. Are you guys ready to know what the Triad of Success is? If you are, say, yes, Deneen, I'm ready. You guys can just say it out loud too. Yes, Deneen, I'm ready. Okay. So, I want you to picture this. Okay. You were so warm in bed this morning. It was absolutely amazing. But then you were like, okay, you know what? I got to get up. I got this thing I got to do. I got to go do this thing today, right? So you get out of bed. Right now you're all warm. You throw off the covers and you're freezing. You're like, oh. Then you turn around, you put your feet on the floor, and the floor is cold. I have a question for you. Is that going to put you in a good state of mind, or is that going to put you in a bad state of mind? The way I just described it, is that a good state or is that a bad state? It's a bad state, right? Oh my gosh. Like, who wants to start off their day like that? Oh, I have this thing I have to do. My bed's warm, but now I have to get up. Oh my God, now my feet are cold. That's a bad state. So the basis of the foundation of this whole triad is your state. So on the bottom of the triangle, write state. Okay. Now, how many of you know that you can control your state? How many of you know that you are literally in control of your state 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Do you guys know that? I know that's not what the world tells you. They tell you, oh, you know, you've had a string of bad luck. It's okay to feel bad. Like, how many of you have had that crap fed at you? Let me tell you something. I don't believe in that. I believe that you control your state. Okay. So I think a lot of times when we're in a bad state, like, for example, if you're like, oh my God, I got this thing I got to do. I don't know. I'm just going to do it. I think a lot of times the reason that you have this, that we're in a bad state, if we're really honest with ourselves, is because we have a fear of failure, right? You know, I'm going to go do this and I'm going to be there all day. No one's going to be interested in me, you know. Ugh. So I want to tell you a story right now that's going to kind of hopefully shift. Actually, you know what? I know. I'm going to tell you a story right now that's going to shift your mindset about failure. Okay. Is that okay with you? Are you guys willing to learn how you can immediately shift your state? Is that cool? If it's cool, type cool in the comments. All right. So I want you guys to think about this. How many of you have ever been on a cross-country flight? How many of you have ever been on a cross-country flight? I live right outside of New York City, and I get to fly to Hollywood a lot. I get to fly to LA a lot. Okay. So how many of you know this? Like, when your pilot gets in the cockpit of the plane, they know where they're going, right? How many of you would get into a plane with a pilot who's like, you know, I think I'm just gonna, hopefully this works out for the best. Hopefully we get there. How many of you would sign up for that flight? No. The pilot knows where they're going. Okay, so imagine this. So whenever you're on a plane and you have a destination in mind, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but the Earth is rotating. So as the plane is heading, sometimes they shift a little bit off course. Not because they're not a good pilot, but because there are wind currents, the Earth is rotating. So there are a lot of factors that go into being a pilot and getting yourself from where you are to where you want to go. But imagine this. So imagine you're with this pilot who's like, oh, no, I'm just trying to figure things out. You're like flying, you're like, just go with me. You're over Kansas right now. And the pilot's like, crap, we're off course. I can't do this anymore. No. And the pilot starts throwing a pissy fit and they're like, we're off course. This sucks. Oh my gosh. Like, what would happen? Right? No, is that the kind of pilot? Are you hoping that that's your pilot the next time you get on a plane? Heck no. Because pilots know that this is where they are and this is where they're going. Okay. And they all know that as they're flying, they're going to have to make little shifts. Okay. So sometimes you're going to be drift a little this way, you make a shift and you get going and you keep going. Okay. I think so many times I'm completely human. Sometimes I fall into this. I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I failed. Oh my gosh, it's so terrible. But if pilots did that every time they got a little bit off course because of the rotation of the Earth, because of wind currents, like it would be terrible, right? But a pilot who actually knows where they're going, they have a set destination. They're like, okay, you know what? We got to correct our course a little bit. How about this? How about if those times when you fail, instead of like beating the crap out of yourself, how about you know what? This is awesome because you know what? I see that I'm off course and now I get to correct my course so I can keep going toward my destination. How many of you are willing to, instead of seeing failure as something, oh my God, this is the worst day of my life. Oh, you know what? This is actually awesome because you know what? I'm on a journey. I'm heading toward my destination. And you know what? I just need to like shift my course 1 degree. How awesome is that? Are you guys willing to do that? Are you guys willing, whenever something appears as a failure, I don't want you to be mad about it anymore. I don't want you to be depressed about it. I want you to see it as a course correction. Because every time you fail and you throw a hissy fit, I want you to imagine you being on the plane and the pilot just giving up, throwing his hands in the air, I quit. right? We started our day off by talking about our why, right? So if every time you fail, you throw a pissy fit and you quit, what happened to all those people that you said you were doing this for? Think about that, okay? Take the course corrections, right? That's exactly right. I want you guys, when you think about failing, I want you to think, when you think about, oh my gosh, I failed. No, it's a course correction. And then I want you to celebrate. What? Deneen, you want me to celebrate my failures? Yes, I want you to celebrate, because you know what? People who don't fail aren't going anywhere. People who don't fail aren't doing anything. So if you go and you do a monologue and it's not great, you know what? I want you to celebrate, because you know what? You are moving forward. You're making progress. Okay? And the celebration comes back into our state, right? All day we're going to be talking about state. The state is the foundation of everything, of all of your success. So if you can fail and still be in a good state of mind, let me tell you something. You have a solid foundation. How many of you want to have a solid foundation? How many of you now are going to agree that whenever you fail, whenever you fall and bump your knee a little bit, you're going to celebrate, because you know what? You're on the right, you're moving forward. All you have to do is tweak your course just a little bit. Is that cool? And I want you to think about it. We all saw baby Caden, right? How cute is that kid? Do you think
you don't have to say it because he's mine, but
I know. But do you think when he's learning how to walk, every time he falls, Alicia's gonna be like, ha ha, loser? No, she's not gonna do that. She's going, oh my gosh, that's so cute. Look, you definitely took a step. That's awesome. She's not gonna mock him. She's gonna celebrate every little step. She's gonna celebrate every time he falls on his little bum, right? And that's what I want you guys to do, because a lot of times when you get out of bed in a bad state, or you walk into a situation in a bad state, it's because you're afraid you're going to fail. Okay. So now we're going to do a little exercise. Are you guys ready to do an exercise with me? I want you to close your eyes right now. Close your eyes. I want you to put your hands on your heart, and I want you to take a deep breath in, deep breath out. And I want you to think about the most amazing experience that you have ever had in your whole entire life. That moment where you were on top of the world. Think about it. What was that moment? Was it when you got married? When you graduated from high school? When you graduated from college? When you landed that first role? When, just imagine, like, you got that promotion that you've been working so hard for. I want you to close your eyes and I want you to imagine that moment. What was that moment like for you? Were you smiling? Were you so happy you were crying tears of joy? I want you to imagine this. What were you doing with your hands? Were you like, or were you, oh my God, I'm so excited. Ah! What were you doing? Imagine how you feel. Can you feel your heart beating faster because you're so excited? Like, how do you feel right now? When you're thinking about this, how do you feel? Do you feel amazing? Are you on top of the world right now? Right? That is what I like to call your peak state. How does it feel? You guys can open your eyes. How does it feel? Does it feel absolutely amazing? Like, are your shoulders, Alicia said earlier, she wants your sit up straight, shoulders back. Are you sitting up straight? Are you feel like humbling and amazing? I was like, oh my gosh, you passed out? Don't pass out on me, Marcia. I need you fully present here. But I want you guys to think about that, because that's how, that state that you were in that very moment, not the passing out one, but everyone else. I want you to think about this, and I want you to bring that state into the rest of this day. Okay? Can you do that for me? Can you be in a peak state for the rest of your day? Okay, I'm going to put this on the view because I want to see everyone. Right now, this is what I want from each and every one of you. From this moment forward, I want you sitting like it's the best moment you've ever had. I want your shoulders back. I want you to sit up. I don't want to see anyone laying down. I don't want to see any slouching. I don't want to see any of this. I want everyone to sit up erect and be like, okay, you know what? Sit up straight. Pretend your grandma's here. It's like, Deneen, you really need to stand up straighter. My nanny used to love to tell me that. Like, she had me walk around with books once. I was like, I don't know what's going on here, but I want you guys, that's the state I want you to be in for the rest of the day. Because that state is the foundation for this whole day. Got it? Okay. So Now that we have that, now that we know that we're going to be in a peak state, the second part of the triad is focus. The second part is focus. Okay? Now, I know a lot of you have probably heard me talk about the circle of focus. Okay? And this is something even deeper than that. So let's talk a little bit about what exactly focus means. What does it mean to be focused? Focus means that in a very moment, you are completely all in on one task, right? So if you know that your agent is going to be calling you, you have an agent, say you have a call set up with your agent at 10 a.m., but you know, you have to go to the gym. So imagine this, okay? So you have this call at 10 a.m. with your agent, but you have to be at the gym at 9:30 because that's the time you go every single day, okay? So you drive to the gym, you know, at 9:30, you have an hour-long workout, so you get to the gym, so now it's 10:30, okay? Now you have to drive home because you're not going to talk to the agent like when you're driving, like that's dangerous. So now you get to the gym at 9:30, you do your hour-long workout. Meanwhile, 10 o'clock was your time. Don't forget to talk to your agent. Now you're driving home. It's 10:30. You get home. It's 11. You call your agent. Hey, agent, what's up? Do you think that your agent is actually going to want to talk to you? Do you think your agent's going to be like, oh my God, thank God you called. I'm so excited. Or do you think your agent's going to be like, did you fall and bump your head? We had an appointment a half an hour ago. Right? So being focused is knowing those tasks that you get to do throughout the day and using good time management. We talked about how time management is an asset. Using your time management properly. Okay? And something I want you guys to think about with focus. So can we all agree that we all need good time management skills so that we don't piss off our agents or our managers or anyone like that? Can we all agree to that? Can you all agree? Yes, I need time management. Yes, Deneen, I need time management skills. Yes, Deneen, I need time management skills. Okay, awesome. Good. Okay. Something else about focus. Where focus goes, energy flows. Okay, so imagine this. We'll stick with the agent again. Okay, so imagine this. You're on your phone. You're not late because your agent actually takes your call because you have good time management skills because you're an asset. You're not a liability, right? So you're on your phone with your agent. Your agent's like, okay, you know what, Deneen? This is what I have the perfect role for you, but I need you to drop 10 pounds. You're like, okay, you know what? You communicated that to me, agent, and you know what? I'm all in. Let's do this. So I just learned right now I have to lose 10 pounds. Okay, great. Now I go to work, right? And they're ordering lunch, and they're ordering pizza, and they're ordering donuts, and you're like, hey, Deneen, would you like, I know I'm going to order you your favorite donut. I'm like, no, thank you very much. I appreciate that, but no, you know what? No. Now, why am I saying no? Why am I saying no? I'm saying no because I'm focused on this task that I've been given. My agent said to me, hey, Deneen, you need to drop 10 pounds. I'm not going to like starve myself. I'm going to have like a salad with chicken and vegetables, but I'm certainly not going to eat the pizza and I'm not going to eat the donuts because I'm focused on a task. And that's something you guys need to really work on. Like you need to be focused on those tasks because when someone gives you something to do, like that's something you have to do, right? So I want to talk to us a little bit about those voices in our heads too. Okay, let's talk about this. So we're going to do, everyone has a piece of paper, correct? Get out your pen and paper real quick for me. This is what you're going to do. You're going to draw a line down the middle of one of the pieces of your paper. If you're in your journal, that's totally cool. Whatever it is, what I want you to do is write can't on one side and can on the other side. And I want you to write down, we're going to give you like less than a minute to do this exercise. I want you to write down all the reasons you can't be successful in the entertainment industry and all the reasons you can. Okay? The reasons you can't and the reasons you can. Okay? So go ahead and start writing that now. Reasons you can, the reasons you can't. Okay. What would keep you from doing this and what's going to propel you forward? Can and can't. Okay. So this is what I want you guys to do in the comments. I want you to write reasons why you can't do this. I'm too old, I'm too young, too fat, I don't live in the right place. Why can't you do that? I don't have a can. Okay, so for the people that have 0 cans, that's awesome. Does that mean that you're already in SAG? You have a complete portfolio? Does that mean that like you already have an agent that is like calling on you every day? Like they're like, why are you even on this model and actor intensive with Deneen? Like I have stuff for you to do. So if you have 0 cans, then God, I need to learn your lessons, guys. Right? Okay, not established, poor self-talk, job flexibility, don't have an agent, unstable finances, fear, no flexibility on the job, I live in a bad location, I have a fear of success. Awesome. Okay, I'm too curvy. Okay. Listening to people who don't know what they're doing, low self-esteem. Okay. Okay, let's stop on the can'ts. Let's stop on the can'ts. But you guys you see, how many of you, for you, it was so easy to write down the can'ts. This is why I can't be successful, right? Oh my gosh, I need to lose weight. We could stop with the can'ts. Okay. Now here's a question for you. How about the cans? Let's talk about the cans. Why can you do this? Why can you do that? Because you have talent, because you're passionate, you're outgoing, support, determination, willingness to learn, unique, committed to the journey, great attitude, persistent. That's awesome. That's great. Now I have a question for you guys. And I want you to be completely honest with me. Was it easier to write why you can't be successful or why you can be successful? Which one was easier for you? It was easier for most of you. It was easier to write the reasons you can't be successful. And I want you to really focus on that. And this is why I want you guys to know that, because if you focus more on the reasons why you can't, that means you do a lot of negative self-talk. Okay? That means like you have a list of all the things that are not good about you, but it's a little harder to write the things that are good about you, right? With can and can't. So this is what I want you guys to do. Like, I want you to understand that if you're focusing on the reasons you can't be successful, then that's going to stop you from being successful. Okay? So make sure that when you're thinking about things, like you're saying, okay, there are all these reasons I can't do this, but our goal for the day is to take you from that liability to an asset. So we're gonna work on a lot of these can'ts. Okay, is that fair? Is that cool? Is it cool for taking you on that journey from liability to asset? Are you guys okay with that? Do I have your permission to do that today? Yes? Okay, awesome. Very good. Okay, so we have one more leg of our triad here, and that is the words that you use. Okay. I have a question for you. I'm gonna be really honest and transparent with you guys in just a moment too. But how many of you, when you look in the mirror, you're like, wow, you're a hottie. I love your eyes. Oh my gosh. You know what? The possibilities are endless for you today. How many of you woke up and said that this morning? Or how many of you are more like me and you're like, dang, I don't look like I slept. I look like I can use those 10 pounds that Asian told me to lose. Obviously, I need to. Like, how many of you are more on you talk crap on yourself all the time? I like to talk. This is one of my favorite topics because I have a lot of friends who struggle with this, and I struggle with this as well on a lot of occasions. But this is what I want you to think about when you're using words. Okay, words are powerful. The words that you use for yourself literally can change your state, which is the foundation of our whole triad, right? The words that you use can literally change your state of mind. Okay. So this is what I want you guys to think about. Your words matter. How many of you know that your words matter? Type "my words matter" in the comments. My words matter in the comments. So I'm going to give you guys 2 examples. I'm going to give you guys an example right now. Okay. My words. Okay. Awesome. So I'm going to give you guys an example. Let's see here. I'm going to pick on Laranisha because she's right here. Laranisha, you look so beautiful today, but you know, your hair is a little crazy. I don't really think that, but what do you guys remember from what I said? Do you remember what I said before the butt, or do you remember what I said after the butt? Hair is crazy, right? Exactly, after the butt. How about this? Let's see here. Cassie, I think that you have all of the potential in the world, but you live in a really weird place to be successful in the entertainment industry. What do you remember before? Do you remember, which part do you remember? But you live in the middle of nowhere, right? So something I want you guys to understand today, when you have the opportunity to talk to me, talk to Alicia, talk to Tanya, talk to Mark, who is like waiting. He's like, Denise, stop talking. When you have the opportunity to talk to all of us, I want you to understand that the way that you speak matters. The words that you use matter. Whenever you use the word "but," you're canceling out anything that you said before that, right? You guys all, yeah, right? Once you say "but," everything before that fades. That's exactly it. So when you're talking about yourself, you know what? I know I can do this, but your brain is only going to remember what you say after the "but." Okay. So I want this to be a butt-free zone for the rest of the day. Can we agree to that? This is going to be a butt-free zone. Okay. Butt-free zone. Something else I want you guys to do too, and this is going to seem counterintuitive when I tell you to do this, but I want you guys, there's a reason I want you to do this. Every time you catch yourself with that negative little voice, you know, there's that voice in your head. It's like, oh my God, Deneen, like, you should go to the gym and you should eat salad. And Deneen, you know, you should go for a 30-minute walk every day. And then there's a voice that's like, yo, Deneen, you know, Chick-fil-A, you can have Chick-fil-A at the office in like 10 minutes if you want. And you've been working really hard, Deneen. You know, why don't you take a day off? Like, you don't need to work out. You know what I mean? You have how many of you have those 2 voices in your head? You have like the Jiminy Cricket who's like, oh my gosh, this is what you should do and your whole life is going to be magical. And then you have the one that's like, that cricket needs to shut his pie hole. How many of you have those 2 voices in your head? I know I do. Okay. So this is what I want you guys to do for the next week. Whenever you hear yourself saying, I can do this, but I want you to carry a notebook with you. And every time you hear yourself saying something like that, I want you to write it down. And you might be like, Deneen, why would I write that down? This is why I want you to write it down. I want you to write it down because I want you to understand that your words matter. And if you're using crappy, rude words, that's going to be where your focus is. And if you're using those crappy, rude words, your state is going to be depleted. You're not going to be in a state where you're like imagining the best moment of your whole entire life. You're going to be thinking, oh my God, I feel this, I feel that. Okay. So for the next week, that I want you guys to exercise that because I want you to have a higher level of self-awareness, because people who have a higher level of self-awareness are going to be more of an asset than a liability, because they're going to know, okay, you know what, I do have to change my words. I do have the opportunity to do all of these things, but what you need to do is you need to catch yourself in those moments, because eventually you're going to get tired of writing the stuff down and you're going to be like, okay, I get it. Okay. So can you guys commit to yourselves that for the next week, whenever you catch yourself being rude to yourself, that what you're going to do is you're going to stop and you're going to write it down. And again, when you're writing it down, it's just this way, you know. And I'm going to tell you one little story about this. So years ago, I worked in a bank, and I worked with this guy who was like just a ray of sunshine. He was always so bloody happy, and I did not understand at the moment. Like, I was like, dude, why are you always so happy? I just don't get it. He was like, you know, that guy, like, oh my God, it's pouring down rain. So tomorrow the tulips will be blooming. And you're like, I'm having a bad hair day because it rained. Okay. That was literally, I worked with someone like that. And he said to me one time, and it really struck me. He said, Deneen, I don't understand why you have such a bad attitude. And I was like, I don't know, because nothing's going right now, Dave. That's why. And he's like, no, this is what I want you to do. Whenever you go to say something negative, he gave me a rubber band. Every time you say something negative about yourself or just in general, I want you to pull that rubber band and flick it on yourself. And I was like, okay. And let me tell you something. Within like the first 10 minutes, I would look like a war victim. And you know what? I learned. So I'm not asking you guys to like flick a rubber band and hurt yourselves, but I am asking you guys to be conscious of the words that you speak. Okay? Are you going to do this? And this is again, I'm not asking you to commit to me. I'm not asking you to commit to Alicia, Mike, Mark, anyone. I'm asking you to commit to yourself, because I told you that by the end of the day, my goal is what? My goal is for you to move from this liability category to this asset category, okay? And this is one of the ways that you can do, right? Where focus goes, energy flows. Say that with me. Where focus goes, energy flows. One more time. Where focus goes, energy flows. Okay? So that's what we're doing here today. I'm glad you're committing to yourself. You're ready. Committing to myself. Awesome. That's what I want, because you know what, guys? Literally, and if you've watched any of my Facebook Lives, you know that my goal is for you to be my next success story. But in order for that to happen, we have to go from here to here. Got it? All right. So, who is ready for our next speaker? Okay, but before we bring anyone else to the stage, for the rest of the day, what state are we going to be in when we bring people to the stage? We're going to be in a peak state. Ready? And this is a rule now. So when I'm like, who's ready for it? Y'all better get your butts up and be ready to go. We're going to get into a peak state before we bring Mr. Mark Schoenfeld to the stage. So this is what I need all of you to do right now. I need you all to stand to your feet. Johnny, I
want to see like WrestleMania energy, right?
I want to see
Mark Schoenfeld's coming with his cape. He's like, yeah, that's what I want to see. I'm watching all of you right now.
Okay, so everyone, stand up if you're not already. Let's start on this side. Put your right leg forward. And hold on, let me get my alarm, because I could have you guys doing this all day long, but we won't. Ready? I'm going to set my alarm for 15 seconds, and I'm going to do it with you. So, ready? Get set. Go! Go as fast as you can! 15 seconds, come on now! You owe it to yourself, you owe it to Mark. Let's go! Come on! Faster! Come on! Johnny, you can go faster. Come on now. Don't let me beat you. Okay, woo! Okay, 15 seconds are up. All right. Now what I need you to do is switch to the other side. Put your other foot forward. Put your left foot forward. Hold on, let me take my watch off. Okay, are you guys ready? And by the way, I should not be beating any of you. Okay? This is a race. And Alicia, I want you to tell me who I beat. Okay? Are you ready? Get set. Go! Fast as you can! Go as fast as you can! Come on now! Don't let me beat you!
Georgia's doing great. Georgia, you got this, girl. Derek Powell's doing great. Ariana's getting crazy. Her brother's coming in. Things are happening.
Woo!
Karen's going crazy.
Holy mackerel!
I'm tired just watching.
How do you feel right now? How amazing do you feel? Do you feel your heart beating? Are you in your peak state? Is this even better than that moment that you thought about?
Everybody go like this. If you don't have a pulse, raise your hand.
Okay, awesome.
Okay.
So this is what I need you guys to do. You can all take a seat, get some water. Alicia, since I'm completely out of breath, can you introduce Mark to us?
Is this thing on? Is he on yet? I'm looking to see. Oh, he is! Yay! All right, everybody. Mark Schoenfeld is here, and he's beyond amazing. I hope you guys are ready. Mark tells it how it is. Mark literally, I'll tell you this. I love Mark, and don't let him fool you because he's a little bit like laid back until he actually starts talking, and he is going to floor you. But Mark, I'm so excited to have you here. I want to make sure that you can hear and see and all that good stuff. Where are you?
Allie, can you hear me, Allie?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Nice to talk to you.
Okay.
But guys, you are in for a treat. This is literally one of the biggest connectors in show business. I can tell you, I've been New York and LA for the last 6 years. Obviously, I just had a baby 6 months ago, so no traveling right now. But this man literally is like the Hollywood negotiator. He's one of those power figures that's worked with people like Spielberg and DreamWorks and Disney and Broadway. And, literally, I'll let him tell you his list of accolades, but we're really excited to have you, and we love you. So I'm excited for everybody to meet you. And you know what, Mark? I listen to you every single time. I don't care how long I've known you. These stories that you say, every time I learn something new. And for anybody, this is your very first meeting with Mark, be prepared to be wowed. So let's do it.
Thank you, Allie. Hi, Deneen. Hi, Mike. And hi, everybody here. I see familiar faces. I see unfamiliar faces. So what a pleasure to be here with you. I have some news to tell you about some people you might know. But for those who are unfamiliar to me, let me just do a very quick sort of resume so they know what I did accomplish. So I was a songwriter, producer, and/or an executive for 5 major record labels: Capitol, EMI, Manhattan, Razor and Tie, Motown, and Capitol and EMI joined forces, and also Epic Records. So I was the youngest A&R in the history of the music business until Puffy beat my record. I also, in a period of 3 years, sold 5 movies to Hollywood. And that gave me the nickname, the Pitchman of Hollywood, which Jeffrey Katzenberg, who owned DreamWorks with Steven Spielberg and David Geffen, gave me that name, and it stuck. I had a Broadway musical that landed on Broadway for about 9 to 10 months. However, it became a cult hit, and to this day travels all around the world, is played in high schools, colleges, and huge productions around the world. Hugh Jackman was my partner. Freddie DeMann was my partner. Freddie is the most legendary manager in the history of the music business. We had Madonna, Michael Jackson, Shakira, and before that, Earth, Wind and Fire, the Commodores, goes on and on. I represent just one model, and I had a meeting with Kendall Jenner, who made everything happen for this one model. So that is sort of a quick resume of what I have done in this business. Today, in the business of finding stars, creating stars out of the people that I find. So it's perfect for you guys to hear what I have to say. I'll go into some backstory a little later for those of you who don't know me. And those who are familiar, it's always good to hear it again, because it's at some point in your life when it's not necessarily the first time you hear something, but it could be the 15th time you hear something that it sinks in, and you wake up and you say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to be that. So having said all that, I want to start out with a statement right now. And this is it. In every adult, there is a poet that died young. I'm going to repeat it. In every adult, there is a poet that died young. Now, what does poet mean? It doesn't just mean an actual poet. It means someone in the arts, someone that had a dream. So it means an actor, an actress, a book writer, a script writer, a singer, a musician, a producer, a director, a model. Everyone, every single person has a dream. But that dream died young. One more time. In every adult, there is a poet that died young. Now, who killed that poet? Who killed that dream? You did. You killed it. And it's not what you did that killed that poet. It's what you didn't do that killed that poet. You didn't take risks. There is no reward without risk. You didn't make yourself or your art unique. If you're a model, you don't have to be beautiful. Imperfection is more beautiful than what we think as beautiful. But you have to make yourself unique, or your art, you have to make it unique. You weren't relentless. You weren't monomaniacal. And you just were like a laser beam on this 24/7. You probably let the people that love you the most, your family and or your friends, take you off course. It's too hard. You really don't have what it takes. It's just too difficult. You don't live in the belly of the beast. You're not living in Los Angeles, or you're living in New York City and Nashville. Those people mean well, but they didn't kill that poet. You killed that poet for something they said. You killed that poet. So you didn't take risks. You weren't working on being unique or your art being unique. You weren't relentless. You weren't monomaniacal. You weren't fearless. You must be fearless or you will kill that poet. And what happens when you kill that poet, you will have regrets. You will have regrets when you see someone like you waking up every day, making money in something they love doing. And you will say, that could have been me, but I killed that poet. That's really true. And you didn't invest in yourself. You got to put your own money into yourself. You can't expect that if you're not aggressive and invest in yourself, how would you expect someone else, a stranger, an agent, a manager, a director, to want to invest in you? You didn't invest in yourself. So it's pretty amazing. In every adult, there's a poet that died young. And I'm speaking from experience. I had so many people that loved me, tried to get me to stop what I'm doing at different points. I had a lot of good fortune early on, but I didn't have good fortune later on. And people would try to stop me. I was married at one point, and that girl fell in love with me because of what I was, and then tried to stop me because of what I was. And then she felt terrible when things happened in big ways for me because she wasn't with me. Nice. Revenge is a great motivator too. I mean, I didn't do it out of revenge, but it is a great motivator. So what you have to do is not kill that poet and do all the things I just said. You need to get out of your comfort zone. Remember, I've said this before, every somebody was once a nobody. And I'm going to say this, Everyone who's ever made it in the arts, or let's call it show business, deserves to make it even if I don't like what they do, even if I'm not a fan, even if I don't like their talents, even if I think they're untalented. They deserved it. If they made it, they deserved it. Because I would rather work with someone that has more drive than talent. If someone has tremendous talent but no drive, I don't want to work with them. But if someone has a lot of drive and very little talent, I can work with them because they have a better shot of making it. You need to meet 5 new people every single day. Every day, because you don't know who you're meeting. So I don't care if it's the person on the counter of McDonald's or some guy that's selling you a car. You need to meet 5 new people and tell them who you are, because they might have a distant relative that's big in Hollywood music, and it works that way. It absolutely works that way. It's not hard to meet 5 new people every day. Otherwise, you're staying cocooned in your own friendships and family. How can you get past that? Go out and meet 5 new people every day. You need to have confidence in yourself and investing in yourself, or you'll kill that poet. You got to toot your own horn if you want to play in my band. People who come to me that have a tremendous amount of confidence, I'm attracted to. I don't look at them as most people might. They're egotistical. Their confidence is way beyond their talents. I don't look at it that way. And by the way, neither do most people in positions of power. Confidence is a turn on. It's an absolute turn on. So before I get to repeat some stuff for you guys that might have heard me before, and at least for the new people that I see here, the unfamiliar people, I want to just say something that just sort of happened recently. Oh, and I heard, let me just go with this. I heard Deneen speak about failure. I love failure. There is no way you learn without failure. Failure is profound. You need to get rejected before you get accepted. It's that way. You can't learn without failure. And you know what I say? Fail and fail big. And let me explain what that means. When you have little failures, puny failures, no one knows it. It's sort of invisible. But when you fail big, the next step is success. Failing big is this. One of you have an audition for a lead role or a lead supporting role, not 3 lines or 2 lines in a TV show or movie, but the lead role or a lead supporting role. And you are up against 3 other people and you failed. That meant you failed big. And I will guarantee you the next thing is success. Because everyone will know in those casting, in the casting business, that you were that close. And you could only fail big by failing puny and keep failing. If you're not failing, you're not even trying. You're not even trying to get somewhere. You must fail. So Deneen, Ali, I'm sure Mike, drums it into you guys. It's absolutely right. Failure is success in and of itself because you're trying and you're learning from it. Now, this recently happened, and I think it's worth talking about, Deneen and Ali specifically. I brought a coach on here one time. She did one session. Her name is Asha Meblana. Some of you may have seen her. She is a wonderful girl. She's, I don't know if I should give her age away. Well, let's just say she's 40 plus. And she is a famous rock violinist. very famous in that field. So if you need a rock violinist on the Today Show, you know, Jimmy Fallon or whatever, they call her. That's who they call. And she's the rock violinist for Trans-Siberian Orchestra and many other gigs. You know, I think she played with Michael Jackson, with just many things. And she called me up and created a reality show. And the reality show that she created was about her struggle to have a baby. She's not married. She doesn't have a boyfriend that she feels she's in love with, but she wants a baby. And she has documented everything she has gone through to have a baby. And I knew nothing about, I mean, I was just ignorant, you know. And I watched what she did, and it was heartbreaking. She documented and filmed every single thing she went through. Don't ask me what they were, because they all have names of infertility and this and that. Don't ask me, you know, a lot to do with insemination and it just surrogates and all this stuff. And she called me up. And remember, she's famous in her field, but being famous in one field doesn't mean someone else in another field gives a shit about you, okay? So she called me up and she asked for help. She asked for guidance. I know her because I discovered her best friend, Jody Katz, who has been on here many times. And Jody is in that particular band, Trans-Siberian Orchestra, with her. And that's how I know Asha Mevlana. And you can look her up. You can go on YouTube and see her reels and see how she plays with everyone and all of it. She plays the violin and all of it. So I said, sure, send it to me and I'll see what I can do. I decided, because no one would ever that knows me would picture that I would give one crap about a reality show, okay? I hate them, including all the song reality shows, American Idol, The Voice, all that stuff. And that I really am, at this age, gonna care about, you know, babies and fertility and stuff like that. I mean, you know, just not in my wheelhouse. But what she did affected me. And I want her to succeed. So I decided to really do a deep dive, to use some of the jargon that's used today, and really help her. And what I did was told her that we need to move the story forward. So we need to have text besides the images, the videos that she took of herself going through this horrendous process. And she shows how sad or depressed, really not sad, but depressed she became, sick. She shows all that. She doesn't hide anything, but there was no story to it. So I said, we need to put this text in that moves the story forward. So it's different text than the scenes, text than the scenes, and we need to put music in. And though we don't have rights to this music, I'm gonna put the music in of very famous songs, because it's just a demo of what a reality show can be like. Because it would also have sperm donors, their story, and surrogates, their story, and doctors, their story. So I put music in, like, you know, Be My Baby, if you guys know that from the Ronettes, you know, Baby Love, My Baby Love, you know, the Supremes, and every different mood I put this music in. And it started, and with the text and with this, it became so powerful that I said to her, Asha, you're gonna win. This is going to happen. And then I called up, and I have 4 appointments for her with the biggest people in reality television, 1 in New York and 3 in Los Angeles. So she has to go to those places. And one of them is Mark Burnett. And Mark Burnett, you know, did The Apprentice and Survivor and The Voice, and he's a huge guy in that. But others too. Bravo, just all different, 4 different ones. And she said, as I told you, I'm known, or was known, as the pitch man of Hollywood. Would I go in there with her and pitch it? And I said, no, only for the reason that I'm not willing to travel because of the pandemic, because of my own, you know, medical problems, even though I'm double vaxxed. So I said, your best friend should do it, Jody. So then Jody is now gonna go with her and pitch all these 4 people. And she's gonna get a deal. She's gonna get a green light. By the way, all the times that I said I had those record deals as an executive or a producer, those movie deals, my partner, Hugh Jackman, Freddie, I never met anyone who couldn't write the check. I kept that to, that's the way I operated. I'm not meeting anybody, because if you meet someone that can't write the check, you're never gonna get the yes or no. I need the yes or no to move forward. I'm not expecting you guys to do that, but that's the way I operated. So I'm just being sincere. So that is happening for her. She is no different than you. It doesn't matter that she's a famous rock violinist. It doesn't matter. She would be in these cubicles that I'm watching right now. She is no different than you. She didn't know anything about a reality show. She knew nothing. She did something. It affected me. She asked for my help. I make no money on this. There's credits at the end. My name isn't there. If she becomes successful and she wants to throw me a bone, that's her business. I'll never ask. I did it out of the goodness of my heart. I did it because she was bold. She called me up and asked me. She had something raw and great. And I wanted to keep it raw. I didn't want to make it slick, like this is the first episode. And the reason is, and you can learn from this, if you make it slick, in this case, like a first episode, then no one can piss on your project. And you want people to piss on your project the way a dog marks its territory. You want someone to say, I can make this better, Asha. Let's work together, and let that person be Mark Burnett. Now it's going to happen because he can piss on her project like a dog mark. It becomes his project too. And that's the reason I take my name off of it. So it feels like she did everything, even though I contributed to it. There's no reason that people have to know it. And most of the stuff that you watch and that you listen to, other people are contributing, but you don't know it. Because I'm not the only nice guy in the game. There's other nice guys and girls in the game too, that just do things for the right reason. And because of my career, there truly is nobody that I cannot get to in Hollywood or the music business or the modeling business. As I told you, I got to Kendall Jenner. I knew nothing about the modeling business, but I knew she would help, but I knew someone who knew her. I don't know Mark Burnett. I don't know the people that, the other 3 people that I called, but I called people who did, right? And if I had to, I would have called up Freddie the Man, or my former partner, or Jeffrey Katzenberg. I would have done that for her because she won me over. She didn't win me over because she's a lovely girl, lovely woman, though that counts, having a lovely attitude, but that's not what won me over. She won me over because she put the work in. She invested in herself. She was bold. She called me up and asked me to help her. She knew I could say, Asha, I can't. It's just not my thing, girl. Fertility, surrogate, sperm, eggs. Just not my thing, girl. I understand, you know, but I didn't do that. Part of the reason is it was great, but the other part of the reason is for everything I just said. She was bold. She invested in herself. She's taking risks. She's fearless. She made it unique. She's monomaniacal. That's part of the whole thing. And if you guys get anything out of me, that's so important. How do you not invest in yourself? How do you not take risks? There's no reward without risk. Whoever makes it deserves to make it, even if they were rich and paid their way in. Even if they were rich, they deserve it. They paid their way in. They were born rich. The parents gave them their money. They deserve it. They paid for it. They paid for this. They deserved it. And this sounds terrible, but in the Me Too movement, but the people who traded sex for career, and you could figure out who they are, you probably heard all the stories, and where there's smoke, there's fire. And I know where all the bodies are buried, so I can't tell you everything, but they deserved it. They deserved it. That's what they wanted to trade. That's their moral compass, male or female. They deserved it. And then there's people like me who say, I am telling you, when I was happening in Hollywood or in the music, I was the most unique person that you have ever met. When I walked into a room and pitched a project, a song, an album, and today an artist, like you've seen me bring on some people here like Jasmine Hunter and stuff like that, no one could beat me. But that's not how I was born. Made myself that way. And you guys can make yourself that way in whatever lane you're going into. You have to be fearless. So remember, you need to get rejected before you get accepted. Getting accepted like this is winning a lottery ticket. How many people win lottery tickets? Getting accepted like this is you put something on TikTok or YouTube or whatever you do, and it goes viral. You did nothing to deserve it. It's mediocre, but you got 10 million followers and Hollywood is calling and you're making 5 million a year. You deserved it. You were lucky, you deserved it. Whoever made it deserved it. Trust me, most things that in music today, I don't like. I'm no fan of Katy Perry, but she deserved it. Whatever she did, she deserved it. So a lot to learn here, a lot to absorb. In every adult, there's a poet that died young, and you killed that poet, not because of something you did, but because of what you didn't do. So now let me speak a little bit to, and you guys that are familiar, you've heard some of this, but let me speak to I see so many unfamiliar faces that don't really know my backstory. Let me speak to it again. And as I said, sometimes you have to hear something 10 times, 15 times before something in there seeps into your soul. I'll start with this. I was raised in the Bronx in an all-Black neighborhood. And I would go into the Black churches to hear that music. I'm a Jewish boy, and my parents were not happy. They were the furthest thing from prejudice, but they would prefer that I went to the synagogue, the Jewish school. And I had to calm them down as a young adolescent to say, it has nothing to do with religion. I don't practice the Jewish religion, and I'm certainly not practicing another religion, in this case, Christianity. It's all about the music and an attitude. The difference in the attitude in that Black church as to a Jewish synagogue was, the Jewish synagogue, you want to take a knife and kill yourself. That's how I felt. So I was highly influenced by that culture. And I became great at writing what we called back then Black music, which was soul music, which was gospel, but instead of speaking about the Lord, we're speaking about love, or we're speaking about, breaking up, or that kind of stuff. And I noticed something along my way, that having an easy life, which, you don't have in the projects. I grew up in the Edenwald projects in the Bronx. It was the worst projects in America, and it still is today. And then we moved to the Eastchester projects, which was very integrated projects with Jewish, Italian, Irish, Blacks, and Puerto Ricans. And I could tell you that in show business, having an easy life, ease is a greater obstacle to success than hardship. So those of you who say, I have no money to do the right thing, I have no money to invest, I have no money to, record, I have whatever that is, the ones that do very rarely make it. You have to, the ones that have an easy life, that are super rich, can buy their way in, but not just the rich. So ease is a greater obstacle to success than hardship. Almost everyone that really makes it in this game come from hardship. Whether it's James Brown, Otis Redding, and all those soul people, all of Motown, including the owner Barry Gordy, but all the Motown acts, the Beatles, Bruce Springsteen, Madonna. I'm using music as an, but it's with everything. It's the fact that they don't have it and want it so bad that beats the people who do have it, unless they're the super rich. That really is the way it is. So remember that. Anyway, let me go back. So I grew up in that environment, and I became, I was, people have called me big names like genius. I've met geniuses in the arts. I am not a genius in the arts. I am not. I felt I was talented, but I felt so many of my community was talented. Remember, I'm in a Black community. They're talented. I mean, basketball is free. Golf isn't. So they're on the courts every day playing basketball. They're going to get proficient at it. Creating music is free. Get a guitar, a drum, whatever, it's free. So they became great at it, and I became great at it, but I'm not a genius. And one day I'm in junior high school, and I am absolutely an invisible kid in junior high school. I am not good at school. I am not smart at school. I think it's because they started me too early, and I was too immature, and I never caught up academically. And one day in junior high school in the 9th grade, it was 7, 8, and 9 back then, what you call middle school today, a new girl comes to class, and I'm obsessed with her. I'm infatuated with her. And she is Black and Puerto Rican. And she immediately attracts all the guys that are popular. And that's not me. And she's in every one of my classes, and she always has her hands up. She's smart, and everything about her. I loved watching her in the halls where her hair was bouncing, and I eavesdropped on her in the lunchroom with her girlfriends, and I loved the way she talked, and I was crazy about her. And I didn't know what, I used to go home, and I never had a girlfriend, so I was never kissed. I'd go home, practice kissing her as if my pillow was her. And one day I decided I'm going to write a song for her. And I had the chutzpah, I had the balls, and to you girls, what I call ovaries of steel. And I carried my guitar to school like a nerd without a case. And I tapped her on the shoulder, and I asked her if I can sing her a song that I just wrote. And trust me, I cannot sing. And I played 4 chords at the most, usually 3, and sometimes only 1, E minor, and wrote everything in like this E minor chord. And I never, of course, took a lesson. And I played her this song called, I was invisible to us. The song was called, If I Were You, I Wouldn't Want to Know Me Too. And when I was done, and it's basically explaining, you're with all the cool guys and tough guys, and I could understand why you don't want to be with me. I had no idea what that would do to this girl. She took the guitar from me. We were sitting on a stoop, and she gave me my first kiss. And to this day, that kiss, with everything that I've gone through in life, is the most monumental thing that ever happened to me. She became my girlfriend all the way through graduation of high school. So this know-nothing, invisible nerd had the most popular, sweet, beautiful girl as his girlfriend. But that kiss was so innocent, so beautifully innocent. But what it did to me is it gave me confidence. For the first time in my life, I had confidence. I walked differently. I talked differently. The only thing that didn't happen was that my grades went up. And she tried to make my grades go up. So another thing that happened when I was a senior in high school is there was an ad in the New York Times that my mother shows me, and it says, this famous writer in the Brill Building in New York, which is all the famous songwriters, Carole King, Neil Diamond, back in the day. This famous writer who had these hits on radio. One was called Black Pearl, Pretty Little Girl, about a black girl. One was called This Diamond Ring Doesn't Mean What It Used to Mean, whatever. And one was another song with Blood, Sweat, and Tears, a famous group. He wanted a co-writer, and he wanted to hire and find an unknown writer, songwriter. I went down there because my mother thinks I should. I was nervous, but not as nervous as if I didn't have that kiss and that girlfriend. And I stood online. And as I got closer, I could hear the people in the room. The line went around the block, but as I got closer into the building, and I could hear that they play the guitar great, they finger pick, they play progressions, a bunch of chords, and I play 2, 3, 4, and they sing good. And by the way, there was no girls back then with guitars. It was just only guys. And I stayed on that line, even though I wanted to walk off. Very important that you know that. I stayed on that line. And I get in there, and the guy's name was Erwin Levine. He was only 8 or 9 years older than me, and I was 17. And he said, "You have an original song?" I said, "Yes." He says, "Play it for me." Now, I noticed that no one finished their songs. He would stop them a minute in, or a minute and a half in, and say, "Thank you very much." And that was it. So he says, "What's the name of it?" I said, "It's called Canada." He says, "Okay, play it for me." I play it for him. As I'm playing it, singing it, I realize he's not kicking me out. I'm going to finish this song. And when I finish this song, he says, "I love it. Oh my God, I love it. I love it." He says, "But can't make money on a song like that," because the song was about that I am going to go to Canada rather than go to the Vietnam War. But it was very honest. It said, if you attacked my mother, I'm not scared of killing. I can kill you. But I just don't want to be killed. So I'm not going to war. So it wasn't like I'm a pacifist that I don't want to go to war and kill these unknown people, that the Vietnamese that I don't know. It was that, no, I can kill. You attack my mother, I'll kill you. But so it was really honest. And he said, "You have another one?" I said, "Yes." "What is it called?" "Canada." He says, "What's this? You just played it for me." It's a different song. I had more to say. I play it for him. He acts the same way. By the way, the girl, when I finished playing, said, "Oh my," and she didn't use "Oh my God," OMG back then. But the attitude was, "Oh, you're going to be rich and famous," when she gave me that kiss. So he said, "I want you to write me this." And he puts on a record, and it's Happy Together by the Turtles, and went, "Imagine me and you, I do, it's that." I said, "Okay." He says, "Go in that room and write me one of these." I said, "Well, I don't really like that. It's not what I'm doing," because at the time I'm writing these protest songs with a black vibe, with a funky black vibe. So anyway, he sends me in there. There's a piano in there if I wanted it, and bring my guitar. And he's going to go and audition all these other guys. And all I did was take that song and invert the chords and put new lyric to it. And I wrote a song called Summer Snow. A magical lantern, a lucky stone have lost their powers. I'm all alone, like summer snow, you never came. Like summer snow, it's a wishing game. He goes, "It's a hit. We're getting it to the Turtles." And he hires me. And now I am working with a famous songwriter in the most famous music building in New York City. And I'm in high school, and I'm 17 years old. And so guess what? I have the most popular girl, and I'm in the music business, and I'm 17. My gait is different. My attitude is different. I don't lift weights like everyone else, and my grades don't go up. But you would think that everything was great because of that. And but I didn't like having a boss. And it was the first boss I ever had. My mother did everything for me. I never once used a vacuum cleaner. I never used the stove. I never turned on a light on the stove. My mother just did everything because she loved me so much. She didn't want me to do anything. And so to have a boss was different. And I quit. And no one could believe that. But then I networked while I was there. And I saw there were people more powerful than him. And one of those people was a head of Epic Records named Ron Alexenberg. And I went to his house, hopped over a gate, knocked on his door. He told me to get lost. As I'm walking away, I'm saying, but you're going to want to know me. He said, all right, come in. That's all it took. But you're going to want to know me. But now let's think about this. He brings me down to his basement, which is a shrine to himself. He had Michael Jackson at the time, convinced Michael Jackson to leave Motown to go to Epic, which was, you know, Thriller and Bad and all of those. What did it take for me to go to that school in junior high school and do that? I was bold. Fortune favors the bold. To all you new people, if you leave with nothing from me, remember that. Fortune favors the bold. So then I go and I audition, and all these guys are better than me, and there's hundreds of them. Fortune favors the bold. I didn't let that stop me. I wanted to leave that line, but I didn't let it stop me. Then I go to Ron's house and become his A&R guy. Fortune favors the bold. If nothing else, I say it all the time. I say it to my friends' children. It's everything. I'd rather have, and girls, I'm going to use ovaries of steel. I would rather have balls of steel or ovaries of steel than a big brain. Unless my big brain was like Mark Zuckerberg's and I could have created, or Steve Jobs and could have created that kind of stuff, which I couldn't, or become a brain surgeon, which I couldn't. I'm no different than any one of you. I was bold. That may be the only difference. So I stayed in that world for a long time. And then I decided to get in the movie business. And I wrote a movie. But I didn't, like if you guys are writing movies, I'm going to tell you you need to get the app Final Draft. But back then, that didn't exist. Apps didn't exist. And I sort of wrote this movie called Brooklyn. It's not really about Brooklyn. It's about a girl named Brooklyn. By the way, which became a Broadway show, and then more children were born with the name Brooklyn because of all the publicity I had, mostly girls. It became a hot name. And they gave the New York Post and the Daily News gave me all the credit for it. So I wrote this and I went to Hollywood, but I went to the library first and I was microfiche. And I looked up, where do the powerful people in Hollywood, where do they stay? Where do they hang out? I found out the restaurants and I found out the hotels. And I found out that Warren Beatty and Clint Eastwood live in this hotel, even though they both have homes in Bel Air and around the world, but they live in this hotel. They'd rather live in this hotel than live with their wife and their children in their $30 million home 2 blocks away. And I went to that hotel and I had some money, investment money, and I bargained my way of staying in the hotel. Now, I don't remember what that hotel cost, but let's say it cost $500, $600 a night. I went in there and I said, okay, I want to have a room and all that. And then I said to the manager, well, what if I stay a week? Can I get a cheaper rate? He says, no. I said, if I stay a month? He says, let me call the manager. So the manager comes down. This was the hotel clerk. And I say, what if I stay a month? He says, well, I'll give it to you this rate. I said, what if I stay 3 months? I'll give it to you this rate. I said, okay, I'm going to take that. Then I pretend like I'm thinking, well, what if I stay 6 months and give you all the money up front? So if I leave, you keep it. If I leave in a month, you keep all the money. He said, well, I'll give it to you for $100 a night. So let's say this was $500 a night. I'm getting it for $100 a night, $3,000 a month, $18,000. I'm living there. I go to Sunset Boulevard and I make business cards, and the business cards say that I'm living and my office is in this hotel, which was called the Bellage Hotel. And that already gives me complete credibility. Any one of you could have done that if you thought that way. Now, a lot of that thinking comes from being a street kid in the Bronx, but you can acquire it. You can acquire those balls. You can acquire those ovaries of steel. And now I'm living in that hotel. And I go to the maitre d', who's world famous, named Dimitri. And I forgot if I had $100 or $500 in the palm of my hands, but I asked him to play this CD and I shake his hand. And I said, if anyone comes over, he ran a 5-star Russian restaurant and also a little bar there. And I'm going to be in this little bar in the corner. And I shake his hand and there's money in it. So I'm greasing his palm. Now I learned all that from the record business. Grease the palm, money talks. So he does it. And the same night that I arrived at that hotel, a guy comes over to me, wants to know what that music is. I said, it's part of a movie. And he said, can I read the script? I said, no. I said, but if you want, if you come up to my hotel room, I'll tell you the story, because I have 20 songs in this movie. It wasn't a musical. It was a music-driven movie. It was about musicians. It was about singers. And he thought I was coming on to him. He thought I was gay and he wanted him up my hotel room, and I had to convince him that's just not the way it is. That's not who I am. And he comes up and I tell him the story and he says, that's the greatest pitch I've ever heard. Now that's the first time I ever heard the word pitch. I never heard it before. And by the way, I've never pitched it before. I just knew that looking at this guy, he's not going to read this crap that I wrote. I just felt it. So that's what I did. He says, I'm calling up the head of Orion Pictures. I can't be there. He'll call you tomorrow. You'll go in, do it for him. That happened. I get a call from the secretary of the president of Orion Pictures. They call me in. I quote unquote pitch it to him. He says, I want to buy it. Can I read the script? I remember he said, it's not War and Peace, which is like some famous book, I think by Victor Hugo, who wrote Les Miserables, if I'm not mistaken. It's not War and Peace, but I like it. You know, like a sort of an insult, but it wasn't an insult because all I wanted to do was, and by the way, my whole career in music, they didn't give one shit about it in Hollywood. So I said, no, I don't have a script. You just buy what you saw. He said, how can I buy it? I said, you videotape me. Now think of the, again, fortune favors the bold. No one would say that to this big guy. No one would do that. He said, well, okay, we'll do that. And they videotape me and they buy it. That's one day in Hollywood. Now, hopefully you guys would have loved my pitch and loved the story and loved all the music. But I'm swearing to you, it was that I was bold. There's something about being bold that there's sexual magnetism with that. They like you. They like you. I can go on with this, but I'm going to switch a little bit now and talk about Jody Katz, who was a coach on here. I'm sure will come back to being a coach. She's so busy. She's so successful. I discovered her in high school, and I was giving a speech to her assembly, and I said, sort of, fortune favors the bold and be ready when opportunity knocks. And she said, I feel opportunity is knocking, to herself, and raises her hand and says, Mr. Schoenfeld, can I sing for you? Come on up. She comes up on stage. It's like, I don't know, 1,600 people in the audience. And she's this close to me. And she's singing a cappella and she knocks me out. And I said to the teacher, can I take her in a private room and put her through the ringer? But I need an adult to come in the room with me. Because, you know, you got to be careful. And She says, why don't you put her through the ringer in front of the whole class? I did. I stood in the back. She was on stage and I said, you're not going to fail. If you can't do it, you can't do it. And I started telling her what to do. And also I'm seeing her from a distance. She's this close to me. I'm not looking at her body up and down, but don't forget, I'm in the star making business. I have to look at your body up and down. If I see that you could possibly be a pop dance star, then there's a way a pop dance star has to sort of look, you know? So I need to look you up and down, which I'm not going to do in front of a whole group and embarrass anybody. But that far away, I can see it. And I said, oh, this girl is like a Britney Spears that can sing, but she's like that. And she's only 17. I go back on stage, I call my partner, Freddie DeMann. That's Madonna, we have Madonna, Michael Jackson, Shakira, Earth, Wind and Fire back in the day, Commodores. And I leave a message for him. I found a star. The next day, I asked the teacher, I want to meet Jody with her parents, the teacher, the principal. I want to pull her out of school. Absolutely not. She's going to college and all that. I said, Jody, in front of the principal, Jody, do you want to be rich? And by the way, Jody is poor, really poor. And I said, her job was scooping ice cream part-time at Dairy Queen. I said, Jody, you want to be rich or you want to go to college? Because if you want to be rich, go with me. If you want to go to college, you know, be a principal. And I interview her in front of everyone. And I said, Jody, do you take drugs? Take grass? You mean weed? Yeah, a little bit. You drink? Yeah, a little bit. You take other drugs? No, not really. Are you promiscuous? I don't know what that means. You know, a lot of boys. Boys like me. She says, but now I have a boyfriend and we're going to get married and we're going to have kids. And she's going on like that. I'm in love. I said, Jody, you just failed. If you can kick everything to the curb, because I raised 2 kids on my own with no woman from the time they're 4 years old. I can't go through that again. I just can't do it. If you want me to change your destiny, you call me up. And you say, change my destiny. And that will mean I'm not doing any of that stuff anymore. None of it. And I'm going to be monomaniacal and do what you say to do. It took a week. I get a phone call. Mark, change my destiny. I refuse to live the life of my parents. Our parents are wonderful, but they were dirt poor. Just all because of bad luck. Just bad luck. That happens to people. You can't point your finger at people just because they're poor. There's bad luck involved too. And I met her in a Chinese restaurant. And I said, Jody, give me a list of everyone you've ever met in your life. You're only 17 years old. There can't be that many people. And a week goes by, we meet again, and she has a list, and it's just on one sheet of paper, like this side. I said, no, where's your, do you have a dentist, a doctor, a hygienist, a doctor's nurse, a receptionist? Where do you work? Dairy Queen? Who's the manager? Who owns the franchise? Is it a franchise? What does your mother do? What does she do for fun? She plays bingo. Does she have bingo friends? Everyone you ever met in your life. And then you're going to ask them all for $1,000. She went nuts. Like crazy. She comes back. It's a loosely filled with names. I said, go to everyone asking for $1,000. You're crazy, Mark. You're crazy. I said, ask them for 1,000. When they say they can't do it, ask for 100. They'll do 100 to invest in you to have a career. And when they give you the 100, say, can you find 9 other people in your circle that can each give 100? Now it goes a little further. And then I, of course, introduced her to bigger money people. But she raised $150,000. So a girl that never once ate in a restaurant except Dairy Queen where she worked, so she got free food, never once ate in a restaurant in all her 17 years, now has $150,000 in the bank. She only needed about 10 because it was bringing her to Beverly Hills, working with her, and then auditioning her and introducing her to people that I know. She only needed 10, but I didn't tell her that. Now she has $150,000. If she can do it, you can do it. She's been on this, and she would say that Mark made me a businesswoman. She's an artist entrepreneur. And guys, that's what you have to be. You're not just an artist. You are an artist entrepreneur. You must invest in yourself as if you're opening up a store or opening up a service business or opening up a practice if you're a doctor. You must and convince people to invest in you. You don't need that much, because when you're ready to go to New York or Nashville or Beverly Hills, and I'm living like where my place is in Beverly Hills, you know, you want to come see me and pitch me. I'm family with VIP. You're my family. I want to help you. So there's one more story, really quick. And this has to do with one of you guys. This is new. So I can pronounce, Alish, Ali, or Deneen can help me, Cody.
We just call him Cody for short.
Okay. So Cody has been on here and heard me numerous times and is very complimentary. And he has sort of auditioned for me too. But recently, when I had Jasmine Hunter on, a girl that I discovered as a guest of mine on an intensive, he spoke to me more than auditioning. And his language skills were beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And his thought process was beautiful. And here I am, and he is trying to help Jasmine, who has a song called BX Girl or Bronx Girl. And Cody works as the executive assistant to the head of the community TV station in the Bronx called Bronx Net. And the song is an homage. Please, if any of you are conservative or Republican, please get it out of the way. It means that I'm a marketer, I'm a promoter, I'm a creator. So forget all that politics. But the song is an homage to AOC, the congresswoman, the Puerto Rican congresswoman from the Bronx. And Cody says, Mark, my boss knows AOC. So with all my Hollywood connections, here's an unknown guy with beautiful language skills that I just realized because there was a deeper, longer conversation. And he's trying to help her. It doesn't, to me, I'm helping her. I don't make any money doing anything for anyone. I don't take any money from it or anything like that. And I explained to him, Cody, if what you do works for Jasmine, for that particular, because Jasmine has TV shows and other things that she has going. But if that works with AOC, then you naturally and VIP by extension become producers of Bronx Girl. You share the wealth. When I did an intensive, if you guys are songwriting and there's 4 people in a room and 3 people contribute and 1 did not, still have to share the wealth with that person, because if you're in the room, you're part of it. You change the molecules in the room by just being in the room. Someone might have thought of an idea just because you're in the room, so you can't quantify it, so you have to share it. So I said, Cody, that's what will happen to you. But then I realized because of his language skills, I have a private conversation with him. And I tell Deneen, because I and Ali, because I am with VIP Ignite. So I want to let them know that I'm having this private conversation, which I normally don't. But I see an avenue for Cody, which is to become an executive at a movie studio or production company in Hollywood. Like Imagine with Ron Howard and Brian Grazer, like that. They are going to want him. because his presence, his Nigerian background, it's in Hollywood today to hire people of color, to hire immigrants. That's an opportunity. You go for it. If it's in your favor, you go for it. He's 6'4". He is an artist and his language skills are great. He's going to get hired because of my connections. If he wants, and I was telling him, you could still be on the other lane. You're just going to have more contacts on that lane. So he's very excited.
Oh, awesome. That's that.
And that's what happens with this. This is networking. Yeah. Guys, I'm not the only coach on here. Every coach you're networking with, every coach you have the ability to showcase yourself with, whoever they are. I don't know most of the coaches on here. I don't know them. But whoever they are, they have connections. I have more connections than anybody. I'm always at least 1 degree away from the biggest. But I have to go with them, with someone that I feel has confidence to win and can't embarrass me. And that's why I'm telling you the story of Cody. And Allie, Mike, Deneen, make Cody do the right thing, because it is the right thing.
We are. So how awesome is that? So this morning, Mark, I don't know if you were listening, but we were talking about the difference between being an asset and a liability. And I love that, because for everyone who's listening, Mark will know the answer to this. You all should too. Would you say that Cody came in as an asset or a liability? Like, how awesome is that? And like, you know what? Cody started working with us, and now he had the opportunity to meet Mark, and now his like everything is like taking off for him because he came in. And if we look back at our asset and our liability chart, he was an asset. So guys, this is exactly what we are doing. This is what today is all about. Okay. And Mark, thank you so much for sharing your story with us. Like, such a tremendous story. And if you guys can't tell, Mark wears his heart on his sleeve, and he truly, his goal, as well as mine, Alicia's, Mike's, is to take you from that liability column over to that asset column. So Mark, thank you so much for being here today.
My pleasure. And Deneen, Allie, Mike, you know, Cody, it's going, if he wants this, it's going to happen. Yeah. And there's a lot of power in being an executive. Like, you know, I am sure that Mike at one point thought, I could have Cody work for me, because he just has that presence.
Yeah, he really does. He's amazing.
And that's what stuck out. Now, he didn't know it.
Yeah.
He didn't know it. It takes someone like me to know it.
Exactly.
Or Mike or Allie or Deneen, you know.
Yeah, that's why you guys need people in your life that are mentors, because a mentor's job is to see something in you that you can't yet see. And that's what Mark did for Cody. So how amazing is that? If you guys are inspired right now, well, show us.
I'm inspired,
Mark, thank you so much.
That's great.
It's amazing.
So much. I love that story, man. I'm gonna have to text Cody after this and say, really? You didn't text me? That's always my biggest problem. But Mark, thank you so much. Now,
awesome.
Oh, Allie, one thing. How bold was he? How great was this? He's telling me, Mark Schoenfeld, I can help Jasmine. How I loved that.
Balls, sir. Balls.
Yes.
Ball.
Yes.
Awesome. And that's what it's all about. It's not like, you know, and I always tell people, I mean, Tanya Kleckner is about to come on, guys, and she's a top agent. You know, this isn't about like, oh, I need an agent, I want to be famous. Like, you got to come ready. And that's what so many people aren't doing. They're not developed, or they just think it's all about them. And it's not about you. I can tell you right now, really quick, every single time Mike and I go to LA, every single person there goes, well, how can I help you? And I'm like, oh shit, like, wait, what do you mean? Because I'm so used to saying, hey, I need a favor. And they're always like, what can I do to help you?
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's so important for you to serve. You got it?
Fortune favors the bold.
Fortune favors the bold. Right.
And in every adult, there's a poet that died young, and you killed him by not doing what you need to do.
True. Very true.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Mark. We really appreciate you being
Hi,
here.
guys.
All right, guys. So we have Tanya Kleckner, who's one of the biggest agents in LA, who is up next. But before she gets on, what do we have to do? we have to get in a peak state because we're not going to welcome Tanya here by being like, oh my God, that was so amazing. So this is what I need you to do right now. Oh, let's see. I need you all to
30 seconds to get amazing really fast.
You have to stand up to your feet right now. Are you guys ready? We're going to do 15 seconds on one side, 15 seconds on the other, and then Alicia's going to introduce Tanya. Are you ready?
Doing 15 seconds each way because Tanya's busy. Tanya is a top agent. Tanya's not playing. Time is money. You got it?
Let's get into a peak state for Tanya, then she's ready. Are you guys ready? Everyone stand to your feet. Ready, get set, go as fast as you can. Come on now, guys. Get yourself into a peak state. Come on. You want to make your brain ready to listen to hear everything Tanya has to say. Let's go.
Every single person.
Oh, come on, guys.
I got an agent.
Awesome. Good job. Okay. All right. How do you guys feel? Do you feel more energized? Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to hear?
Tanya's ready. Tanya is ready.
Tanya is like, thank God to need to be the running man. Okay, everyone, sit down, take a sip of water, and we are going to introduce you to Tanya Kleckner.
All right, so Tanya Kleckner is on. She's coming to you live from Los Angeles, California. Tanya, for those of you guys that don't know, Tanya is extremely blunt, which I so appreciate. Every single person emails me going, is this real? I need an agent. I'm looking to be a star. Okay, hi. She manages some of the biggest names in Hollywood. But guys, before you say, Tanya, can you work with me? Tanya, can you sign me? I don't even want to give away too much because when Tanya speaks, I listen. I literally am here with my pen and paper to take notes because Tanya is a force to be reckoned with. Now, not only is Tanya the director of TV and film at HRI, she literally has stars on AMC's The Walking Dead and like some of the biggest TV shows out there. Tanya also has an extensive background in music. So I don't want to give away too much because she's beyond amazing. Tanya, are you here?
I'm here. Hello.
Hi, Tanya. Hi, Tanya. All right, Tanya, I didn't want to give away too much of your bio because I know you're going to go through it. So you got the floor. And I'm sorry that I made you wait. You know I love you. And that's it. Let's do it.
Hi, everyone. I'm Tanya Kleckner with HRI. I'm from, you can tell by my accent, I'm from England. I've been an agent for well over 25 years. I grew up in, I grew up in the music industry. My dad was a very big musician, playing with the likes of Nina Simone and Jimi Hendrix, who was actually the first British group that were found. He was found by Frank Sinatra, and he was brought over to Caesar's Palace to play with Frank Sinatra. They were the first British band ever to play at Caesar's Palace in Vegas, actually, which is quite exciting. Anyhow, I kind of grew up in that world, and then as I became older, I wanted to move to LA, and I enjoyed the entertainment world, and landed a job at a very big corporate agency, and started on the front desk. Became an assistant to the two big partners who had big A-list celebrities, and worked my way up the ladder until I became junior agent, and then eventually had the corner office, and I was there for well over 10 years and moved around the big corporate world. And then I eventually ended up at HRI Talent because I kind of enjoyed being close to my clients, kind of enjoyed the managerial side of things. When you're in a corporate agency, you have about 1,500 to 2,000 clients. So it's more like a conveyor belt. You have the talent, and you're basically just churning out auditions, doing one contract after another contract. Everything's through the union, which is the Screen Actors Guild. But I missed the closeness I could have with the clients. I missed kind of the journey that we would take together with a client. So I kind of went into the boutique world, where I could actually have fewer clients. And now I only have about 80, I think it's about 80 to 90 clients, so obviously it's a lot less. So I can still have the rights to negotiate because I am a SAG franchise agent, which means I'm licensed with the guild, with the union. But I can also have the closeness with my clients, so we can kind of see what's going on with their career. I can guide them with their career, and also kind of, it's more kind of a close team, and I do work well with managers as well. So that's kind of how I work with my clients. I've been with HRI, as I said, I've been there for 10 years. I primarily handle I do have a few kids. We do have a kids department. Michelle Henderson handles the majority of the kids there, but I do, like I said, have a handful of kids, and I've actually done very well. I have a kid that recurs on Henry Danger. I actually just did a Nickelodeon holding deal for another one of my clients, where the network, I actually found a 16-year-old actually at a showcase, and kind of sent her around on auditions, had to do general meetings with a lot of networks, and then one network loved her so much they wanted to hold her so she couldn't work for any other network, and they actually pay you quite a bit of money to do that, and now they're going to develop a series around her. And then I have other clients that I work with right now. I've developed many. I have another client called Michael Bailing, who's on a TV series called All American for the CW, and now that's also gone over to Netflix. And we're in season 3 right now, and that's also going to go into season 4. I have a series regular also on NCIS New Orleans. I have another series regular on a show called Power Ghost, which that shoots in New York. I'm also I have a lead in Shazam, and they're also now doing Shazam 2 with Helen Mirren, which is exciting. And I have other series regulars. It's going out of my head. I also just so you know, I had a test deal. I don't know whether anyone watches the show Insecure with Issa Rae. Issa Rae's doing a new series that I just did a test deal for my client because she's doing another series for HBO Max. So it's now going to come down to my client and 3 other actresses where they test these clients for the lead, and that would shoot in Miami in August. And these are clients that I do develop. I enjoy developing actors to hopefully have them on TV shows. For me as an agent, this is a business for me. I'm a businesswoman. I'm a saleswoman. So what I do is I find people like at events where they audition for me. Casting directors send actors to me. Managers send actors to me. I see how you audition. I want to make sure that you're training. I've been in the business, as I said, over 25 years. So the casting directors really trust me to send them well-trained actors that would do well on set. Again, this is a business for them. This is a business for the producers. This is a business for the network, business for the studios. We want to make sure that you're well-trained enough that when they hire you, that you're going to be able to handle the pressure on set. Again, that's where training comes into play. So if I see somebody that does not have a resume, you can be a great actor, but when you get hired on set, they want to make sure that you have enough training that when that producer says, okay, you know what, we've changed up the scene, go back to your trailer, you've got half an hour to memorize the new scene. Now, if you don't have the training, you're not going to be able to do that. So they're going to get the next actor that has enough training that they know that's going to be able to handle the pressure on set. Okay, so that's why training is very, very important to me. If you do not have a resume, you have to have the training. That's the first thing I'm going to look at. So it's really important. So if I meet an actor that I find in a showcase is a really good actor, they come to me, which has happened many times, and they say to me, I can't afford training right now. I'm not going to take you on. So you have to also understand that this is an investment. I'm not going to make money until you make money. I take 10% of the gross of your earnings. So unless you're invested in this, I'm not going to invest my time for free until you start making money. So that's very, very important to me.
And Tanya, I'm going to stop you right there really quick because I get so many people that email me going, is this going to cost money? I heard if the real agency wants me, I should never pay. And that's complete bullshit because in order for an agent to make money, like she said, she only makes commission, but you have to come ready, which costs money to get ready. Capiche? Everybody nod your heads on that one. So I always find it funny when uneducated people ask people that are not in the industry what they should do. Oh, if they're asking for money, it's a scam. Well, training costs money. Headshots cost money. All that you need to do in order for an agent to start working with you.
Right.
And
if an agent comes to you and says, yeah, we want to take you on to start submitting you, but it's going to cost you $500 a month, then that's a scam and you need to run a mile, but if an agent, a legitimate agent, like SAG Franchise or somebody that's with ATA, they will not make any money until you make money. You're the one that has to pay all out-of-pocket costs. You're the one that has to pay for your headshots. Headshots shouldn't cost a lot. It only takes 1 or 2 headshots that could look great, that we call the money shot, that gets you in the room, that looks like you. You want a headshot that does look like you, obviously the better side of you, that can help you get in the room. It has to be natural. if you're 21, you don't want a headshot that's filled with makeup. You don't want some glamorous headshot. LA wants you looking natural and real. If you are 21, we want you looking 18, 17. We don't want to age anybody up. We want to age you down. Just because the younger you are, and you have no credits on your resume, we always like to age people down a little bit, because there's the resume, you don't have anything on your resume. It's just kind of an easier category to sell you in. Okay, I always have younger people that think that they can have loads of makeup on, it makes them look better, and it doesn't. So we just want natural, real, natural lighting. We always like. LA is a very real town, even though you see all these glamorous people on TV. We don't want that on your headshots. Casting directors can't bear it when they see a headshot and a different person walks in the room. Okay, so that's really, really important. So we need the right tools to sell you. If you don't have a reel, don't worry about it. 10 years ago, you needed to have a great reel. It was important. So it was kind of like a catch-22. They always wanted a good reel to be able to get you in the room. Now times have changed. Now, if you don't have a reel, don't force a reel. It's fine. When I need a client when I try and get a client in a room and the casting director doesn't know them, I will send them a great self-tape that you've done before. And that's all I need, is if you've got a great self-tape that's 30 seconds to a minute long, I will send them that. And that helps me get you in the room. Even when you're submitting to an agent or a manager, you just, it needs to be like a short, sweet email. We don't need an entire, novel about your entire life story. We don't care about that. All we care about is what you're doing now, where you're based, what you think your age range is on camera, a quick self-tape, picture and resume. That's all we need. We don't want to have we don't have time to read, 10 minutes to read your entire life story. We don't care. We want to know, okay, who you are real quick, what you look like, if you can act, and if we can make money from you. That's it. Black and white, right? We're salespeople. We're in this to make money, a lot of money. And that's what we need to do. Okay. So remember that when you're pitching pitching yourself to any agent or any manager, short and sweet and to the point. So Alicia, what else? I'm sorry, because I need questions. If I have questions, I'm good at answering them. Where's she gone? What else can I tell you about? She's disappeared. I'm not one to keep going, but I'm really good at answering questions. Also, I'll tell you something else, because I think Alicia's disappeared for a minute. Like right now with COVID times, everything is being self-taped. I do work with other people out of LA. I have clients all over the country. I even have clients in the UK. I do think even when COVID hopefully we come out of this situation, I still do think that a lot of casting directors will still see people on doing self-tapes. It's helpful in a way that there are pros and cons to that. The pros are, they get to see more people for, specific roles, which is great because they're seeing a lot more newcomers. They would see 50 people in a room as opposed to 200 self-tapes. The con is there's going to be more people up for one role. So you need to learn how to do a great self-tape because you need to learn how to shine in front of these casting directors. These self-tapes are an audition. So it's as though you're being in that room. Being in a room with a casting director is great because they can kind of give you redirects. They normally do tape you while you're in the room, and they'll give you notes and they'll give you redirects and they'll do all of that. So when they send that tape to the producer, they've kind of given you what they exactly need before they give that tape to the producer. So,
How many tapes do you think they get and how much do you think they actually watch?
Who, the casting director?
Yeah, the casting directors.
Oh, what? They'll go through all of them. I always make sure
as an agent.
What we do is how we do it is, so say I'm working right now as of last night, they're doing NCIS Hawaii now. Yep. So I was speaking to the casting director last night. And I had to get all my client self-tapes in. So we have to upload it onto a link. So they upload it onto the link, and that one link has all the tapes on it. They do go through every single tape because they've requested those tapes. They've
Right.
requested those auditions. I don't do any cattle calls, anything like that. There's no open calls that we're sending you out for. So the casting director has asked to see you specifically on tape. So
And I
that
think that is such a key thing that you're submitting, because there are so many people that join Backstage and 99 and Explore Talent, and they think that they could submit their own self-tapes or just Google a casting director, and it's really about breakdowns. Can you go over breakdowns really quick?
So breakdowns is I'm a licensed, we have a talent agency licensed by the state of California, and we have one from the state of New York. So we get LA breakdowns and New York breakdowns, which basically cover the country. And so with that, we then get all the breakdowns from all the casting directors, all the legitimate breakdowns. You as the actors will not get all the breakdowns that we get. So you will not see everything that we get. You will get on breakdowns, you can still see some good USC films, which are great films, because these directors at USC are really good up and coming directors. I mean, there's been some fantastic directors that have come out of USC. You might see some web series. They kind of open up these breakdowns to actors that get the regular breakdowns. Or LA Casting, you can find on LA Casting, they only give the legitimate SAG projects to people with the license. You cannot get all the breakdowns that I would get. Things on Backstage you have to be very wary of, and those kinds of projects. If you do something like that, you can go onto IMDb Pro, and on IMDb Pro you can look up the producer, the writer, the director, any of the other actors that are attached to the project, to make sure that these are legitimate projects. The amount of times that I've had actors do these projects because they think to themselves, oh great, I can go and get tape from this to put onto my reel, or I can make myself $500 for this project. Number one, they don't get paid, and number two, they don't get that reel. Because if these people are doing an independent film and then you shoot your scenes, they're not going to give you your scenes because they own that material. And, in all fairness, rightly so, they own that material. They don't want that material released until they get distribution of their film. So that basically when a producer's doing their own film, their own independent film, they're filming this to then try and sell it to somebody to make their money back. So they don't want to give you their scenes. So you're thinking in your head, well, they'll give me my scenes so I can put on my reel, but they won't. And they don't have to.
And
so you need to, and also, when you're doing some of these low budget projects, you're thinking to yourself, well, I can get scenes for my reel. Some of them are such poor quality, it doesn't help at all. So, as an agent, as a manager, when we're trying to sell you, all we need is like a great self-tape that gets you in the room. So I wouldn't worry about it. Some projects are really good. I'm not saying they're all like that. So just do your due diligence and do your homework and make sure the people behind the projects, are kind of up and coming people and real people, Sorry, Alicia.
No, it's okay. Sorry. But for anybody on here that's brand new, what is a self-tape? And can you give a couple of tips for self-tapes?
Yeah, a self-tape is when I get a self-tape for a project. So they'll give you a breakdown of how they want the scene to be done. So you're going to be on tape. So I need you to have like a clear, a solid background behind you. You need to be well lit, and you can get, one of those ring lights on Amazon. So you need to look great on that self-tape. You need to be careful what you're wearing, like no loud colors that are going to kind of distract us from your face. We need to be able to see your eyes. Ladies, no distracting jewelry, no bangles around your wrist that's going to, make noise when you're, that's again going to distract us, or big earrings or things like that. We need to be able to connect with you. So you need to be framed really well, something like this. I mean, I know I'm not framed, because I'm on my iPad, but so we need you framed really, really well. The reader off camera can't be too overpowering. We need to be able to hear the reader, obviously, but the reader needs to be a little softer than you, okay? We really need to be able to be engaged with you as the actor. Don't worry about props, all that kind of stuff. We don't need to see that. We need to see you acting. And that's what the casting director needs to see.
And another thing I would like for you to go over, Tanya, I don't think a lot of our talent on here, I think a lot of them maybe have been on set for maybe smaller projects, not the big projects. Can you go over what life is like actually on set? Because I know we have a lot of aspiring actors. It's kind of like, they're in the flight simulator, but actually going to space is completely different. So can you go over a little bit about set life, please?
Well, set life is a lot of sitting around, obviously. I mean, right now, there's a lot of very strict COVID protocols. I mean, my clients are getting tested daily. But you could be sitting there for 12 hours, maybe longer. I mean, I have clients sometimes calling me because they're complaining. I'm like, can you just sit and calculate how much overtime you're getting right now? So you need to calm down. But you could be you could have to be on set at 6 a.m. in the morning. It's a lot of sitting around, a lot of retakes, a lot of sitting in your trailer. It's pretty nice, I would say. It's just a lot of waiting around, and my veteran clients, they don't mind it. There's a lot of good food. But I need my clients to go there and smile consistently, be nice to everybody. If there's ever a problem on set, you call me, and I'm the one that speaks to anybody with any problems, issues, concerns, anything. You never complain on set. I'm the one that would go to them and make those complaints. That's why I get my 10%, because I have had issues. I've had many issues with people on set, with any safety concerns. The trailer was disgusting. There's been too many forced calls. When I'm talking about forced calls, the turnaround from rest periods, when they haven't had a 12-hour break in between. Maybe the clients work from 6 a.m. till midnight, and then from midnight they've had to get up at 6 a.m. to go back to work, and then again the next day. So they've just had no respite in between each day, and the client's now getting exhausted. They do get paid for that, a lot of money, but my clients gotten exhausted. So there's certain times when I've had to kind of intervene and step in and told them to calm down. But my client was always cordial on set, and there's never been a problem. Just I'm the problem. So it's like when I do set visits. Well, I did pre-COVID. I would always go visit my clients on a set, and the producers always like an agent going on set in case we see problems. So they're always very nice to us.
And Tanya, can you go over the biggest difference between an agent and manager, and also about commission?
Sure. So I work with managers. I have great relationships with the managers that I work with. I would, back in the day, a manager would kind of guide your career. An agent would be more business basically, again, just send you to your auditions, then do the contract, and that was it. Agent and managers' jobs have kind of blended together within recent years, just because there are so many more jobs. Everything's kind of more blended together. Agents are still the ones that should be negotiating your jobs. Again, I'm SAG franchise. I work on SAG jobs. God forbid anything happened on set, like an injury, anything like that. I'm the one that would go to the union and would work with your insurance to make sure you're covered. So what happens is now with a manager, I always call it an extra pair of eyes. And they help with auditions as well. We work together, where if I'm having a problem with Linda Lowe's office on the show, Grey's Anatomy, for instance, I will go to a manager. Can you push on Linda Lowe? She hates me right now because I asked too much money on our last negotiation. She's sulking with me this month. Absolutely. They'll call Linda Lowe. So we work together as a team. Now, when I do book you on a job, I'm booking you on a film that shoots in New York, right? I've done the negotiation. I've done the long form contract. I've gone through all of that. I've worked for the last week to make sure you have the best contract. Now we have to get your ass to New York. Then that falls onto the manager. I've made sure you're getting a first class ticket on the flight. I've made sure you're getting a per diem. I've made sure you're in a first class hotel. I put all that in the contract. Now, Mrs. Manager, your job. You make sure that client gets on the flight. You make sure the car picks them up. You make sure they're in the hotel. You make sure they get their per diem upon arrival. I'm moving on to the next job. So the manager will now take care of you to make sure that all of that falls into place, to make sure you get to your hotel okay, make sure the hotel is okay, make sure the car picks you up, make sure when the car picks you up to take you to set every day, make sure that when you're on set, everything's running smoothly. I haven't got time for that. I've only got time for when things are falling apart on set. Then the manager will call me to go to production to say what the F is going on, sort this shit out. That's when they'll come to me. Or there's a glitch in there, there's a they're going against a contract, then the manager will come to me. Now, the manager can take anywhere from 10, 15 to 20%. I always think a manager shouldn't take any more than 15%. But that's my feeling. A manager will have fewer clients than an agent. So that's why they take a little more than us. Sometimes when a client starts making a lot of money, they normally drop the commission down to 10, but that's each to their own and up to the manager. Also with a manager and an agent, if you have an agent and not a manager, do not go behind that agent's back and then come to me and say, oh, I've just signed with a manager. I've signed with so-and-so. And I'm like, I don't know this person. Why are you adding somebody to the team that I don't know? Why did you suddenly go meet with 10 managers without consulting me? I don't like this person. So why are you adding to the team with somebody that I don't work well with? I mean, I'll try, but I know this person does nothing. So why are you now paying 15% to this manager that does nothing when I'm doing all the work? It doesn't make sense to me. So, and vice versa. If you have a manager who's working their ass off for you, and suddenly, a month later, you go to them and say, oh, I've just signed with an agent. And that manager doesn't like that agent or doesn't know that agent. It doesn't benefit you. You're not building the team correctly. You have to build the team where we all work harmoniously together. We have to all get along. So if you have a manager, you go to the manager. How do we build this team? I feel like I need to get an agent. The manager might say, look, I know a couple of agents that would be perfect for you. Let's get a couple of credits on your resume first. And then they can see that you're booking. Then they'll work hard for you, or I would say, you know what, I know a great manager, or I'll say, I don't think you need a manager right now because I'm already getting you in the room enough. We're doing a great job. Why are you going to pay another 10, 15% right now? We're doing fine. But when I start getting you busy, I might feel, hey, you know what? Let's get a manager because I think it will benefit us as a team. So always listen to the person that you're working with. Make sense?
Now, here's a follow-up question to that one. Let's say someone is represented by an agent or a manager. If they're under contract, can they go and work with other, like maybe going up on websites or trying to book themselves work, or doing the brand ambassador stuff, the influencer stuff on the internet? Or when they're signed to you per se, they can't go anywhere to find other work because of their
with me contract? You're signed exclusively with me for TV film in California and New York. You can go and do local hire, like in Texas, or local hire in Atlanta. For series regular stuff, I would want to do those contracts because otherwise they would just give you a crap contract. That's just for TV film. You can go and do commercials or things like that. You can come and consult me. If I have you as a series regular, you wouldn't just be able to go and do that because the networks wouldn't allow you, because it might be a competitor to what's endorsing the show that you're on. So those kinds of things, what I call as a champagne problem. However, you're allowed to go and do things like that. With a manager, it's a whole different ball game because they're not state licensed like I am. So their contracts are very loose. They can do up any contract that they want. So you need to be very, very careful when you sign a contract with a manager, just to make sure, read what you're signing. There's some fabulous managers in LA. Don't get me wrong. There's some wonderful managers here who I love, and they're incredible. Again, look on their IMDb Pro, see who their clients are. Check out, their name in this town or wherever you are. and see what their exclusivity is, because some managers will cover everything from commercials, your branding, your social media, everything. And you're always allowed to ask them questions, and you can always cross off parts in the contract as well. If you have a music career, but you don't want your manager to cover that, you can cross that off in the contract. If you have a social media presence where you make money on Instagram from endorsing stuff, you can again cross that off in the contract.
Now, I know we spoke about investments, but now let's get down to the fun part, potential of earnings. So when you're on a hit TV show, let's say on a Netflix versus a cable show, is there a difference in pay? And like, how does syndication work now with streaming? Or there is no syndication now?
Yeah, there is syndication, and you do make money when you go onto Netflix and everything. But again, let's hope that happens and we all make money. Netflix, the difference is, with the procedural shows like NCIS, Hawaii Five-0, all those kinds of shows, there is a saying, CW makes you famous, but it won't make you rich. I heard that from one of the heads at CW. They do pay decent money. Don't get me wrong. A brand new person can make anywhere from 17,500 per episode up to maybe 40,000 an episode. Still not bad money, right? When you became, and then you get residuals on top of that, and then if it moves over to Netflix, you're going to get more money on that, right? HBO can start at 40,000 an episode plus, but remember this: a show on CBS or CW or NBC, like I have a show on NCIS, 23 episodes a season. Now a show on HBO, 8 to 10 episodes a season. So if you think about it, if you're, say, for instance, you're making 20,000 an episode on CBS, right? 23 episodes on CBS, 20,000, as opposed to, say, Netflix or HBO, 10 episodes at 20,000. That's half the money. So now Netflix or HBO are paying more because they're buying you for less episodes. But that being said, they hold you for a lot of exclusivity. So if you're doing a Netflix show, or you're doing an HBO show, or an Apple TV show, Apple TV actually pay pretty well. If you're doing an Apple TV show, you're not allowed to do any other streaming show. They will not allow you to go on Amazon, HBO, or pay. It's called pay TV, Netflix, anything like that. Even when you're on hiatus, you can go and do a film. You can go do a mini series. You could go do a guest star. That's it. You are not allowed to go do a major occurring on another show. So they pay decent money, and I fight the fight when I do a series regular deal, and they're allowed to do the deal for up to 6.5 years. They can't do more than 7 years, because in the eyes of the law, they basically say you're not allowed to hold someone exclusive for 7+ years. That's just wrong, basically. So that's kind of how we work it.
Yeah, because it's kind of crazy. Like I just finished binge watching The Flight Attendant. I don't know if you saw that. The show is
I haven't. Good.
Oh my God, it's so good. It's really good. 8 episodes. You know what I mean? The Undoing. 8 episodes,
Oh, yeah, I love that one.
Yeah, that's a good show. But I was wondering about like CW or NBC versus somebody on, like, let's say a Netflix show like Ozark, where the money's at. You know what I mean? Like, who would potentially make more?
Jason Bateman or people like that, they're at $1 million+ an episode.
And he's also directing and producing.
Yeah, and the reason they do direct, they get a producer, because they get the producer credit, because they get extra money for the producer credit. That's on top of their acting credit. So that's a whole different ball game when you're a name, because the name carries the show. And Hugh Grant in Undoing, and Kim Coleman. I mean, they're on a shitload. But I'm talking about if the regular actor. So, my fight is when I do a test deal for, a show that's 8 to 10 episodes, and it's come down to 8 episodes. It used to be 10. In England, it's normally 6 to 8 episodes per season. So yeah, that's kind of our fight, that we try and keep it no less than 40 on these 8 to 10 episode deals, 40,000, which, you know what, I wouldn't turn my nose up at. Not bad, is it? For a little few months work.
And Tanya, can you also go over with me and everybody else here about social media now? Obviously, we know in the news there's a lot of crazy stuff happening every day, but we also see, sometimes some of the bigger stations, canceling people, like, Disney canceling people. There's a lot of people that sometimes get dropped from TV shows. Sorry, my baby was screaming before. Mama's here. Say hi, Tanya.
Yeah, you have to be careful with social media. I know a lot of people can be very political. They have their views, the anti-vaxxers, all of that kind of stuff. I just feel that, you got to keep it separate. But I think everyone has their own opinion, and that's fine, and that's up to you. But if you want to be in this business, I just feel, if you want to, when you book a TV show, or if I have somebody doing a test for a series, they're going to go through all your social media. So you have to remember that everything that you put on social media stays on there. And the networks and the studios will look through your social media to make sure that there's nothing untoward on there, or that you're not like a big political activist or anything like that. But you have your opinions and everything's fine, as long as it's just kind of like, bland. That makes sense. They because the networks just kind of worry about stuff. So I've had somebody fired over something that was a little outrageous. He was on a series and it was a little too much, and the network just got a little upset about it, and it was a family show, and then the fans see it, and it just, you just got to be careful about that kind of stuff, and I'm all for social media. I think it's great. People can really speak how they feel, and also, like in the commercial world, if you have a great social media following, and it's all great, they love to see if you have high numbers on social media, because that's free advertisement for that commercial. And also in independent films, they love to see high numbers as well. TV shows, it's okay. They just want to make sure that, it's a nice, so, you have good social media on there and you have good following, but it's not too crazy. You're not going crazy on there, or there's not crazy photos on there or anything like that,
You can't talk about like blowing up the White House. Just
it's just crazy stuff.
Set. They would think you would.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
what I mean by crazy stuff. We're all allowed an opinion. Just kind of keep it a little mellow, or it's okay. Yeah, there you go, Jade. Like, bring it down a little bit.
Now, Tanya, people are asking, are you allowed to be signed with different agents or agencies? Do you want to go over that a little bit?
Well, that's also an area that we're getting a bit sticky with at the moment, and sometimes it's driving me crazy. You are, but if I'm signing you and I'm getting you out in New York, I do cover people in New York. So if you come with me, I will be working with you in New York and California. And I get all the majority of the breakdowns. But if you're in Atlanta, I do get series regulars in Atlanta and films in Atlanta. That being said, if it shoots in Atlanta and you're in LA or Texas and you book it, I can have them fly you out there at their expense. But then if you get an Atlanta agent, that means you're going to be a local in Atlanta. So, but you need to talk to me before you got an agent in Atlanta, because they do local hires there. So, but then all of a sudden I work really hard for somebody and they get an audition after audition. Their Atlanta agent suddenly, submits them on a series regular, and they get picked because I've already introduced them to that casting director from, before, and then they book a series regular because of what I've done, but the other agent gets that credit. So, that's upsetting to me. So this is something that we discuss along the way. But legally, you're allowed to have an Atlanta agent. So sometimes what we do is we split commissions with Atlanta. But again, that's a conversation that we need to have. But yes, if you're in Texas, where, you know, Mississippi or wherever, you can have a local agent there for local hire stuff. Yeah. Like if you want to go into commercials or print locally, absolutely. Chicago, it's fine.
And someone's asking about like voice acting. Would that be a different agent since you're TV and film?
Yeah, I don't do voiceover. The only thing I am doing right now is I do video games, just because I found it fun, and I started working because I put Chris Judge as Kratos in God of War, and so I've been working on that, and then I've actually just booked 6 more AAA games in the last 6 months. So I work directly with Sony, EA Games, Obsidian, and obviously Activision with Sony. So they come to me directly and tell me what they're looking for. And that's not on breakdowns. And that's actually really good money. So those are the only voiceover, and I do motion capture, obviously, with the video games. And they're good money because the video games take about 2 to 3 years to do. And so that's, continuous work for my clients. But I don't.
What would you use to submit for that?
Say again, sorry?
What would you use to submit for that? And what type of pay is there?
Well, they come to me and tell me what they're looking for. So they'll say, we're looking for a guy between 5'7", 5'8". You know, he could be a white guy with this type of face. So they have to look, because it's for a face scan, and they have to do this type of body type for the mocap. But they also want a real actor, because obviously they need to do the voiceover, because they're like films now, these video games. So I have to give them the guy that looks like this, that he can play this type of role. He's a serial killer. Can he play a serial killer? Can he deliver the lines? They pay after scale, which is about $900 a day, but I can get anyone anywhere up to maybe $15,000 a day, depending on the actor. Yeah, it depends on the actor, and it depends on your skill, and it depends the level of voiceover that you're doing.
And do you have to be SAG to get that?
Yes,
okay.
You do.
All right.
But there are video games that are non-union as well that I've been doing. Depends. But for the most part, we can Taft-Hartley you. I've worked with non-union before, and then I submit them to the casting director, and then if they really love you and you're perfect for that role, they can Taft-Hartley you into the union, which means they would sponsor you into the union. And then, yeah, that makes you a SAG eligible. And then in your 3rd SAG job, you have to pay, which is just over $3,000. So you guys need to start saving to join the union.
Again, that's something your friends and family don't tell you. SAG, you could be Tom Cruise, you still have to cover your own fees. It does not matter. So that's important. And then you also have annual fees. Yeah.
And so, if I know that this is going to be your 3rd job and you have to join, and suddenly I'm like, okay, great. You've just booked This Is Us. And then, okay, I'm like, you're a must join. You cannot go on set until you have joined the union. That you are not allowed in front of the camera until you are joined. So the casting director will call me and say, oh, Lisa just showed up as station 12. Station 12 means you are not allowed to be in front of the camera until you have paid your dues. So I will then call you and say, you are station 12. You have to now call the union now and pay your dues, unless you cannot get on set tomorrow. So you'll be like, yep, and I'll give you the phone number direct to the place where you have to pay your dues. The union will give you a payment plan. The payment plans, normally you can pay it in 4 payments. They'll take credit card, anything like that. But you have to make that call, do the payment plan, set it up before you can go on set the next day. If you don't do that, I'm screwed. That casting director will not work with me again, and then you're fired. But that has to be done. That's really important. I know that you would do that.
And SAG is a one-time fee.
Yeah.
It's $3,000, and then I think it's $202.54 annually, plus a 1.575. Anything under, you have to pay commission on your earnings as well. And what a lot of people don't realize is that you don't just join SAG because you're eligible. A lot of times, like, we have people that have been extras a couple of times, and they're so quick because it sounds sexy to say they're in SAG, and then now they're pigeonholed and they can't book work because now they're competing against people that have real resumes and real training and development. And also, I don't know if you can go over this, but you don't get any of your medical benefits or, you know, unemployment or anything like that unless you hit a certain dollar amount with SAG.
It's like 27.5 now. So
Yeah.
you have to hit a certain dollar amount before they pay all your SAG insurance. So,
Yeah.
you know, some of my clients haven't booked and they're like, I have to make $15,000 more so I can get my SAG insurance. So then I get stressed because I want to make sure my client's going to hit their a quota that year so they can book their insurance. Now, of course, they're going to get residuals and things like that. But normally, hopefully, after years of working, you'll get residuals each year. So, you know, that keeps your SAG insurance going. SAG insurance is one of the best insurances there are. You also have money put into your pension. So if you're a working actor, you know, only 3% of the actors in the union are actually like celebrity actors. 97% of those actors in the union are just working actors. So you have to remember that. So most of the actors
active members right now, 160,000 that have all spent that 3,000. So Screen Actors Guild makes some good money. But again, 97% of them are not, most of them are still have day jobs.
Yeah, so they're all working actors, and you know, you live when you start working, you make money when those shows keep running, so you get your checks that just come in, and hopefully that'll keep up your insurance and it'll pay your bills. And you know, these jobs, people say, oh my goodness, when you do work, you know, if I book somebody on a co-star job on a TV show, again, let's go back to Hawaii Five-0. One co-star for me as an agent is $1,103, right? That's for one day of work. 1,000. Now to you, that's a nice amount of money. To me, that's $100 in commission. That's nothing. Now, if I book a top of show, which means a guest star, they're going to buy you for 8 days. That's $9,000, right? That's $900 in commission for one job for me. So I need to be booking those a couple times a day, 2-3 times a day. I can't be booking 2 or 3 co-stars a day. That's $300 commission for one day of work. I need 2-3 $9,000 jobs a day, at least, right? So I find actors that I'm going to, okay, that's fine. I'll book you on a co-star here and there, but I need your resumes to move up to the guest star, top of show bookings. Those are the ones that pay my bills. I can't keep having you just doing the one day co-star jobs, which is great for you. It's not great for me. But I can see that you're booking, I can see that you're building your resume, and then we start doing the guest star. Then they start buying you for more jobs, then we start doing the series regulars.
Yeah, and I find a lot of people in New York and LA, when they would come into my office, sometimes they would come in all cocky that they had like 3 pages of extra work. True or false? Can you put extra work on a working resume?
Shit about extra work. I don't care. I don't want to see it. It means nothing to me. And then, you know, people, I mean, you know, if you want to do extra work, it's fine. It puts money in your pocket. It's great. Do whatever you want to do, but it doesn't do anything for me. I don't want to see it on your resume at all. And also another thing, don't think you can fool us as an agent. If you put a show on CSI, they're doing CSI Vegas again. So if you put CSI Vegas featured on your resume, but you were really an extra. Now, if you put CSI Vegas featured on there, I'm not going to submit you on that job because I saw featured on there, which shows to me that you had a speaking role on there. Now, featured is a job role I wouldn't submit on anyway, because that's like one line. I wouldn't do that because those are small roles. I would never submit you on that job because to me, in my head, you've already done that job. You've already done that TV show. So that you're just like, you know, shooting yourself in the foot. Second of all, I'm going to say to you, oh, when did you book this job? Your credit was what? I'm going to know full well you never really had a screen time on this show. So you're basically lying on your resume. If you're an extra on a show, don't put it on your resume. No agent cares about that. In fact, it actually makes you look worse. I'm not trying to be awful. We don't want to see that. The only thing a legitimate agent wants to see is your training. That's what we want to see. It's really important, is your training. We do not want to see extra work. So take it off. We don't mind seeing short films. Short films is great. Independent films is great. Web series are great. That's fine. and your training. That's the key. Also, if you're a dramatic actor, do some improv, do some Groundlings, do some Upright Citizens Brigade, Second City, all of that we love. Just because it keeps you on your toes. It's great. And also network studios, casting directors, they all love that. And also if you want to do commercials, everyone loves that.
And just to put a pretty bow on everything, how important is networking in Hollywood?
Networking is great if you, obviously to a certain degree, let's not be a stalker, but networking is great. And it's also good to tell me, as if I was your agent, if you, I have no problem with my clients saying, oh, I know this, on, again, CSI Vegas, my friend is directing this episode, or I know the producer on this job, we work as a team. But networking is good. You can't sit at home and wait for the phone to ring. You can't sit at home and wait for me to do all the work. You get paid 90% of this money. I get paid 10% of this money. So I need you to do 90% of the work. I'm going to get you in the door for auditions. It's up to you to go and book the job. I have amazing actors. They go in the room and they fall apart. So you also have to figure out how to go and sell yourself in that room. So networking also outside of the room is really important as well. You need to know how to sell yourself as an actor.
And we met through networking.
Sorry?
I said we met through networking. It's all who you know. And most of all, who knows you.
It is. It really is. And you've always got to smile. You've always got to be friendly. You've always got to be nice. I tell you what, this town is really small. Everybody knows everyone. Talking about being nice and being friendly in this town, back pre-COVID times, there was an actor that I was really excited about meeting. I just really thought, oh my God, he's so good. And he had nothing on his resume, but his self-tape was so good. I was like, oh, he's fantastic. And my assistant was actually downstairs. We had like a restaurant downstairs, and she was grabbing lunch for us. And he was in there grabbing himself a drink, and he was an absolute dick to the woman in the restaurant. And she knew he was coming up to see me. So she's like, oh, I don't like him. So she came running in to tell me how he was rude to the woman behind the counter. And he came in all cocky and horrible. I said, I'm not going to sign him. Don't like him. That's it. And I knew before I even met him, I'm not signing him. So
You're always on stage.
See, always. And he was nice as pie to me, didn't sign him. So what I'm saying is, and I had another actor that he's quite, another actor that went into the room, who's kind of known, nicest person on the planet. Love him, worked with him for 20 years. Went into a room, but he walked in and he was rude to the receptionist. Went and read with the casting director, blew her away. She called me right after. She goes, oh my God, he's one of the best actors I've ever been with. She goes, but he's such an asshole. I go, what do you mean? She goes, he's such an asshole. I go, he's the nicest person I know. Well, he's a method actor. That was the problem. So you know what method actor is? He was already in character when he walked into the office. So, that was a different story where, and I told my client, I go, you can't be rude to the receptionist. She goes, oh, I'm sorry, I was in character. I'm like, you can't be in character and be an asshole when you walk into the room. Anyway, he did book the job. It was amazing. He's fabulous. But meanwhile, this actor obviously, was meeting me. So hopefully he wasn't a method actor coming in to meet me and be a complete asshole. But that being said, I always call it a 3-block rule with any of my actors. You never know who you're going to meet. You never know if the casting associate is going to be at the Starbucks when you're stopping to get a coffee. Always smile, always be nice. You never know who's going to be there, because this is a zero tolerance town now. They don't care. They do not care. Another one, I have a client, there's Sharon Bialy is a very big casting director out here. She loved my client, wants to hire him. Actually, there's a big show that's filming in Tokyo, a series. And she loves him. And she actually called me, likes him a lot. She actually called me to say, I'm just double checking he's not an asshole. And I said, no, he's not. She goes, she goes, he's lovely, but I'm just making sure because we have an asshole free set. So I was like, yeah, of course. She goes, yeah, that's it. And that's what this town is now. because everybody wants to just be nice, and that's what it is now, which I love, you know. So it's really important, really, really important. Everybody just wants to work and just smile and not deal with the bullshit anymore, which I think is just fabulous.
Now, quick question. Someone's asking about John Casablancas or John Robert Powers. Are those considered legitimate acting training, Tanya?
I'm not going to comment.
I would.
I can't.
I'm not a bitch. I'm a method actor now. I love this. I'm going to use that every day. But it's the truth. I mean, no, it's not considered legitimate training. So, and no, you can't put high school on there either. All right. Tanya.
And also, I love Alicia. Like I love you dearly. You know that. Like to the moon and back. There's also other like look at casting director workshops. They do them now, and I also think those are great because they're on the front line. So I think that's wonderful because again, you know, you could be a great actor, but I also think they show you kind of how to sell yourself, how to finally book the job, you know, which I think is hard. I mean, I couldn't do what an actor does. I mean, I'm good at selling people, you know, I'm good at getting you in front of the casting director, but it's up to you to sell yourself as an actor. It's up to you to make yourself shine more than the other 100 people that they're seeing.
Yeah, like when people go, can you guarantee me work? What the hell's wrong with you?
I'm not going to guarantee
everything I can to get you in front of the right people. But the question is, when you get in front, do you feel like you could book work? Done.
Yeah, I mean, I can get you in the door, but I can't guarantee you're going to book it. Like I have times where, you know, I've got people auditions consistently, and then the actor calls me and they're like, why aren't I booking? I'm like, I don't fucking know. Sorry. I don't know. It's not, you because I've worked my ass off, and in the last 2 weeks you've gone out 15 times.
And you're posting it on your Instagram.
Callback. And I'm like, you haven't had one callback in the last 15 auditions. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, because I've worked really hard to get you in these rooms without one callback. Now let me rethink what I'm going to do with you as an actor.
So be careful when you guys are also posting on social media. When you're not booking, and Tanya's like, I saw you were out last night.
Yeah. Oh, we're good at that. We're good at finding your ass. Yeah, we're good at that. Oh, I'm not feeling very well. Really? Because I can see that you just posted a picture of yourself on the beach. Or I haven't had time to audition. I haven't had time to put myself on tape. Really? Because you were out of a pub last night. All of that. We will track your ass down, and we will know. Because when we're taking our time, and I'm working 14-hour days to get you in that room, and you cannot do it, then you know what? I'm pissed. I'm pissed. Because you have to remember also on that breakdown, on that, again, NCIS breakdown for that one role, they've had 5,000 to 6,000 submissions. And they are only bringing in, say, 100 people, and you're one of them. Out of that 5,000 to 6,000 submissions, and they're bringing you in because I got you in, and you cannot be bothered to put yourself on tape. Now, I've lost a spot where I could have had another actor put themselves on tape. So if that keeps happening, again, I will fire you. I will get rid of you, because every single actor is replaceable. You are all replaceable.
You guys got that? That's why you can't be a liability. You got to be an asset.
Exactly. Exactly. And even if you book a series, don't think, oh, wow, I've made it. Now I can be an arse. Now I can just do whatever I want. They need me. Nobody needs you. They will replace you. So you always stick to your A game. You always kiss butt, but appreciate where you're at. I know you've worked hard to get where you're at, but so has everybody else around you. So enjoy where you're at, and just appreciate everything, and smile and be happy and be grateful. You know, they fire you very quickly. Everybody's replaceable. Everybody.
Tanya, we love you so much, and I'm okay that you're blunt. You know why? Because we got to stick together. No one wants to hear, everybody wants to hear unicorns and rainbows. I thank you so much for your bluntness, because this business, it's fucking hard. And it's not even hard. It is competitive. And unless you have real people in the industry telling you how it is, this is why, unfortunately, people get taken advantage of. They want unicorns, and they want, like, I paid money, I want to be famous, and it's gimmicky. This business is going to take work. And who's in for the work? If you are not in for the work, then get off this call because we still got a long day. And if you can't handle this, you can't handle going on set.
I wish it was unicorns and rainbows. That's why God invented wine.
This is true.
Amen.
And I can't wait to drink with you very soon. Well, Tanya, thank you so much. I know I'm going to keep you on. You have a meeting to go to. So
Yeah.
I'm now managing you. So Tanya, thank you so much. I'll text you later.
Thank you so much for being here, Tanya.
For your faces. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Awesome.
Bye, everybody.
Okay, guys, on a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome was that? On a scale of 1, put your numbers in the comments. On a scale of 1 to 10, how amazing was it hearing from Tanya? How many of you now know why we went through the I got so excited. The assets and liabilities, right? How many of you now know that you need to increase your asset column and decrease your liability column, right? Something that Tanya said that really struck me was, you know what? It doesn't matter how much training you have to have the right training. How many of you caught that? Right? Yeah. Networking is so important. And that's what we do here. Okay, guys, we still have so much more for you. We are about to hear from an agent who everybody loves and knows, Mr. Ryan Colby, an agent. He places people in New York. He places people in LA. He literally places people all over the world. How many of you are excited to hear from an international agent? What? Come on now. Okay, hold on. Show us your excitement. I know. Show us your excitement. And then we're going to have Alicia come back. We're going to hear from Randy Goodwin, who is an amazing actor who's when you hear his story, you're going to be inspired times a bazillion, okay? But we have so much more for you. But what do we do before we bring a speaker to the stage? What is it that we have to do? Thank you, Johnny Regis. I'm like waiting for you guys to answer the question because I told you at the beginning of the day what we're going to do. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We are going to put ourselves in a peak state to get ready for Mr. Ryan Colby. So everyone stand to your feet right now. Everyone stand up. I'm looking at you. Everyone stand up. Okay. Phase 2, put your right foot out. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me set my timer because I certainly do not want to do this for 10 hours. Cancel. Ready? 15 seconds. You guys have to beat me. I've been standing on my feet all day. Y'all have been sitting. Are you ready? Ready. Get set. Go. Fast as you can. Come on now. Get yourself in a peak state. Get yourself ready for Ryan Colby. Let's go. Come on now. Come on. 5 more seconds. Who's beating me? Come on now. 2, 1. Stop. Whew. How amazing do you feel now? Do you feel energized? Do you feel peak? Hold on. We got to do the other side. Face the other side. Left foot forward. 15 seconds. Are you ready? Ready? Set. Go! Come on now. Beat me. Come on. Go as fast as you can. Come on now. Come on. Are you going? I'm watching you guys. Johnny, I think I'm beating you. I don't know how that's happening. Come on now. 2, 1. Woo. Good job, guys. Okay. Before we bring Ryan on, I want both sides of your brain re-engaged. This is what we're going to do, and then we'll get some water. Point at me right now. Sheila, can I sit down now? You can sit down whenever you want, Sheila. This is your game. Ready? Okay, now let's make our figure 8. Let's make our infinity sign. We're engaging both sides of our brain. Our heart rate's up. Want to engage our brain. Okay. Stop. Both hands. Ready? Get set. Go. Engaging both sides of our brains. We got a lot more ground to cover, but I want you fully engaged. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Okay, now we're going to stop. Put your hands out, cross them up like this. Pull them in. Now we got our whole brain engaged. Close your eyes, breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. One more time, breathe in really deep. Let it out. Okay, before we bring Mr. Ryan Colby to the stage, let's show him how excited we are. Get yourself moving. Yes, come on, clap for him, snaps. Come on now. Are you guys excited? All right, Mr. Colby, I know you're here.
Yes. Hello.
Yeah. Did you do the Running Man with us, Ryan?
No, I did not.
Okay, well at the end, you and I are having a runoff. How's that sound?
No, we'll see.
Come on. Okay,
I
you
don't
guys
do
wanted me to have a
animal
runoff with Ryan
activities.
Colby.
You
We're
know, I
gonna-
don't do anything that requires moving.
But we're only asking you to move your arms, Ryan. All right, guys, you are in for a treat. Ryan Colby is here with us. He is going to teach you why you need to be unique in the entertainment industry. And he is just going to lay down a whole lot of truth bombs for you. If you thought that Tanya and Alicia were blunt, wait until he tells you to go work at Wawa. You have no idea what's in store for you right now. All right, Ryan, thank you so much for being here today.
Uh-huh. And Wawa is always hiring. You can always get a job there.
Thought we'd get that out of the way.
Gainful employment if you don't want to listen to me. Anyway, so hi everyone. I see a lot of new faces on here who I've never seen. So I'm going to introduce myself quickly, and I'm sure this is exhausting and nauseating for those of you who know me, but I don't care. So anyway, I'm Ryan Colby. I run Colby Management in New York and LA. Well, actually now it's Ryan Colby Management because I had to change the name recently. Long story. But anyway, it's Ryan Colby Management now. And I run it out of New York and LA, but I am international. I book international. In fact, the past couple of weeks, I've been the international queen. I've been booking gigs in Germany and Tel Aviv and Russia and all over the place. Spain a lot, lots of Spain, lots of Greece. So I've been very busy overseas, even though I'm sitting here in New York, you know. But that's the advantage of technology. Couldn't have done this 10 years ago. But anyway, now, so I'm an international agent. I book worldwide. And I've been an agent for 21 years. And I've been in the industry for 36 years. Before I was an agent, I was a model in Europe and Asia and America. And I learned from the best agents that used to represent me. I was with Storm Management in London, Wilhelmina in New York. And I learned from the best on how to book jobs, on how to get clients interested in talent, on how to train the talent to be useful to the clients. And I think this asset liability scenario that we're doing today is actually good because I made myself an asset to the agencies because I wasn't 100% of a slam dunk when I started the industry. I mean, when I started, I was a child. I was a preteen. I was 12. So everyone thinks kids are cute. And so you pretty much work. If you're precocious and cute, your kid will work. But once you hit around 15, 16, and you cross over into the men's division or the women's division, you really have to step up your game from being a cute kid to being actually usable. Because like I said, kids will pretty much always work. There's always gigs for kids. But once you hit that 15-year-old, now you're a man or a woman in the eyes of this industry, and you have to become an asset. You have to be useful to them. You have to be able to walk. You have to have the best photos. Your body's got to be on point. All of these things that didn't matter when I was 12, 13, 14, all of a sudden when I turned 15, my entire world was flipped upside down with all of these bizarre demands that I had on me. And I had to go quickly to decide whether I was going to continue in the industry or go home and be a normal kid. And, I decided to get it together because this is a fun industry. It's lucrative if you survive it. And I decided to get it together because, It's funny, and I only remember the story now because of this whole asset liability thing. I distinctly remember when I turned 15, like it was a couple of months after my birthday, and Fashion Week is in January of my birthday's in October, and Fashion Week is in January of every year in Europe. And back then, it was legal for 15-year-olds to do Fashion Week. Now I think you have to be 17, but back then in the 80s, nobody cared. So I was able to go to Milan and try Fashion Week, which I had never done. I didn't even really know what it was. I knew older models who did it, but I didn't care. When you're young, you kind of think you're never going to get older. So I never paid attention to what they were doing. But when I went, I bombed. I did nothing, zero, didn't get anything because I didn't know what I was doing. I was scared, and people can see it and smell it. And they just were like, what is this kid doing? Plus, I'm small. So I was already a liability. So therefore, they were thinking about getting rid of me. When I came back to London after Milan was a complete disaster, Paris was a complete disaster. When I came back to Milan, I think I got one show in Paris and it didn't even pay. But when I got back to London, they had a sit down with me and they were like, you need to get it together. You need to walk better. You need to pay attention. The clients are saying that you look terrified. The clients are saying that you don't know what you're doing. And this comes from someone who has a dance background. I know what I'm doing on stage, but it's really intimidating when you're thrown into something with zero notice. I wasn't prepared. They never told me, but agencies don't have classes on how to be a model. Like they give you the piece of paper with your job on it and you go. Like they don't tell you what to do. Like it doesn't work that way. So you kind of have to learn by watching and learn by having friends and networking and meeting people and pray that you're intuitive enough to learn. So they gave me another chance. And when the next Fashion Week came up, which was in July, it's every 6 months. And I was still 15, but I learned a very valuable lesson the first season of shows that I was becoming a liability. They were going to get rid of me if I didn't perform the second season, because I was in a different division. And that was another thing that was really quickly done. I literally was marched into another room in my agency. They had a children's division, which was in a corner. Then they had the men's division, the women's division, et cetera, et cetera. I had, in the 3 years I was with them, I think I said hi to some of the men's agents. I think I saw them in the elevator. They didn't know who I was. They didn't care. I'm in the kids division. They could care less what happens to the kids division. One day when I came in, my agent was like, look, we are switching you to the men's division. And I was just like, what? And they just like, come, let's go. Took me by the hand, walked me in there. This is Ryan, he's yours. And I was just standing there like, okay, great. They had no idea who I was. I mean, I think they saw me once or twice in the office, but they were basically telling me, you're a liability. You're not working for us. You need to step it up or we're going to have to release you. And so when the next season came in July and I went to Milan, I made sure I was the best walker. I made sure I had the best clothes on. I made sure I looked the best. I made sure of that because I didn't want a repeat of the season previous. And I pretty much got 40 to 50% of everything I went on. So it worked. And, it was very exciting opening and closing Emmanuel Ungaro at 15 years old, when he had never even heard of me, but he liked me. And so it really set me up for a future which lasted another 10 years until I was like 25. So I became an asset. I became somebody that they couldn't get rid of because I was one of the best walkers they had. And you want to get rid of your best walker, you go right ahead. You have to make yourself indispensable. And there's actually a quote from Barbara Walters, who I admire, and she told this to Oprah: make yourself indispensable. Make them regret the day if you ever walk out that door. And that is something I did to designers. I still to this day, I'm not bragging, but I do have one of the best walks that designers can find. And I made sure I had that because I made sure that it was not going to be taken away from me and given to somebody else. So that made me an asset. So therefore, you as a talent have to make yourself an asset as well. And it doesn't have to be walking, it could be anything, and it could be an asset somebody else has as well. I mean, you need multiple assets as an agent. Now that I'm an agent, I need lots of Black guys, I need lots of Spanish guys, I need lots of, I even told Michael the other day, I need more Black guys, I need more Spanish guys, I need more, I need assets that, and I need them to be the best at what they can be. I need them to be the best commercial models, the best teeth, the best smiles, the best hair, the best bodies, the best skin. These are assets. And when you have one asset that's really unique or that's really important to the agent, then you have to capitalize on that and also be the nicest person, the most considerate, the most interesting, have the most to say, the most studied, the most personable when you're on set, because I don't really get to see my talent when they're away from me on set or when they're on appointments. Every once in a while I'll go on an appointment or I'll go on set and visit them, but 95% of the time I don't ever see what happens until the client calls and says, he was amazing, he was great, or she was really annoying, and you need to think twice about whether you're going to keep this person or not. And that happens too. And that's unfortunate, but it does happen. Like Tanya said, I heard the last 10 minutes of her talking, and she's right. The whole, I had a very similar experience when she said the coffee situation. When I worked at IMG, before I had my own agency, I worked at a few agencies as a booker, as an agent, to learn the industry in a big setting. I worked at Elite and IMG, two of the biggest agencies in the world. And when I worked at IMG, we would have open calls. And there was one day I was going to get a sandwich. I was standing on the corner of 23rd and Park, and I saw this boy standing next to me, and he had a book in his hand, a portfolio, a Black portfolio, which means he wasn't represented, which means he bought it somewhere and put pictures in it. And he was running around the agencies seeing people, which is fine. It's standard, especially back then, And I said to him, I looked at him, I said, are you with an agency? And he was so rude to me. He was like, why? And I was like, because I'm just asking. And he's like, I don't want to discuss that with you. And was so rude to me. What he didn't know is that I'm in charge of the open calls at the agency that he's across the street from, which I knew he was going there because we're the biggest agency in the world. Why are you on 23rd and Park unless you're coming to me? So I knew that. There are two agencies on that's true, actually, I take that back. There are two agencies on the corner of 23rd and Park, Wilhelmina and IMG. They're literally right next door to each other. How that happened, I don't know, but they are right next door to each other. But I knew he was coming to me. He was more of an IMG face than a Wilhelmina face. So I was like, okay, this bitch, I know she's playing with me right now. So I go into the elevator and I go upstairs, and I don't think he knew where he was going. So I got into the building first. So he didn't see me go in. I scooted across the street, went in the building, got upstairs, and then open call started like 15, 20 minutes later. We did it once a week. I go down. Luckily, the men's division was above where the open call was. We had 2 floors on IMG. So I go downstairs, and sure enough, this bitch is sitting right on the couch with 50 other people, waiting, girls and guys. And basically my job was to sift through, visually take the books that I felt were probably had some good pictures in it and bring them to the women's division, and then bring the other ones upstairs to the men's division. And I said in a very loud voice in front of everyone, you don't need to give me your book. You can leave, because do you remember me? Oh, I just saw you like 15 minutes ago and you were super rude. Get out. And he was mortified, and I loved it because it's necessary to shame people sometimes. I'm all about shaming. Love it. So I am all about embarrassing you and shaming you in public. Love it. I love it when people get shamed in public. I am here for it. So, especially when you deserve it. So he left, and that's a good lesson. He was useless. So back to assets and liability, he was a liability, because if he did that to me, God knows what he's going to do to a photographer or a makeup artist, because I think people have a bizarre false impression of what agents look like what photographers look like, what hair and makeup people or casting directors look like. They think that we're walking around dripping in suits and jewels and being all extra like you see in the movies or something. That's like a caricature. So I think with me standing there with my deli bag, I think he just thought I was just some guy asking him stupid questions. You got to be nice to everyone. And that 3-block rule should really be a 5-block rule, because New York these streets are small. So you really should got to be nice to everyone, even the mailman or whatever, because, you know, sometimes these mailmen have been mailmen for 15 years and they have a tight relationship with that office that they're delivering that mail to. You're mean to them and they go in there and they say it, I'm going to listen to him before I listen to you. You know what I mean? I'm going to take his advice before I take yours. So you got to be nice to everyone, because you never know who's going to be listening to you in the elevator, in the lobby, et cetera, on your phone as you're leaving, or, you know, lots of other scenarios. That in the gym, never talk shit in the gym, because every model goes to the gym. They will hear you and they will report. I have spies everywhere. Some of my juiciest secrets and my juiciest scenarios have come from boys talking at the gym, thinking that nobody hears them. And meanwhile, my spy is around the corner texting me live like it's CNN. Like I'm getting live coverage, like a some sort of, you know. So I have spies everywhere. You've got to be careful. I've caught boys in many lies, many scenarios that they weren't supposed to be in, because they're too busy talking and not listening and not looking. So you have to be an asset. Now, one of the things you can be an asset is making sure you listen. The first thing, an asset, I mean, it's not tangible. It's listening. It's not pictures. It's not a class. It's not your reel. It's not, you know, all of these things come underneath listening, because pictures you can always get, reels you can always get, you can always sign up for a class, you can always lose weight, you can always go to the gym, you can always gain weight, you can always cut your hair and make yourself look better. All of these things can be done fairly quickly. But if your personality isn't conducive to listening, taking advice, and following through on whatever advice and listening, you know, scenario comes up, no amount of clothes or gym or classes is going to help you, because that will always shine through. And some people have to adjust their personality to accommodate this industry. They're used to being in charge. They're used to telling people what to do, whether you know, maybe the oldest of 6 kids, or maybe you're, you know, I don't know, had a job where you were the supervisor at a factory or whatever, and you're used to telling people what to do. Unfortunately, when you enter this industry, the roles are opposite. This is a tyrannical industry. This is not a democracy. Meaning, when an agent tells you to do something, this isn't like, oh, but I think, I'm not interested in what you think. I'm telling you what to do. Like, this is not based upon opinions, and we don't take, this isn't McDonald's where we like, you know, take, you know, what do you think we should do? I don't really care what you think I should do. I'm telling you what to do. This isn't, I'm not interested in your opinion on this or that. Like, I'm just not. I'm really not. When you prove yourself and you've worked for a year, 2 years, 5 years, maybe there's something you can tell me that, okay, I can change that. That could be worked, or, you know, maybe I should do this. But when you're starting, I literally just don't want you to speak. I just want you to follow through on any sort of tasks that I give you, because that makes you an asset. Because then I can see, okay, you're listening, you're following through, and you may not even like 50% of the stuff I tell you that you need to do. But unfortunately, this is the industry you've chosen to get into. And there are certain things you need to do in order to survive this industry. And some of them you're not going to like. And that's part of the job. It's just like if you become a cop, or you become, you know, you work in a coal mine or whatever, you may love that industry, but guess what? You're going to get dirty. Or guess what? You're a cop, you're going to have to run after somebody. You may not like it, but that's what you have to do. If you want to, you know, you want to be a football player, you may love the sport, but you're going to get hit. It's not going to be fun, but you're going to have to do it. You know, and there are certain things in this industry that aren't going to be fun, but you're going to have to do it. And if you're disagreeable and you're whining and you want to talk back and you want to ask stupid questions, then you become a liability. And that makes me think, okay, if you can't listen to me, how are you going to listen to a stranger on set when a director's assistant tells you to move to the left, or, whatever work scenario wants to come up, because I feel I'm the hierarchy. If you can't listen to me, how are you going to listen to these people? And that's how I judge whether I want to work with you or continue working with you in this industry, because that's the main thing, is listening. Now, everything else that comes underneath it that makes you an asset is having strong pictures, looking your best, whether you're a high fashion girl and size 2 or you're a commercial print 45-year-old mom. It doesn't matter. Those two scenarios are pretty much the same. You still need to look presentable. Your hair needs to be good. Your skin needs to be good. The smile needs to be good. The body needs to be fit. Even if you're bigger, you still need to have some sort of fitness thing going on in your life. Your presentation, clothes-wise, when you go see a client, needs to be on point. Slimming outfits, whether you're skinny or bigger, all of these things matter. Your walk, your aura, your knowledge of the industry, all of these things have to be on point. Again, whether you're a high fashion model or a commercial print model or an actor, it doesn't really matter. There are different facets to those 3 different genres, but ultimately you still need to look good, and you still need to be friendly and presentable and useful to the agency, because there's a lot of you. There's a lot of 40-year-old moms out there who have pleasant faces, who can smile. Why am I talking to you? There's a lot of 5'11", size 2 girls from Brazil. Why am I talking to you? There's a lot of everyone, so you have to make yourself important and useful, and listening is the first thing. Now, the pictures, the reel, the training, all of those things can be acquired through us, through our company, and through listening and knowing these are the images that work for you. This is the kind of monologue you need to do or scene, or this is what your hair needs to look like. This is, whatever comes out of my mouth is custom made for you. I don't think anyone can ever say I give the same answer to everyone, because I don't. Everyone's different. Everyone has different shapes, sizes, ages, demeanors. Some people, you could put 2 girls next to each other and they're the exact same body shape and height and ethnicity, but one is a little more quiet and one is a little more outgoing. I'll make sure the one that's more outgoing wears sexier clothing, or has more of an interesting monologue, or has more of a cooler haircut, where the girl that looks like her twin is a little more quiet. We need to keep her a little more commercial. We need to, I custom make everything according to how you show me that you are as an asset. And there's nothing wrong with being a little extra or a little quiet, as long as I see marketability. I don't need everyone to be crazy and loud and a tornado in a room. That's not interesting as well. Sometimes the quietest people have something to say privately. I don't need you to speak to everyone. I need you to speak to the right people. So if I have a few quiet clients who are very, very quiet, but when I see them on set, they're speaking to the right person, the photographer, they're making eye contact, they're talking to the hair and makeup people. They don't need to speak to the other talent. They don't need to speak to everyone. You don't have to. If you do, great, but you don't have to. So those are just a few things that makes yourself an asset or a liability. Now, being a liability is not listening, showing up late, not getting me something in a timely manner. When I ask you for selfies, especially in 2021, I want that to be a 90-second process. I don't even want it to be 2 minutes. Like, it needs to be done in 90 seconds, because there's no excuse. You have a phone. I just spoke to you on it. Use it right now. So I'm not a fan of people, oh, I'll get those to you later. Really? Because I'm on the phone with you right now, and the apparatus that uses to take the selfies is literally in your hand. So why do I have to wait later? It needs to be done right now. So these things make you a liability, because when you take too long to do something, I'm thinking about, oh, okay, in 6 months when I ask him for a self-tape, how long is that going to take? Like Tanya said, when she gets you in the room for a TV show, Hawaii Five-0, CSI, whatever TV show, she is correct when she says there's thousands of people that are auditioning countrywide. ABC is definitely going to call every agency in New York, Atlanta, and LA and be like, send us your, brunette, serial killer looking guys. Everyone's going to send it. They're going to pick 150 people that they want to hear their voice, and then you got to do a self-tape. I want that self-tape immediately. I don't care what you're doing. Unless you're literally having surgery, you better take a selfie and prove it. I want it done immediately. Like that minute. I don't want to hear I'm doing something tonight and I'll do it tomorrow. That makes you a liability, and that tells me this is your last audition with me. Get it done, and then you'll probably never hear my voice again because I'm done with you. Because I want it done immediately, because these people are waiting. When they send us these stupid ass time frames that we need to get these self-tapes in, they're not playing. They want it by end of day Friday, and if it's Wednesday at 2:00 and I'm telling you I need this, that means I need it between 6 a.m. Thursday morning and 6 p.m. Thursday night, and anytime in there. I don't want it on Friday, because if I need you to do it over again, it needs to be done again, because sometimes you don't get it right the first time. Sometimes you do, but sometimes you don't. The lighting could be off, the crop could be wrong, your hair looks bad, I don't know, whatever. I have people do things over all the time. So, that makes you a liability when I'm waiting for things. This industry is very, very cutthroat, and every hour that goes by that I don't have the material I asked you for, another talent is getting it into the hands of that producer, that director, that casting director. And now your chances of getting that job have dwindled because they're amazing. Are you going to be better than that person? I want to hit them with the most amazing digitals or self-tape first, because then everybody else underneath pales. If I'm waiting until the end of the day, they saw 20 amazing reels. Yeah. Is yours better? I don't know. I haven't seen them. But now the chances of them being wowed have lowered because they've already saw 20 amazing reels or scenes, and they're already overloaded in their head with, oh my God, those 5 guys were so good. Which one do we pick? Oh, here comes Ryan's late idiot. Now we got to look at this one. So, and pray that it's okay enough to put in the pile. So you got to be timely, because that is an asset, and being untimely and being late or being wishy-washy with when something's going to get done is a liability, because it may not even be red letter important, but I'm not going to let it get there. Even if it's something kind of menial, it just shows me that you're not taking this seriously, because whether you're handing out Tic Tacs in Times Square for $5 an hour or on set with Steven Spielberg shooting a new movie, to me, it's the same thing. I mean, you need to take it just as seriously, because when you're beginning, and I do give you a gig that's, okay, perfect example, Cole, who's from the VIP family, he just did a gig the other day for $50. He had to wear hats for this Japanese hat company. They have baseball hats and beanies. $50 an hour. He did 1 hour. It's not a lot of money, but guess what? He was happy to do it. He skipped to that studio like an 8-year-old girl, because I trained them that I don't care if the job is $50 or $5,000. You better give me the same exuberance that a big job is, because that $50 client, and the reason I let him do it, I normally don't let people do small jobs like that. The reason I let him do it is because the client was so nice when he emailed asking for him, and was so cordial and nice, explaining his situation, that he's a 21-year-old kid, he's from Japan, he just graduated fashion school, because of the, he gave me a great story that, and he's like, I really only have this much, but I'll give him product, I'll pay him, and I will use him, and as my company grows, his budget will grow. And I was like, okay, sold. So I let him do it. Sometimes these things happen. Now, if a client just writes me and says, hey, I have $50, can I use Cole? Absolutely not. Get out of my face. But but he gave me a good background story, so I let him do it. And it was only 1 hour, and plus the hats were cute, and he's actually probably wearing it right now. So anyway, so that makes him an asset to me because he's willing to do even the smallest, most annoying gig because I had to wake him up. It was a last minute thing. He had to go into the city and, it was raining. And obviously for $50, it's like, oh my God. But he did it happily because I've trained him over months that everything is a blessing. And these clients, be it small, in 6 months, a year, 2 years, could be one of the biggest clients in the world, and you want to be in their little inner circle and on their little team when that happens. If that happens, it doesn't even need to happen, but at least you were nice to someone, and he's going to remember that. So, and that is an asset to me. Now, I've had plenty of talent where if I woke them up and told them to do this, the whining, here comes the complaining, here comes the why am I doing this, here comes the wah, and here comes me thinking, okay, this is your last week in New York. Like, let's figure out a way to exit you out of the situation. I'm never going to really, unless you do something super annoying, I'm never going to be like, get out. I'm going to mastermind away in my head to get rid of you in the next 5 to 7 days. I'm just going to figure that out real quick because you gave me some guff, you gave me some lip, and now you need to leave because it's only going to get worse from here. So I'm just going to get rid of you now before it turns into something really large. Can everyone hear me?
Yes,
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Because I just got some sort of weird notice.
With Zoom. We can hear you, sir. You're just freezing right now.
Oh, I am? Am I moving now? Am I moving now?
You are moving now.
Okay. I don't know. I got some weird message on the screen said something. So anyway. So those are things that make someone an asset or a liability is the listening components, the getting your materials to the agent or client in a timely fashion, not making excuses. If you're out to dinner, you need to leave dinner. If you're at the gym, you need to wrap it up. If you're hanging out with your friends, you need to tell them, I'll see you tomorrow. When I see people do that, it makes me happy because it shows me that this industry is the most important thing to them. And these other superfluous things that they can do at another time, of course you can hang out with your friends. Of course you can go to dinner. But when I need you to do something, you just need to eat at home, or you need to eat elsewhere. You need to eat on the run or whatever. I'm not interested in it. I really, really, really am not a fan of laissez-faire behavior and luxury behavior. Like, oh, I'm hanging out with my friends. When I hear that sentence, that tells me that this isn't important to you because I'm giving you an amazing opportunity and these friends aren't going anywhere. So, why can't you see them later? That's what I'm thinking in my head. I may not even have that conversation with you. I'm thinking it in my head and I'm thinking, okay, next time I'm giving this audition to somebody else because you're not taking this seriously enough for me. I need this to be the most important thing in your life. Now, if you have a job at an office building or at the mall or at a car dealership, or I don't care where you work, I respect that and I need people, you need to work. But I also need you to make this your top priority and you need to adjust your schedule to accommodate this life. So if you're working at, like, say I have a boy named Tyler who goes by Sam Spade. He is a car mechanic. That actually is what he does. And when I call him and he has self-tape, he's done it in the bathroom of the mechanic shop. He's done it in his car. He's done it in the garage office, or he's done it at home. Wherever he's standing, it gets done. And sometimes when he's done it in a car mechanic, I'm like, look, you can wait 2 hours until you get home because you look a mess right now. But at least he tried, and then he does it when he gets home. But the point is that he does it, and why was I spotlighted? Okay, he does it, and I appreciate him. So that's why whenever I get auditions that fit his type, he gets them first. because I know it's going to get done immediately. I text them, I'm like, you have a self-tape, check your email. 2, 3, 4 hours later, I got it. I have it, you know. And many of them have been in the garage because he's there a lot, you know, and that's his job. So yeah, those are some of the things that make you an asset or a liability to me or any other agent, Tanya, or any other agent you'll ever meet on any of these calls or in your real life in person. We pretty much all have the same personality. We pretty much all have the same desires and wants and wishes. And you aren't going to find some anomaly agent who doesn't think like me or Tanya. You just aren't. So if you don't agree or like what I say, it's kind of like finding a white panda. You're not going to find another person in the industry that thinks differently than me. You know, I'd like you to try. It should be interesting to see, but you're not going to find it. So you pretty much have to accommodate our desires in order to succeed in this industry, because these are the rules. I didn't make them up. I just execute them, and you have to help me execute them and make sure that you're getting seen by the right people and making yourself an asset to me. I want to make sure that I have several models, and I'm going to talk about Cole for a bit because he comes from this program. And he did one of these calls that you're on right now. It was a model actor boot camp in I don't know, July or something, or June, May, June, July. It was in the summer of last year. And he stuck out, and then we started talking, and he physically came to New York in December of, 2 weeks before Christmas, which is probably the worst time to come here. But I actually thought it was kind of a catch-22. It was like the best and the worst time because there wasn't much going on. We're in the middle of a pandemic, but I wanted to see how he acted with even the little stuff that was going on in December, right before Christmas. Even without a pandemic, December is a slow month, but it was extra slow because of the pandemic. But I still wanted him to come just to see what he was like before I brought him back when it was busy. So, and he did great. I mean, he's very, very, very quiet and doesn't speak much. But when he does, it's thoughtful and it's incisive, and he asks the right questions, and he wants to better his life. The main purpose of him doing this is to get out of his town. And to me, that's good enough. I don't need, desires like, oh, I want to work with Meryl Streep and do, sweeping dramas where I'm wearing, corsets and ball gowns. Like, I don't care about that. Like, that to me doesn't matter. I want the real reason why you're in this industry. And the reason is because he wants to get out of his hometown. And this is the best avenue for him. And I appreciate that. I don't need some bizarrely made up story as to why you want to be in this industry. I need the truth, so for me, it was a yes. And plus he models naturally, which is hard. A lot of people have to be coaxed heavily. He doesn't. And he's making himself an asset at his height. He is very, very small, and he really shouldn't be doing half the stuff he's done, but he makes himself an asset. People like him in person, and they forgive the height because he's engaging when he's with them, so they forgive it, and they'll use him anyway. And that is something that I can relate to because I had the same problem. I'm not as small as him, but I was pretty much always the smallest on set. So I can understand that because sometimes clients will side eye you and be like, what are you doing here? Like, why are you here? When there's 20 other guys that are 3 inches taller than you, 4 inches taller than you, and in Cole's case, 5 to 6 inches taller than you. So I understand that struggle, and he's handling it very nicely, and it hasn't really even been discussed. I mean, yeah, there are a few clients, like he did lose a couple jobs because they're like, we love him, but he just is way out of place here. And that's fine. But in the future, when they see his work climb, they're gonna come crawling back. I had a bronzing client, a skincare client who way back in December liked him. But then when they saw him in person, he went and saw them in person, they were like, oh, great hair, great face, but he's just way too small. We cannot use him. And they were like, I was like, okay, whatever. But guess what? After 6 covers start pumping out and advertising and e-com, now guess who's calling? Now guess who wants to see him in LA next week because they have an office in LA. Oh, we want to see him now. Oh, really? Because now I did all the work. Now they've changed their minds because now they see that he's an asset because they didn't want him in December, but they see that all these other people are using him, so he can't be that bad. We might as well use him. That's how clients think. If you give them a reason to use you, they will follow. Clients are sheep. If they see that you're the popular kid on the corner, they're going to want to hang out with you, and they don't care how short, how big you are, how whatever scenario that you think is a negative, turn it into a positive and make yourself an asset and make them want you more than anything else, and they will come crawling. For me, it was my walk. I had to make sure because I was always the shortest guy. I used to have guys make fun of me. I remember distinctly when I walked into the model apartment in Milan, these German and Russian guys who were like 6'1", 6'2", blonde hair, blue eyes, super ripped. And they wouldn't make fun of me like hardcore, but they would be like, do you think you're doing fashion shows? A bitch, yes, I know I am, because you can't walk like me. So I would go to the appointment, walk better than them, and I would book all these shows, and they would be sitting on the couch and I'd be like, oh, I'm going to my show. What are you doing today? Oh, nothing. Okay, you're doing nothing today. I thought so. So, you have to make yourself an asset, because if you don't, these people will walk right over you. The ones who are cookie cutter made to be in this industry, they will walk right over you because they will be accepted faster. And there's nothing wrong with that. I have plenty of guys that are cookie cutter models that don't need to do anything and they just work. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But then I gravitate more towards the ones who need the help, who need the work, who need the struggle, because that's how I came up. So to me, my brain just connects with people like that. The guys that I have that are cookie cutter, that are easy to work, I like them because they work fast and it keeps my name in the press. It keeps my name on covers. I demand all my models have their name and my name on every cover they do. So my name is on cover after cover after cover after cover worldwide. And I do that on purpose because it's a strategy to make myself an asset in the industry. Now every boy on planet Earth is texting me, emailing me, writing me, wanting to be with me because they see what I've been doing with these other kids.
I'm sorry, Ryan, how many covers have you had this year? Just to throw it out there.
This year, like 33 so far.
33. I want you guys all to write 33.
33 or 34, I'm not quite sure. I was 31 last week, but I think a couple came out this week and I'm not paying attention. So.
I see, you hit 30 and now you don't pay attention. I get it.
Last year I had like 70 something. So the point is that I make myself an asset as well. I can't stop making myself an asset just because I've been doing this since 1907. I still have to make myself important into the industry because there's always another agent coming along with the hottest girl who's doing every Prada runway show, or the hottest boy who's doing some Calvin Klein, Tom Ford scenario. So you can't always rest on your laurels. I have to always be making myself an asset and not a liability. That's why I freak out with, I don't want to be a liability. And if my talent is late or my talent is hung over on set or acting weird or rude, that means I'm a liability, because even for that one bad egg, they think I must have at least another 10 or 12. So we're not going to call him because that one was annoying. He's definitely got to have more. So let's just not call him and call somebody else. I don't want that happening in my life because clients are unforgiving little bastards and they will never forgive you if your talent screws up their production, shoot, whatever. They will never forgive you. They hold grudges more than Italian mother. Like they do not play.
Talk a little bit about too why they would hold up grudges, because Mike and I have been talking about a lot of stories from the past, and one of your clients came up who like decided, you know what, I just don't feel like doing this anymore, and kind of bounced. So can you talk a little bit about why clients should hold a grudge if one of your talent is doesn't
Yeah,
show
I
up
mean, I mean, I've never personally done anything to ruin a client's shoot, but yes, I have submitted talent I probably shouldn't have submitted, knowing that they're a little flaky, but figured today's going to be a good day. And it wasn't.
Have you ever gotten another casting from Matt Cosmetics? That was a good one.
Yeah, that's the story I was thinking
Yeah,
about.
oh, okay, that's the story. Okay, yeah, Mac. Okay, this was years ago. This was probably in 2008, 7, 8, 9. And this was a classic case of Ryan shouldn't have submitted him. Let's have that title. Ryan shouldn't have submitted him, but Ryan did. So Mac Cosmetics is doing something for men's skincare, and they needed a guy. So I sent a bunch of boys, and I sent this one boy who was a return boy, who I had already represented probably in 2005 or 6. He dropped out of the industry and then batted his eyes to get back in, and I stupidly let him. And so then he comes back. It's just like the boyfriend who cheats on you and then you let him back. They're always once an idiot, always an idiot. So this is a lesson. So I let him come back. He goes on this appointment. He gets it, which wasn't surprising, and he's all excited to do the job. But here's where I made my mistake. I let him go home for a weekend, which was in Philly, instead of staying under my nose and in my eyesight in New York. And he was supposed to come back to New York and go on set and do whatever they needed. I think they had to body paint him, and it was like this huge thing. He just didn't show up. And the woman who hired him coincidentally was getting married that weekend and flew to South Africa for her honeymoon, which actually I didn't even know that this was happening. I didn't know she was getting married. I didn't, it's none of my business. But I'm standing, I was with Allie and Mike in Philly, and my phone is ringing several times when I see South Africa, and I'm like, I don't know anyone in South Africa. And it's called like 3 times. I'm like, okay, it's got to be important. I pick up, it's her. She is freaking out. She's calling from the hotel room.
From her honeymoon.
From her honeymoon. That they were calling her, freaking out that this boy you just booked before you left for your honeymoon isn't here. And where is he? And oh my God, it was really, really bad. It was really bad, really, really bad. And what's funny? I mean, well, it's not funny, but that was the last gig I ever booked with her. I have never spoken to her since. She has never used me again. And I've seen her do castings and whatever. I have never been asked ever again because of this boy,
Something that I want everyone who's listening to this to think about is this. Okay, yeah, that person, liability, right? How many of you say that boy is a liability? Absolutely. But this is what I want you guys to think about. Like when we listed assets and liabilities, and that's all very serious. But what I think that you also need to take into consideration is that you may not just be a liability to yourself or to an agent or to a client, but think about all the people that Ryan could have booked for cosmetics had this kid not effed it up for them. So think about every one of you here who's on this call who maybe one day would have the opportunity to work with Ryan. None of you will be able to work with Mac Cosmetics because this kid that you don't know his name, you know nothing about him except that he's a liability, took that opportunity away from everyone. So that's why you also have to think about when you are committing in this industry, it's not about you. Mark Schoenfeld talked about that. It is not about you. There's so
I actually have another story with Gossip Girl. When Gossip Girl was originally on the air, now they're doing a reboot and they have forgiven me. So this is a redemption story. So when Gossip Girl was originally on,
he starts like this, like Bridgerton, like it's tell us the drama, Mr.
When Gossip Girl was originally on the air, I was constantly booking that show, constantly for seasons 1, 2, 3. I've actually never seen a single episode of the show, but I was booking it like crazy. And then when
a lot of models for that show, and I don't want to be an actor. Why do I want to be on Gossip Girl? Do you see anybody ugly on that show? Just
yeah. So during season 3, I had this one boy who was from Canada, and he was booked for what is called what's the word? I guess to make it simple for you guys, it's basically a match shot. It's called a match shot, where all 5 days they need the exact same people in the exact same spots, and if anyone's missing, it ruins the other days, because when you're shooting it again from angle left, why is that person missing? Because they were in angle right. So anyway, it was 5 days of match days. He did 3 and missed 4 and 5. It was World War III at the CW network. They were hysterical. I was banished. I was never to be spoken to again. It was a done deal. And then when Gossip Girl went off the air, whatever. Now they're doing the reboot with the same producers, but thank God there's a couple new ones who don't know that disaster, and now they're using it because the casting director kind of begged them to use me, because they said, we need the most beautiful boys in New York. And she's like, and one of them remembered me, and she said, this is who we got to go to if we want the hottest boys in New York. And they said, oh, no, we're not using him. And she said, we are using him. That was years ago. She fought for me, and then they caved, and now, they're using me.
And Ryan, really quick, can you go over the importance? Because I get a lot of people, I'm only interested in modeling, or I'm only interested in acting. Can you talk about the gray area, why you may want to do both?
Well, you have to do both because, unfortunately, the industry has changed and models are given scripts all the time. I mean, speaking of Cole, I'm going through this with him right now. He is not thrilled to be acting, believe me. He is not happy about it. But I am making him do it, and I am pushing him to read. I am pushing him to do the scripts. He loves being a model. He loves flinging his hair. He loves sitting on set. Loves. But as soon as he's got to talk, he's got an issue with it. And we've been working on months to get him over that hump and to get him to be comfortable with it, where now I'm in a comfortable place. He did a web series with Gina Smith, who's also from this company. They did a fight scene together. He played her enemy on the show. He had her locked up, called the police on her, had her locked up.
Not in real life, on the show.
On the show. Yes, on
and
the
I
show.
think they filmed in Atlanta. For those of you guys that don't know, really quick, Cole got discovered from one of these calls from South Carolina, zero experience. So I see people, can I talk to an agent? Calm down. Because most of the 2 people that asked that don't even have their cameras on. So, hi, I'm watching you.
Oh, shit.
Hi, have you met me? We all have the same personality. And Cole got discovered. But again, he didn't really have a lot of training or development. He had to cover his own expenses to get to New York. Then he had to cover all of his own expenses to get to Atlanta to film. And now he's in LA, but he's booking a shit ton of work. So guys, it works. The process works. Yeah. Understand?
And he had to do these scenes where he had to be a major asshole. And he had to go into the jail cell and taunt Gina and the other actors that he put in jail. And it's an excellent scene. I saw the raw footage, and he did great. But he did call me from there, and he was like, I need a minute before I do this again. It was really, really hard. He cried every day because, I'm not, ashamed to say it. He cried every day that he was shooting because he was like, this shit is hard. He's like, I thought it was going to be easy. I said, I didn't give you that email or memo that told you it was going to be easy. You must have got that email or memo from one of your stupid ass friends who told you that this was going to be easy, because I never told you that. He was so, when you get so stressed out that the tears just start coming, even though you're not sad or you're not angry, but you're just so stressed that oh my God, I'm crying,
Plus, the
That's
material of that show is not exactly easy. We're not going to go into the details, but the material
yeah.
of
The
that
material
was like
isn't.
really hard, especially for
But that was a challenge, Ryan, and it just goes to show that even if that scared him, or he didn't want to do it, he's now challenged, and now you could trust him on bigger projects.
Oh yeah, no, he did a great job, and they were happy with him. They were like, when he first got to set and the first day of shooting, they were like, "You think he's gonna be able to pull this off?" And I was like, "He's gonna do it." So then I had to call him. I'm like, "Go in the corner, don't speak in front of anyone, leave the room," because he was in the room with everyone. I go in the hallway or wherever you can go so I can speak to you. I said, "Do not play games with me. Do not play games with me. You will be back at that coffee shop so fast your head will spin. Do not play games with me. You are to pump out this dialogue like they're like nobody's business."
because it
Do not
is.
play games with me right now. I go, "So you wanted to do this. Now you're doing it, and you can't clam up now." And he was just crying. He was like, "This is so hard, and we're gonna do like 40 takes." I'm like, "I don't care. I don't care if they want to do 80 takes. You need to figure it out." And after 3 days of shooting, he got it done. And then when he was driving home, he was like, "That's it for now. I need a minute before I do that again." That was so hard. But guess what? Last week or like 2 weeks ago, they sent me raw footage before they colorize it and do, what TV does. They sent me raw footage of him in that jail scene. And he was so proud of himself. I'm like, "Look at what you did. You look like a star." That is what pushing takes, and that's what I do. I'm a taskmaster. I will call and text and scream and yell until I can.
I want everybody to type here very quickly, "I'm up for a challenge." Because this is not, like, if you're trying to get into show business, even if you're a model, you're acting. You got it? So you better be up for a challenge.
Awesome.
Yeah, it is challenging. It's very hard. Everyone wants to sit on our couch, and he even admitted it. We actually were sitting on the couch when the footage came in. Let me try and find that footage. It's on my phone. When the footage came in, I think we were sitting on the couch. Everyone wants to sit on their couch and watch Netflix and Hulu and TV and watch How to Get Away with Murder and Scandal and be like, "Oh my God, I can do that." No, you can't. No, you can't. Wait till that camera gets in front of you and they're like, "Oh, we're doing 20 pages of dialogue today." What? What did I stutter? "We're doing 20 pages of dialogue today. Are you ready?" "Oh no, you're not ready." "Okay, you're fired." Like, that's how it works. So wait, let me see what's up.
Especially if you're working for Shonda. She don't play.
But just anyone, it's Shonda, or even a web series like what Cole did is a web series. It wasn't a Shonda series, but a camera is a camera. It doesn't matter if it's a Shonda Rhimes production or a web series. A camera is a camera, and you better figure it out.
Right. I have an idea. Since you're going to be
What?
back in a little while, why don't you? How many of you guys would, if Ryan can find it, would like to see some of that footage? Can you
found-
that as
I
like a little
found-
gift for us in a little while? Would that be cool?
Oh yeah, that's fine. I found the rehearsal of them fighting.
Oh, hold on. Let me spotlight you again. Hold on. 1 second.
And he looks like he really hit her.
None of this. You need to go punch through her face. You're rolling. That was good.
So that's him that was rehearsal before they shoot it, because you got to rehearse it. You can't just start shooting because he could knock her teeth out. So he had to rehearse it because he plays an asshole who's like her enemy, and he's like a girl beater. So he beats her up, calls the cops, says that she hit him, and she gets arrested.
Crazy. Awesome. That's great. And the cool thing is too, for any of you guys that don't know, since we're talking about assets and liabilities, when we first met Gina, like, this was her big dream. Like, her dream was to actually do fight scenes in a movie like that. But when we first met her, like, literally she was so shy that she couldn't even order dinner at a restaurant. And now she's doing fight scenes. She played the lead role in that series that Ryan was talking about. So she went from being someone who literally couldn't even order chicken fingers at dinner with her mom to now being the lead role in a series that is absolutely amazing, where she actually got to do a fight scene. So I'll tell you more about her story sometime, but like seeing Cole do this with Gina, it's like a double win for us, because again, like when we met Cole too, like you heard Ryan, like they both became assets because of the training that they went through, because they were mentored. There were so many reasons that they became assets. It didn't just happen. They didn't just wake up one day and say, oh my gosh, here I am. No, it takes some work. And Ryan worked with both of them. We worked with both of them. So that it's really cool.
Gina killed it. Gina did a great job. She was there for like 18 days, 19 days. And I saw a few of her other fight scenes that Cole isn't in, where she like escapes this camp that she's being held hostage in, and she's running from the captors, and she's got to beat them up, or they, try and get her back. And she did a great job. It looked really real. She's rolling around in the grass and the dirt. This is not a set. This is a real forest. Yeah, and she did great,
This is a girl that right before we met her was recovering from a broken back from a cheerleading accident. Okay. So when you hear this story, it's like there's so many layers of amazingness to it. But yeah. So if you can find that scene for us.
I gotta find it. I'm looking and I can't see it. I don't know where I gotta look for. I'll look for it during the break.
Okay, well, you're going to be back in a little while. So why don't we do this? Why don't we let you go look for that? We have a lot more ground to cover, and then we'll see you back in a little while, Mr. Colby. If you guys enjoyed listening to Ryan, give it up for him.
See you guys. I'll see you in a couple hours.
Awesome. Thanks, Ryan. We'll see you in a little bit.
See you.
All right, guys. So, I just want to recap for us for a little bit, okay? How many of you now are starting to see, all of this is starting to come into focus? Right? How many of you guys are starting to understand? Like, okay, you know what? I have to be in a good state. I have to make sure that I focus. I have to make sure that my words are right. But you know what? Before we do that, I think you guys have been sitting for just a little too long. This is what I'm going to have you guys do real quick. What are we going to do? I'm the next speaker on stage. What does that mean we get to do? We need to be in a what? In a peak state, okay? Because I want you guys ready for what we have next. Okay. So let's do this. Which should we start, on the left or the right? You guys pick. We're going to start on the right leg out. Are you ready? Hold on. Let me get my alarm. Ready? 15 seconds. And I want to win. So you guys go slow. Okay. Ready? Get set. Go. 15 seconds. Come on. Get your blood moving. We have a lot more to go over. Come on. Ooh, I can't even see, some of your hands are going so fast. It's crazy. Oh my gosh. What? Ooh. Okay, let's take a quick breather. Let me take my watch off so I don't have a hand problem. We are going up. Oh my gosh, Wes, that's crazy. Wes has been standing the whole time. Let's switch to the other side. Left foot forward. Are you ready? Get set. Go! Come on now. Come on. Get your blood moving. Come on, guys. You can do it. Come on. Get your blood moving. Come on. What? Oh my gosh. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, guys. Awesome. Okay. You guys, oh, hold on. My alarm's going to go off again. You guys can take a seat. Take a sip of water. Okay, everyone take a sip of water. I know. It's an arm workout. If you do it right, if I had the ability for you guys to see my whole body, it's actually a full body workout, because you're working your core, you're holding your core, and you're getting your arms moving. Obviously, I need to change my story so I can start using the gym equipment. Okay, so I just kind of want to do a little bit of a refocus for us right now, okay? How many of you right now, though, feel like you're in a peak state again? How many of you are like, okay, you know what? This is awesome. I love this. Right? Awesome. Okay, so let's come back to our triad of success. Okay? Can we all agree that it's very important to make sure that you are in a peak state? Because right now, how excited are you guys to hear what's next? Are you guys like, now you're like, okay, come on. You know what? Ryan was awesome. We know he's coming back. We got more treats, but let's do this, right? How many of you are like, it totally changes your physiology, your whole state, right? That's why the state that you put yourself in is the baseline, okay? Now, how many of you guys have some stuff you're going to be focusing on? How many of you now understand a lot more about assets and liabilities, right? Do you guys understand more? Do some of you have like a focus? Where focus goes, energy flows, right? So how many of you now have more of a focus? You're like, you know what? Here, we're gonna go back just for 2 seconds. Okay. We're gonna go back for 2 seconds. Okay. How many of you know that the reason that Cole is booking all of this work is because he became an asset? When he met Ryan, he was a blank slate. He was a liability. He didn't know anything. He had no photos. He had no experience. He was like a barista in South Carolina, right? But then he started working with Ryan. He started getting his photos. When Ryan coached him, he listened. He got some training, right? He got some experience, right? I bet he has really good time management skills because if he's late, Ryan probably kicks his butt. I know this is a butt-free zone, but that's the only time we're allowed to say butt, okay? But like, how many of you guys see that, right? Cole went from being a liability to being an asset, and now he's booking work literally in LA right now. Like, come on, he's like, boy, barista, South Carolina, moves to New York, gets everything that he needs. He has a coach, a mentor, an agent. Now he's in LA, right?
And his asset value will go up.
Yeah, and his asset value every day is going up as he's booking more work, as he is meeting more people and networking. He's not just going out to LA to hang out on the beach. Like, he's out there, he's networking. Ryan's setting him up with meetings all the time. He's actually in a situation right now where he's going to not only be represented in New York City, but he's going to be represented in LA also. He had a meeting with a huge LA agent. How awesome is that? But if he hadn't gone from liability to asset, we wouldn't be having this conversation about him. We'd be like, Cole, I don't know no Cole. Isn't that a pitcher or something like that? Right? But the thing is that he took the bull by the horns. He got what he needed, and now he's an asset, and his asset is going up every day. Okay. So let's see here. And now let's talk about our words too. Okay, let's go back to our can't and our can list from earlier. This is something I want you guys to think about. Whenever you say, I can't do this because, you're magnifying who you are to yourself and others. I can't do this because I don't live in the right place. I can't do this because I'm too old. I can't do this because I'm too young. I can't. What you're doing is you're defining yourself by those words. Okay? You're defining yourself by those words. You're magnifying. What you say magnifies you to yourself and to others. Okay? So when you're saying, oh, I can't, then what you're doing is you're defining yourself. It's like a magnifying glass. Okay? I have good news though. Are you guys ready for the good news? The good news is that when you say I can, when you take those leaps of faith, when you take those risks, when you say I can do this because I have the training. I can do this because I'm willing. I am a success. I can be success. I can be successful, right? How about this? We're gonna do a little thing. Are you willing to do an exercise with me? This is going to change your state again. This is going to change your state. Are you ready? I want you guys to stand up for this though. This is a stand-up exercise. I know it's like a church, up, down, up, down. I haven't made you do squats, so I have to keep you moving. Right? I want you to say this after me. Are you ready? I love success and success loves me. Ready? I love success and success loves me. Say it again with me. I love success and success loves me. Bring it into your heart. When you say it, bring it in. Say, I love success and success loves me. One more time. I love success and success loves me. It's really important that you do them when I'm giving you body motions, you do them because there's a reason. You're pulling it into you. I love success and success loves me. Now, for how many of you does that feel absolutely amazing? How many of you it's like, feels a little weird, but I can get used to this, Deneen. How many of you feel like that? I can get used to this. I love success and success loves me. I want you to add that to your mantra every day. Because what you're doing when you're saying, you guys can take a seat, by the way. You don't have to keep standing. When you're saying something like that, what you're doing is you're drawing to yourself that thing that you want, that thing that you are. Inside of you, you are successful. You may not see it. You may need someone else to see it for you, but that is who you are. Okay? You're magnifying that. I love success and success loves me. Write that down and you know what? Say it and mean it. And for you, if it feels a little weird, keep saying it until it feels flipping amazing. Okay? So guys, we've given you a lot of information so far today, and the best is still yet to come. Okay, but I want you guys to think about this. What we do today and what we've done today so far, it really doesn't matter. And you're like, what do you mean it doesn't matter, Denise? It doesn't matter. Like, you can get all of the knowledge you want. You can sit down, you can write all kinds of notes. You can buy every book on success. You can buy every book on acting. You can follow every one of our speakers. And you know what? That's awesome, but it doesn't mean anything. The only thing that really matters is what are you going to do with the information that you've received? Are you going to go tell everyone, hey guys, guess what? I was on this amazing workshop for the weekend. It was so cool. I had so much fun. And then just go about your regular life? Is that what you're going to do? Or are you going to take action? How many of you are going to take action? If you're going to take action, type action in the comments. Whether you're a Christian or whatever, don't judge what I'm about to say, but this is a universal truth. Okay? Faith without works is dead. What does that mean? What that means to me in this context is this. You can believe in yourself. You can have all the knowledge in the world. You can know the exact breakdown of everything in the whole entire world. You can memorize all of the facts. But if you don't actually put that stuff into action, it's just like a dusty library that no one is using. So this is something I want you guys to understand. I want you guys to know that you have to take action for all of these hours that you're investing in yourself today, for all of the knowledge, for all of the speakers that have invested their time into you. It's all for naught if you don't take action. Okay? Because this isn't, you're not watching a movie. Your life isn't a movie. It's not a movie. Yes, do I want you to be on Netflix? Absolutely. But your life isn't a movie. This isn't passive. This is something you have to take action. Okay? So now what I'm going to do is it okay if I introduce you to some action takers that are in amongst us right now? Is that cool? Is it okay are you guys okay? Do you guys want to hear from people who've actually taken action and are super successful? Is that okay? I need a thumbs up. Thumbs up. Give me some thumbs ups. Okay, awesome. So unlike normally, I'm like, hey, can you talk today? But I'm going to be randomly calling on people today. So surprise. Let's see here. Let's see. The first person I would like to call on is Barit. Barit, can you please unmute yourself?
Hi guys, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Deneen.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm really happy to be here. My mindset is better than it was 3 hours ago. So
awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. So Barit, I've had the opportunity to work with you now for a couple of months. And I know you weren't expecting this, but you are one of those people that you're always taking action. You're not someone who gathers information and then rewrites your notes 10 times and then hopes to God you get some more information. You actually take action. So can you tell us a little bit about yourself, how you came to be here today?
Yes, with pleasure. Thank you for asking. So I was always dreaming about doing modeling and acting. And I finally did a competition and I win a partial scholarship here in LA doing 1 year acting on camera. So this is what I was doing last year. And now this year I'm still in LA and I have like a visa, because when you're doing a visa 1 year acting, you can get a visa 1 year when you can work and still be here in United States, because I'm from Switzerland. So I'm here during the pandemic. There's not a lot of work. And also I have kind of like a weird visa situation just for 1 year. So it's a bit stressful, but still I'm doing things. Now I'm producing my own short film that I will present to festivals for the next 2 years. I'm also doing a lot of calls Zoom with you guys with VIP Ignite. I wish to travel a lot with you, to meet a lot of people. I'm still training too. I'm doing with Acting Center in LA a lot of Zooms too. I'm reading a lot because I'm already thinking of a film I want to write, not a short film, but something really big. And I wish to present to Mark Schoenfeld as soon as I have the script. But like I have a lot of projects for maybe the 5 years that are coming, even though I'm not sure how it's going to happen with my visa. Like I'm just doing it and believe in it. And I'm not going to believe it's a bit stressful, but it's keep me going and it's really my dream. And I know I'm going to make it. And I know I'm going to make it even bigger with you. So I'm here connected and grateful.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. I love that you're taking so much action, because I know like there's so many people, oh, you know, if only this happens, if only that happens. I love that you're not doing that. What you're saying is, you know what, this is my plan. You have a 5-year plan. I wish I had a roadmap here, but you have a 5-year plan that you're enacting and you're taking action on it now. You're not waiting, oh, well, if my visa comes, you know, then I'll do it. No, you're taking action now. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to highlight you, because so many times, again, people accrue all of this information, they accrue all of this knowledge, but you're someone who you take quick, decisive action. Even when we were in Miami, I remember we had the opportunity to hang out on a yacht to do a photo shoot, which was really cool. But
yes.
The next day you were on another photo shoot, right?
Right. I did 3 photo shoots in like 5 days.
Yeah. Again, because you were in the right place at the right time and you were taking action. So Brit, thank you so much for sharing your story. And how many of you know how many of you can agree that Brit is an asset, right? She's an asset. She's grown every day. She's growing. Her asset value is growing, right? Because she's doing the work, she's getting the training, she's doing everything that she needs to do. And she's investing in herself. She's investing time, she's investing for travel, she's investing so much in herself. So her asset level is increasing every day. How awesome is that? Awesome. All right, guys, give it up for Brit. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for sharing. Okay, let's see here. Who else do I want? Who else should I pick on here? Let's see here. How about Cassie Gleason? Let me find you. Hold on, I lost you. There you are. Okay, Cassie Gleason, can you unmute yourself for me, please?
Hi, Deneen.
Hi. So
hi, everyone.
Before I have you share, I want to share a little bit about how you're an asset also. Okay, so I had the opportunity to meet Cassie. We just passed our 1-year mark working together. And over the course of the year, I've learned so much about Cassie. When I first met her, I knew that she was into makeup, that she wanted to be a model, and I knew that like she was very coachable. It's one of the things we talked about with being an asset, right? She was very coachable. She was willing to learn, and she was like definitely investing in herself. But something you guys may or may not know, some of you may know this, but one of the projects that we're working on, and we're going to talk about stuff we're working on in a little bit, but one of the things that we've been working on for the past couple of months is we have a couple films that are in pre-production. So something I love about Cassie is that she's always like that person who like steps up to the plate. I'm like, hey Cassie, can you do this? She's like, I guess so. Yep. She never says I guess so. She's always a hell yes, and then she figures it out later. So maybe it's just my perception, but Cassie is actually
it's true.
It's true. You're like,
It's
okay.
true.
Deneen, why did you even like Deneen? I'm gonna block your phone number. I think sometimes she may think that, but in all
Never.
seriousness, Cassie's one of those people. Like she says yes, and she figures it out. So one of the things that we're working on right now is we have a couple films in pre-production, and when we're in New Orleans, we're going to be doing a costume test for Zombies versus Vampires, which is going to be awesome. I can't wait. But then when we go to New York, we're doing a makeup test. Okay. And here's the cool thing. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but Cassie does special effects makeup. So Cassie has offered her time to help us get everyone prepared to do the makeup for the makeup test in New York. So Cassie, I just spoke for a very long time about you, but can you talk a little bit about what it's like to work with VIP Ignite? And can you explain a little bit to everyone who's listening, like, why you say yes when we call?
Well, like Deneen said, I've been with VIP for a year now. And really what I've learned is always say yes, because opportunities are here. I live in Montana. So, I mean, you can assume kind of what the opportunities are location wise for me, but VIP really has connected me with people that can help me in my career. And by doing so, I'm willing to help too. So I think that's my biggest asset, is saying yes and finding a way to be helpful and finding a way to always be grateful, because you never know what tomorrow can bring. I mean, all of a sudden I'm getting a call and, hey, you want to do a makeup workshop? I'm like, heck yes, because I love makeup. And I'm just so happy and grateful to do it and have the opportunity to just help everyone in this process. So, I mean, that's a little bit.
Yeah. And then something else too. Did you know you were a writer before you started working with us?
No.
Talk a little bit about that.
I was going to say that I'm a lyricist, because now I know the difference between songwriting and lyricist and everything. So I was always doing poems and lyrics and everything. But with VIP Ignite, Deneen was like, hey, do you want to write an article? And I was like, what? Me, a writer, being a published writer? So yes, I actually am a published writer now with New Guard magazine, and a few other really great successes with being the cover girl and everything with New Guard. So it's wonderful working with VIP, and I've grown so much, and my confidence is just climbing and climbing. And I want to be an asset, and I want to be known as someone that can be counted on. And I think I'm proving that. So it's wonderful.
Yeah, for sure you are. And
I don't think you're proving that. I think you are doing that, Cassie. Yeah. Correction.
Right.
Yes,
true.
Our words matter.
Yes, 100%. I'm doing it. And
one of the awesome things too about working with us, working with VIP Ignite, is that a lot of times, and Mark talked about this earlier too, but a lot of times when you're working with a mentor, like, because that's what we are, like we're a conduit, we're going to introduce you to people, but we're also mentors to a lot of our talent. And sometimes when you work with a mentor, the mentor's job is to see something in you that maybe you don't see in yourself yet and help draw that out. So that's part of the reason that I wanted Cassie to talk today, is because sometimes my job, Alicia's job, Mike's job, Ryan's job, our job is to see something in you that you don't necessarily see in yourself and help to pull it out. And when you say yes to those opportunities, that's, again, increasing your asset value. So thank you so much, Cassie, for sharing that.
Yes, thank you for asking me. And of course, I was ready. So
I know
always
you are.
Be ready.
Always ready in due time.
And be authentic and just shine, because you're the best you in the world. You're the only you. So that's what I have to impart.
Awesome. Cool. All right. So what I would like to do now that you've heard from a couple people that I've chosen, if this is maybe one of your first times being on here, I want to call on one or two people. I have a couple questions. Who would like to answer questions for me? And I promise you this is not going to be like a TMZ expose. Okay, I'm going to call on someone because you were last night. Shanna, I'm going to ask you to unmute yourself because I want to learn a little bit about you and see something. Let's see here. Let me get you unmuted. Are you able to unmute? Ask. Is it letting you unmute? No? Okay, I'm going to try one more time.
There we go. Yeah.
Awesome.
I know it froze up a little bit there, but hi.
Okay, Shanna. So I know that this is the first time you've been on one of our intensives, and we're so excited to have you. Everyone give it up for Shanna, by the way.
Thanks.
She had no clue I was doing this. No one so far has.
Hey, so, impromptu is cool.
Awesome. So I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Over the course of the day, you've heard from some tremendous people, okay? You've had the opportunity to hear from Mark Schoenfeld, Tanya Kleckner, Ryan Colby, Alicia, okay? So here's a question I have for you. What has been your biggest takeaway so far from the day?
I would say that you have to withstand a very professional outlook on this whole thing and give it your all and put all the hard work and time and sometimes money into it, but it's worth the results in the end. That's what I would say the biggest takeaway from it was.
Okay. Now, what was your thought process before you started today? Like, what was your belief system around the entertainment industry?
I would say it's a very competitive, hard thing to get into, but there are opportunities and you just got to kind of take a hold of those. And if you're given a chance, you know, just kind of jump in and don't question things. Don't overthink it.
Okay. So did you learn something new? Like, what did you learn today that shattered your expectations?
I would say financial is very tough, but if you really wanted, you would have to put back and save for it, like they had mentioned in the one speaker's thing, and keep working at it.
Okay. Awesome. Cool.
Yeah.
Do you feel more empowered? Do you feel more ready to take on the industry now that you're here today?
Oh yeah. I would not give up, even if I stay small or whatever. I would not give up performing for people because it's just such a rewarding thing, you know, to reach out to people and hear their personal stories and put your personal story out there. It's just rewarding either way. Whether you're a big star or you're a little person, don't forget the little people that got you there and your friends and followers and fans and all the people that get you there. Don't forget them.
It's awesome. Very good. Well, Shanna, thank you so much for volunteering to talk to us today. Well,
no problem.
Thank you for unmuting. Really, you didn't volunteer. I volunteered. Awesome. Okay, so let's take a look here and see who else we can talk to. If this is your first or second time here, can you raise your hand? Oh, you know what? Hold on. You don't even have to do that. Georgia, look at that. I was going to call on you anyway. Georgia, can you unmute yourself for me?
Hi.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here today. So, Georgia, I'm going to ask the questions in the opposite. So, like I lost my words there.
Opposite order.
So, Georgia, before you came on today, what was your perception of the entertainment industry? Like, what was your strongest belief about how to get started and what you could do?
A lot of what Alicia said to us last night really hit home because I just got here in Miami. And you're thinking, okay, you could get your headshots, you could have your comp cards, you could have your experience or what you've done on your resume, and you get signed on to these backstage and whoever else online, and you get booked, you get jobs. And that is what hit me. I'm like, She said, don't do that. I said, okay, so where do I go next? So when she told me this, I knew I had to come to this summit because I need all the guidance I could get, because everything that I was being told before is actually not what I should be doing.
Yeah,
You know?
and really quick, she was on my open call the other night, Deneen, and I spoke to them for about 40 minutes. You don't ever get comp cards unless you're signed to an agency. And when you join backstage, you're not getting signed to them. You just had a credit card and you joined like Netflix. That's it. And as you know, real casting directors aren't going to go to those websites to hire you. Why would they? You know what I mean? Tanya said it's my reputation, and even Ryan with Matt Cosmetics, they would never hire somebody off the internet because of licensing, and God forbid you don't show up. So I'm so glad you're here.
That's what threw me off. I just spent almost $5,000 getting photos and my comp cards.
And then now what are you doing with your photos? Where are they?
So those same people told me to use these photos and put it up on Backstage and
wait, so they sold you
casting
photos and then they're not booking you work? They sold you $5,000.
No, they told me up front that they are not
websites.
They told me up front that they are not agents. They're not getting me the job. They could point me in the right direction.
Oh, so they consider that the right direction. That's cute.
So when I spoke with you last night, that is what hit me. I'm like, now what?
Well, now let's use those photos and book work.
Yeah.
You got it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I know you've already said this, but I want you to put it out there plainly. What has been your biggest aha moment between last night and today?
You know, you hear about all the scams, and last night it was like, oh, fuck, that's me now.
Yeah.
You know,
you got photos. Yeah. Not like you paid for something and you showed up and the doors were locked. You got photos.
Yeah, but I'm
now you gotta know what to do
doors.
with them. Yeah.
All right. That's awesome. So now you know, like today you've gotten the resources, right? You know that you're in the right place, right? Because we told you the truth.
Yeah.
Right. But like, do you feel more empowered to move forward now? Right?
I do. I do. I feel like if I have an army of knowledgeable people behind me, in front of me, at the side of me, and at the back of me, you know, I feel empowered, you know, and it's really good to see a lot of powerful females on the screen as well.
Awesome. Cool. Everyone give it up for Georgia. Thank you so much for sharing your story, and thank you for being honest, because so many people.
Thank you for having me.
Don't call on me, but thank you so much. That was awesome. Awesome. Okay, let's see here. Who else do we have here? Who else is like your first or second time here and you're like, Laura, you want to talk? I saw your hand go up. Okay, Laura Johnson.
It's actually Lara.
Lara. Oh,
it's okay. It's okay. It's LA.
I always mess up one name. I'm sorry it was yours.
I usually don't even say anything.
Well, my name is Deneen, so I try to be very respectful of names. But Lara, before you came here today, what was your mindset toward the entertainment industry? What was your perception?
Well, I already had a perception that, of course, you're going to get out of it what you put into it. I did have that perception, and that it's definitely something that you're going to have to invest yourself and work hard in. But after hearing like Mark talk, and when he said in every adult there's a poet that died young, that really resonated with me, and it made me really dig deep to my younger years to try to figure out what was it I was really interested in back then. And it was, I remember being in a talent show and singing when I was like in 3rd grade, and I didn't make it as a finalist in the talent show. And so that kind of made me start thinking about that. And I have not thought about that in years. So that was one thing. And then when Ryan talked about, making yourself accessible, I mean, very much an asset, and the knowledge and being friendly and presentable, all those things, how important they are. And so I think already we have just learned so much. And
yeah.
So you've learned a lot. So what would you say the biggest shift is in you?
I think as far as I think when you said one of the last few things you said was you talked about taking what we're learning and really putting it into action. And so I start thinking about my social media, like my Instagram, and what I need to do. That kind of kickstarted that, what I need to do to get that moving.
Awesome. Yeah. Because I believe I heard Tanya talk about how important social media is. Like your social media is your digital resume right now. So it's awesome. Like it's so important that when you are doing your social media, like you have to think about it like a business person. You can't think about it, oh my gosh, like I'm taking a picture with my favorite, you know what I mean? Like you
Right.
really think of it as a business.
Right.
So that's awesome. I love that. And I love Cassie. Cassie said, yes, Lara, revive that poet. That's cool. We want
Yes.
all of you to revive that poet.
Thank
That's
you.
awesome. Very good. Well, thank you so much for sharing. I appreciate that. Awesome. Okay, so let's see here. I have time for a couple more here before our next guest arrives. So, how about Marcus Sr.? Are you willing to talk to us? Because I've been watching you all day.
Hello,
Hi, how are you today?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
So, Marcus, before you got on today's call, what was your perception of the entertainment industry? Like, what was your mindset toward the entertainment industry?
My mindset was, that I couldn't do it, that it was so many obstacles. I wouldn't be successful. Just that. Maybe too old. That was my mindset.
You don't know me very well, but that is my favorite mindset to shatter. But we'll talk about that later.
Absolutely.
Hold on. I don't know if you see there are people like, no, don't say the O word to Janine.
Oh yeah, but that was my mindset.
No, that's awesome. I mean,
Yeah,
it's not awesome. That I like that it was your mindset. So
absolutely.
now, what is your new mindset, Marcus?
I'm gonna tell you, I am so inspired. I mean, from all the speakers, all the advice, all the direction and guidance, I'm inspired. It's like an I can mindset, and I'm excited.
That's awesome.
I wrote down so many things. Don't kill the poet, as was already said. Failure is profound. It can be profound, and the next step could be success. Fortune favors the bold. I mean, it's so many things. That's just fuel. It's fuel. So I'm excited.
I love it. Okay, so now that I know your mindset has shifted, I just want you to know that this is actually one of the best times in the history of the entertainment industry to not be super young. And if you're super young, don't take that personally. There are plenty of opportunities.
I'm good. Yeah, absolutely.
But there are so many opportunities for people that are older because as the population is aging, we need people to advertise for things like dental implants and insurance.
Yeah.
And again, no offense to you youngins, but
No,
who wants
not
to buy
at all.
insurance from like a 12-year-old? Come on now. We want to buy insurance from people our age. There's
Yes.
never been a better time to be more mature in the entertainment industry.
Sure.
Well, thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
I've had
Thank
my eye on you all day. I've been watching you.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay. Let's see here. Our next guest should be here momentarily. So let me see if I have a couple more minutes here. So who else would like to share? Okay, Ariana.
Hi.
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 So first, how old are you?
I'm 15. My mom signed me up, of course.
Your mom's right here with you?
No, she signed me up, of course, because I couldn't do it myself.
Okay. We'll talk about that in a little while, but just so you know, your mom has to be present because
yeah, she's in the house. Yeah.
Okay, just because I'll talk to your mom later, but anyone who's under the age of 18, it's always imperative that your parents are with you because first of all, technically agents are not allowed to even speak to you because you're underage. And second of all, I'll talk about my why in a little while and you'll understand why it's really important.
I would have your mom get on the call now.
Yeah.
If she's home. because we can't even do an interview with you if we're interested in working with you. So get your mom on now.
Okay.
Okay, we'll come back to you.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Let's see here. Okay, Eileen, would you like to share? She's like, that's the second time you've called on me, Janine. Hi,
Yeah.
Eileen, how are you?
I'm
Aileen.
good. How about you?
Not Eileen, right?
Yeah.
Aileen, awesome. So Aileen, before you joined us today, what was your mindset about the entertainment industry?
Well, for me, really, it's difficult. Number one, well, I have an English barrier, so I'm from Philippines. So the English is kind of like sometimes hard to understand. Well, I wouldn't say hard to understand, but it's hard to speak my thought. And for me, it's kind of like difficult. But after hearing today, I was kind of like enlightened. And I realized that I haven't tried. And I heard the speaker earlier that said, if you're not failing, that means you're not really trying. And for me, for me to continue with this industry, I think I have to start taking actions, doing all my monologues, my pictures and everything. I haven't done that.
Okay.
So
yeah,
it helped me a lot.
That's awesome. That's great because it's so important for you to take action. Like the thing you have to remember is even if you're taking imperfect action, as long as you're failing, that means that you're making progress. And I know that's so, how many of us here are type A personalities? And when I say that, like you literally start sweating and you're like, Deneen, you are insane. Stop saying the F word. Like how many of you like literally feel like that? That's literally me. Like I hate that. I'm a Virgo. I'm a type A personality. I hate failing. But knowing that whenever I think now about failure, literally that story that I told you about the plane, about the pilot, that ruined my life in the best way. Because now when I like mess things up, I'm not like, like, oh, hold on. I'm not crashing this plane. I have a huge Y of people that are in this plane. Let's keep it moving. So I'm glad that you came to that. I'm glad that we made that breakthrough. That's awesome, Aileen. So, so since you just said that you made that breakthrough, what action points are you going to take?
Well, I'm gonna start doing all my challenges.
Okay.
And I think number one that I have to really needs to focus to myself is like build a confidence.
Yeah.
Because I really don't have a confidence. I feel like I'm not good enough. It's just difficult to reach the goal.
Okay.
But and it says earlier that confidence is an absolute turn on. So I'm gonna practice that one.
I love it. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the commitment of our community to help you. People who are fearless rebels, and even if you don't know what a fearless rebel is, but you've enjoyed and you've learned a lot today, you'll learn what a fearless rebel is in a little bit. Do I have your commitment that when you see Aileen doing her monologues and doing her videos and posting her photos, you're going to pour out all the love you can on her? Do I have your commitment? Come on now. How many of you remember what it was like that first time you came into this Facebook community like, ooh, I think I want to do this, but what if, no, we're going to support you, okay? So congratulations. So now we're all going to be looking for you so we can cheer you on, okay?
Thank you.
Is that cool? Are you okay with having some moral support?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Awesome. Very good. Give it up for Aileen for talking. Thank you. That's awesome. I'm so excited right now. You guys have no idea. You guys are like, I'm like, we may talk till tomorrow if we keep this up. Because I don't know about you, but my energy is increasing. Every time I hear one of your stories, I'm like, come on now, let's do this. Am I the only one that's that excited? Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Okay. Let's see what else we got here. Who else would like to share with us? Who else would like to share with us? Oh, hold on. Let me put it back on gallery view. Does anyone? Okay, I'll pick on someone. Let's see here. Keisha, do you want? Okay, Keisha and Tom. So Keisha, we'll start with you, and then we'll go to Tom. Let me find you. There you are, Keisha. Okay, Keisha, can you please unmute yourself so you can share with us?
Hi, guys.
Hi. Okay, let me switch it to speaker view so everyone can see you. Okay, Keisha, so before you started today with us, what was your mindset about the entertainment industry?
That it was unreachable for me.
Okay. How did that feel?
Discouraging.
Discouraging? Okay. Well, now that you've been here with us for a couple hours, how do you feel now? Like, what's your new mindset?
Encouraged. Open-minded.
Awesome.
Ready to take on challenges.
Do you have a, what did you say?
Ready to take on challenges.
Okay. Have you done the challenges yet in the Facebook community?
No, as the young lady just stated, I was a little self-confident, low self-confidence, and
okay.
I just never did, but now I'm willing to try.
Okay. Did you all hear that? Did you all hear that? Now we have two people that when they post their challenges in the group, we're going to go all in and we're going to shower them with love. Got it? Are you guys up for that? Are you up for it? Okay, awesome.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Well, you better tag me. I don't know if you know this. I'm the host of this. You better be tagging me. Make sure you tag me.
Sure, no problem. No problem.
All right, guys. Awesome. Cool. Well, congratulations. We're excited that you're here. Give it up. Give it up for Keisha. You're welcome. Awesome. Okay, guys. So I would love to keep talking to everyone and keep doing these stories. But guess what? Our next guest is in the house. So before we bring Mr. Randy Goodwin to the stage, what do we have to do for him? We have to get ourselves into a peak state. So who's ready for some more Rain Man? Everyone stand. I like that people are just standing up now. Everyone stand up. We're going to put our little alarm clock on here. We're going to cancel. We're going to start over. Okay, so we're going to start. We're going to change things up a little bit because I'm kind of bored of looking that way first. We're going to put our left foot forward first. Ready? I'm racing all of you. I'm racing you. Are you ready? Get set. Go! Come on, let's show Randy going what we're made of. Come on, guys. Come on, get yourself into a peak state. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to learn? Show us. Come on now. Come on. 2, 1. Oh my gosh. I feel like I should have my Fitbit on today. My Apple Watch is like missing out on all this energy I'm expending. Okay, ready? Right foot forward. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? What? Okay, hold on. I think I'm racing Sheila Smith. I think I'm going to win. All right, guys. Are you ready? Ready. Get set. Go! Ah! My hair got in the way. That wasn't fair, Sheila. You have shorter hair than I do. Come on. Go! Come on, guys. Get yourself into a peak state. Get ready for what you're about to hear. Come on. 3, 2, 1. Phew. Oh, my gosh. How awesome do you guys feel right now? Do you feel absolutely amazing? Like you could take on the world? Guys, you heard from people that are taking action. You heard from people that are going to commit to take action. Because you know what? Again, all the knowledge you got from all of the speakers before, all the knowledge you get for the rest of the day, doesn't matter if you don't take action. So now we're going to, oh, yes. Mike's like to need water. Everyone, please hydrate. Take a sip of water. I've been working you guys hard today. I almost want to dump this bottle of water on top of my head. All right, guys. So you are in for a treat now. Gosh, obviously I really do need to go to the gym. Okay, so we are about to hear from Randy Goodwin. So if you guys have not had the opportunity to hear from Randy, he First of all, most of you are definitely going to recognize his face. You're going to be, oh my gosh, I know him from this. I know him from that. But Randy has one of the most inspirational stories of anyone I've ever met. The first time I had the opportunity to talk to Randy, Michael and Alicia were out in Los Angeles, and they were executive producing a play that Randy was in with 50 Cent's acting coach. And they were like, Deneen, you have to talk to Randy. I was like, okay. And we scheduled 15 minutes. We talked for 2 hours. But Randy's story is so inspirational, and he is going to engage you. So this is what I need all of you to do before anything. Turn on your cameras. Trust me, you want your cameras on right now. Okay. Randy, thank you so much for being here.
What's up, everybody?
Look at you looking all dapper, sir. How are you?
I'm good. First of all, Georgia. Let's see, Georgia. Ganil, is that how you say it? Ganil Francis? Is that how you pronounce that? Georgia, Ganil, and who else? It was somebody else. Y'all was running y'all butts off. Where'd you go?
Did they beat me?
And Johnny Regis was in there too. Those people moving.
I had to get everyone in a peak state for you, Randy. Nothing but the best for you, my friend.
Oh, I am all over the place, you guys. Where there was somebody else. Hold on a second. There was one more person. I was gonna call that name out. Where did you go? Where did you go? Hey, Eileen Wyckoff, that camera that you have is so dope. Look at your background. That's all cinematic. Can everybody see that? Yeah, okay. Let's see, where did you go? Where did you go? I don't know, whoever it was, the camera, that was Georgia, it was Ganel, it was Johnny Regis. Well, we're just gonna do it like we normally do it, because I know there's some new people here. And then there's the old faces that are always here. Darrell, Johnny, Cassie, my normal people. Hi, Sheila. I see you waving back there. Who we got in here? Derek Powell, Jessica Lee Rattler, Doris, Marcus, Sheila, Ahado? Is that how you pronounce it? Am I, did I get it right? Okay, all right. I love the hair too. Looking good. Sasha, Shauna, Garen. All right, Garen, Catherine. Let me jump through these real quick because I got good reception today. I don't have to stand in a bush. James Pollard, how you doing, my man? Emmanuel. Saim. All right, Wesley, Maddie, Wanda, Micaiah. Okay. Aracelis Rosado. All right. Janae. Is that how you pronounce that? Janae? Anita, Corvette, Asia, Jesus, Blessing Lee. Okay. Kieran. All right. I'm getting them good today. Shannon, Candace, Maria. Who's that down there? Who did I just miss? Where did you go? Your name just, hi, Jewel. How are you? Ariana, Tom. Let's see who we got in here. Candace Barrow, Gabriel, Naisha, Daiquiri? Is that right? Well, you know I'm talking to you. Manuel. Who else we got in here? I said one. James Pollard. There's Corvette. How are you, Shannon? Okay. Marnia, Amari, Wendy, Marsa, Melanie, Katie. Hey, Scott, how you doing, man? Samuel, Sisidin, Ms. Lamore. How about that? Diamond, Leslie, Reagan, Tiffany, Anastasia, Shay. Hi, Shay. Let's see, who else we got in there? Zenobia? Oh, that's a very interesting name. Very cool. Another Ariana. Ariana walking down the hallway right now, phone all over the place. Laranisha? Laranisha, okay. There's like 5 pages of y'all, so I'm just gonna jump through. Christine Reed, hi. Ashley Baker, Paulo Vera, Laura, welcome everyone who is new, who I don't recognize. Okay, wait, who was that? That was somebody new. Where'd you go? Samuel Sherman. Have you been here before? Yes or no? So you've been with me before? Because I don't recognize your face. Well, okay, good. I like the shirt. You're looking good. Okay, I'm gonna zip through these real quick. If this is your first time being with me, raise your hand. Oh, it's George's first time. Eileen, Shanna. Who else? Tom, Maddie. There's a few of you. Okay, there's a few of you. Well, then most of you have already heard the story. So hey, I'm just gonna say good night. You guys take it easy. I'm out. No, I love being here. Deneen, you know, I love you. Thank you guys. Alicia, I love being able to get on here. And there's been an occasionally where I haven't been available, and I don't like when I'm not available, because I love sharing what this business has done for me, what it means to me, and how I operate in it and through it. And I love sharing that with everyone, because so many people think that they have to give themselves away. I mean, literally sell their souls to be a part of this business. And a lot of people do. Make no mistake about it. People give up their lives for this business. You can see them. You've seen people, and you've heard artists in interviews talk about how they've lost themselves, they lost their lives, or you see people who have actually lost their lives in Hollywood, because it's demanding, not just the work, but the actual business. When people in power, when people get in power, it a lot of times it just becomes, you want this? What are you willing to do to get it? Well, that's where a guy like me comes in. I was willing to do whatever God wanted me to do, not what the business wanted me to do. Yes, I'm that guy. I'm that guy who does not bend, who does not. Now that doesn't mean that I won't negotiate some things and see where someone's head is at. But coming from where I came from, I'm the middle of 5 boys growing up. All my brothers are very creative, very intelligent, very talented. But they have been out in LA with me from time to time, as have my parents, and been on set with me. And my older brother, Brian, he cracks me up, because he'll be on set and he'll just look at me and he'll look around, he'll go, man, God built you for this. He goes, you're the one. He goes, because I couldn't do this. And talent-wise, he can. But it's not just about talent here. It's like marriage is not just about love. You know, you can be in love. Well, let's first get this out of the way. Love is an action word. Love is a verb. Love is not that funny feeling you get when you see somebody. That's lust. We are attracted to each other. Can't help who you're attracted to. It happens. But this business is kind of like that. You can't help that you're attracted to it. It's a beautiful thing. Looks good on TV. Looks good on the big screen. Feels good when you do it, when you start getting into it. But boy, I tell you, it takes more than that attraction. It takes work. But the work means nothing if you don't have that thing inside of you that tells you I can't do this. I couldn't. There was never a day that I said I couldn't do this. Not one day that I didn't believe that I could do this. I knew that I was going to get to Hollywood, and I knew I was going to make it. I knew it. At 8 years old, I knew it. I had that thing that just kept pulling me, even though my parents kept steering me left. Went to school for architecture in college, went to the military, did other things, had a couple chances to play pro ball, got recruited, got invited to shoot-arounds. But acting kept pulling me. That thing that I was built for just kept pulling me. It was just something that you can be good at a lot of things, and you can choose what you want to do, and you can be successful at it. But I guess if you can't truly enjoy it, I say, what's the point? Yeah, you can make money. Money's good. I'm gonna say something to people, new people. This will be the first time you hear this from me, and people who have been here with me, you know, normally I say stuff against this because I always say it ain't about the money. If you just want the money, go somewhere else. If you just want the fame, go find another business. If you just want to be popular, get your YouTube channel on, go do that. Well, I had an epiphany. I want to be the wealthiest, most famous, most influential guy on this planet. You know why? This is my why. Because when you're on a stage that big, the influence that you have, the resources that you have, the people that you have at your fingertips, so much easier to get to them. And when I want to build shelters, when I help those who are on the streets, kids who are living on the streets and they're still going to school, but they're living on the streets. Those who are experiencing homelessness like never before. I was just here feeding the homeless. There are miles of homeless camps, miles in Los Angeles. Mind-blowing. What can you do about that right now? Not much. You can donate a little money. You can give change at the stoplight. You can make a Christmas ham, a turkey for Thanksgiving. I go and hand out food all the time. I was trying to get there again today, but somehow I got 2 nails in my tire. But just think if I had $10 billion right now. Do you know what I could do with that? Do you know how many people I could help with that? So basically what I'm saying is, it's okay to want to be rich and famous. It's okay. It is okay. As a matter of fact, you should want that. But if you're humble, if you have that humility in you, it's not something you walk around broadcasting. You want this thing, right? Well, it's going to take some work. It's going to take a little bit of work. I said a little bit. That was a big joke. Takes a lot of work. And through the work, that's when we're going to find out. I say we, that's when we're going to find out if you really have what it takes. Because again, you can step on stage, knock out a monologue and have me in tears. And I'm going, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Shelley Walker, where did she come from? Who is she? How did she? And then I turn to a producer here and he says, yeah, but she doesn't have the work ethic, man. You don't want to work with her. We cast her in something before and she can do that all day long with a monologue. But when she has to be on set and we're changing lines at the drop of a hat and we got to rerun them right here. And then we say, hey, you know what? We got to do a new blocking. And then she's like, you know what? I got to go to my dressing room. This is just too much for me. It happens. It happens, divas. It happens. People lose sight of the goal. What's your goal? Not the little ones. Yes, you have to have little goals to get to the big one. Mini goals, boom, you reach them, you set more. Well, I have an ultimate goal. That's where all my little ones are stepping me up to. That ultimate goal for me, from the very beginning, was to help people, always. Ever since I was a little kid, I always just had this thing in me to help other people. I was married twice. My wives would get upset at me. Wives, I wasn't married to both of them at the same time, just so you know that. We got to make sure we understand when I say wives. And we had good I had 2 good marriages, but this is a hard business. And not everybody can handle the business, you know? But when I would give to the homeless, those, and I sometimes I do say homeless, and I know that it is about the people who are experiencing homelessness, because the goal is for them to not be out there anymore. So when I would pull up on or walk past someone downtown and give them money, man, they get upset with me. You don't know what they're going to use that for. And I go, no, I don't. And I don't care. Because once I give it out of the kindness and the goodness of my heart, because I want to help someone, it's up to you to do whatever you need to do with it, whether you're really out there struggling or you're trying to get over. Once it goes out of my hands for the right reason, it's no longer in my hands. What could I do if I have accepted every role that was offered me or brought to me? Oh, yeah, I probably have a billion dollar career right now. But I'd rather do it the right way. I've turned down a lot of work. A lot of you have heard it, new people. I've turned down literally over $200 million worth of work. And it doesn't bother me. Now those are just numbers that came from my agents and managers and stuff, because they like to keep track of it. I could care less. I just turned down something the other day. It was pretty much a done deal. It was, had to be in LA for 2 weeks, 20 G's. I share numbers with you, not to brag. I share them with you because this is the business. A lot of you are going to be making this kind of money. A lot of you are going to accept it, even if it's against your morals and values. Some of you will. Everyone says, oh, I'd never do that. But man, how many people stick to that? I know 2. Myself and Richard T. Jones. Look up Richard T. Jones. You know him. Richard's in everything. Richard is one of those guys who also is like, why is that even necessary? Why would you want to? That doesn't make sense. It's not even part of the story. Oh, because it's funny? No, I don't think it's funny. I'm gonna share a story about Richard. And Richard, if you ever see this, so what? You're my boy. I'm telling your story. It's just how it is. Richard and I did this show that I was on, and he guest starred, and they wrote this joke about God, and it was pretty crude. And he was reading the new lines, and he goes, da-da-da. He goes, I'm not saying that. Now he's a guest star. He's like, I'm not saying that. And they go, why not? It's funny. He goes, it's not funny. Of course it's funny. It's just a joke, because we know it's about God, but we're all Christians too. He said, it's not funny to me. So you can change the line, and you can fire me if you want. How many of you are willing to say that? You can fire me if you want. Who is willing to say that when you are on a set and your paycheck is $50,000 for that week? 5 days, because we don't work on weekends in Hollywood. 5 days. You willing to walk away from 50 G's when you could use it? That's when your metal is tested. What are you going to do when it's $2 million? Been there. Literally. I had a friend recently say to me, now I say friend loosely because when he said this, I had to question our friendship. He asked me about a specific role, and I said, I wouldn't take it for $10 million, man. No, our other buddy, Bart. Bart is Bart Johnson. Bart Johnson is Coach Bolton on the High School Musical movies, and Bart's in tons of stuff. So it was me, Bart, and this director. And the director, my buddy, goes, oh, you do it if it was $10 million offered to you. And I looked at my manager and I looked at Bart and I said, wow, man, I thought you knew me better than that. Because I've turned down way more than $10 million already. So what's $10 million that you didn't have anyway for your integrity, for you to look in the mirror, for you to be able to hug your kids without them going, Dad, we saw that what you did, and our friends are laughing at us at school and picking on us, and saying that your daddy did this, and my kids will never have to say that. Now, make no mistake about it. There are such gritty roles out there, and I know as actors, you want to be able to stretch and do things and play and go, ooh, that's a role I'd never thought. I mean, that's not me, so I want to play that type of role. I've done it. And it's fun. It's a lot of fun. But I guide my career. I say yes and no at the end of the day. Yes, I have agents and I have a manager. But at the end of the day, they can say all they want and talk to me about why I should do it. And when I get on my knees at the end of the day and I talk to God about it, if I ain't feeling it, I ain't doing it. That's just me. Now, let's go back to why that's me. Middle of 5 boys growing up in a household where my dad was the youngest of 14, 10 brothers and 3 sisters. His oldest brother was one of the original Tuskegee Airmen. And my dad had only met his oldest brother twice because he was 35 years older than him. Yes, from the same parents. Families used to stay together with just 2 parents and no divorce back in the day. That used to be a thing, everyone. It's crazy today that the divorce rate is so high. Literally, like, what is it? I just read some more stats, and I mean, just worldwide, it's well over 50%. But just in America, it's at 72% now. Wow. Look, wow. WOW, wow. That is crazy. Well, I grew up with both my parents. I didn't know that for a Black family, that was something special. Growing up, I thought we were just normal, but all the other kids thought we were the coolest. And I grew up in Omaha, Nebraska. So there were a few Black families on my block, but it was predominantly white. But we had Native Americans, we had Asian, we had everybody, man. Omaha was, where I lived, it was so cool. So I grew up without all of the noise that these kids face today. It is noise and it's sad. But with all of that, where I come from, getting beat up by my brothers, triple team, but then having my friends. And what I'm saying is, where you come from, new people, where you come from, how you were raised, where you were born, how you were born, from your first memory to right now, every bit of it, you were born to be an actor, every single one of you. I know you guys have heard this before, but I kind of add a little bit more to it here and there. but I love the fact that everything that I am goes into every role that I play. Every one. Denzel Washington. How many times do you see Denzel? When you're watching Denzel, when you're in conversation about Denzel, somebody goes, man, Denzel just playing himself. He's always Denzel in all his movies, because you can see a little bit of him. But when you're watching Denzel, you don't think that. When you're watching Denzel, he is Alonzo in Training Day. When you're watching Denzel, he is the coach of the Titans, because he is so good. I had a dream. I had a dream where I was accepting my Academy Award. Yeah, I dream it. That stuff it's in me so much that I wake up and go, ha, I can't wait to run into D. So I can tell him that I won an Academy Award and we were in the same category. But in this dream, I was thanking everyone. And I said, it's crazy that I'm up here and I'm in a category with Denzel Washington, because Denzel is so good that I think that's his problem. He makes it look so easy that he gets overlooked a lot of times when he should be getting that Oscar, because he's that good. We think it's just an everyday thing. There was this old commercial it was a beer commercial when I was growing up. And it was Billy D. Williams. And he would say, don't let the smooth taste fool you. Don't let the smooth taste fool you. It ain't that easy. It looks easy to you, but it ain't that easy. We get down in the mud, we get gritty, we get dirty, we shed tears, we scrape elbows to get this thing. You willing to get dirty for it? Come on. Come on. That's from a movie too. I'm always in movies and stuff. That was Val Kilmer in Tombstone, my second favorite Western. When he was telling Johnny Ringo after he shot him in the head, pow! And Johnny Ringo was walking, he was going, come on! Come on! And he was walking toward him. Then he fell on the ground and told him, you're just too high strung, that's all. I study movies. Never taken an acting class, writing or directing classes, but yet this is what I do for a living, because I study actors. I study why they make the choices they make. I study the script of, this is how I learned how to write. When I was living in Chicago, before I made the move, it was after the military, after college, before I made the move to Los Angeles, Jim Washburn, who was a senior exec for Disney, we were introduced, and he was an older guy, and he just took a liking to me. So I'm still in Chicago, and he read a script that I had written, and he said, there's some great stuff in here, and I like you, so I'm gonna help you. You need to learn format. Before final draft and all that stuff was really the thing, he sent me the script to the movie The Fugitive with Harrison Ford. My buddy Pancho Demings is actually in that movie too. He sent me the script to the pilot of Roseanne, the original Roseanne, because that was a hit show. And he sent me one to Star Wars. And I read those scripts 1,000 times to learn the format. And I'm reading, and as I'm reading these stories, I'm going, oh, I've got a million stories that I could do that are similar to these. Because Hollywood always asks, if you're writing, give us the same thing, only different. We want the same thing. We want, you know what? We want something just like Avatar, but different. Took a while to really understand what they meant, but I got it now. So I learned that format because I had help from someone who was willing to share with me. So coming up, that was my parents who were, I grew up in a very strict household. Acting was never going to be a thing for my parents, mainly for my mom. But ultimately, as I got older, my dad was my secret champion behind the scenes, and he was there for me. But sometimes you're not going to have a cheerleader. Sometimes people are going to say you're stupid for what you're trying to do. It's not going to work. It's too hard. You're not in Hollywood. You got to be out there. You're going to have to sell your soul. You know what? They're going to make you do stuff. You know, see what's going on right now with the Rose McGowan stuff. And if you're a woman, they're going to try to make you do this. And then you're going to end up sleeping with somebody. And if you're a guy, you're going to end up on the couch and whatever it may be. It's too hard, is what you'll hear. You'll never achieve it. Only the top 1% of the top 1% make it. That's it. You'll hear it over and over. So guess what you have to do? You know, I got to go. I always got to jump in the Bible. There's a scripture that says you got to turn your face to the wall and encourage yourself. You have to turn away from all that noise. Shut it off and encourage yourself. If you don't think you can do it, quit. If you don't have what, like I said, you got Cassie here, you got Johnny Regis. These are two faces that I see every time Deneen calls me and I'm able to do this. I like that. I like that I see a lot of the same faces. I like it. Derek, my man, yeah. Jay, yeah. I see a lot of the faces, and I love that you're excited every time too. I mean, that's a cool thing, because when you are going to audition after audition after audition, and nothing's happening, and you start to feel, man, maybe this isn't going to happen. You got to be like you are now with every time I see you. You'll be like, I got another audition. Oh, I got another one. How many auditions you had? 30. How many did you book? None. And you're still excited? Well, shoot, that just means I'm one more closer to it. Because then it becomes a numbers game anyway. You got to know that. You got to know that. You'll keep auditioning, keep auditioning, keep auditioning. Boom, you'll get a call back. What? You got your first call back after 50 auditions? Then you audition and you'll get more callbacks, more callbacks, more callbacks. And then boom, what? You got a producer session? Oh, snap. Then that's the next phase. Then you get an audition, and then you get another audition, then you get a call back, then you get another audition, you get another call back, then you get a call back, then you get another producer session, and then another producer session. And then guess what? You get studio tests. Studio test and network test. Boom, you book a gig. That's the progression. You're not just going to go on one audition and they go, oh my goodness, Georgia Dubois, you were fabulous, and I am going to hire you right now. Rarely does that happen, Georgia. Rarely. Rarely. And that's usually if you know somebody too. But if you can muster up the strength and that love and that desire that you have for this thing, and if you don't have that love and that desire, but you have, I don't know, you have a willingness to go after it because you're interested, but you don't know yet, that love and that desire will come if it's really meant for you. If it's really meant for you. Last month, when I was in the bush, the people who were here know what I'm talking about. When I was all in the bushes trying to keep the reception because I was in Vegas. I'm actually in Long Beach now. Have I ever been in the same city twice when I'm talking to y'all? Oh my goodness.
No, sir. You're always in a different location.
I'll do better.
It just means you're working. That's what that means.
Yeah, yes, it does. Yes, it does. So, what was I saying? There was something that I said in the bush.
We're in the bush, Randy.
Was something I said in the bush. Oh, I lost it.
It's okay. It'll come back.
Yeah, man, it'll come back in a little bit. Ah, shoot, but it was profound. I know it. You know what? While I think about that, let me look at some of your comments and questions here. Any questions in there while I'm rolling through this? I've had that said to me many times. Doc Holliday. Tombstone is one of the crazy. That is one of the best movies ever. I don't even know what y'all talk about. Well, I mean, everyone's that. I think Val Kilmer should have gotten an Oscar for that role, but let me tell you why he didn't. I spoke to the producers of the movie just a couple years ago. We were talking, and I said, "Hey, Tombstone, come on! Why wasn't there more?" It came out around the same time that they were doing the push for it. Was the OJ trial, the '94 earthquake. There was so much that happened in the world that the publicity for it was overshadowed. What, Johnny, you can't hear me? You can't hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, Johnny's doing like this.
Oh, John.
And you did check your computer, man. I don't know sign language, but I hope that means computer. Okay. Hey, I'll figure it out, you guys. I don't care. I'll figure out.
Before you go on, can you go over what are studio tests and network tests? A lot of people are asking.
Oh, okay. So after you get your audition and you get a call back, and then you get a producer session, and then they're like, okay. So your manager will call you and say, hey, they want to do a studio test. So every project, usually if it's major network, they always have a studio, let's say Paramount Studios, and they have a network attached, NBC. So the studio produced it, they're putting up the money. NBC is the network that it's going to be on. So you do a studio test with everyone that you've already been through, the casting directors from your first audition to your callback, which is usually with casting director, maybe a producer, maybe the director. But then the producer session usually has more people that are at the top of that chain. So we get to the studio test. This is when it becomes real. This is when they're actually start talking about money. So we say, okay, we got Garen. Okay, what are we gonna do for Mr. Leonard's? He's new, so we start discussing. I think he was phenomenal, and he's gonna be one of those names that we use a lot, like Taye Diggs. So let's start him out a little higher than what we normally would. Let's give him $17,500 an episode, $17,500 an episode. So we say we do that, but let's give him double for the pilot. So we'll start there. Now, that's what they decide on without telling you yet. Now you go over to Paramount, and all the execs from the studio and everyone else who's been at the other auditions are there in a room. And you go in the room, and it's called a work session, where you go in knowing your lines, and they may even have the other actor or actress who has already booked the role reading with you, so they can see, yeah, they got chemistry. Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay, let's do Sabrina and Garen. Oh no, they don't work together. Let's do Holly and Garen. You know what? No, let's bring Sabrina back in. Bring her back in. So you guys will be in a room. They'll bring you in. They'll bring you out. They'll test you with other people. Then they'll be like, you know what? Is Sheila Smith still here? Catch her before she gets to the car. Catch her before she gets to the car. And this happens, you guys. Hey, I'm y'all earlier. And I get down, I'm like, oh my goodness, Sheila, can you come back up? We want to read you with Garen real quick. And she was like, girl, I got too much to do. I got to go over to Warner Brothers. I'm booked another gig. So we got, okay, well, then we're going to go with Georgia. So we bring Georgia back in, and she reads with Garen. And they're like, man, okay, Garen's able to rock it with each one of them with their different flavors. He goes, you know what? Okay, we like this. Let's give him a network test. So now we bring in NBC. This is the game right here. Now we say the next day, all those people, or even usually it's later in the day, maybe 3 hours later. So now we're going over to NBC. So all those people come to NBC, or the NBC execs come over to Paramount, wherever it is. Now you're going to walk back in the room, and on your first time, you're going to be overwhelmed because they're going to say, Mr. Leonard, you ready? You're like, I'm ready. And they walk you in and open a door. And when you walk in, and you see 30 faces looking at you around a big table, big U shape, and you're right here. And you see all these faces, and they say, ladies and gentlemen, Garen Leonard. And everybody's like, man, great. You've been crushing it. You've been crushing it. Now we want to see what you got, firsthand. The execs want to know. And then you sit and read, maybe with me. Maybe it's my show. And I'm like, you know what? I'm that guy who I personally like to be hands-on. So I read with people, even if I'm directing. I'm like, no, I got it. I'll read with them, you guys, instead of having the reader do it. I want you to get a feel, and I'm going to give you the feeling behind it more than a reader will as well. So they go through all that stuff. And then they say, thank you, Garen. You go out and you wait in the other room. While they're doing that, they bring in James Pollard. Now they bring James in to do the same thing. Network. But before that, studio. Now we're up here. Now, before you do the studio test, you will all have to sign a contract. Your people, your management, your agents will have to have negotiated. You cannot network test without having a deal. Because if they say, you know what, Garen's our guy, it's because you already signed the contract. Say they offered $17.5 a week. Your managers say, no, that's NBC and Paramount. I know they have more money. And they go back in, they say, hey, you know what? We want 30. And they say 30. He hasn't done anything. But you guys know that he's gonna be somebody. He's gonna blow this roll out of the water, you guys. So they say, okay, 22. You say 27, 25, 23, 23.5. Boom, we settle on 23.5. Your managers call you up while you're sitting in that room before the network test and say, this is what we settled on. You okay with that? You want us to go for more? Because you can go for more, like with James's people. He's like, no, go for more. And they go for more and they go, you know what? He's out. That happens. You can outprice yourself too. So, moral of that, don't be greedy. Don't be greedy, but also you have to have, a team that knows the studios and knows what's going on. Where one of my early ones, they wanted to give me 22 an episode. And my manager called and says, my cousin works at NBC. He says they have a lot more money. So my agents are like, well, they told us that that 22 is all they had. My manager goes, my cousin works over there. They have a lot more. He says, what do you want to do, Randy? I said, go for it. I mean, I'm booking pilots left and right now anyway. If they don't want me, they don't want me. They don't deserve me. That's how I feel. If I don't get it, you didn't deserve me anyway. If you ain't willing to pay me what I'm worth, again, not being greedy, I've worked my way up. So you have to know what's happening in the business. Stay on top of your daily variety. Read your trades. Read the paper. Know what's going on. Even read a little bit about the financial markets in the major cities and stuff. Keep up with that stuff. It comes into play in Hollywood. So guess how much my manager got me? Remember, we were at 22, 42, 42. And I went, he called me back. He goes, yeah, they had a little more. And they liked you. So it wasn't even a negotiation. They're like, okay. Hence the difference between an agent and a manager for me. Your managers will fight for you tooth and nail. Some agents will, but most agents, they have a stable of they have a lot of actors. And if they get 10% from you and 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 you, they're making some money. So they want you to just get in there and take that deal. Take that 22. So I get my 2,200 every week. So 2,200 from 10 of us, that's a good paycheck, right? As opposed to fight for Garen to get more. Oh man, we priced him out. Oh man, we had that 10% in the hand. But again, it's not their career. They work for who? They work for you. Agents and managers work for you. They lead and guide you. They lead and guide you. But like Tony Danza, who the boss? Don't ever forget that, because sometimes the people who are laughing hard, they're like, man, you over 40, huh? But again, still respect. You got to respect your people, and it's got to go both ways. But still, you are the boss. Now, it may not seem like that because you have no work yet, and because you're getting agents and managers, and you're being led and you're being guided, which is what is happening right now. So Alicia and Deneen and everyone else that has spoken to you or given you advice, yeah, they're leading and they're guiding you right now. This is the part where casting directors and all these people have the power over you. But still, you got to make sure they're treating you right, because they know that once you start booking, this is where you go. And then this is where you go. Casting directors, they have the power right now because they're calling you in, and some of them are rude. Some of them are just downright rude. I don't take it, but I've literally walked out of casting offices over the years, just because I'm going, really? I'm sorry. I mean, did I do something to set you off? Because I just got here. I have a little attitude, and I just go, thank you for your time. And I walk out. And I tell my manager, and she tells my agents, and I just go, y'all know me. I'm the nicest guy in the world. I didn't walk in rude, but she must have been having a bad day, or he must have been having a bad day. I said, I'll go back another time. And they have apologized. Some have, but most, who is that sitting there? Oh, Maritza Lopez, what are you sitting in? What is that backdrop you were on with your chair spinning around? That's kind of funny. Awesome. I don't know. It's just funny. Your backdrops and the things that y'all do kind of emit your personalities. I can kind of get to know some people just by little things they do, and it's cute, y'all. Does that answer the question for the studio and network test? I know it was long, but any questions about that? Anyone?
Can you go over what it's like being on a show like Girlfriends, which is what most people know you for? Like, what ultimately happens when you end up becoming on a starring, on a series? How much is your life changing? Can you just take us through like a week of like production or table reads or anything like that? Like, paint the picture. Bring us inside.
I say because it's like, for me, I'm always, when I'm there, I'm looking for, I'm not going, oh my God, I'm on the set. Oh my goodness, I'm on set and I'm working and this is really great and everything. I walk on set going, okay, what can I do next? What can I do to stand out? What can I do to blow this role up? Most times it's just be the best that you can be. And fortunately, I had comedic timing. But so, okay, let me even tell you how that happened real quick. And I guess this might help. I had booked a show called LA Sheriff's Homicide. It was a 1-hour drama. That was my show. That was that year. Pilots that were part of that showcase in New York were, CSI. You didn't even hear about CSI because our pilot was so awesome. That was the show. Paramount produced for NBC. Well, that's where I met my good buddy Kelsey Grammer. He was one of the executive producers too. And we just hit it off. And then after the upfronts, we had been talked about so much. Then I get a phone call saying we're not going to get picked up right away because there's a big fight between the execs at NBC and Paramount. So politics keep a lot of shows off the air. Politics and egos. And that's what it was. It was an ego fight. Well, they paid us handsomely for a year to hold us. That meant I could not do another series regular show. So I get called for the show Girlfriends, which before I even tested for LA Sheriff's Homicide, they had already offered the role. I mean, it was pretty much a done deal that I was going to be the character William, the other lawyer. But my character wasn't goofy like that. I played it extremely so arrogant and so full of myself that I was likable, but I just couldn't, no women would ever date me. So it was fun. But on my way to that network test, I just left the NBC test on my way to the network test. And my manager called and said, you can't go over to the network test for Girlfriends. Cause I wasn't actually going to test. I was going to sign contracts. Done. He said, NBC wants you exclusively. And I was like, what? That was my show. I was like, NBC wants me exclusively? So we had to call Girlfriends and let them know, I'm sorry, we can't do it. So when LA Sheriff's Homicide went on, we got held, I get a call from Girlfriends. And they basically created that role, Davis. And guess who the executive producer of that show was? Kelsey Grammer. So that's how I ended up at Girlfriends, doing a recurring role while I was on hold for a series regular role. And it was the coolest thing because I walk on set and I meet the girls, Tracy, that's Diana Ross's daughter, Golden, who still a really good friend today. We were just talking last week about some stuff because I'm gonna fly her to Omaha to play the mom in this movie, in this script that I have. She's gonna, well, she may. It's between her, Gabrielle Union, and Nia Long. Oh, that's a hard choice. I think it's gonna be Nia though, but don't tell nobody. Anyway, so I meet the girls and we all just get along. It was a cool. And then Reggie comes in, who is actually William now, and it was quickly a family. We all just got along and we were all there just ready to work. Golden and I had already done the show Links together. So we had been together at Paramount for a while already. And it just gets to be one of those things where you show up in the morning because you're working with good people and you really want to be with those people. And when you're dealing with a cast of people on a major show from the major studios, it's exhilarating is what it is. Especially, I guess that was my 1, 2, 3, 4. That was my fifth series reg show at the time. But each time you do it, I guess you feel like, I don't know, maybe you have to be solidified every time you leave one show and then you get another one. It's validation is what it is. And every day you're on set, it's more validation that this is what I was meant to do. I'm good at this. The reactions, from the audience, live audience, the responses from the producers, the guest directors that come in.
And that's a good question, really quick, just to piggyback. How different is it to be an actor with a live audience? Is it?
It's different. It's different. I love it because when it comes to comedy, you guys, drama is my love. I'm just blessed to be good at comedy. So I was always I would book a lot of sitcoms, and I was guest starring on a lot of people's sitcoms. And that live audience, that feed, the laughter, I used to do stand-up comedy too. So, but even that being on stage by yourself as a comic and feeding off the energy in the room versus you're working with other people, a cast of people on a scripted show that someone else wrote, and your job is to make their stuff good, make it come to life. And when you hit that note, or your timing is right, or you have something that you're looking at and you're going, this is not funny. This is not funny, but they really want me to do. And then you go back and you sit in your dressing room for a little bit and you go, if you can make that funny, best feeling in the world. You come out and you do your thing and the audience just goes, and you're like, oh yeah, this is what I was made for.
You get to do those bows after and.
Yeah, I forgot about those. Yeah, they bring you out, your character, and you get to say hey. And what I love the most is I always would say, hey, let the audience come down to the stage so they can mingle with us before they all head out. Yes, please. My buddy Greg just walked in, ladies and gentlemen. Greg Aldridge.
Thank you very much.
Greg.
Hi, Greg.
How's everybody doing out there tonight?
He's definitely your friend.
Greg is a firefighter, but he belongs in this business, which is kind of funny because Greg can sing. I mean,
Says you.
Sing.
Says you.
Harmony. I'm a little jealous of that. I'm lying. I don't get jealous.
Hey, don't say something. You got a great voice, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's TV. It's a TV voice.
Hey, CSI, baby. CSI.
But yeah. Greg was bringing up CSI. Who saw me on CSI? Because I had to sing on CSI. I don't think personally as me, now see this, listen to this. As me, I don't think I'm the greatest singer. I'm not as confident, but as a character, isn't that weird? As a character, I get on stage and I'll blow and people are like, is he singing that? And the director would come over and go, people are tripping because you're singing, man. It's good. Keep going. And we just have a blast. But when we're doing these characters, when we're laying out these words that someone else wrote, when we're singing these lyrics and stuff, and that audience, I mean, you could see them. You can look up and see their faces, and you're like, oh, I got them. And when you got them, it's the greatest feeling in the world.
Ain't no feeling in the world like that. You can't even buy that feeling.
Can't even buy it.
You can't buy that. It's one feeling you cannot buy.
So, that answer that question? Let's see what we got over here. Oh, thank you, Tiffany. Tiffany said I killed that role. I just wanted y'all to know Tiffany said that. I didn't. I'm just telling you what Tiffany had to say. Oh, somebody said a couple of bars. Come on. No. True performing.
Didn't know you were speaking to a bunch of comedians today, did you?
I know, we got comedy up in the house. You make me want to be more. Oh, that's nice. Yes. Questions, can I sing for you? Maybe next time I'll prepare something. See, now, isn't that crazy? Think about it. Janine, yes. Y'all asked me to do a monologue at the last minute at the drop of a hat. Boom. And I jumped on that and teared up and everything, but they're like sing. I'm like,
Hold on. Tell them your secret about the monologues.
oh,
Like, okay, so let me set this up and then you can go. So we're like, oh
Okay.
my gosh, this is Randy flipping Goodwin. This guy is going to kill whatever we throw at him. So we threw this monologue at him for this actor intensive that we did. And he was like, now guys, I'll do this, but I've never done a monologue before. I'm like, wait, excuse me, what? And he was like, yeah, I never did a monologue before. And like, he didn't even read it. We sent it to him and he read it once. Like, I think he printed it out as like he was getting on the call. Then all of a sudden he's like, kills it. There were tears, there were chills, there was everything. And he's like, yeah, it's the first time I've ever really done a monologue. Stop it.
Well, here, okay.
That's how it went down. I have a witness here. I'll have him come over here and back me up.
That's how it happened. That is how it happened. It's like when I study for a role when I'm auditioning. Unless it's serious comedy for a sitcom, and you have to hit the certain beats, I don't learn them. I get the script. Excuse me. Buddy of mine had me eating plant-based yesterday, and I'm just burping like crazy. But man, that burrito was so good. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna try a little bit of this plant-based. I will never get off the meat. I'm a Nebraska boy. But I'm gonna try this thing. Anyway, yes, I don't I read it. I may get the lines and I go, just to see, let me see what this is. Oh, okay, it's cool. And then I throw it in the bag or go on about my business. And then I'm like, oh, snap, we got to be on set tomorrow. And then just before we do a table read. And I liked that. For me, that keeps it very organic. Mm-hmm. It's extremely organic. Now, there are some directors, I am not that type of director, who wants you to stick to every word, memorize it word for word. Actually, to be honest with you, that deters me from some actors, because that says to me, you don't have that thing that can create this character outside of what you think I want. Mm-hmm. I don't want you to give me what you think I want. If I'm hiring you if I'm casting you in something, it's because I believe you can bring something to this. And I'm also that type, because I'm an actor, I'm a director who says, okay, Cassie, you think about it like this? How about like this? And Cassie says, I did, but how about this? Matter of fact, just let's do it your way, and then let's do a couple takes my way. Somebody says that to me, I'm like, what? I like them. Okay, let's do it your way. And if I don't like it, I just choose my way. But that's how I started pushing myself in the business on my first show. On my second show, Links. Director came to me, who was Tim Reed at the time. Tim Reed created the show. We were on Showtime. We were at Paramount, and they wanted me to. There was this prologue. Each one of the series regs, we had a prologue directly to the camera. Like I would do this whole thing and say, you know what I like about blah 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 blah, And then I'm reading it, and they wanted me to drop the F-bomb like 7 times in this monologue. And I said, I'm not saying all that. It's not necessary. And see, I'm not about gratuitous language or gratuitous sex. I don't think it's necessary. There's plenty of great movies out there. Tombstone, that didn't have all that. The Bourne movies don't have all that. Mission Impossible, Avatar, they don't have all that. The Titanic didn't have none of that. I mean, think about it. So I like to be in that realm of creating something real, but without all the extra. We have an imagination. I know what happens when the door closes and 2 grown people walk in the room. Don't we? You're like, ooh, it's 3 a.m. They're going in there to play checkers. Or maybe that's what I'll throw on the kids. We're going in here to play grown people checkers, children. So don't bother us for a good 72 minutes.
That's what it used to be back in the day. It used to be, hey, we doing grown folks stuff. You know?
Grown folks business, doing your thing. But yeah, that's I want you to be that person. And so I told Tim, I said, I'm not saying all that. And he took it to, he goes, okay, you always make good decisions. I'll tell the network. He told the network, I remember her name, but I ain't gonna say it because she's still an executive that I could probably use one day. But she said, no, we want him to say all this because we're trying to do this Richard Pryor thing. And I go, Tim, I'm not Richard Pryor. I'm not doing it. And I said, as a matter of fact, you can tell her if she wants me to do it and then they're persistent, they can fire me. I went into my trailer, closed the door, and I went, oh Lord, what did I just do? They're gonna fire me. I kid you not, I did that. I went, oh.
You bluffed with 2 pair.
I bluffed.
You bluffed with a pair.
And then I stood there and I went, no. I said, no, I've stuck to my guns this far. I'm sticking to my guns for the right reasons and I'll be blessed for it. And I said, whether they fire me or not, so be it. And then Tim knocked on my door and he said, they want you to say it, but they're willing to take a couple of them out. I said, how about this? Tell them this. Tell them I'll do a take their way. And I will not sandbag it. I will put everything into it their way. I said, but they have to let me do one my way, and then they can make a choice. And they said, okay. And we did it, and they chose my way. And there's been several times after that I've had to do that, and it has always gone my way because I know that I can make a scene more powerful without the language because it's real in me when I do it, as opposed to just dropping an F-bomb for the sake of dropping it. Well, it's just more powerful when you drop the F-bomb. I'm like, no, it isn't. Because in my real life, if I was gonna beat somebody down for messing with my children, you still would not hear language come out of my mouth. But you can best believe that person on the other end of my wrath
It's called Believe You Mad.
will be deathly afraid without dropping all that. Because I've been there. You think I can't get upset about my kids?
I'm scared right now. I'm not even gonna lie.
I don't know. That just went straight comedic on that one. I don't even know that.
Eastwood never dropped a lot of F-bombs.
Boom. Good point.
He talked with his eyes.
Clint Eastwood never dropped a lot of language. It was always here.
His eyes.
And
his
that
eyes.
voice, when he talked to you, he'd look at you and he would
He was
say
intense.
what his thing was, and he had a cigar in his mouth. One of the most feared characters when he plays those characters. You didn't need all that. But then again, on the other hand, don't get me wrong. I'm not telling you don't cuss because certain roles call for it. Alonzo in Training Day, that fool was crazy. And I would have played that role because that's who he was. Now, I'd have F-bombed you to death just like him. That's funny to me, though.
Awesome. Cool.
What else we got?
Well, does anyone have any last minute questions for Randy? Because we still have a lot more to go on here, guys. Does anyone else have any questions? If you guys want to drop, we'll take maybe 1 or 2 more questions, drop them in the comments, and then.
New people. One of the new people. Give me something.
Okay. One of the new people. This is what I want you to do. Write your comments in the, write your questions in the comments. Okay, please. Just for the sake of time. I know it may seem like it would be easier to, let's see here. How do you stay positive without blowing your top?
How do I stay positive without blowing my top? Because I have nothing to be upset about. I got nothing to be upset about. Here. Now, it's funny that Greg is sitting right here because we have this conversation and we use this on a lot of people. And the bottom line is this. If somebody does something to you, that person cuts you off on your way to your audition, you spill coffee on your pants, or whatever it is, somebody flips you off. Whoop-de-doo. It ain't personal.
They don't know you.
They don't know you.
They ain't cutting you off on purpose, and say they do cut you off and then flip you off. Think about putting yourself in another person's shoes for a second. You don't know what happened to that person today that's making them rush through traffic. Maybe, just like me, my son got hurt. He got a concussion, and it was bad. This was a couple years ago. And I was flying through traffic to get to him. And people were honking and yelling at me. I didn't put anyone in danger. I was very careful, but I was moving. I had to run around some cars, go through a stop sign, and the police were all okay with it. But no one knew that my son, he was blind because his brain was swelling and he could have died that day. They don't know what I was going through. Since that day, I've really, really started going, very little bothers me, very little. You know, I mean, I don't know what their names was, but the dude was a rapper and his boys, they were walking, we were on Melrose, I had my two youngest with me, and he turns around right into me, boom. And you know how dudes are with their white sneakers. He kind of went off, yo, blankety blank, beep, 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 scuff my shoes, blankety beep, 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 beep. And I went, first of all, I could have wiped him and his two boys up. It would have been no problem with these little guys. So I just go, my man, there's a store right here. Let's go in there. Let me get you another pair of shoes. And he stopped.
That shut him up right there, bro.
He shut up. He just went. And his boy goes, yo, let's go get these shoes, man. And he goes, man, shut up. And he said, yo, dude, you serious? You buy me a new pair of shoes? I said, yeah. Yeah, if I scuffed them up. And he went, man. And he held his hand out and he gave me a hug and he goes, my bad, man. He goes, you know what? I turned into you. He said, I'm sorry. And he looked at my kids. He said, you got a good pops, man. He said, I'm sorry about cussing in front of your kids too, man. I appreciate that. And he went on. So another time, my daughter saw a similar thing where we're on the interstate coming down the 14 to the 5. I was getting out of the carpool lane because when I'm with my daughter Imani, she tends to make me miss exits a lot because we laugh. Me and my kids laugh a lot. And I go, Imani, you made me miss the exit. So I hit my blinker, started coming out of the carpool lane. This dude speeds up, starts honking. So I go back and then he pulls up next to me and he's flipping me off and he's yelling. And the woman in the car is trying to get him to calm down. And I just looked over and I went, my bad. I said, I'm sorry. My bad. He just kept yelling, speeding up next to me, finally he pulled back. We kept going, maybe 5 more exits. And then he pulls, I'm in the lane and in the, out of the carpool lane now, but he pulls up next to me. I thought he was going to try to stop me from getting off, but he pulls up and he goes, beep, beep. And he goes, I'm sorry. He goes, my bad. And I went, and he goes, and he just pulled off and he exited. And my daughter goes, Dad, what just happened? And I said, baby, you know what happens when you put gasoline on a fire? She goes, it gets bigger. I go, well, what happens she goes, you put water on the fire, didn't you? I said, yes, I did. I look at everything as water. I'm like Bruce Lee.
Be water.
Be water, my friend.
I love that. I think on that note, I think that's a great note to end on. Be water, because I think that definitely would make you more of an asset, I would say, than a liability, because like I think that's the note we're ending on. That's all I have to say. Randy, thank you so much for dropping so much knowledge on us today. What?
Samuel Sherman just asked, Randy, what's one of the best movies you've acted in that we can watch? I don't think I have a best because I don't think I've done what I'm meant to do yet. It's coming. I already did a couple, but this, what you think, Greg? The Natalie Cole story?
The Natalie Cole story was very good.
A lot of people like the Natalie Cole story. Living for Love, the Natalie Cole story.
How about the one you did with Lynn Shay?
The Old Settler.
The Old Settler, he says.
If you can
too.
find it, The Old Settler.
You can. Is that the one I did with who, Deneen?
Lynn Shay. How about that one?
Oh, well,
Insidious.
I produced that one, and I just did a cameo in it because it was written for me to star in years ago, but I aged out. So the director and my manager were like, well, you have to do a cameo. So I did a cameo in it. That's called The Call.
Awesome.
I don't think it's in theaters anymore, but it is on Amazon Prime, Apple TV, iTunes. It's called The Call. The Call. It's a horror movie, horror thriller. That was recent.
The Old Settler. You can find The Old Settler.
Okay.
That was a Debbie Allen production.
Yeah. So, yeah, there you go.
You have a good publicist sitting next to you. Thank goodness you have him.
Hey, Greg.
Hey, I'm his biggest fan. I'm his biggest fan.
G is yeah, this cat right here is he's like one of my brothers. So he just like my brothers, they're my biggest supporters. They got my back. They're motivational. The motivational speakers. I basically, when I turn myself to the wall, here's Greg right here.
You guys, hey, you guys are getting great knowledge. How you doing? How's everybody doing? You guys are getting great knowledge. I listen to him, and we bounce a lot of stuff off each other. He takes a lot what I say. I take a lot what he says. And like I said, one of the best in the business to do it. When the door is fully flooding open, it's gonna be Randy Goodwin. That's what I'm telling you right now. He's going places, y'all. So
awesome.
My father always said, "Don't brag on yourself. Let other people do it."
That's right.
Awesome.
It's for others to do it.
You know what Sidney Poitier said though. That's the story for the next time. I'll tell the Sidney Poitier. Have I told that one, Denise?
I don't know. I don't know that you've told that one. We'll have to save that for next time. I'm gonna make that. I'm gonna put it to make a note right now to make sure that
Next time, remind me.
I will.
I'll tell you the Sidney story because Sidney's my friend.
Awesome. Very good. All right, Randy, thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for just sharing. Every time you share your story, it's tremendous. On a scale of 1 to 10, how amazing was it to hear from Randy today, everyone? On a scale of 1 to 10.
Desiree don't look like she's very happy though. She was like, on a scale of 1 to 10, it's this.
That.
There you are. Yeah, she's smiling now. All right.
Awesome.
And I just want to throw this out there because I'm a master networker. Whatever movie you're doing with Gabby or Nia, just call me. Call the three, me, Deneen, Mike. Let's get involved. Let's just do it. What can I do to help?
You know what? Hey, when we are shooting back in Nebraska,
Yeah.
I will hook you guys up and I'll fly the three of you in.
Let's do it. I've never been in Nebraska. I'm down. You know what? I didn't think I was going to like Boise, and I sure as hell did. So I'm all about Nebraska.
How about this is a little teaser and a little bit of motivation for you. I'll fly you guys out, and you guys can choose one of the VIP Ignite members to come with you.
What?
Stop it right now.
Sheila Smith is freaking out. Sheila, breathe. Watch. Let me teach you what my Lamaze coach taught me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to stand up in Nebraska. You got this. I want to go to karaoke night with you so bad.
Oh, let's
Yes,
go.
yes, yes.
Let's do some Carrie.
Game on.
Carrie and some Oki.
Love you.
Look at this. We're making all kinds of plans here. That's awesome.
And that's how it's done. Go bold. We did.
There you go.
Favors the bold. We learned that earlier.
Yes.
There we go.
That is true. That is true. Awesome. All right, you guys. Hey, everybody. It was a pleasure once again. Always love being with you. New people, I'm glad you're here. You took your first step. This journey is a pretty incredible one. And hey, turn your face to the wall, encourage yourself. All right?
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you so much, Randy.
Me and Elise, guys, love you. And I will talk to you soon.
Awesome. Oh my gosh. How amazing was that, guys? On a scale, I know off the charts, right? It's how amazing is it to hear from someone who's like, he's doing this day in and day out. This is what he does full time. How many of you are like, oh my gosh, that could be me?
I'm already looking up Airbnbs in Nebraska. We're
Okay.
going to Omaha. We're getting it done.
That's awesome. Cool. So how many of you would say that Randy is an asset? Wherever he is, he's an asset. How many of you would say that? If you would say he's an asset, type asset in the comments. Unless like you're like, I can't even type anything in the comments because I'm just so overwhelmed by all of the amazingness that's been going on. All right, guys. So we still have so much more to do. And I'm actually going to share some stuff with you right now. But before I do, I'm bringing another speaker to the stage, yours truly. So what does that mean we have to do? What? Okay, hold on. I have to take off my watch because I am getting bruised. And by the way, if any of you are counting calories, I just want you're welcome for the cardio you're getting today. I looked on my watch. My watch is like, holy mackerel, girl, you've been exercising a lot. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We are going to face to the right first, right foot out. All right, are you ready? Ready, set, go! Come on now, get yourself into a peak state. Let's go. Come on now. How's it going, guys? Come on. Come on. I'm outrunning half of you. What the heck is going on here? Come on now. What? Oh, okay. Whew. Time. You didn't know. Yeah, exactly. You guys didn't know you were getting a personal trainer today, and it was going to be me. All right. Face to the left. Left foot forward. Are you ready? Who's ready? This is something. Okay, hold on. We'll talk about it after. Ready? Get set. Go! Come on now. Run it out. Come on. Hard as you can. Come on. Come on. We're only going to do this a couple more times. Run it out. Let's go. Come on. Woo! Hold on. Oh my gosh. Time. Holy mackerel. Oh, hold on. Pause. Stop. Okay, guys. I look like a crazy person. Now, everyone, take a sip of water. Take a sip of water. Awesome. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but I'm not just doing this so I can sweat and be breathless in front of you and have my hair look crazy. The reason we're doing this is because literally in 30 seconds, you can completely change your state. So if you're like feeling sluggish, if you are whatever, it only literally takes 30 seconds to change your state. Okay. And it's so important for you guys to like really be aware of that, because we've been talking all day about being an asset, being an asset. And one of the best ways that you can learn to be an asset is always to be in a peak state. Okay. So when you walk into the audition room, throughout this day, for the rest of the day, make sure you continue to keep yourself in a peak state. Like, you can go into the bathroom for 40 seconds and run it out. You know what I mean? You can think about that moment, that best moment you've ever had, and you can immediately change your state, because your state is the foundation for the whole triad of success. Okay? So before we go on, I just want to share a little bit about myself, because I do know some of you, and some of you are probably like, I know Alicia, I get emails from her all the time. I know Mike, he's the co-founder of the company. Who is this Deneen person, right? How many of you, you can be honest, you may have thought of that a little bit, okay? So I wanted to tell you a little bit about how I got to where I am. So growing up, my parents' number one goal for me was for me to be secure, okay? My dad grew up as an Army brat, so he like literally traveled. Every 2 years he was moving from city to city to city to city with his family. Like Germany, they lived in Germany, they lived in Japan, they lived like literally all over the United States. My dad hated it. So his whole goal for me was for us as a family to grow roots and be secure. Okay, so that's literally the only thing that his only dream for me for my whole life was for me to be secure. Same thing with my sister. His other dream was that I wouldn't like work with my hands, because that's what he did his whole entire life. So growing up, like I never was given the opportunity to like dream about anything like being an actor or a model or a musician. Like it just wasn't my course. My course was this. My course was, Deneen, you are very intelligent. You have a very high IQ. So this is what we want for you. And my course was planned out for me by my family, my family's need for security, by the school saying, okay, you know, this is your IQ, this is what you should do. Oh, you have an aptitude for the sciences, this is what you should do. So for my whole life, I was put on this collision course with having a 9-to-5 job. Literally my dad's goal was for me was to have a good 401k and have good health benefits and just be secure, okay, and not work outside. So growing up, though, there was something inside of me that I always wanted to do more. I always wanted to help people. When I was 7 years old, my mom and I were involved in a church. I decided I wanted to be a missionary. So my whole life, I wanted to be a missionary. Then when I was in 3rd grade, I wanted to be a teacher because I just wanted to help people. I wanted to be a pharmacist because I didn't want to be a doctor because that was a lot of school and a lot of money, but I wanted to help people. And then I was a youth pastor. I was a youth minister. I wanted to do all these things, everything I ever wanted to do. I just wanted to help people. But because, and I'm sure a lot of you can understand and relate to this, because of my family's need for security, I never went after those things that I really wanted to do. So I found myself, I worked in a bank for 6 years. God bless all you number people. That was like every day I went to work, part of my soul, I just felt like it was dying. But I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that I could want to be more. Okay. So instead of being like, hey, this doesn't fit my personality, I would move from, I stayed in the same bank for 6 or 7 years, but I would go from branch to branch to branch thinking, oh, well, it's the location, it's the location, it's the location. Finally, I was like, okay, banking is obviously not for me. I'm gonna go to school and finish my degree. So I went back to school. I graduated from college. It was awesome. I somehow wound up in the dental field. That's a long story. But then I found myself working in the dental field for 10 years. I started out working for a dental implant company. Then I was like, I was not getting paid what I was worth, and I knew that. So then I started working for dental offices, and I worked with dental implants. I did all these different things, blah, 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 go on and on and on. And every time I would get bored, I would start to feel uncomfortable. I'd be like, oh, okay, you know what? It's obviously time for me to change to this office. Because I always thought that if I changed my location, something in me would change. Never happened. Okay, so finally, a couple years ago, Mike and I were friends. I got a phone call from him, and he was like, what are you doing? And I was like, literally, I was sitting, I could take you to the dental office I was sitting. I was like, I'm at work. What do you think I'm doing? And he was like, I have a question for you. I was like, yeah. He said, how would you like to host a podcast? I was like, I'm an introvert who works in a dental office. What do you mean? How would I like to host a podcast? Who am I going to interview? And he started telling me, oh, you'll be interviewing actors and models and musicians. It'll be awesome. And I was like, and mind you, in case you didn't catch the first part of my story, I was on the science track. I was not there. Hollywood. I didn't care about any of this stuff because I was like, well, what am I going to interview actors, models, and musicians about? And he was like, oh, what? You're not up for the challenge? I was like, I'm also German. So I was like, of course I'm up for the challenge. What do you mean I'm not up for the challenge? The next thing I know, I'm learning about acting. I'm learning about modeling. I'm learning about music. I'm doing a podcast with Ryan and some of the new talent, right? And mind you, when I started working with VIP Ignite, I knew nothing at all. I knew absolutely nothing. But there was this one moment in New York City, and this goes back to me asking you guys for that moment, that one moment where everything clicked for you, right? Remember that? I asked you to do that. So a couple of years ago, I had the opportunity to go to my first event in New York City. And Mike was like, hey, I need you to talk from stage. And I was like, you do what? Yeah, I want you to get up and I want you to talk from stage. And I got up and I started talking. I don't even remember what I was talking about, but I remember I could take you to the exact spot on the stage where I was standing. And it hit me like a ton of bricks that I was finally doing that thing that I was meant to do. Because even I was hosting the podcast, but I was working with talent and I was helping to get them ready. So I was helping people fulfill their dreams. And I was finally out of that environment where it was like, okay, hi, oh, you have the tooth pain. Oh, well, how long have you had it? I could go into my whole spiel. If there is ever any casting director who's watching, if you ever need a dentist, someone to play a dentist, right here. You don't even have to teach me anything. Okay. But like when I was working in the dental field, I was so miserable. I hated it. And that was a pattern in my life. Like I was miserable, and I never knew. Okay. So I got the opportunity to host the podcast. I went to New York and I had that moment, that aha moment. And like, I didn't do this on stage, but like everything inside of me just wanted to weep with joy because I was like, okay, you know what? You finally found that thing that you want, that you've always wanted to do. You've always wanted to help people. So, needless to say, I got more involved in VIP Ignite. I had the opportunity to go through, we have it's called the VIP Elite Talent Academy. I had the opportunity to help start that. And I was on every single solitary call. Okay. So when I first started with VIP Ignite, I was like a lot of you. Like I was like, I don't know, like some of you are like, oh my gosh, I want to be an actor. This is going to be so cool. But like I knew nothing. And over the course of the last couple of years, because I've gone through the VIP Elite Talent Academy, I've been on nearly every call. Okay. I learned from the best. I learned from Antoinette Stratton, who is Terrence Howard's former manager. She's a huge manager. She's a huge talent manager. I had the opportunity to get to know Mark Schoenfeld. Come on, guys. Mark freaking like how invaluable is that? So I've had the opportunity to learn and grow so much. And this is something I never had any desire to be a part of the entertainment industry. I just wanted to be someone who helped people. So I had that opportunity. Then about 1.5 years ago, I had the opportunity to be a model. Me, Deneen White, a model. Like if I can't wait to go to my next class reunion, they'll be like, hey Deneen, what are you up to? Well, you know, I'm a model. I'm a public speaker. They'll be like, you? But I actually had an opportunity to model. I've had opportunities to be on set. And I don't know if you guys know this or not, but I have a huge goal coming up this summer. This summer, while I'm still helping out with everything here and helping to guide all of you, I'm going to be going through the same process. One of my goals is by the end of the summer is to be on set and to be eligible to join SAG. What? How awesome is that? But the thing is that the reason that I have this opportunity is because when I was given a chance, I had to make a decision. Okay, I had to make a decision. I could stay in that pain that I knew because the only thing I had known for my whole entire life was the pain of being unhappy in work, was the pain of trying to fulfill someone else's dream for my life. I had that choice, but I chose to make a decision. And that's where a lot of you guys are right now. A lot of you are in a position where like, you're like, you know what? Like I've been trying to do this. I've been dabbling, you know, I've been doing all the wrong things. Alicia likes to say, you've been hanging out with the bad boyfriends. You've been doing all those things because that's the pain that you're choosing to stay in. I had to make a decision to get out of that pain. I had to make a decision to leave what I knew, to leave that security and come and chase and pursue something that I absolutely love. Now, let me tell you something. I'm probably going to sweat when I'm on set. They're like, do this. I'll be like, hold on. Wait, hold on. Yeah, Mark Christopher Lawrence taught me I got this. Don't you guys worry. So I'm really excited about this opportunity that I have. But I want you guys to know that, again, a couple of years ago, I was where a lot of you, Alicia could tell you, like, even like she was probably like, who's this crazy person that's hosting our podcast?
You know, I think it's funny because like we've been in this business now for 14 years. And for those of you guys that don't know, we actually do work with people like Vanessa Hudgens, Sigourney Weaver. So like I could pick up the phone and call Vanessa right now. Like Monique Coleman from High School Musical is part of our company. And yeah, so I find it
right now too.
Hey, I have a friend from the Village people you need to call, or hey, I need you to call one of the stars from the Wonder Years. She's like I still have that picture on my phone. She's like,
I do too.
Like it literally, because I told her and she made fun of me. I said, you're gonna remember this forever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And we do meet a lot of big people, and you know, and she literally, you know what the best thing about Deneen is? She literally expedited everything so quickly because she really went all in. And now, like for me, because I'm not in the office, I'm in Florida, you know, when she's in New York or she's in LA or she's anywhere, like I don't have to worry about like, oh God, I hope this girl like makes a good impression of our company because I'm not there. Like she's got this, you know what I mean? And that makes me so happy because I can tell you for Deneen, like she's not an aspiring like hip hop artist or she's not an aspiring comedian, not that I know of.
Well, maybe comedian.
But she does get a chance. Like I'll never forget, like Deneen, I think one of Deneen's biggest aha moments was I have a really good friend who wrote the foreword to our book, Finding Fame. He's the head writer for Saturday Night Live. He also wrote the movie Blues Brothers and Curb Your Enthusiasm with Larry David. And obviously he's a part of our company and sometimes he does coaching calls and I'll never forget Deneen ran out and bought his book. And she like literally took a picture of her, sent it to me going, oh my God, I'm reading Alan's book. And I texted it to him and he shared it on his page and he tagged Deneen. I was like, score! The head writer for Saturday Night Live.
That's okay. So that's definitely one of my.
That's the blessing. You know what I mean? And it's cool. Like right now, I'm late to the party. I'm watching Curb Your Enthusiasm because I need a good laugh a lot. And every time I see his name, I'm just like, and he knows who Deneen is. He shared, and he's working with Tiffany Haddish and Billy Crystal right now. And literally everybody now is like, who's this Deneen White? What's this all about?
I know.
Who are you?
Yeah, who am I? I have no idea. So the reason I wanted to share my story with you guys is because if I can be in this position right now, not even like literally you can ask anyone, literally my whole goal is to help you guys, right? So if I can do this, I want you guys to know that you can do this too, okay? Because again, it's all about your state. Like I make sure that when I get on here, I'm in a good state. When I'm talking to people that literally make me sweat, I make sure I'm in a good state. I'm not like, okay, let me just throw it. No, I'm like, okay, you know what? Let's do this, right? Focus. Do you think that I would be where I am right now if I weren't hyper focused on becoming an asset, not only to VIP Ignite, but to all of you? I'm asking you guys a question. Do you think that if I weren't focused, I would not be here? I put myself through this process, y'all. Okay, words. How do you think I speak to myself? I know this morning I alluded to how I feel but when I'm coming here, when I'm coming in front of the people that I'm getting to come on and speak to you guys, I make sure I'm speaking the right words. I'm not using a lot of buts. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, I'm speaking positively. So this triad of success, when I tell you that this works, it's because I've been through the process. Okay. One of the things that any company that you work for will tell you is you have to be proof that the product works. And here I am right now. By September, my goal is to be SAG eligible. If I can do it, so can you. All right. So I have a question for you. How many of you know who Warren Buffett is? Do you know who Warren Buffett is? Yeah, he's literally one of the top 5 richest men in the world. So I have a question for you. How many of you would like some investment advice from Mr. Warren Buffett? If you want some investment advice, type advice in the comments. Type advice in the comments. Type advice in the comments. Okay. Do you know what Warren Buffett says the best investment to make is? Does anyone want to guess what Warren Buffett said? Okay, James Pollard. James Pollard's on his A game. Exactly. The best investment that you can make is in yourself. The best investment that you can make is in yourself. Do you think for one moment I regret the investment of time that I put into this? No. There are some days it's hard as hell, but let me tell you something. Every day, every hard day here is better than a good day in a dental office if you're me, okay? So I want you guys to bear that in mind. Like the best investment that you can make is in yourself. So I have a question for you. How many of you would like to see part of the process that I've actually gone through to be standing here in front of you? How many of you guys would like, is that okay? Do I have your permission to share something that we've put together for you guys? Do I? Okay, awesome. So I'm going to share my screen. So I don't know if I mentioned this, but I actually had the opportunity not too long ago to actually have photos taken too. It was the craziest thing in the world. Deneen White, model. Never in my life did I ever think that I would be able to say that. Okay, let's see here. We've got to share our screen. Oh, hold on. Just kidding. I never said technology was my my forte, did I? Did I lie and tell you guys that I'm the best tech person in the whole entire world? Good, because I'm not. That would be a fib. Okay, so let's see here. Let's go to present. Can you guys see my screen? If you can see my screen, someone give me a thumbs up. Awesome. Okay, so I've had a lot of people reach out to me even before today. You guys are some people who are like, you know what? I'm all in. I don't even know what we're doing. I'm all in. Okay, so we've had a lot of people reach out to us about different things that we're doing. And this year we have so much going on. We're going to Orlando for a photo shoot. Some of us are going to Paris. We're going to New Orleans. We're going to, oh, what just happened to my presentation? Hold on. There we go. We're literally going all over the world. We're going to New York, okay? We have so many different things that we're doing this year, okay? And Mike loves quotes and I love quotes too. John Maxwell is actually like one of the first people in leadership that I ever studied, okay? And he says, find your why and you'll find your way. How many of you over the last couple of days have really come up and determined your why? How many of you are solid in your why? We talked about that this morning. A lot of you are burning your boat so that you can go for your why, okay? Now, some of you might be thinking, Deneen, where's Mike? Where's Mike? We miss Mike. Where's Mike? Well, Mike is actually hanging out right now with Tony Robbins, okay? So that's why we're here. And because Mike loves Tony Robbins so much, he was like, okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to share some of my favorite quotes from Tony Robbins. Okay. The only thing that's keeping you from getting what you want is the story that you're telling yourself, that you keep telling yourself. How many of you realize that? How many of you have changed your story over the last couple of hours that we've been together? Or if you were together with us last night, how many of you have changed your story, right? We're no longer in the land of can. We're now in the land of can, right? One of my favorite quotes is the path to success is to take massive, determined action. The Deninism is people who take massive action get massive results, right? Say that with me. People who take massive action get massive results, okay? And this is another one. This is another great one. People who succeed at the highest level are not lucky. They're doing something differently than everyone else. How many of you don't want to be lucky? You want to do something differently than everyone else. How many of you that say, hell yes, Deneen, I want to do something. Say, yes, I want to do something different than everyone else. Yes. Okay, awesome. Okay. Okay. So something else that we know is that the people that you surround yourself, it's so important, right? You have to find your tribe and you have to love them hard. How many of you over the course of today and the last couple of days in the Facebook community feel like you found your tribe? How many of you feel like you found your tribe? Like today we had people, oh my gosh, I was so scared to do this. I would have done my monologue, but I didn't. But now you have your tribe. How many of you feel like you found your tribe? Because what we find is that the people that you surround yourself with, you are the sum total of the 5 people that you spend the most time with. Okay. Oh, there we go. So just so you know, as I'm getting to learn PowerPoint, we are family here at VIP Ignite. As you can see, we spend a lot of time with our talent. We were in South Beach not too long ago with some of our inner circle members. We went to Warner Brothers Studios. That's actually that's the Friends couch. That was amazing. I got to sit in Sheldon's spot and I cried. That was pretty awesome. Yeah, we take one with our talent, with our inner circle. They've gone to see the Phantom of the Opera. And as you can see here, they actually got to put on the Phantom mask. How awesome is that? They didn't just go see the Phantom of the Opera. They had the opportunity to meet Ben Crawford, who's the current Phantom of the Opera.
He was texting us from the stage. He's part of our company.
Yeah, he's part of our company, right? There you could see Schoenfeld. Everyone had the opportunity to hang out with Mark Schoenfeld in the city, right? Like how amazing is that? How many of you would love the opportunity to be a part of this family, to like be a part of this community, right? How awesome is that? All right. So something that we understand too, as we were going through becoming an asset, right? We talked about how you need to have the right photos taken, because if whether you're an actor, a model, or a musician, your photos are so important, right? How many of you can agree to that, right? So what we want to do is when we're putting these things together, we're making sure that you are going to get the right photos taken, that you're going to work with the right people. Okay. So how many of you would love the opportunity to come join us in Miami, Florida? How many of you would love that opportunity? The last time we were in Miami, I know everyone's raising their hands, right? Right? How many of you would love the opportunity to come down to Florida, have photos taken? Because when we do this, guys, we make sure that make sure that you have the best photos with the best photographers. This is actually a picture of me with one of our talent, Brandon, at our last photo shoot that we had in Miami a couple weeks ago. Because of this photo shoot, Brandon actually booked the cover of a magazine. He went to our photo shoot. He went and had other photos taken as well for that magazine. How awesome is that? Can you imagine going to a photo shoot and the photos that you have taken, they book you the cover of a magazine? How awesome is that? Right? And this here is Heather Prescott. She's another one of our talent. You can see Infinity behind her. Heather Prescott came to our photo shoot in Miami a couple weeks ago, and now she is not only represented by an agency here in New York. She's not only represented by our mother agency, she also just had a meeting with a huge agent in Los Angeles. So she has dual representation in New York and in Los Angeles. How awesome is that? Who would love that opportunity, right? Because when you surround yourself by the right people, amazing things happen, right? So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be going to Miami again in August of 2021. And when you come to one of our photo shoots, we're not just going to take photos and you're not just going to hang out. You're actually going to have the opportunity to sit down with a huge agent from New York City. This agent right here is Fuji Ruiz. He was the head of the women's division of Wilhelmina and IMG. Okay. He runs a boutique modeling agency in New York City. So not only are you going to have amazing photos, he's going to sit down with you and he's going to go through your photos with you. He's going to say, oh my gosh, you know what? You did this really well, but you know what? Maybe if you just, the way that you lay your hand, he's going to go through all those subtle nuances with you. So how amazing, how valuable do you think it would be for someone who worked with some of the biggest names, the biggest models, going through your photos and helping you to coach you through that? How amazing do you think that would be for you? Right? We're going to have you working with professional makeup artists, okay? With celebrity makeup artists. How awesome is that? And then again, when we go on these photo shoots, not only are we taking amazing photos, the man who's taking this photo actually shot the cover of 32 covers of Vogue, okay? We had the opportunity to go on a yacht and do a photo shoot with some of our talent. I mentioned that when I had Barit on earlier. We had Alicia come with baby Kaden. Oh my gosh, what a cutie. You guys have been seeing him all day. We had the opportunity to hang out with him.
He's here, everybody.
He's here. He's like a total movie star, right? Yeah. And then we also have celebrities
who always smells so good. And I always tell him how good he smells every time I see him.
Aw. Yeah, so you'll have the opportunity also to meet celebrities, right? So this is what we're going to be doing in August in Miami. How many of you would love to come have the opportunity to have your photos taken, to become a part of the community, just to get to know everyone? How awesome would that be for you guys? All right. So when we do our photos too, I just want you guys to know that we make sure that the photos that you have taken are the ones that can book you work. Okay, we make sure that when you're having photos taken, they're the ones that clients will see and they'll be like, oh my gosh, this is the photo that I need. Okay, this photo here is the photo that's going to book you work. Okay, so again, these photos here, like how many of you can see that these photos here are the right photos to have taken, right? This is what, when you open up a magazine, this is what you see, right? This is what you see. So imagine having the opportunity to work with a photographer, to work with Ryan Colby, who is I know, I don't know exactly how deep he went in, but he was a former art director of Vogue. Imagine having the opportunity to have Ryan Colby art direct your photos. Okay. And it doesn't matter how old you are. I know that we have some people on here that are like, oh my gosh, I'm too old. It doesn't matter how old you are, because right now there's never been a better time to be in the entertainment industry, no matter what your age is. Okay. So, I mean, look at this lady here who could be booking work all day long because she had the right photos taken. All right. And again, here's some more of our talent. Denise Wade here is on the far left. Like, she's an amazing talent. She's working toward being a fitness model, right? We saw Brandon before. This was from Brandon's first photo shoot with us in Las Vegas back in October, right? How much has he grown? You'll have to see some of his other photos, but when we first met him, he had no modeling experience. Then by the time he got to Miami, he booked his first cover of a magazine. And this is Jacqueline Brumfield. She's one of our talents. She's actually booking work all the time. She lives in a smaller market. She lives in Louisiana. She's literally always on set. I actually call her the ninja, because I never know where I'm going to find her, right, Alex? She's always booking work. Like, she's always on set. She's
yeah,
like,
actually, Rhea, one of our other talent, literally, I was driving on I-4 here in Florida. I was like, oh my God, it's one of our talent on the screen. And Michael's like, turn around and go back. What?
On the highway?
On the highway. But really quick, Denise, before you go on, can you go over what art direction means so everybody knows? Because how many of you guys know what art direction is?
Yeah. So what that means is Ryan Colby is actually going to work with you from the beginning of your photo shoot to the end. He's going to sit down with you and he's going to get to know, like, are you an actor? Are you a model? Are you a musician? He works with clients all day long. So what he's going to do is he's going to help you. He's going to help you pick out the clothes that you wear. Okay.
You're going to do all that through Zoom before you even get there.
Yeah. Before you even get there.
Clothes. He's going to say yes or no. He's going to talk to you like a doctor, prescribe to you what's going to book you work. You got it?
Yeah, what he's going to, yeah, like you said, he's going to help, he's going to look at you as a human, obviously, and he's going to say, okay, you know what, client, this is what a client would want from you, and this is what a client would want from you, and this is what a client would want to see from you. And so he's going to personally help to develop all of your looks. And then when you get on set, he's going to be the one working with the photographers and the makeup artists and the hairstylists to make sure that what he sees shows up in your pictures, just like these pictures. How amazing would that opportunity be? How many of you guys would like, yes, Denise, yes, I want this?
Well, let me just add something really quick. So for anybody listening to this, we have so many talent. Like we heard from Georgia, who said she went out and spent $5,000 on pictures. That bothers me, because he's the former art director of Vogue and he styles celebrities like Liam Neeson, the people that walk red carpets like at the Oscars. So the fact that someone of Ryan's level is going to handpick your clothes with you on Zoom and kind of go over, okay, you're a catalog model, not a high fashion model. No, like Kim Kardashian. We see you being more like this. I can tell you right now, I see so many really crappy, shitty photos because people spend so much money thinking, oh, I got professional photos, but they suck. They did them completely wrong. Even down to the makeup, down to the clothes, everything. It's almost like Mr. Potato Head, well calculated. You're wearing this, like this is how it is. These are the best photos to book you work.
Yeah.
You guys understand this?
Yep.
I just had to interrupt just because I didn't want to go over
We're
art
actually
direction.
going to have a pop quiz in a couple seconds about photos.
Bring it.
All right. Okay. So here are a couple more of our talent. These are also from our photo shoot in Las Vegas. Allie Cleveland here. When we first met Allie Cleveland, she was a school teacher in rural Maine. Okay. She was like, you know what? I'm like done. I'm ready to transition from being a school teacher. You know, my goal, my vision, my dream is to become a model, to become an actor. So we met her back, I think it was like August, maybe back in August. And now not only is she represented by Truth Management, which is our mother agency, she just got signed by a major agent out in LA. She's made the transition. She went on a reconnaissance mission to Los Angeles to see if she liked it. She's actually moving her whole family out to Los Angeles. She's fully relocating because she just got signed by a major agency out in Los Angeles. So now she has dual representation on the East Coast and the West Coast. This is John Lyric. When we met John, I like to call him the pool shark. So when you get to meet him, say, "Hey, pool shark," he'll just laugh at you. But when we met him, like, he's an aspiring musician. He actually lives in New York City. And when we first met him, he was like this super shy guy. And he was like, he never thought about modeling or anything like that. He had the opportunity to go to our shoot he was in Las Vegas, he was in New York, he was in Miami. He's going to be with us in New Orleans in a couple of weeks. And it's just been amazing to see him grow because his confidence has grown. Right. And this here is Anaya. She actually lives in Chicago. She's an amazing one of our talent too. Another one, like she had this desire, but now look at these photos. These are photos that are actually going to book her work. How awesome is that? All right. So, and when we do photo shoots, just so you know, we don't just get any studio. We make sure that we get the absolute most beautiful studios. Okay. So when you walk in, it's going to be a full experience. When you walk into the studio, you're going to know that you're in a professional photo studio. You know, you're going to know that this is something unlike anything you've ever experienced before. Okay. And again, we have celebrity hair and makeup artists that are going to be there. We had the opportunity in Miami to work with a makeup artist that was absolutely phenomenal. He does makeup to the stars. Same thing when we were in Las Vegas last time. So when we work with the people that we bring in to do your hair and to do your makeup, they are the top of the top. Okay.
Let me add something really quick. What a lot of people don't realize, Denise, because I know you're going through this, is how powerful that is, especially on social media, when you know how to use it.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, like when we were in LA last time, the studio that we used, actually the Jonas Brothers used it, oddly enough, for one of their music videos. And what you should know is that the makeup artist worked on a hit show called Blackish. She also worked on Grey's Anatomy. So are you kidding me? When she did my photos, I hashtagged the makeup artist, the hairstylist, the celebrity photographer. We also have Derek Warburton, who styles for Beyonce and Rihanna. He also runs a magazine. Hashtagged him because he was there. He helped with our photo shoot. And literally, I started getting followers and people going, "What the hell do you do? How do I get involved?"
Yeah.
So again, when I hear about people spending, like Georgia, sorry, Georgia, I'm gonna pick on you one more time, $5,000, and then they told her just to go up on a website. She's not working with a celebrity photographer, a celebrity makeup artist, because when you could use those people correctly, all of a sudden now you're tagging them. You made a good impression. Now they're sharing it on their page, and they're like, "Who the hell are you? How are you working with someone that just worked with Rihanna? How is this even happening? Who are you?" Does that make sense? Scale 1 to 10. How powerful do you think that is? Versus I have a friend who does photos. Yep. And honestly, you can get photos done for free. You could run out and spend, no money and go to, somebody who does photos for fun. But are they working on this type of level? Because here's the thing, whether you spend $5,000 or 5 cents, I was about to say 5 nickels. That's how tired I am. No one cares if no one's seeing your photos. And it's that branding. The branding is what gets you opportunities.
Yeah.
Every day.
Yep.
Every day.
All right. So they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. Casting directors see thousands of photos every day. So the question I have for you is, do you want to stand out from the thousands of freelance models that are discarded every day? If you want to stand out from the thousands of freelance models that are discarded every day, you must make sure that your photos are of excellent quality and that they grab the attention of a casting director or a client. Okay. So that's what we do. We make sure that you have those photos that will grab the attention of a casting director or a client. Okay. We're going to make sure that these 3 striking photos, we're going to make sure that the photos that you have taken are the ones that can book you work. Okay. Because like Alicia said, we want to make sure that you're getting the right photos taken, because there are people that pay a lot of money for photos that just are not very good. All right. So a lot of you might think, "Oh my gosh, as long as I take a really cool selfie, I'll grab someone's attention." That's not the way it really works. You have to make sure that you have the right photos. Okay. All right. So again, what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that you have the industry standard photos. Okay. We're not just going to take casual snapshots of you. We're going to make sure that you have the industry standard photos. We want to make sure that when this comp card lands on someone's desk, like, oh my gosh, I need to book this person. I need to work with this person. The photos that we take are not designed to make your grandma happy or your Aunt Sally happy. We want these photos to help you book work. Okay. And again, these are all industry standard photos. How many of you would book any one of these people? If you were a casting director, you would book any one of these people, right? Exactly, right? That you should be a hell yes on all of these. All right. So let's see here. So let's take a little pop quiz. Okay. Now, I'm going to start off by saying that this woman paid a lot of money for these photos. Okay. All the photos we're going to go through, she paid a lot of money for these photos. So how many of you, which photo do you think is better? Do you think photo one, the one on the left, or the one on the right is the better one? Right? Well, I'm gonna shatter your beliefs here for 2 seconds, okay? So this woman obviously is really pretty. She's got beautiful eyes. She's got great hair. But when you look at the photo on the left, what do you see? You don't see her face. You see the bright yellow sweater that she's wearing. You see her bright red lipstick. You see her glasses. Like all you can picture her is in this outfit. Like, can any of you picture her in anything else? No, because it's like seared into your brain. The one on the right, she has the red and white striped shirt. She kind of looks like Popeye, right? Right? Like, and it's a shame because she's a beautiful person, but these are not photos that will book her work because they're so distracting. Like they automatically put her into a category where you can't think of anything else, right? These photos too. What about these photos? What do you guys think of these photos? Some of you know, like these photos, like these photos here are not going to book you an acting job or a modeling job. These are amazing. Like if you want to be a real estate agent or something like that for the jacket of your book cover, these are great. But the thing is like her hair isn't styled properly. When you look at her, you see the necklace, you see the earrings, but you're not focusing on her. She's not the center of focus of these photos. It's her outfit, her jewelry, her earrings, her hair, right? So these here, even though like, again, like if she's going to be a real estate agent or something like that, these are amazing photos. But for the industry, for the entertainment industry, all you can picture is her in those roles. There's no versatility with these photos. Do you get it? And again, she paid a lot of money for these photos, but they're just not industry standard headshots. This girl too, like every time I see these photos, like how cute is she, right? She's cute as a button, right? She could definitely be on Disney, but that's all you can see her as. Like on this photo here on the left, you see the hat, the glasses, you see the outfit, but you don't see how cute she is, how beautiful she is, right? Same thing on the left, like it's super cute look, but all you could see is like, you could see like a little pop star on Disney or something like that. Like, could you ever see her as like, maybe like being a doctor or a lawyer or someone serious or like a teacher? No, you can only, you automatically, like you see her typecast as like a young character. I don't even know how old she is, but she looks really young. So these are not photos that you would want taken. These are not industry standard photos. Okay, here we go. Again, someone in my age range here. What do you guys think about these photos? Again, like they're okay, but like again, like when you look at the photo here on the left, what do you see? You see the big bow, you see the glasses, you see that her hair isn't styled really well. She's kind of like, okay, right? Like she's forgettable. It's a forgettable photo, right? All I'll ever remember about her is the bow. Same thing here with this one. Her hair isn't styled properly. Her outfit just isn't right. Like you're not focusing on her. Like you're looking at the outfit that she's wearing. You're looking at her hair. And this one here on the right, like all I can see, I don't know about you guys, all I can see is her shirt, right? Her hair kind of, between the three looks, it kind of looks like maybe she washed her hair before she went and they didn't even dry it or style it. These aren't photos that are going to book her work. Okay. Maybe like one of her family members thinks they're great, but these are not photos that are going to book her work. All right. So again, when you come to one of our photo shoots, we're going to make sure that you get the industry standard photos. Okay. Because our goal is we want you to book work. We want to make sure that when you come in and you invest your time with us, Ryan's going to work with you to make sure that you get the photos that when you put them in your portfolio, that you're adding, that you're increasing your asset level, right? We talked about that today. You want to increase your asset level, and that's our goal for the photo shoot, okay? So again, our goal with anytime we do a photo shoot, we make sure that we use the best facilities. Like the studios that we use are absolutely amazing. Like Alicia said, when we were in Los Angeles, we were like, when we were doing research on the studio, we were like, oh my gosh, this is awesome. Okay. And we want to make sure also that you have those industry standard photos. Okay. So we're going to be doing this. We're going to be having our next photo shoot in August of 2021 in Miami. How many of you are ready to be like, okay, you know what? Let's do this. I am ready to get those photos that are going to book me work. Are you guys all in on that? How awesome is that? Are you guys all in on that? Okay, and we're going to leave with a quote here from Mike himself. Life is all about the momentum you are building every day. Michael Fomkin. So the question I have for you is, are you building momentum today? Are you building momentum? Your life is about the momentum you're building every single day. Today you took massive action to be here, but are you building momentum? Remember, we talked about this a little earlier too. All the knowledge in the world doesn't mean anything if you don't take action, right? Right? We talked about that earlier. Awesome. So do I have your permission now to share with you something that we put together to make sure that you are fully prepared for a photo shoot in August of 2021? Do I have your permission to share that with you? And I just want to remind you, as I'm going to go through it with you, but we only have limited spots available for this, okay? Because with the way that Ryan is going to be styling everyone, with the fact that we're going to be working with the celebrity hair and makeup and photographers, we only have limited spots. So what we're going to ask you to do is we're going to ask you to take massive action, okay? All right. So let me stop sharing my screen. Hold on one second. Wait. Okay, sorry guys. Again, I never said technology was my best thing. All right, guys. So do I have permission to share with you really quickly a little something that we put together for you guys today? Okay, and again, this is the same process that I went through to get where I am today. All right, let's see here. All right. So this is what we put together for you, okay? It's called Miami, the Momentum Launch, okay? So what you're going to get is this. You're going to get a 3-look photo shoot in Miami, and you're going to get an agency meet and greet, okay? So you're going to come down to Miami. You're going to have the opportunity to get a 3-look photo shoot, and then you're going to have an opportunity to sit down with an agent, okay? You're going to have an opportunity to sit down for an agency meet and greet, okay? You're going to have the opportunity to work with a celebrity photographer, hairstylist, and makeup artist. Okay, so you're going to have your hair and makeup done, and you're going to get your photos done by a celebrity photographer, celebrity hair, celebrity makeup artist. Like Alicia was saying, this here alone is something that can help launch your career, because as you're working with the hair and makeup and the photographer and you're tagging them, you're going to get known, and this is going to be a priceless opportunity for you. Okay, before we even go to Miami, you're going to have the opportunity to have laser coaching with Mr. Ryan Colby himself. He is going to get you fully prepared. He's going to go through your clothes with you. He's going to make sure that you are fully prepared. In addition to that, we're going to have 3 boot camps with Ryan Colby, where he's going to, again, show you how to get ready for your photo shoot. He's going to teach you all about posing. How many of you know how important posing is? Like if you're standing here like this, he's going to teach you how to pose. And he's also going to teach you about auditioning, okay? You're also going to have the opportunity to be signed by Truth Management, okay? So you're going to have the opportunity to work with a mother agency. Okay, we'll go over more about that. In September, what we're going to do is we're going to have a 3-day virtual summit. So you're going to have, how many of you guys thought today was absolutely amazing? How many of you thought today was amazing, right? Imagine this. If you thought today was amazing, our 3-day virtual summit, you're going to have the opportunity to sit down with agents and managers and casting directors from all over the world, literally from all over the world. Okay. So you're going to have the opportunity to be a part of our 3-day virtual summit. That's going to be in September 24th to the 26th. Okay. And then because we want to make sure that you are fully prepared for when you have the opportunity to sit down with those agents and those managers and those casting directors, we're going to give you 1 year of 12 months of live coaching and networking with our VIP 30X Talent Academy and Asset Coaching. So what we're going to do is literally the coaching that I went through over the last year, over the last couple of years, you're going to have access to that. You're going to have access to actually have the opportunity to do that live too on Zoom, where you're going to be able to interact with everyone. Okay. So you're going to have the opportunity to actually sit down and talk and get coached through, so that when it comes time for you to sit down and talk to the agents and managers, you are fully prepared. How awesome do you think that would be? Like on a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome is that? All right. All right, guys. So, and then, but before we even do that, okay, so thank you. So the total value of all of this is $16,988. Okay. But I have good news for you guys. That's not what we're going to ask. That's not what we're going to ask you for today. But before I even talk to you about what we are going to what the offer is, what the amount is, I'm going to talk. Can I talk to you for a moment about our $1 million guarantee? So I know that we are in the land. We have discussed today that we don't like buts, right? Because I know that there are a lot of you. Oh my gosh, Deneen, I want to invest in myself, but I don't know. How many of you may feel just a little bit like, oh my gosh, that sounds like a tremendous opportunity, but just so we could take the butts, what we want to do is we want to kick the butts out. This is a butt-free zone, okay? We want to kick the butts out of the way. So what we have for this is a $1 million guarantee. So you might be thinking, Deneen, what does that mean? Let me explain that to you. What the $1 million guarantee is this, okay? You can come to Miami, you can get your photos done. You can work with the celebrity photographer, hairstyle, makeup artist. You can go through the laser coaching with Ryan Colby. You can go through the 3 boot camps where you're actually going to learn how to get ready, to pose, and to audition. You can start working with truth management, okay? Then you can go to our virtual summit, and you can go through the first day and the second day, okay? Also, go through all of the live coaching through the VIP 30X Talent Academy and Asset Coaching. You go through all of the coaching. You can go through all of this, okay? And then come to the 3-day virtual summit. And you can go through the first day where you'll have the opportunity to sit down and you'll learn and you'll talk to people. And the second day. And if by the end of the second day, you don't feel like you've received $1 million in value, all you have to do is talk to me, talk to Alicia, talk to Mike, and say, listen, I don't feel like I got $1 million of value. And you know what we'll do? We'll write you a check for the amount of your investment, and you'll be gone. That's it. And you might be thinking, but Deneen, I could totally take advantage of you. Like I could come, I could get my photos, I can do all of these things, I can meet all of these people, and then I could take advantage of you and just say, hey, it's not worth it. Yeah, you totally could do that. You absolutely could. But you know what? The reason we have the $1 million guarantee is because we believe in you. We believe that people in general are good people, and we know what we're giving you. We understand what we're giving you, but you know what? If all you want is a guarantee, you have that $1 million guarantee, okay? So let's go over exactly what the investment is, okay? So again, this is what you're going to get. You're going to get the 3-look photo shoot in Miami with an agency meet and greet valued at $19.97. You're going to get the celebrity photographer, hair, makeup artist priceless. That opportunity is priceless. The laser coaching with Ryan Colby, again, it's absolutely priceless. You're going to get the 3 boot camps with Ryan Colby. Get ready, posing, and auditioning, valued at $1,997. You're going to have the opportunity to be signed by Truth Management, a mother agency where we're going to work with you and develop you. Okay, that opportunity is priceless. You're going to get access to our 3-day virtual summit in September 24th to the 26th. Value of that is $2,997. You're going to get a year of access to the VIP 30X Talent Academy and Asset Coaching. 12 months access. Total value of that is $9,997. Total value of all of this is $16,988. But today, because you are here, because we know that you are people who take massive action, who know that the best investment you can make is in yourself, we're offering that to you today for $1,997. And don't forget, you have that $1 million guarantee. So again, if you make that investment of $1,997, okay, and you're like, after 2 days of the virtual summit, you're like, I definitely don't have this. I definitely did not get $1 million worth of value. All you have to do is reach out again to myself, to Alicia or Mike. We'll write you a check for $1,997, and that'll be it. All right. We take all the risk. This is a 0 risk opportunity for you. This is 0 risk investment. We're literally taking all the risk because we believe in you. Okay. So this is what I'm going to do. We only have limited spots available because this is a very limited opportunity. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to have you schedule. Okay. So here is the link to schedule. Okay. We only have 10 spots available for this limited opportunity, okay? So what you need to do is, if this is something that you know, again, this is a risk-free investment for you, okay? So if this is something that you know that you want to do, I'm going to share the link in here because I know I stand in front of the link all the time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share this with you, okay? So let me get this here real quick.
And I'm going to go through all this because I know some of you guys probably have questions because people are asking me questions on my text. So I'm going to answer. I'm going to go through all of this. Deneen, if you can go back real quick to the other page real fast.
Yeah, and then we're also going to do a Q&A afterward as well, okay? Oh, hold on. You know what, Alicia, actually what we're going to do is we're going to have Ryan Colby come on, and then we're going to do some Q&A, okay? Okay, so if you guys have questions, then what we're going to do is we're going to have Ryan Colby come on. Then Alicia's going to answer all the questions that you have. Okay? But first, let me tell you guys a story. Okay? Before we bring Ryan on, let me tell you a story. So we have a lot of talent that we work with, and we have so many talent that we work with. And I know for a lot of people, like, they're like, oh my gosh, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I want to do this, okay? And I understand that, okay? Because you know what? There was a time in my life where I was petrified to make an investment in myself, okay? I was so afraid to make an investment in myself because, how many of you remember a couple minutes ago, I was telling you my story about how I was just so unhappy in my work situation. And I knew I needed to make a decision. I knew I needed to do something that would help push me forward. Okay, so not only did I volunteer to host the podcast and start working with VIP Ignite, but at the same time, I had the opportunity to work with a mindset coach. And at that time, the value that she was asking, the investment she asked me to make, stretched me so much. And she didn't have $1 million guarantee, by the way. She was like, this is the price and that's that. And I was like, I don't know. I don't know if I can do this or not. But something inside of me, there's that little voice. Remember earlier we talked about oh, maybe you should work out, or oh, you should have a piece of cake. There was like the one voice inside of me was like, don't do it, it's crazy. But then there was another voice inside of me that said, you know what, Deneen? You know that you deserve better. You know that you deserve to invest in yourself. You need to do something good for yourself because you know what? you have a huge why. Even back then, I had a huge why. And if you want to make a change, you need to do this. You need to take this leap. Because people who always do what they've always done will always get what they've always gotten, right? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting something different. So at that time, even now, I'm like, my palms get sweaty whenever I think about the investment that I make. I was like, okay, you know what? I'm all in. I'm doing this. And it was scary. And there were people around me that were like, are you insane? Why would you invest that much money to work on your mind? That's crazy. But let me tell you something. I have a lot of regrets in my life, but I could tell you the one regret that I do not have was investing in myself to work with that mindset coach. Because if I hadn't made that leap, I wouldn't be standing here in front of you today. Because you know what? All of the training, all of the things that I got, I never would have had the confidence to even be standing here talking to you. Okay? So I want you guys to bear that in mind. When you are making an investment in yourself, it's literally the best investment you can make, because you then determine the return on your investment. No one else will determine the return on your investment. It's you. Now the ball's in your court. Okay? So I just wanted to leave you with that story, because the one decision that I never ever have regretted was investing in myself. And I will continue to invest in myself, because you will reap the benefits. You sow what you reap. When you invest in yourself, you will get the dividends back in ways you can't even imagine. Okay? So I just wanted to leave you with that before we have Ryan Colby. Now, before we get Ryan Colby here, what do we have to do? Did you guys forget already? What do we have to do? Before we bring Ryan Colby to the stage, I need everyone to stand up to their feet right now. We're about to burn some more calories, guys. Okay, peak state. Everyone put your left foot forward. Burn more calories. Exactly. Okay, ready? Get set. Go! Come on now. Fast as you can. Come on. 15 seconds. Come on, guys. Get yourself into a peak state, because Ryan has some great stuff to share with you. Come on now. Come on. Ready? Go. Come on. Go. Okay. Ooh. Awesome. Okay. Ready? Right foot forward. I think we're going to do this a couple more times just to keep you guys on your toes. And Araceli likes the arm workout. All right. Are you ready? Get set. Go. Come on now. Come on. Get yourself into a peak state. Come on. You owe it to yourself. You owe it to Ryan. Come on now. Get yourself into a peak state. Come on now. Oh, goodness gracious. What? Okay, guys. Woo. That was awesome. How many of you are going to feel that in your arms tomorrow? We're all going to be feeling it in our arms. Okay, everyone take a sip of water. I know I'm sweating too, Maureen. Everyone take a sip of water. Take a seat. And if you are ready to hear from Mr. Ryan Colby, let me know. Who wants to hear from Mr. Ryan Colby? What? Okay, everybody does. Let's see. Let's find him. Okay, Mr. Ryan Colby. Here he is.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Mr. Colby. Welcome back.
Welcome back. So I'm here to discuss the importance of photos. But first, I wanted to start off by talking about, I heard a little bit of what Randy was talking about, and something sparked in me, like being an asset. I remembered something from my past. When I was 17, I did a play. The only play I've ever done was called The Disappearance. And it was a play about a family whose child goes missing, but one of the relatives has killed the child and has been lying to the police and blah, blah, blah. So in this play was a really good cast. I played one of the sons. There were 4 children and the little girl was missing. And it was pre-John Benet Ramsey, but it was very reminiscent of the John Benet Ramsey story, but it was a Black family. And Ruby Dee was in the show, and she's a legendary actress who passed away a few years ago, but she was in that. She played the grandmother, and Tina Leaford was in it, Blair Underwood. It was a really good play. It was presented by Crossroads Theater, and I did the show. Now, I was not happy about doing the show because it's very repetitive, it's very long hours, and I had never, ever done one before. And I was doing a lot of complaining, and I was being slightly bitchy and not appreciative. And one day, I think it was like the third or fourth day that we were doing the show, Ruby Dee came up to me and she put her hands on my face and she said, "You need to be appreciative. You need to be thankful that you have a job. You need to stop complaining and get it together." And that was a big lesson because I didn't realize how lucky I had it. I had a cute little job that plenty of people wanted, and I should have acted that way. And I was becoming a liability to the Playhouse, and I was becoming a liability to her and the rest of the cast because my attitude wasn't cute, wasn't good. And I'm not blaming it on youth, but it was also the shock and the repetitiveness of doing theater for, I think it was a 3-week run. It was like 21 days. And I thought it was going to be easy. And of course, it wasn't. So I used my anger and my irritation to complain when I should have just been happy to be there. So that is a lesson that I learned early on in my career, that, don't become a liability because, they can get rid of you and replace you at any second. Like Tanya said, every single model is replaceable. Every single actor on a television show is replaceable. They will fire you in 2 seconds if they feel that you are not giving your all, and find your twin and bring them right in, or someone comparable to you, and replace you in 2 seconds. Never think that you're irreplaceable or important to these people, because you're not. So that's just a quick lesson in becoming an asset and having a good attitude. So I'm here to discuss the importance of photographs, the importance of having the best photographs, and the reason why you need strong marketable photographs is because you're competing with people who've been working a year, 2 years, 3 years, and they've shot with Target, and they've done e-com work, and they've done stock photography work, and they've shot with the best photographers in New York and LA and Miami and Atlanta. And you're going on appointments with these people, or being compared to them in, casting sessions and stuff like that. So we try and give you photos that elevate you as far as you can go. Some people, you put 50 people in a room and you shoot them all with the same photographer. Some photos are going to be interstellar and amazing, and some are going to be okay, and some are going to be not so good. And it has nothing to do with the photographer. It has to do with the level that you're giving the photographer. It could be the same camera, the same person. It doesn't matter. There's going to be levels. But what we try and do is give you your best level. And some people are more naturals at this than others. Some people need more photo shoots, need more training. Some people are scared and nervous and may have, sullied this process, by being too nervous. But we're still trying to give you the best. We're trying to give you the best clothes, meaning like whatever you've got, trying to pick the best out of what you've got, giving you the best photographers that we can find in that area wherever we're shooting, and the best groomers in that area wherever we're shooting, and make sure that I give you the direction that is good for you, not your fantasy, not what you dreamt, not what your mom and dad and boyfriend and girlfriend told you, what I tell you is best for you. I'm not interested in what your mom likes, or if she likes your hair straight. I really don't care. I don't care that, your boyfriend likes you in red. I really don't care, because if you look crappy in red, I'm going to tell you, and we're not shooting it. This isn't a personal attack, and it's not meant to be mean, but it's meant to tell you that I'm not interested in anyone else's opinion but my own. And so therefore, when I tell you what outfits to wear, it's to elevate you. So you're not shooting with some local yokel photographer in your hometown who says, oh, you know, Sally, bring over your clothes and we'll do a photo shoot. These pictures are not usable. There's no one there to direct you. There's no proper grooming. And he's, you know, a C-level photographer at best, and you're going to get D level work. You know, here's the thing with A-level photographers, like the ones I choose. Every photographer, whether it's the Vegas shoot, the New York shoot, the Miami shoot, whatever shoot, they're all A-level photographers, all of them. I don't work with B-level and C-level photographers ever. I don't have time for it. I'm not interested in what they have to say. If you're not an A-level photographer, you need to stay out of my DMs and go somewhere. But the problem is that when you get an A-level photographer and someone who's never shot before, like half of you probably, there are gems that come out of that, and you get someone who shoots amazingly and you're like, wow, this is their first photo shoot. And then some people need a lot of work, and you get what you get. And sometimes the photographs can be okay. And I understand the level of okay. I don't need to love everything. Neither do any agents. We need to see the effort, and we need to see that you tried, and we need to see that you are making, you know, basically making the effort. I don't need stunning images every single time, because if I look at a picture and I see that it's on an okay level, but I see that you're trying, and the photographer reports back that you tried and you did as good as you could, I'm perfectly fine with that, and that makes me want to help you more. The next shot will be better, the next shoot will be better, etc., etc. So, but if you're shooting with C-level and D-level idiots, you're only going to go into the F category, because they cannot rise you up. They cannot make you, you can't be an A-level model shooting with C. It doesn't work. It doesn't match. So it will never be an A-level product if the person shooting you isn't on A level. If they're on a C level and you're on a C level, well, guess what? You're getting a D. You know, it cancels itself out, or maybe you'll get a C, maybe. But if you're say you're a brand new model, say you're a C-level model, you're living in Mississippi, you've never seen a camera in your life, but you get an A-level photographer to shoot you, you're rising up to the BA level, which is absolutely perfect. And that's what you need to start your career. You can't be shooting with these local idiots and expect to get anything out of it, because you won't. Okay, you will not get anything out of it, and you're going to be spending money that you can't get back, that I'm going to take the pictures and toss them in the trash. I mean, everything is digital now, so I'll just delete it. But I loved the days when I was at IMG and we would get pictures in the mail and I would physically throw things in the trash. I miss those days. I miss tossing stuff in the garbage. It's very dramatic and I love it. But now I just delete. So it's a little less dramatic, but still does the same thing. But that's what I do. I'll just delete your stuff because it's not up to par. I had a nice looking black guy 3 or 4 days ago, maybe a week ago, write me on Instagram. And he said, I love, what you're doing, blah, blah, blah. And he looked great. And I was like, great, let's go. Because he looked great in his profile pic, which was just like a picture of him. I think he was like out to dinner or something. And it was a picture of him and his friend or something. But he looked great. He had potential. I said, send me your photos, gave him my email. He sent me a series. He sent me like 30, 40 photos that were just, one was worse than the other, taken by some local idiot in like King of Prussia Mall or something. And I said, I can't use any of these. I'd rather you just take selfies in your bathroom. To me, that's more marketable. I would use those more than this waste of time. And he spent money on them. He did several shoots with 3 or 4 different people. I'm like, none of these are usable. He's like, but they shot like celebrities. And as soon as he said that, and as soon as he started arguing with me or talking back, I said, good luck to you. Deleted his email, blocked him on Instagram. Have a nice day. But he did have potential. he ruined his shot because he's talking. No talking. No talking. When I'm speaking, you just listen and do. No talking. So he ruined his shot, and it's goodbye, good luck to him. God knows what he's going to do with his career, and I really don't care. So the point is that when you're shooting with local idiots, you're only getting that kind of level, if not worse. You need to be shooting with A-level people at all times, period. Otherwise, you're never going to get anywhere. And if you just want photos to show your mom, well, then, yeah, I don't know, continue shooting with Bob down the street who bought a camera at Best Buy. Have fun. But if you want to actually be an actor, model, you need to be shooting with people above you. You guys are mostly all new, I'm assuming. You need to be shooting with someone who actually gets a paycheck from doing this as a photographer. You know, you need to be shooting with someone who's, this is their actual job, not something they do every other weekend when they have off from work at the local, you know, factory. Like, you need to be shooting with someone who's, this is their actual job. Okay, so that is important, and that is one of the biggest services that we provide is the photo shoots. That's one of the biggest parts of the pizza pie are the photo shoots. The coaching is another thing that you also need, but the main thing that you need first is physical material to go see people with. Coaching is great, but if you have no visuals, one, they're married, you need both. So it's kind of like, you know, you can't have one without the other. You can have all the coaching in the world, but if you have no materials, it doesn't matter. You can have all the materials in the world, but if you don't know what you're doing and your mind isn't right, then that doesn't matter. So you need them both. The marriage it's a marriage of both entities of the industry. You need the mental coaching, and you also need the physicality of the images, the reel, which is, I guess, coming up in May. You need that as well, because when you're going to audition, and in fact, you need that even more. If I had to actually say what you needed more, you need reels more, because here's the thing with reels, the TV networks will not see you without visuals. They don't care how much schooling, they don't care how many classes you took with, your college or wherever you went to school. They don't care. Show me your voice, you moving. I want to see you under proper lighting. I want to see what you look like with proper cropping. I want to see what you look like with proper blocking. I want to see what you look like with other actors. Otherwise, get out of my face. They don't want to see you. You know, you cannot go see NCIS or Grey's Anatomy or any show on HBO without a reel. You cannot do it, cannot do it, cannot do it, cannot do it. It cannot happen. And it will not happen. So the fantasies that you have while you're, shoving Doritos on your throat watching Netflix that you're going to be on TV are just fantasies, because it's not going to happen without the proper reel and the proper images and the proper training, all of which we do. So, you can continue fantasizing, and there's nothing wrong with eating Doritos on the couch. I do it nightly, but I am not trying to be in front of a camera. So I can do whatever I want. But if you're trying to be in front of a camera, you need to follow these instructions and do what is necessary to get you on that Hulu show that you love, or something of equal or lesser or equal value. And without a reel, without photographs, and without training, none of those things will happen. No agent will see you. And from the agent cannot send you to HBO or Hulu or Amazon without these products, which is a reel, photographs, and a resume with some cute training on it. And our classes are considered training. And so you can put those things on your resume. I mean, obviously you can get training elsewhere. You can get an acting coach in LA or New York or Atlanta, a physical acting coach where you can physically go to their studio and sit. Absolutely, you can do that too. But our online coaching is also considered training, especially the past year. Everybody's been doing online training. It's starting to come back. The LA studios are opening, the New York studios are opening, so you can go back to live classes now. But they're still doing it online, probably for the next 6 to 9 months. So our online coachings are fully capable of giving you the same experience as if you went to a class with 10 of your peers. So use it until it no longer is viable with the online. So, but yeah, so that's basically it. I mean, I don't really like long-winded speeches because the crux of it is that you need the photos, you need the reel, and you need the training, period. This is fairly simple fourth grade information, and all of you are adults. So pretty much do it, so
And
whatever.
also, Ryan, one thing that you need to go over is the difference between, like, and again, just to harp on Georgia one more time, I don't know if you're on here for this, but Georgia went to a place in Miami. Georgia's a person, not a state. Georgia went to a place in Miami. They charged her $5,000 for photos. They made her comp cards, and then they told her to register with Backstage and a couple of websites. So can you go over, like, because you're part of Truth Management, what type of castings you get? And unless they're part of the database, we can't submit you because everything is digital. So do you want to talk about breakdowns?
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, if you're going to be on the site, you can be submitted for work either in a bigger market that you'd have to read for and hopefully get flown in for, or work in your smaller market. And that's all being fleshed out. And, as time goes by, it'll get bigger. The database will get bigger. The more jobs will come in, the more clients will hear about us and email us and say, hey, we're looking for people in Chicago or we're looking for people in Seattle. And all we have to do is go in the database and put the word Seattle in, and whoever is in that area will pop up. So it's absolutely crucial. You have to be. I mean, if you're paying $5,000 and then just to be told to go on Backstage, you could have done that on your own for free. You don't need to be physically told to go on Backstage, and Backstage is not a database. Casting directors don't sit and be like, oh, let's look for a blonde, 20-something actress to play the girlfriend of Matthew McConaughey in a new movie. Let's go on Backstage. Like, that doesn't happen. So if it did, then yeah, everyone would be on Backstage, and I'd say go on Backstage. But that doesn't happen. So basically, the breakdown is it goes out to the agencies. We're looking for a blonde 23-year-old, 25-year-old, this height, this look for XYZ role, and either it's a movie or a TV show. And it's called breakdowns for a reason, because they actually break it down. And it's pretty much like a little paragraph. And then in your head who you've got in your agency that fits. And then you electronically send them. And with their reel that's attached, whatever materials, pictures, reel. And then the casting director will get back to you on who they want to physically see in person or who they want to read in a self-tape and send it to them. And then the list even gets smaller. And then those are the people that they will see. So it's kind of a rigorous process, but it's very quick. It could literally, from the process to a breakdown to you self-taping is an hour, 2 hours sometimes. You get it at 9 o'clock, you submit at 10, they write you back at 11. By noon, the self-tapes are going out to you saying, here's the script, this is what you're doing, it's 2 pages, I need it by the end of the day, or definitely by the next morning. So it's a fairly quick process. So that's how it's done, and there really isn't another way to do it.
I always want to notate. Remember, when we used to have an assistant, she would always get so pissed. One of my best friends is the head of Wilhelmina Kids and Teens, so she manages all the kids on like Yes Day and Jessie, and like all those Disney TV shows and the big movies on Netflix, and people would always get so upset, like that worked in the office, because they would get her email address from me, right? Because I'm like, oh, it's this at wilhelminakids.com, and they would send in an email, and yet it would never get to her because real agents, they screen their emails. So for anybody on here that thinks that you can get a real casting director's email, they're not going to open it unless that you're actually working with them. Okay?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's true.
And you also can't walk Fashion Week, guys, for whoever here is wanting to walk Fashion Week without a legitimate agent submitting it.
And here's the thing, Fashion Week is back on and popping.
Yes, I know.
The FDA has made it very clear that they are going back to normal for September shows. They are not playing any more games with these stupid virtual fashion shows, which I hate. And they will not, it is going back to normal the way it needs to be, live in color. The only difference will be the attendance will be much, much less. editors, buyers only, which is an amazing thing. The only good thing to come out of this pandemic, because I was tired of Aunt Becky and your cousin Stan sitting in the audience who doesn't even know the difference between, you know, denim and lycra. Like, why are you here? So I am very happy that that is over with. And I'm very happy that the bloggers are gone and all these other little idiots who didn't deserve to be there. So it will only be buyers, editors. So the audience will be slimmer, but the shows will go on as normal this September. So that is good news, because I'm tired. The past 2 seasons I've been over these like virtual fashion shows. Like, I'm tired of them. It's annoying, and I didn't like any of them. I hated everything.
You're such a ray of sunshine, Ryan. You really should write for Hallmark. All right, I want you to go over this in closing. Give us 2 minutes. Brand ambassadors and influencers on the internet, yay or nay? And can it be career suicide? I'm like
Yes.
Barbara Walters now.
I've been on a brand ambassador kick in the past couple of weeks.
No, but you're an agent. Just so you know, legitimate brand ambassadorship, they hire you through an agent, they pay you and give you free shit. You're not a model because you bought a t-shirt 20% off. Okay?
There's 2 boxes sitting right here. Well, it's off camera, sitting right here. 2 boxes full of hats, underwear, and 3 boxes actually. Hats, underwear, and sunglasses from 3 different companies that came for Cole after he left from LA that are waiting for him when he returns.
That's because Cole has an agent.
Are very, very clear. Cole is already the brand ambassador for a clothing line out of Dubai called Victor that he's already posted. He's already getting paid from them. He's already doing videos for them. He's going to be all over Google when they launch on April 24th. Actually, the launch is April 24th. He'll be all over Google when you type in the Victor, the clothing line. It's Cole's face you'll see. And he is a brand ambassador for them. It was done the proper way. They wrote me, and they're using him. And he's also going to be doing brand ambassador along with 4 of my other guys for a company called V Shades out of LA. I mean, it's done the proper way. They send you the product. You post creative posts about it, whether it be selfies or a professional shoot. You can choose, don't really care. And then they pay you when the posts go up, or you can make 2 different deals. It depends. For the Victor Closet, I chose to get paid for posts because it's sportswear. Cole's not a sporty person. His viewers are not going to run out and buy a sweatshirt because he said so. So I decided to just get the payment up front. Now for the sunglasses, for some of the boys, I did different deals. For one of my boys, Sean, who has several 100,000 followers, I decided to get a percentage of sales, because these men that follow him literally hang on his every word. If he's drinking a drink, they're going to go buy that drink. If he's brushing his hair with a brush, they're going to go buy that brush. If he's wearing a pair of shorts at the gym, they're going to go buy those shorts. Like, he's very influential. So I chose the latter to get a percentage, because when he puts those sunglasses on and says, go buy these sunglasses, 20% off if you use my code, even if he sells 100 of them, that's $500 for him. And he literally can do that from the comfort of his bedroom. You know, so everybody's different. Sometimes I'll accept payment, like just pay me for just pay the boy for the post. Or sometimes I'll do a percentage because I know it could be more money. So everyone's different. But they come the right way. The client will email and ask for brand ambassadors. I will propose who I feel is right, and they will tell me yes or no. It's very simple. But I've gotten a lot lately. I don't know what it is, but the past like 2 weeks, I think I've gotten like 6 to 8 brand ambassadors between, you know, sportswear, sneakers, sunglasses, this jewelry company out of Canada that brand new, just started a month ago. They have really cute chains. They're sending me product for Cole and for a bunch of other people. So, I mean, it's a cute little way to make a couple dollars. You're not going to get rich off of it, but
no, but the way you're getting them are completely different than someone that doesn't have representation. Because I just posted a picture of my son, who's 6 months old, and he just got something about, hey, you should be a brand ambassador. And I'm like,
Yeah, no, those are never
Those
right.
are all
I mean,
gimmicks.
when you're getting these
No, it-
silly little things saying, oh, but they want you to buy that shirt or that dress or those sneakers at 40% off, and then they'll give you a code. It's like when you go to the express store right now at the mall, you can get 40% off. They're not giving you a code. There's no, you're basically just shopping. It's kind of like literally Amazon. You're just shopping, but they're just
it sounds
giving you
sexy to say you're a
options
model.
to shop with. And then so many people stupidly buy it. I just had a boy that I just discovered out of North Carolina. He had it on his page, buy this protein shake and get 20% off. When I spoke to him on the phone, I said, what are you getting per post? He's like, no, I bought the product and I'm just telling my friends about it and they told me to use the code. I go, take that down right now. Otherwise this phone call is over. Because if you're not actually getting paid by this protein shake, why are you posting about them?
Yeah, for sure. And it can deter your career if you are getting submitted out with a real client. Because the licensing.
Not only that, actually before that even happens, it is such a turnoff to agents that you are so stupid that you think that this is real. What else? What other dumb areas are you dumb in that I don't even want to know about? So I'm just not even interested in you. So you'll never even get to that level of getting dismissed from a client because of your brand ambassadorship. You're just such an idiot that I don't even want to speak to you that you thought that was real. So you're not even getting to that level of getting dismissed because I don't even want to talk to you because you're so dumb. So stop it with the brand ambassador crap because it's not real.
I'm going to show you one person right now.
Person on here is a brand ambassador for anything. And if you say that you are, prove it to me. I want to see the receipts because you're not. It comes from agencies. It comes from the proper channels. And that's it. It's really that simple.
Here's one of our talent that wants to know why she's not successful. Who wants to see this? If you want to see this, raise your hand. I'm not going to show you who it is, but are you ready? Look. Can you guys see this? Brand ambassador, brand ambassador, brand ambassador, brand ambassador, brand ambassador, brand ambassador, brand ambassador. Like, it keeps going. Brand ambassador, brand ambassador. Do you guys see how?
Oh wait, that's real. Okay, so
you can't make this up. Literally.
She's an idiot and just
brand ambassador. Look.
I don't engage with people. I don't engage.
Fake.
The second
this is all fake. Brand ambassador. Don't ever do that. I want you to put up your hand and say, I swear.
Don't ever do that because as soon as I see that, like I told you, this kid Tristan, I don't mind saying his name, this kid Tristan, when I saw his page, that first thing I saw was some stupid ass brand ambassador for some protein shake. And I said, who set that up for you? He's like, they wrote me. And I said, so you bought that container or whatever, bucket of stuff? He's like, yeah. I said, you have 90 seconds to take that down. If I refresh my Instagram page and that's still up there, I'm hanging up this phone. So
again, guys, just here to help you. I'm sorry if you thought that was your big moment and you're a brand ambassador, but I recently bought a bra from Victoria's Secrets. I'm wearing it right now. I'm not about to crazy. Got it.
Cole is a brand ambassador for the Victor Closet. They are very proud to have him. They are all over his stuff. So, I mean, but that was done the proper way. And that is, that's how it's done. That's it.
And that's how it's done.
I'd like to add, can I add one thing to this brand ambassador conversation? Because this is now my favorite topic of conversation. So, because I am the person who answers all of the emails for Truth Management. Holy crap. So just I want to put this in perspective for you. So if you're like, oh my gosh, like they tricked me into buying a bag of powder or whatever. They literally, the bulk of the emails that we get for Truth Management are people that are reaching out because they don't realize that it's Truth Management. It says agency on the Instagram, right? The bulk of the emails that I get are, hey, so-and-so, I would love for you to be a brand ambassador. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's awesome. And so I send them, can you please tell me what the usage is? Can you please tell me this or that or the other thing? And they're like, block. So I want to, I want everyone to feel special, but you guys can't feel special because they literally have teams of people in India and Pakistan and like all over the world that are like sending these messages to everyone, even an agency. So just
And
beware.
even infants.
Yeah, Elite. Hold on, Caden's a brand ambassador. Did you guys hear the news?
Caden's a brand ambassador.
For like, it was like, yeah. So just guys.
Yeah, whenever you get a message from like, here's the thing: this shade company, this V Shades, it's a sunglass company. They did write one of the boys, and he wrote me and said this company reached out, and I gave them your email, and he wrote me like a normal client. So when he wrote me, and then we spoke, then I let the deal continue because he did it the right way. Because sometimes these clients don't read, so they don't normally. Sometimes they won't see that you're represented. They just enamored with the image, so they see your image and then they just start writing. They don't even read. So I don't really blame client, or I don't really blame clients sometimes for writing the talent, because even everyone's guilty of it. I look at stuff and I just start typing. I don't really read. So I don't blame them for that. What happens after that is what annoys me. So when you write the talent, that's fine. I don't care. But when the talent writes you and says, okay, great, sounds like a great opportunity, write my agent, and then you want to continue talking to the model, now you've pissed me off,
No, nobody wants to
Don't piss him off. That is the best lesson. That's your biggest takeaway today. Don't piss him off.
Yeah, it's just like when you have a boyfriend or a girlfriend and someone says, oh, I like you, let's talk, and you say, oh, I have a boyfriend or girlfriend, and you continue texting, guess what? You're going to get pissed. What did I just tell you? So it's the same thing.
Awesome.
So.
All right.
Any other questions that relate to pictures, reels, et cetera, et cetera?
No? Okay.
I think a lot of people want to talk about reels, but I think a lot of people, before they even get into that, I think they kind of need to build the foundation before they start working on the reel. Because if you want me to be real with you, so many people are going to try to get a reel to jump the line, and their reel is going to be really, really crappy.
That's true, but we do have that coming up. So
we do. And obviously, if you guys are planning on going to Miami, that's something we could talk about later on. But especially if you're going to be managed by Truth and we want to submit you for TV and film, then you're gonna need to have a reel. But unless you're accepted to the company, you got nothing to worry about. So
that's true.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Colby. You're gonna stay on for some Q&A in a little while, right?
Oh, that's not now? When is that?
In about probably just in a short little while.
Okay, thank you. I'll just turn my camera on. I'm gonna have a drink. Yeah.
Okay, you have a drink. So Alicia's going to answer all of your questions, but before we do that, do I have permission to tell you guys one more story, and then I'm going to have Alicia answer all of your questions? Can I tell you guys one more story? I'm like in storytelling mode today. So I heard this story the other day, and it really struck me, and it hit me in the heart. So I wanted to share this story with you. Okay. And when I tell you the story, just remember I'm speaking in a parable. So when I say the word heaven, I don't want you guys going, oh my God, no. Okay. I'm talking in a parable. Okay. So I heard the story about this guy, and he died and he went to heaven. And when he went to heaven, he was greeted by St. Peter, and he went into this room. And in this room, there were all of these boxes. And he walks in, he's like, oh my gosh, are they all for me? And St. Peter was like, yeah, they are, but you know what? I don't think you want to open them. And he was like, but look, there are so many amazing boxes. I want to open them. And they were like, no, you know what? You could do anything you want. You can explore all of heaven if you want, but I don't want you to open these boxes. And he was like, but why can't I open these boxes? They look absolutely amazing. And he was like, do you want me to really tell you why, like what's in the boxes and why you shouldn't open them? And he was like, yeah, I really want to open them. He's like, well, the reason I don't want you to open these boxes is because you lived an amazing life, right? Yeah, I lived a great life. I'm so happy to be here in heaven. Okay, that's awesome. You lived an amazing life. But these boxes here, and there are a lot of them. Okay, this is a room full of these beautiful boxes. All these boxes here are those times when you didn't take action, when you said no, when you should have. And he was like, what? It's like, yeah, every one of these boxes that you're surrounded by right now, every one of these boxes represents a time that you said no. And inside the box is what would have happened had you said yes. He was like, gosh, there are so many of them. He's like, yeah, there are so many of them. Like, you had so many opportunities, but you said no. So the reason I don't want you looking in you could do anything else you want. Explore all of heaven, but you can't explore all these boxes. And I want you guys to think about this, okay? Today we talked about people who take massive action get massive results. We talked about fortune favors the bold. We talked about all of these amazing opportunities. You all today, you changed your story, right? Tony Robbins says, if you change your story, you change your life. You change your story. You now know that you're in control of your state. You now know that your words matter. You now know that, like, you have what you focus on, you become. Where focus goes, energy flows. You guys all now know all of these things. These are all things that are now seared into your heart, right? You know all of these things. So what I want you guys to do is I want you to bear in mind that you have an opportunity today. You have the opportunity to live in the land of opportunity, to say yes, to go on and do these things that you say you want to do, right? We talked about the fact that all the knowledge that you got today means nothing if you don't take action. So you have an opportunity today to take action. You have the opportunity to invest in yourself. Warren Buffett, the 5th richest man in the world, says the best investment you can make is in yourself. Or you have the opportunity to say, you know what? This was great. Thank you so much. I choose not to. And then one day, it may be in 5 years, it may be in 10 years, it may be in 15, it may be in 20 years. You're going to look back and you're going to see a box of an opportunity that you didn't take. Okay? So I wanted to leave you with that, because people who take massive action get massive results. And you guys have been here all day. You've learned how to change your state. You've learned from the best of the best. So I want you guys, as you're listening to Alicia and as you are asking her questions, okay, I want you guys to bear that in mind, okay? Do you want to live in the land of opportunity, or do you want to live in the land of regret? Okay? So on that note, who has questions for us? I'm going to get out of the way, Alicia, so you can see. How's that?
That looks good to me. A little bit over. I'm just kidding. A little bit over. A little bit more. All right, guys. So here we go. I'm going to go through this one more time, and then you guys know I am up for questions. If you want to throw anything at me, I say bring it. So let's go over this. So Deneen was nice enough to take a screenshot for me. For those of you guys that don't know, Mike and I started this company 14 years ago. We've been featured in Forbes, Entrepreneur Magazine, Huffington Post, 6 Tony Awards. You can see me back there holding one of them. I've worked very closely with Sigourney Weaver, Vanessa Hudgens. Actually, that picture right there is my girl, Vivica A. Fox. She's a friend of mine. We hosted our Women's Empowerment Summit together a couple of years ago. But honestly, what I can tell you right now, you cannot do this business on your own. Mike and I have spent almost $1 million, $1 million in 14 years to even get to this level. So for anybody here that's like, well, I want to do it, but I don't know. Wow, $2,000 is so much money. Really? Every single day, people buy iPhones. Every day, people buy big TVs like, Nike and Adidas and sushi and, $7 lattes. Invest in yourself. Okay. One of the biggest problems I see with the world today is that nobody invests in themselves. They look for these quick fixes, right? Things that give you like an impulse, almost like a caffeine high. Yeah, like you're excited to get that new purse or to get your extensions done, get your nails done. And people do that because they just want likes on Facebook. Actually getting into show business, we've done all the hard part for you. Do you guys understand that? So literally, Deneen had to take a picture of this. True story. For anybody who knows me, they don't tell me what we're going to offer on any of these calls because I'm going to say, are you fucking kidding me? Sorry. Like, why the hell are you kidding me? Georgia just spent $5,000 on photos. Georgia, I love you to death, but I can guarantee you they're probably crappy. And then Georgia's putting them on websites that she's finding. Seriously? It's like they're selling her a car, but they're not telling her how to drive it. They're not helping her. She doesn't even have a license to drive. Like, they're just like, you're on your own. And the problem with that is that we do so much for such a small investment. And the reason why we do it, and I'm going to be honest with you, nothing pisses me off more than somebody that gets taken advantage of. I'd rather risk losing money as a business because I can sleep at night. I know that our company changes lives. And for anybody on this Facebook, you know that I'm right. You guys know that most of you guys never fit in anywhere. Nobody ever believed in you. Like, my mom's in the other room. I don't know if you guys saw my mom, but she can tell you I busted my ass. I went to college, double major, spent $100,000, 5 years. 5 years of my life to pretty much graduate and be on my own. Throw spaghetti up against the wall, type up a resume. No one gives a shit where you go to school. And that's the truth. Without having legitimate connections, here's my problem. I knew I was meant to be in this business, but nobody would ever give me a shot. And I swear to God, if somebody ever met me and I'm so tenacious, I swear to God, I'm going to rock your world. And you're going to say, where were you my whole life? I want to hire you. Okay. And when we saw, and it made us so angry, all these companies taking advantage, we were just like, okay, what can we do to help people? Okay, well, people are buying photos all the time. Well, that's great. And kind of like what I said when somebody said Georgia got scammed, she didn't get scammed. She bought photos. She got the photos. Georgia, you got the photos, right? But the problem is you can't call that company a scam because that's what they sold her. So like John R. Powers, John Casablancas, Barbizon, those are modeling schools. Anybody with a pulse and a credit card can go spend money on modeling schools. But the question is, what you are training for is typically high fashion runway. That's 5% of the industry. There's a better chance of you walking on water than you walking in the runway. Do you guys understand that? So the problem is so many people spend this money on stupid crap because they want that instantaneous high, because there's a lot of impersonators. I've gone through your Facebooks. I've gone through your Instagram. So many of you guys think that you're on the path and you are so far from it. So the reason why we started this company, and you ever remember the pin the tail on the donkey? Or like when you have a pinata and you're blindfolded and you're just like trying to hit, right? And everybody's laughing at you, right? And it's so embarrassing. You're like, oh my God, you're going like the complete wrong way. Mom, remind me to order a pinata for Keaton's first birthday, right? But it's true. So what we can do is just say, hey, Sheila Smith, hey, James Pollard, hey, Asia Thomas, anybody that's on here. Okay, well, what do you need? Well, of course you need photos. But before you get photos, you better have somebody legitimate, making sure that you're dressing appropriately. I get so many girls that do this, just the cheesiest, dumbass photo shoots I see all day, where they look too sexy for their age, or people don't dress appropriately, or people that wear just too much makeup and too, like, I don't know what you're thinking. Like, you're not Kim Kardashian. You know what I mean? We don't need the contouring and the highlighting and the fake eyelashes. And so many people get their photo shoots done incorrectly because they have nobody showing them what to do. Do you understand that? Having a co-pilot like Ryan Colby, who has worked with some of the biggest names in the industry, do you know how awe-inspiring that is? Or even getting a chance to work with a photographer from Vogue, which I would have never even gotten. I mean, I might have, maybe with Ryan's connections, I could have gotten him, right? But everything, it's like a spider web of connections that we built. I couldn't have, he just did 35 covers of Vogue. He worked with Nicki Minaj prior to working with us. Like, that is unbelievable. So now the fact that all of our talent are now assuming that huge brand, you're welcome. So when I found out, literally, as you guys did, what we were offering for $1,997, I pretty much just like threw up, because the photo shoot alone is worth more than that. Do you guys understand that? How many of you guys understand that? So not only are you getting a 3-look photo shoot, $1,997. Remember, and I want you guys to understand this, the studio space alone costs us so much money. Flying the staff out, we're there for a week because that's how many photo shoots we have to do. We are there hiring professional makeup artists that charge hundreds, if not thousands of dollars a day. The photographer one that Ryan spoke about, typically you have to go through an agent to even hire a celebrity photographer. The only reason why we got Juan, somebody of that type of caliber, thank God Ryan had a connection to him. Okay, you cannot book him on your own. So then even when you get the photos, now what, right? Now what do you do with the photos? So with that, you also get, and Denise was nice enough to send this to me, you're getting the celebrity hair, makeup, and obviously styling. So now you are hashtagging and keywording the crap out of all these people on your social media. And you better be taking pictures with that photographer, that makeup artist, and thanking them all over your social media. Because as soon as you're really nice, I don't care if you are drop dead gorgeous or like you need a lot of work. If you're a nice person, they're going to want to remember you. And I swear to God, out of sight, out of mind, when you are imprinting yourself in their world, by now tagging them in social media, especially if they're great enough to say thank you and reshare it on their pages. Do you guys understand how important that is, especially this day and age? You guys not only are learning about power, you are now getting proof that you're somebody in the industry. You know why? Because when you click on that photographer's name and you're like, oh shit, like I'm gonna show you guys really quick, just not to, but I'm gonna show you my personal Instagram, okay? And I don't put as much work in it as I should. But where is it? So, oh my God, look at Francia David, by the way. Do you guys see this photo? These are the types of photos you're getting. Do you guys understand that? This isn't like mom and pop photo shoot like they work at PetSmart on the side, okay? So when you have a photo shoot like this, and there's Kaden, cutest baby in the world, but I'm not biased, right? But I'm tagging everybody that I worked with. You got it? So then when I go to Juan, the photographer, right? I could see all the amazing photo shoots he's done, all the celebrities, the Vogue covers that he's done. Guess what? He shared my stuff on his page. Guess who he's following? Right here. Okay. Then I have the makeup artist. Okay. I have Isaac Makeup right here. If this is not unbelievable, okay, he works with some of the biggest names in the world. And now again, he's sharing my stuff. So you don't think I'm taking selfies with them and tagging them all over? Hell yeah, I am. Of course I am. There's Juan, the photographer. Okay. If you do not have proof, it did not happen. Do you guys understand this? If you understand this, nod your head. Okay. So when you're there's Isaac, the makeup artist with Cassie. Cassie knows what's up, right? So, and what's great is now he follows everything that Cassie does, constantly hitting like. Do you guys understand? That's how it's done. So $1,997, you're getting access to these types of people and you're getting kick-ass photos. Okay, but now what? Anybody can get great photos, right? So then now on top of that, I'm going back to my picture, Deneen, because you sent it to me. So on top of that, you're also getting, so not only are you getting the real photo shoot, makeup artist, hairstylist, you're also getting laser coaching with Ryan Colby. Now, again, Ryan started off as a teen model, a child model with Benetton. I don't know if you guys remember Benetton back in the day, but Ryan has traveled all around the world. Ryan knows his stuff. He's worked with some of the biggest agents in the world. He actually worked at some of the biggest agencies in the world. He's worked with such high level A+, celebrities and high fashion models. Seriously, that is how you learn about the industry, ready, from someone who's actually done it and conquered it. You're also going to get 3 boot camps with Ryan Colby. So getting ready, posing, and auditioning. How are we supposed to submit you out for things if you're not ready? I know I'm not going to put my name on the line. Like, I can look like an idiot on my own. I don't need any of you to do that for me. And especially if we're going to submit you out for a casting, somebody that we worked very hard to meet, there's no way in hell I'm going to risk that. You got it? You're also going to get truth management. That's what everybody's waiting for. I want to get signed. Okay, congratulations. Now what? Okay, well, you're getting photos done. You're going to be getting training. You're actually going to have a great relationship with our company, with Ryan. Obviously, when you go to the photo shoot, all that's going on your resume, right? But now with truth management, you're not going up on those creepy websites. A lot of my girls are still going on Craigslist, Model Mayhem to try to book work. They're going on Facebook, Instagram, hashtagging people. You guys are getting creepy people that aren't even in the industry telling you that they want to work with you. Do you guys know human trafficking is at an all-time high? And most of you are trying to get into this industry for little to no pay. Seriously, why would a photographer work for free? What do they get out of it? They're not your agent. They can't book you work. Do you guys understand that? You don't even own the photos when you don't buy them. You don't own any of the rights. And most of the photographers are looking for nudes. Why? They're working for free. They want something out of that. You got it? Is this too much? Am I going too fast? No. You're also going to get with this. So now you're going to get real casting. So like Ryan says, when he gets a breakdown for Estee Lauder, MAC Cosmetics, Netflix, anything that we're working on, literally, just like when I go to a restaurant, okay, I want to eat in New York. Okay, Deneen, where do you want to eat? Well, what do you feel like? I don't know. Where are we? This is Deneen and I every day. Well, we're in Soho right now. Okay, what do you want? Well, I like sushi, but I also like Italian. Hey, maybe there's an Italian sushi place. Let's just Google it, right? We don't know. So that's the reason why a breakdown exists, because it is literally height, weight, like everything. Do you understand that? It's kind of like if I met James Pollard and James is like, I need a new pair of shoes. I'm like, what kind of shoes, James? I'll help you. Well, I don't know. Are they dress shoes? Are they sneakers? Like, are they flip? Like, what kind of shoes? Oh, they're tennis shoes. Okay, great. Are you actually going to play ball? What are you doing with these shoes? Oh, I'm running. I'm playing basketball. There are so many different types of everything. And that's why a breakdown exists. Okay, I can tell you right now, there are so many websites right now that are going to get into so much trouble because they're posting fake castings. Marvel, Disney, they will never do castings up on those big websites because they would get 1 million applicants sending them direct emails. In what world would a real casting director, can you tell me more about the opportunity? Something came up, family emergency, right? Like, you don't know if that person's going to show up with an AR-15. We see every day. I didn't even want to say this to Randy. There was a shooting today at a mall, an Omaha, Nebraska mall. There was a shooting. Yesterday was a FedEx facility. Holy, there's some crazy people in this world. A real casting director is not going to take a chance. Not only are they going to show up or not show up, but what is your mental capacity? When you have someone submitting you out for real castings, we can vouch that you're a sane mind. We can vouch that you legit look like this. We can vouch that you've been developed and you're not going to show up like some freak doing Facebook Lives in the middle of a taping. Do you understand that? Because we will get sued. And so we have to do everything in our power to make sure you're ready. Development is Deneen's favorite word, and that's all we do from the second you get on here. Okay. You're also going to get with this not only the photo shoot, truth management, the posing, the coaching. You're also going to get truth management, the 3-day virtual event. Now, this is a free event you guys are on. Did you enjoy it? Great. It was free for you. It cost us money. Okay. The 3-day real event is where we have agents and casting directors, producers. We have agents in Milan and Paris and all over the world, casting directors. And not only are you getting something like what you're getting today, but it's 3 days. And are you ready? We actually do breakout sessions. You know what that means? Deneen likes to call it your own Zoom room. And you go into groups, like smaller groups, right? And you're able to have a real conversation with a top agent in Paris. You don't even have to leave your couch. Do you understand that? And here you are on a Saturday morning. I'm talking to Paris at 1, and then I have a meeting with Milan at 3. Like, who are you to be able to say that you could potentially have worldwide exposure? Okay. And we do all that. So not only would you get like an event like you saw today, but it's going to be, you're a member of the company. We have vested interest in getting you possibly signed to some bigger agencies, right? LA, New York, Miami, Chicago, Dubai, Singapore. Okay. We are going to have some of the biggest names on, casting directors, film directors. Do you guys understand that? And you're going to be able to have conversations. They're not one-on-ones, but you'll be able to go into a group and you can go in and out. Like, it's almost like you ever go speed dating, right? You ever seen it in a movie? You can go from room to room and talk to people. You can stay as long as you want. Okay. How many of you guys want to do that? Let me see. Scale 1 to 10. How much is that going to change your life? 1 to 10. It better be a 10. Okay. So now you're going to get that. That's the 3-day virtual event. Again, it's September 24th to the 26th, but you're also going to get the 30X Talent Academy. Now, for those of you guys that don't understand the extremity of working with the 30X, a lot of you don't have resumes, and a lot of you guys say, but I don't have a resume. Don't worry, okay? Don't worry. Because the people that are part of our program, like Deneen said, Antoinette Stratton, she managed Terrence Howard. Monique Coleman, Emmy nominated from High School Musical. Okay, we have one of the stars of The Walking Dead, who's one of our coaches. You guys are gonna learn from people like the Phantom of the Opera, people from Francis Ford Coppola Productions, people from America's Next Top Model, and these calls are live. Do you guys understand that? You are seen, you could be heard, you're gonna get scene studies, you're gonna be able to work on your monologues. This is what you need. And I can tell you right now in New York and LA, if you were to ever hire one of these people on your own, it's about $500 an hour. We do about 3 to 4 live calls a week. Okay, a week. Okay, so you're getting all of that for $1,997. Again, the photo shoot alone, Deneen put $1,997, which I laughed because I think the last photo shoot ended up costing us about $45,000. Okay, and we don't have hundreds or thousands of people. This isn't, I have a, Platinum American Express card. How much is it? I'd like to buy it. It's not for sale. You have to go through an interview. If we feel like you're not a candidate, we're not selling you a photo shoot. This isn't Starbucks where you get your coffee and you leave, which I don't even know how I left coffee in here. What was I thinking? Okay, but the fact that we have vested interest because we're submitting you out for real work, you cannot get these opportunities on your own. Not to mention we're preparing you. And for those of you that don't have a resume, I'll tell you this. When you're going, and let's say I introduce you to Tanya Kleckner, and she's like, but you're brand new. Oh, well, I'm training with Margot Bingham from New Amsterdam and The Walking Dead. Oh my God. Yeah, I just had a vocal lesson with Valerie Smaldone. She's a 5-time Billboard winner. What? I just did a scene study with Ben Crawford, the Phantom of the Opera in New York City. Like, if you don't understand the extremity of having a kick-ass resume in Hollywood, it says volumes. And what a lot of you don't understand, this is damn good dinner conversation. You got this? So when you're out there, oh, I'm an actor. Everybody's an actor, right? You got Wes. I went to John Art Powers or John Casablancas, right? That means nothing. You can't even put that on your resume. But Wes, if you're working with top people like Roxanne Messina Captor, who's one of the heads of Francis Ford Coppola, all of a sudden now you're going to have some clout. Why? You got power, you got proof, and you got proximity. You got proximity to legitimate people, which none of you have access to these types of people. Again, we busted our ass 14 years to get to this level. So you can do it my way, spend $1 million and have a baby when you're 43, because that's the only time I had to have a baby, and give up your whole life to do this. Or you could do it the smart way, because a lot of you are literally losing money by not booking work. Do you understand that? Deneen, how many times, Maria, she books work every single day. She's making so much money. She met her agent on one of the 3-day events, and understand this, that agent books her every single day for TV shows, for commercials. She's the face of so many different lines right now. I just saw her in a Target commercial. I saw her when I was driving on I-4 heading towards Walt Disney World. And I was like, I was like, Mike, and Mike's like, turn around. No, I can't. It's an interstate. I can't turn around. But every day she books work. And here's the thing, had she just met her agent, she wouldn't have been prepared. She had no resume. The only resume she had was through the Elite Talent Academy. You understand that?
The thing is that she worked on becoming an asset. When we met her, she was a liability because she didn't know. She was booking. When we first met her, the only job she had done was stock photos, which meant she got paid like a couple $100 to take some photos, and that's all she got. And then the person who took the photos was making a lot of money off her photos. So by working with us, she went from being a liability to herself to being an asset to her and to her agent. And that was the whole process. Like, she went through the academy, and that was the thing that set her apart. Like, when she first started working with us, she's like, I think I'll try it out for a little bit. I was like, oh, okay, you go on with your bad self. Now she's making 6-7 figures working in this industry full time. And even her husband too now works with her too. Because remember when I called you, I was watching a football game. I was innocently watching the Patriots play. And then all of a sudden I was like, oh my God, I know her. I'm like, what is wrong with you?
Monday Night Football.
I know her.
It's true. And the reason why her husband's booking work, especially with the pandemic, he's part of that like safe bubble where if she doesn't have COVID, hopefully he doesn't have COVID, right? So it's safe for them both to go on set. They sit in the car because they didn't even have a green room a lot of times because you weren't able to mingle on set, which is the best part about being on set. That's how you network. You go and you talk to everybody. But right now with COVID, they had people sitting in their cars, you know, and that's okay because she's still booking work. And now she's super sought after and she's booking work every day. And it makes me so happy. So I do want to open it up to questions because I love answering questions and I don't care what your question is. I'm ready.
Ready.
I'm born ready.
Let's play Alicia.
Rapid fire questions. Bring it. And my mom's in the other room. She's like, you should have been a lawyer like your dad was. Who has questions? And I'm just going to go through this right now. Ahado, what's up? You got questions? I swear, have you guys ever, what's that movie with Will Smith? And I think it's Kevin James where he teaches people how to pick up women. Do you guys remember that movie? What was it? Hitch? It's going to be me. I'm going to do like a networking event. Like, yo, Aileen, what's up?
Okay, so how about this too? Alicia's going to go through and ask you guys, but if you have questions, put up your Zoom hand. Okay, this way we can kind of keep it organized as well. So Diane has a question.
Yes, Diane.
Unmute yourself.
I did. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. What about payment plans?
We do have payment plans. If you get accepted to work with us, we absolutely have payment plans. But remember this, because the spots are so limited, I understand there was a pandemic, people are unemployed, we get it, but you're gonna have to, as a business, we only have so many spots. You can hold it with a deposit and work off obviously it's gonna have to be paid before, you get the services, but we can help you with the payment plan for sure.
Okay, that's good because I'm pretty much ready.
Okay, cool. And I know you've been on our calls before, so why now? Are you really ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We're excited to have you.
Yeah.
All right. Next.
John A has a question. And if anyone has questions for Mr. Colby, he's also still here. Okay, John A.
Awesome. My question is, well, it's kind of can you elaborate for people who are a little bit newer? I have been doing this for a long time. So everything that you're saying is dead on.
Oh,
I can't hear you.
Hold on 1 second. I thought I was unmuting someone else and I muted. John A, sorry, I apologize. I got mute happy. Go ahead.
You're totally fine.
Keep my hands off.
Alicia, everything you're saying was right. It's been a long time, but can you elaborate on how when you're independent or like when you go
Okay, we're having trouble hearing you. Can you type your question in the comments because you sound like Mr. Roboto?
And you were talking about, getting pictures
Hello?
with makeup artists and getting pictures with those
Please
people
hold,
and tagging them, how that's not always possible.
I can't hear anything she's saying.
John A, this is what we need you to do. We need you to type your question in the comments because you sounded like a robot the whole time and you were coming in and out. So type your question in the comments and we'll answer. Okay.
So while she's typing, who else has a question? Asia Thomas has a question.
Yep, hold on. I'm trying to find her. Hold on. Unmute.
Hey. So I'm Asia, model, actor, musician. Ryan, I have a question. When you're working with a model and they're on set, and obviously you can't be there with them. And I know that you love being you love your models being attentive and well listening. Do you also prefer when they are when they take initiative, when they they're not like stiff and scared and nervous? Do you like when they just showcase their abilities or work well with photographers like on their own, improvise, or do you just strictly like blank slate, straightforward?
That makes a photographer like you more when you're showing them what you can do, if you can dance or if you can move. If it's a beauty shoot and they need you to stay still, then you stay still. But if they're like, put you in a flowy dress for you as an example, and they say, okay, move, and you can, and you have a dance ability or some sort of limberness, great. Because then they're like, wow, I don't have to say anything. I'm just going to click and great, got the photo. And then they move on and then they love you. And then they're like, oh my God, we need to bring her back because I'm doing a shoot next week with Coates and she would be great. Or, you know, photographers have lists of jobs coming up that you're not aware of. So if you do a good job on Monday, they could be doing another shoot on Friday you know nothing about. I know nothing about. And they liked you enough on Monday, you know what? I want to use her again. And then I want to use her again. You know, a lot of people do that. Peter Lindbergh, Stephen Meisel, you know, Stephen Klein. That's why these girls are shot over and over and over and over and over and over and over again by the same photographer. Because once you get someone who does it right, I don't want to play games with anybody else. Like, so it's just, you know what I mean? So if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Awesome. Thank you.
So, yes. Anything you can do, you know, this goes for everyone. Anything you can do to make the photographer and the art director and the hair and makeup jobs easier. Like here's a perfect example. When you're sitting on set, like the other day, Cole was shooting a lookbook that I did show up on set for this Brazilian designer, Manuel de la Cruz, and the advertising come out. They used this big fan. When I say this, probably one of the biggest fans I have ever seen in 30 something years in the industry. It couldn't even come through the door. It had to come in sideways. And then they moved it to him. It was literally 5 feet wide. It was this massive fan. And they turned that shit on. I didn't know they were going to do that. I was like, oh God, this girl is not going to be able to do this. I was sitting right there. I was like, they're going to blow her out of the studio. And he took it like a champ. He fixed his hair. He made sure the hair looked, he did hairography. He played the game. He did hairography. The hairstylist didn't even have to come up to him to fix the hair because Cole has long hair. So it was all over. He fixed it himself. Shot. Fixed it himself. Shot. Makes people's lives easier. So then they like him. You know what I mean? Stuff like that.
Awesome. Okay. Do you want to take Holly's question, Alicia, or you want me to?
Can. Did whoever needed to ask a question, did they type it? Did I miss it?
I haven't seen it yet. So Holly, to answer your question, I know that you were one of our previous winners of the photo shoot on the yacht in Miami. It is going to be, we're going to be doing, everyone who won that, it's going to be in the same time frame as our photo shoot in Miami, but that's not the same as what we're offering here. So if you won the photos on the yacht, but you still want photos to add to your portfolio, 2 separate animals. So if you want to do both, kill 2 birds with 1 stone, if you will, then you should register. Okay, John A answer.
Okay, can you elaborate more on getting photos to post and tag on set? I've been on a few sets without the right backing. You cannot get these photos otherwise. Well, here's the thing. I don't know who you've been on set with, but the fact that you're paying for photos, and these are people that you're also networking with because of our affiliation, you have to give credit to the makeup artist, the hairstylist, the photographer on all of your photos because they're not just yours. The photographer took the images. The makeup artist, it's their work. So again, I don't know, you probably haven't worked on this type of level, but you sure as hell cannot post a photo. The photographer would be pissed if you're posting photos from our photo shoot and you didn't at least say like credit. So I'm saying for newer people, whether you're new or you've been in the business for 20 years, when you get photos done with us, it's different than the way you've done photos, I'm sure.
All right, who has questions? This is a once in a lifetime opportunity to ask Ryan and Alicia questions at the same time. Bring it on, guys.
I love questions. If anybody else has questions, bring it. Sheila Smith has a question.
Oh, the video. I'm supposed to show this video. Hold on, let me find it again. I found it when I was on the break. Hold on. Ask the question and let me find this video.
Okay, here's Marcia's question. Is it ever appropriate for talent to ask questions on set, and to whom is it okay to ask questions? Not talking about questioning what you're wearing, what they are having you do, talking about asking questions about the understanding the set and roles better.
If it's like a TV show or a commercial or something, they will explain it to you. They don't just have you walk on set and be like, okay, we're filming. Like, it's all explained to you. If you have a question about something they already told you, then yes, you ask. Usually it depends upon your rapport with the set, with the crew. I mean, if the director is all up in your face and you guys are friendly, then ask him. If it's the DP, then you ask him. If it's the assistant, you ask them. I don't know. It just depends upon who is nearest to you that has the information that you need. But of course you can ask questions on set, but it has to be a believable question in regards to what you're physically doing right then. It can't be some obscure question about something that's going to happen next week or, whatever. It has to be about, we're about to shoot this scene and I'm in a tub. How do you want me to get out of it? Like, you have to make it clear to the task at hand, not some obscure scenario.
And Janai, the answer to your question, I was saying for others who have not and think that they can go on set and get photos, you're not going on set, you're getting a professional photo shoot done. And it's a VIP Ignite photo shoot. So therefore the photographer, the makeup artist, the hairstylist, Ryan Colby, any of the agents that are on set with us, it's a photo shoot. It's not, you don't ever take pictures when you're on a movie set or a television show. You don't ever stop. Hey, excuse me, Will Smith, can I get a selfie? If you do that, I'll have your home address and I will hunt you down myself because you'll be embarrassing. And I wish to God I would have never taken you. And that is the truth. They would never, ever in a million years. So if you were on my call last night, I clearly went over, there was an extra from Batman versus Superman that got sued for $5 million because the jackass was doing Facebook Lives while filming. You can't, a lot of times they confiscate your phone. But if you're on a photo shoot with VIP Ignite, you're going to meet a photographer and makeup artist and you ask them, hey, can I get a photo with you? But
Remember years ago when Glee was shooting in New York?
Yes, I do.
And then I saw on the news that some talent recorded the scenes. I mean, it wasn't one of my talent, but I was breathing hard for like an hour.
I remember. We had a lot of people on set that day. And just so you guys know, when we submit you for Things for Truth, it may just say 20th Century Fox. You don't need to know the name of the TV show. A lot of times you guys will be stressed out because you will not get the location until 10 o'clock at night the night before because of that situation. For safety reasons, not everybody can show up. Oh my God, they're filming the new Mission Impossible in New Brunswick, New Jersey. Like, they're not going to announce Tom Cruise will be there at 6:59 at this corner of steps, like, that's not how it works. So make sure you guys understand, like, you say yes, and then there's going to be a call that you're going to do, and they're going to tell you this is the time you're there, and they're not going to give you any information.
There was one time Beyonce's video about a boy or because I'm a boy or whatever song it is. I wish I was a boy. I don't know. But when she was recording, I don't. Some people from the Beehive do not come after me. I do not know the name of the song. I don't have time for that. But anyway, when she was, if I was a boy, yeah, okay, whatever. So when she was recording that video, they emailed me and they wanted, but they wouldn't tell me who it was. They said it's a big pop star. I tried to guess. They wouldn't tell me. So I booked 4 boys for it, and it was shooting in Brooklyn. And I said, look, tell me when you get there, one of you text me and tell me who's doing this video, because they have been very, very secretive. I thought, it could be anyone. It could be Madonna. It could be, I didn't know who it was. They refused to tell me. So the boys get there. 3 of the boys get there, and they're ushered into the location. But one of the boys was like 3-4 minutes late. So when he got there, he literally almost got hit by the SUV that was turning the corner. That was Beyonce. And when she came out, he texted me. He's like, bitch, it's Beyonce. And I was like, no. I was trying to find the location to get down to it.
Yeah.
They will not tell you until you're physically standing there what you're doing.
Yeah.
Just so there's no crowd outside. There was nobody on the street. Nobody knew Beyonce was coming because nobody was told.
Exactly. And somebody asked about tattoos. If a talent wanted to change a few things about their appearance, like tattoos, hair piercings, you can't do it if you're signed to a management company. you can't go and have like long flowing locks and then decide to pull a Halle Berry with like platinum with streaks in your hair. You know what I mean? Like you can't go and get a Mike Tyson face tattoo because you were in Cancun and you got drunk. You cannot go and get piercings. It's almost like a pizza. If we're submitting you out and these are the photos and we agreed with your appearance being the way it is, you cannot go and gain weight, lose 100 pounds, chop off your hair, pull a Britney Spears. You can't do anything without consent. So for those of you guys that don't understand that, for me, I've had extensions. My hair has been red, my hair's been brown, my hair's been black, my hair's been blonde streaks. Go on my website, you'll see I'm every color under the sun. But when I get headshots done, I have to stay consistent because that's how they're marketing me. So again, if you're gonna go and chop off your hair and dye it platinum because you and your husband broke up and now you're in this whole like how Stella got her groove back and you're looking for, some like boy toy fun, well, you better stay consistent and you better get it okayed over here by Mr. Colby, because if not, if he's submitting you out, now all of a sudden you're showing up, you're 50 pounds heavier with a spike haircut and a tattoo on your face. It's going to be a problem. The death of both you and your career. So the answer is no. Don't do that.
Okay, does everyone want to see this footage?
Yes, we're dying to.
How do I guess I'm gonna have to? Do I have to be spotlighted or whatever it's called?
Oh, now you want to be spotlighted? Earlier, you're like, oh my god, I'm spotlighted.
Well, because I wasn't expecting it. Okay, so it's 13 seconds. That's it. That's all he sent me. It's a teaser. I'm not allowed to post it. Blah blah blah.
We're no longer live on anything, so you're good.
Yeah. I don't know. Okay.
Nope, still nothing.
Nothing.
Oh.
Look around. There's nobody here to help you now. And I enjoy seeing the two of you locked up.
So this is after he put them in jail.
Sheila Smith says, Ryan, I want to go back to blonde. Is that okay? No, Sheila. When you have a meeting with Ryan before a photo shoot, he will tell you yes or no. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know who that is, but yeah.
Okay. Who else has questions? That was awesome for Cole.
Changing, you guys have to understand, changing your appearance is very, very drastic and it's very, very critical. And you ruin so much stuff by doing that, especially obviously females do it more than men, but both do it. But the point is when you guys start changing your hair, you have no idea on the work that was done 30 days previous, the promotion, the pushing, the whatever, the client emails, and now all of a sudden you look like a different person. Now all that work is for naught, and it makes you, what? A liability because you don't listen. Because you're not supposed to change your appearance. It is supposed to stay consistent with whatever we're using to promote you, whatever I'm using to promote you. I mean, my talent knows this, so I am a taskmaster, and if they change their appearance, it is on and popping. I am screaming, I am yelling, I am in your face. You're gonna wish your parents never met and had sex to produce you because I am done with you. You're gonna wish you were never born when I am done with you, because I am that bitch. I will scream and yell until I feel like stopping, because now you've just ruined whatever I was planning. And, it's not cool. If we discuss it and I decide, yes, it's a good idea to color or cut or whatever, then fine. I'm prepared. I'm already aware,
Awesome.
Caden's laughing at you, Uncle Colby. All right, who else has Georgia has a question? Georgia, bring it. And I'm so excited Georgia's here.
Right, hold on.
She came on my webinar the other day.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just let everyone unmute themselves. Okay. Oh, Ryan, hold on. I have to unmute. You can unmute yourself now, Ryan. I apologize, Alicia. I just made it so if you have a question, Georgia, you can unmute yourself.
Okay. So I just scheduled on the link. Is this date that I just scheduled for, is it to discuss if you'll be chosen for one of the 10 spots?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So because of the management company, we don't sell photo shoots unless the photo shoots, we're actually losing money on the photo shoots, but we invested interest in getting you developed and obviously submitting you out for castings. So you would be going through an interview process. And, you know, again, we can look at the photos that you had done. I'm not sure that the level of photographers you worked with, the makeup artists, obviously you're going to want to get photos done. And also you're going to come out and meet with us, meet with Ryan, meet with some of our team. And that's obviously going to help enhance when we are submitting you out for work.
Okay, the plus is I'm already in Florida.
And that's a plus. Where are you?
Yeah.
Oh, you're in Miami, right?
I'm in Miami.
What part?
Miami Heights.
Okay.
South Miami.
Okay. Well, you were just in where were we? South Beach and Miami.
Yeah, that's not far from me.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just in Orlando right now.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right, so I already scheduled. So
Okay, perfect. Okay, great. All right. Who else has questions?
And also, guys, if you are interested, you have to schedule an appointment. You have to schedule an interview with us. So if you haven't scheduled, not only do we want to answer your questions, but why are you not scheduling? We want to know, like,
I scheduled already. Type did it, and how many of you have not done it? Just type did it or have not. Let me see really quick. Now understand this: if you're under the age of 18, you need your parents on, right, or a legal guardian to be able to do this. If you're over the age of 18, you must be able to make your own decisions and have a valid credit card, because kind of like what we went through with Diane, if we do accept you into this program, you are going to need a credit card in order to hold it, kind of like a hotel room. You will need something to hold it, even as a deposit. So, Aileen, you have not scheduled yet. Why not? What are you doing? Go ahead and type it. And I want to make sure you guys understand this isn't something, well, can I get back to you? It's a yes or no. Because we're also working as your management team, if you can't make a decision, there's no way in hell we're going to submit you out for castings. Micaiah Griffin, schedule if you're going to schedule. Who has it? Marcus Senior, do you have a question?
No, not at the moment.
Okay. Have you been on our calls before?
Probably about 3 or 4 months ago.
3 or 4 months ago. And did you go through an interview or no?
No.
Okay, why not? You remember?
Feeling things out. You know, I think this was necessary to get a full understanding of what your agency has to offer. I think before I wasn't quite ready.
What are you trying to get into?
Really acting and modeling.
Okay. Do you have any experience in acting?
Some, yes. I've done some local plays, mostly local plays.
Okay. And where are you based out of?
I'm in Newport News, Virginia.
Okay. All right. So obviously that's good, but it's not great if you're really trying to get into this industry. You're going to be competing against people that went to Carnegie Mellon, Yale, Juilliard. So without real connections, you're pretty much just going to stay where you are. We're New York and LA based. Again, I'm a 6-time Tony winner. So with our productions as an investor, working with these big, huge productions, it's all about who you know. And so if you really have the skills as an actor and you're looking to expand, well, then 4 months ago, it probably would have been a better time for you to get started, because we've had castings. And what you need to understand, for anybody listening right now, this business is not just New York and LA based. There are so many productions shooting outside New York and LA because they were shut down due to the pandemic. Actually, because I'm in Orlando, I don't know if a lot of you guys know, but my father recently passed and I had a baby all within the last 7 months. So I'm gonna stay here for a while. So I'm gonna buy a house. But Disney is actually shutting down their productions in LA and bringing them here to Orlando. So Disney is going to be filming all their TV shows here. And I'm like, score. Not good for the housing market, because literally as soon as it goes on the market, it's gone. But think about it this way. Had I bought something 4 months ago before that was announced, I'd be golden. I'd probably be flipping it already. So for you, Marcus, you were on 4 months ago. You probably missed out on castings, because I can tell you right now, we did have castings in Virginia.
Wow. Okay.
So you missed out on that. And you have an interesting look.
Thank you.
Okay. But here's what: you're only as good as your market. Your network is equal to your net worth. And if you're the big fish in Newport, wherever you are, I work New York. I work Broadway. And if that's your goal, well, then you need to take what you've already learned and expand it. Because without me, you're not meeting these people.
Okay.
You can't do this on your own. It's a network. and our network is extensive. And you'll see that even on the Elite Talent Academy. You will see people that work with 50 Cent. You will meet people from Fiddler on the Roof and Les Mis, the original. Like, you will meet people that have won Tonys, and we have some of the biggest names in the industry. We have one of the stars of Ugly Betty, who's part of our company. He hosts the Drama Desk Awards. So this isn't like somebody that went to, Jersey City and studied theater at, we're talking about someone who hosts the Drama Desk Awards, which is pretty much, the Tony Awards in my eyes.
Top of the line, yes.
Yeah. So that's the type of networking you're getting, even on the live coaching. So it would behoove you to stop wasting time and do this if you're going to do it.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Diane, you can unmute yourself.
Oh, okay, I just did. I was just wondering, do you want me to call you tomorrow or what? I mean.
You just have to schedule, Diane. That's it. Just schedule.
Yeah, how do I schedule?
I'll give you the link. The link's going to be in the chat here. So use that link that I dropped and schedule.
That's what I needed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Amari, Disney's changing their location, and a lot of people are coming to Florida because our state has remained open. A lot of California was shut down due to the pandemic. A lot of people lost their jobs. A lot of people left California. I can tell you right now, especially working in Broadway, there's not a lot of people from Broadway in New York City still. So what happened is because they all left, they're coming down to Florida because Florida is open. They were able to get jobs down here. So why not start productions down here? Because Florida is going to remain open. So, and California has been hurting greatly. So Florida is one of the best places to go right now. A lot of people last year moved to Atlanta. With everything going on in Atlanta, a lot of people are starting to boycott Atlanta. A lot of production companies are pulling out because of voting rights. So I would strongly suggest for anybody really trying to do this, start developing your brand now, because if you were on my call last night, they're not hiring tens of thousands of extras anymore. So for those of you guys that thought you would wiggle in on set and be an extra, not anymore. You better have development. You better have real people on your resume, and you better learn this industry because they no longer need bodies because you've been replaced by CGI. So there's a lot of computers now doing what extras did. So if anything, that is better news for people like Marcus, because Marcus, this is your time to shine because you're probably more polished than somebody else. You got it?
Yes. Yes, thank you.
I'm doing it right now, Sheila. There you go.
Thank you.
All you have to do if you're on a computer, all you have to do is click on the link. It'll take you right to the calendar, right to the scheduler. Micaiah?
Where'd it go?
What?
God.
BIT.LLY.
Sheila, I'm going to mute you, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And everyone doesn't need to hear you. There you go.
Sheila, it's a link. You can just click it. You don't have to copy.
Who else has questions?
Makia does. You can unmute yourself.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. I just had a quick question. So I wear glasses. Is it okay for photos if I do wear my glasses? I have contacts, but I'm just now learning how to put them in, and it takes me a while. So I was just wondering if it is okay if I do wear my glasses, or should I come with my contacts?
For the audition itself, I don't care if you come with a pirate hat on. It's not.
Yeah, and for the audition, it doesn't matter. But for shooting, I mean, if the glasses look cute on you and you legitimately need them, then make that a part of your look, and that's fine. But if you can start practicing with the contacts, that would be best, because clients aren't into glasses and they would want them off. So you'd have to shoot with both, on and off, because if you legitimately need them to walk around the room and to drive your car, then yeah, they're a part of your life. It's kind of like taking off your nose. But if you can wear contacts too and show a different look, maybe it makes you look younger, maybe it makes you look, you know what I mean? So you should be able to do both.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Leslie Brown has a question. Is this the same question you've asked 10 times though, or is this a new question? Because you asked that question you wrote in the comments, you ask on every call. So if you have a new question, feel free to ask. I'm not trying to pick on you, but you literally ask the same question every time.
What's the question?
Okay, go ahead.
Am I stirring the pot?
I feel comfortable enough to say that to you. Go ahead.
Am I stirring the pot?
So for us gym rats, bodies.
Question's so good, we can't hear it.
The volume went out.
Okay, here, you can mute yourself. I'll read your question. Basically what he's asking is it okay for him to go to the gym and keep sculpting his body? I'm guessing that's what he keeps, because that's his favorite question to ask besides.
I think he's fishing for a compliment is what I think he's doing. But
No.
yes, go to the gym. Yes, go to the gym.
And I told you this, Marcel, if you got multiple photo shoots with us, you get photos done now and then you get photos done later, because maybe you'll be in a situation like an actor and they need you to play the dad, not the sexy buff guy, dancing like a Chippendale. So depending on what the casting director wants, it's great to have versatility.
Oh yeah, no, I mean all of these actors who play dads or whatever are executives. They have great bodies underneath that suit. So everyone on this call should be staying fit within the parameters of your life, but keeping your body tight is fine. I mean, it doesn't mean, you're going to be shirtless in every job you do, but it should be the availability of you to be shirtless should be an option. Look at Idris Elba. I mean, you think he's not in the gym right now? Because he is.
He is one of my favorite actors, by the way.
Yeah, he's in the gym as we're talking to play some executive. Who cares? But he still has his body tight for when he's got to show it off, So.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're welcome. All right, who else has questions?
Guys, I want you to schedule if you're serious. If you're not serious, well, I just want to see if I get accepted. Do yourself a favor and don't waste our time. Because the next time we do a boot camp, I'll be like, let's not let them in. Because here's the thing, you only get one chance to make a first impression. So if you're going to go through the interview process and you're not trustworthy or you're not serious about getting into this industry, I'm going to tell you right now, find a new hobby, start, underwater basket weaving, just figure out what you want to do, but don't try to get into acting or modeling unless you really want to do it. And for those of you guys that are on this call and it's now going on 8:00 at night and we've been on here for 9 hours, you are serious because you're still here. But don't fool yourself. If you schedule an appointment, we expect you to be ready. It's a yes or no if you get accepted. Again, yes, our services cost money, but we're allowed to tell you no. You got it. We're allowed to tell you no based on personality, or we don't think you're ready for it, because anybody can sell you a photo shoot. We're not selling you anything. Tomorrow, you're actually going to tell us why we should accept you. And remember, we're risking our credibility to submit you out for castings. We're putting you in with amazing photographers, makeup artists. And yeah, these people do makeup for a living, but they don't work at the MAC cosmetic counter at the mall. These are real people in the industry that have tremendous connections. So the people that we have coming, I would like to keep those relationships. And it only takes one jackass to ruin it. You got it? So don't be that person. Pertaining to experience, doesn't matter if it's international in the Caribbean. No. And actually, we're doing a big photo shoot in the Caribbean with agents. And that may be something later on that we could talk to you about. Have you rejected people before?
Yes.
Seriously?
I'll answer that one.
That's a joke.
Can I tell my
people
rejection
every
story?
day.
All day.
Can I ask a question real quick?
But I'm a scam if I pick everybody. So I'd rather just keep it real. Just because you have a credit card does not mean you're going to get accepted. We're not backstage. You don't just buy, a username and password.
I need to ask a question about resumes.
Yeah.
I have experience in the Caribbean.
Yep.
Does it count to put that on a US resume?
It depends upon what that experience is. It depends. I mean, it depends. When you tell me what that is.
None of the names will be known. That's what I'm thinking. Well,
What is it?
I've been doing theater. I've been doing theater since I was 17. I'm 49.
Okay.
I did print ads and television ads, but I don't have those things
Well,
to show.
it's fine. Then you would have to start all over. I mean, you could put some theater in it, especially if it's a play or a production that is international. Unless it's like, if it's like a local Caribbean play that
Yeah.
no one's ever heard of, then yeah, that could be for no
Okay.
reason. But if you did like Les Mis in Caribbean, great. Or if you did, you know,
That one of
Porgy and
my
Bess in the
shows.
Caribbean, great. You know.
Okay.
But if it's just a local, say a local writer wrote a play and you did it in the Caribbean, probably not, because it's just not worth it. Yeah, and plus models don't really have resumes, so if you did a lot of print ads, then the ads itself should speak for themselves. We don't need it typed out.
And then when you do the
Okay.
photo shoots and you're working on that level, we're gonna see and be like, oh shit, look at her go. Look at Georgia
Exactly.
go. You know what I mean? And that's what it's all about. We're
Yeah,
really
I mean,
Georgia.
models don't really have resumes. Your resume is your book, your portfolio. So if you have recent photos from the Caribbean that are okay and nice to use, and they're ads for department stores or bridal or whatever it is, great. And bring them. Let me see them.
Okay. Thank you.
Awesome.
All
Who
right.
else has questions?
Who
I
else
just took one of the biggest like male models from the 80s, Jeff Nelson, who was a huge star back in the 70s and 80s. He's 55 years old and he went into retirement, had kids, has his own tennis business where he teaches tennis and sells tennis equipment. He wants to get back in the industry, and we're going through his plethora of work and picking what I can use for promotion, because he's 55 now, but he's 6'3" and he looks better than half the 20-year-olds I have. His body is popping, you know, and you know, so we're going through all of his old stuff to figure out what I can use. So if you have nice stuff from another place, that's fine.
Yeah, I recently saw those pictures of Paulina Puskova. Is that how you say it? Stunning. And yet she gets made fun of because she's in like lingerie and she's hot. I mean, she's got a great damn.
Paulina's flawless. Whoever's laughing at her is just jealous.
Flawless, but yet she got a lot of slack because she was taking pictures in her underwear. But I think she's on the
Okay.
cover of Vogue, one of the Vogues this month.
Paulina is?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. She was back in the 80s, no one could touch that woman.
Except for Rick, who married her.
Her covers were legendary. Her features are flawless.
Flawless.
No tripping. Leave her alone.
Okay, because you ain't. All right. Who else has questions? If you have not, okay, Aileen, good. You scheduled, good. Ahado, did you schedule? Some of you guys I know, some of you I don't know. If you have not scheduled yet and you are on the fence, ask questions because that's what we're here for.
I have a question.
Yes. Hi.
Hi, my name is Otto. My question is for Ryan. Do you have any female models?
Yes.
You do? Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
I'm just known for men. I'm known for men. I'm famous for men. But yeah, I have girls, yeah.
Okay. And yeah, I did actually reschedule just now.
Okay, good. How tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
Okay, good. And where do you live?
I live in Omaha.
Nebraska?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Cool.
That's
No, Omaha, Texas, Allie. Where'd you think she lived?
Listen, I don't know. I don't know. Unless it's like New York or LA, you know what I mean? But here's the thing, I'm sure you're a fish out of water out there, 5'10". People probably think you're a freak of nature, right?
Yeah.
Model. Well, you're not gonna be modeling anywhere in Omaha, right?
Yeah.
There's no
No,
Omaha
this is not happening. No, you will not
nothing
be doing,
happening
you will
over
not be
there.
doing any of that. And please don't come with me that you did Omaha Fashion.
I remember that time I had somebody that did like Kansas City, and I was like, the only thing you're known for is barbecue, not fashion week. But yeah, so again, go through the interview and then we'll see. But obviously, if you come down to Miami and you get photos done, you're also going to be meeting with agents there. And remember, you'll be meeting Colby, who then could start submitting you out for, things. But there's not a lot where your local market is.
Okay.
Sorry, did I cut out? Sorry. Internet connection isn't stable.
All right, who else has questions? No one has. I know you guys have questions.
Who else has questions? Because I don't get a chance to do a lot of interviews. So if you guys need anything, I'm happy to help. I'm here. Caden's here. Caden, this is like how many boot camps have you been on, or model and actor intensive?
Everyone since September when he was born.
Yeah, he was born September 4th. Literally, for those of you guys, I had a C-section and I came on for 16 hours, like literally within 24 hours of me being home. There's no day.
He's cracking up.
He thinks it's funny. It's your Uncle Colby. Say what's up.
He's
Like, are you
cracking
gonna
up.
feed me again soon?
I think he's starting to tease.
Awesome.
All right. Who else
When they
has
tease,
questions?
they drool, so keep him away from me.
Did you hear that? For those of you guys that don't know, Ryan actually got to feed Caden, right?
Is it okay to leave now that you signed up?
Yeah, you're good to go. Yep.
Yep, you're all set.
We'll see you on your interview, Georgia.
Okay.
Who else has questions? Ryan, are clients allowed to wear and change wigs? Well, it really depends on what you're doing that for, not for like photo shoots or anything like that.
That's a photo shoot. That's
Yeah,
not that's a no.
It just depends. I mean, it just depends. The bigger the girl, like as far as name wise, the more rope you get, and you can kind of get away with stuff. But when you're new, no, they really don't like it. They really want consistency in the beginning. You can't have like 3 photo shoots with, blonde, brunette, and redhead, different lengths, different wigs. Like it's really, I mean, in real life it's cute, but marketing wise, it's a nightmare.
I have one question. I have one question. Pretty much for all of you guys, Alicia, Deneen, and Ryan. So SAG-AFTRA, if you follow their Instagram, they do YouTube lives, and they have one-on-ones with the SAG, signed actresses, and they teach you self-tapes and da-da-da. And I was just gonna ask, can I share with you guys the link so that everyone else can join? It's free. It's just a little
I've never seen it. I'm sure they do it. I've never seen it, but
yeah, I would say yes and also no, because one of my talent yesterday shared a free thing from SAG, but you had to be a licensed SAG member to even get in. And I would tell you that, remember, SAG actors are at a completely different level than you are. So it's kind of like if I were to take, gymnastic lessons from someone who won Olympic gold, I'm just trying to learn a somersault. It'd be comparable to that. So I would tell you that even though you may have someone like a Viola Davis or somebody on that type of level, you're not at that level yet. You gotta start crawling before you start, sprinting. And that's
but yeah, I mean, if you want to watch the YouTube videos and get some tips and nuggets, I mean,
that's
there's nothing wrong with
tips
that.
are awesome.
No, that's all it is. That's all it is. It's actually, they said it was open to the public. It wasn't a own SAG only.
Yeah, because it's a YouTube video. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's a YouTube video. I didn't know they were doing that, but good for them. SAG is mad at me, so I don't really talk to them unless it's absolutely necessary.
all right.
Unless the building is on fire is the only reason I need to speak to them.
All right. I've ever told a model that they need to remove piercings and or get laser removal. Holly, I've had talent that literally have had tattoos on their face and on their clavicles. And what I could tell you is if you were to do a bridal show, they may not want you having a teardrop under your eye or a skull, on your chin or anything like that, which I've had. I don't remember. Michael is probably listening, but we once had this guy who had FU going across his forehead, which was kind of crazy. So there's my mom. Mom, say hi to everybody.
Hi, everybody.
My mom is sleeping over tonight. You can't, if you're doing a bridal show, remember that your tattoos are for you because they show they show your personality, but someone like a Vera Wang, may not want FU going across your forehead. Do you know what I mean? So like if your tattoos are classy, that's one thing, but they may not want like a full sleeve if you're doing like bridal wear. Does that make sense?
I mean, it depends. Like I've told I have a girl named Jocelyn. I do represent one girl named Jocelyn, and before I got her, she had tattoos under her on above her rib cage, like right under her breast, some wording, something. And she's a pretty commercial girl, and she's got a bikini body. And I'm like, you're going to be doing bikini stuff, and you're not going to get those jobs because they're not going to want that there. And she had to pay to get them removed. And it took, you got to go back 3 times, 4 times, depending on how the color of the ink or whatever. And funny enough, one day it's funny because one day she had a casting and I was in the city and we met up because it was like a block away from where I was. And she had her laser appointment. She's like, oh my God, I actually have my appointment to go get my tattoos removed. And it's in this building. Do you want to come with me? And I went with her. And it was a lot.
Oh, Kelly Clarkson. Yeah, I heard it.
It was a lot. I went with her to get one of the first treatments she had. I think it was her second treatment because it was already fading, but you got to go like 4 times.
And piercings are easy. You can remove piercings, but gauges are really hard unless you get those flesh colored, right? Which I don't even know if anybody does gauges anymore. And they also smell really bad.
Yeah, it's not really a thing.
Yeah, it's not really a thing. All right, who else has questions? I mean, now they also have Dermablend makeup, which is really, it's like clay kind of, and it does amazing things. So you could also try to.
Yeah, if you have like a small tattoo, like something like maybe as big as your fist or smaller, you don't have to get it removed. You can get these makeup products that are excellent that look like skin, and you would never know. I mean, you just have to get good at it and practice and get good at it. But,
unless you have something like super crazy. And Ryan, I know you remember this. We had a guy that had like a neo-Nazi thing and we were just like, oh, hell no. And he was extremist. And the problem was even with makeup, if he went out to the beach and he forgot to cover it up and he was on a TV show and boom, I'm sorry, is that the Nazi? Like, oh my God, no. So, no. So think before you tattoo. And if you have one, you may want to get it removed unless it's something. I mean, if it just says like "Love you, Mom," or like butterflies or like ice cream, like that's fine. But if it's something that's super controversial, then no, get rid of it.
And having them removed is expensive. It's like triple the price of getting them.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. Any other questions? I'm excited for you guys, especially for anybody here that wants to get photos done the right way. Get some, real castings the right way. There's no more wondering. You know what I mean? Literally, it's
gonna be fun in August. It's gonna be hot. We're gonna come. Obviously, it's gonna be very hot.
How hot in Miami?
Very. In August?
I live here.
I think we're just gonna have to do a nude shoot. No one's bringing clothes. Everyone's naked.
So, Mr. Colby, this is not that kind
naked
of
with a pair of shoes
all day. Oh my God! There's always one. There's always one.
Guys, any other questions? Guys, we will go through additional questions on your interview. Deneen, thank you for being an amazing host. You rocked it. Guys, round of applause for Deneen. She rocked it. Come on.
We're burning a lot of calories today, too. You're all welcome.
Excellent.
And I know Michael's there. Hi, Michael. Tell Tony Robbins we love him. And we're excited. And for those of you guys that are coming in, this is the entry level floor, we call it. We have so many tremendous opportunities. You're not going to know until you're in it. It's like Fight Club. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many opportunities. And for anybody here that's ever felt alone, the biggest thing that I love, and I think what's really kept me sane, especially in these last couple of months, not just with the pandemic, but with the baby and moving and my dad, honestly, I love our community, and you guys literally make me so happy I'm not going to cry. That's usually Deneen's job, but you guys really, I mean, I don't know where I would be without you guys, for real. So I love each and every one of you. Thank you so much for, as real as I am with you, Cassie Gleason. Literally, I talked to Cassie like right before I went in to have my baby. Like, I love you guys like a family, and you guys to me you guys just met my mom. You know what I mean? Like, we're going way back. Come over for Thanksgiving. I got this.
Serious.
But I'm excited, and I'll see you guys in Miami.
Awesome. Very good. Okay, so literally we're going to be shutting down in just a moment. So this is like literally your last opportunity
Your schedule
to
or you don't?
schedule. Okay, I'm gonna put the link in. Sheila, I know you said that you think you scheduled. I didn't see you anywhere, so you may want to try again. Are you on, Sheila? Are you on your computer? Yes or no? Okay, this is what I want you to do. I want you to go into the chat. Do this, Sheila. Make it easier on yourself. Go into the chat where I have the link. Oh, I'll drop it on Telegram. You're on Telegram, right? I'll drop it on Telegram in just a moment, okay? So if you are, yes, Wes, I saw your scheduled appointment. So if you are a part of our Telegram community, yes, I saw you, Wanda, then I'm going to drop the link in there. So just bear with me for a second. I have to email it to myself or something.
I did get a confirmation.
Okay, awesome.
Yes.
And guys, it's via Zoom. So if you were able to get on this call, your Zoom should be ready for tomorrow or whatever day you scheduled. And just remember that really on the interview, we're not going to be doing monologues. It's more about social confidence. Like, can you really handle working on this type of level? I'll be personally doing interviews. Deneen, Debbie, for those of you guys that were on yesterday, Debbie is a real delight. You guys will love her, but we're all here to help. So it doesn't matter who's doing your interview. If you're talking to Dean or Debbie, it's just like talking to me and vice versa. But I look forward to meeting everybody. I know we're excited. And I think the worst part about our company, honestly, is when we get these big castings, we usually don't have enough talent to submit. You know what I mean? And so I love helping people that want help. And I could tell you that, I went to school and I busted my ass and spent a shit ton of money. And when you get out of school, you're on your own. You know what I mean? I did what most people did. I asked my friends, I asked my family what I should be doing. And they all gave me the worst advice because no one's in this industry. You know what I mean? My dad was a corporate lawyer. My mom was a paralegal. And getting into TV and film or, into Hollywood, they all tried to convince me not to do it, And I'm really proud that I stuck to my guns. But most of all, I wasn't afraid to ask for help. And networking is the most important thing you could do. You need to have a mentor because you're on your own. You know what I mean? You're a nobody until you're a somebody. And, for somebody like Marcus, who lives in Virginia, that's doing community theater, Marcus, maybe you need to be on Broadway. Maybe there's more to the, and the problem is, Marcus, you're just on a carousel. You're just going around and around. And unless you take massive action, you're going to keep getting the same results. So you got to shake it up.
Thank you. I will.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And George,
Absolutely.
don't let that bad boyfriend ruin your future relationships. You got me? Because there are good people out there that want to help you.
Yeah.
So just remember that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And also, throughout the week, if you get a phone number or a text message from an 856 number, please answer the phone because it's yours truly calling to confirm your appointment, your interview, okay? Nothing frosts my flakes more than oh my gosh, I didn't get the message. I'm like, I have proof you did. So please, I want to talk to you. So answer the phone, okay? Can you guys commit to doing that? Answer the phone.
They're not going to answer the phone.
I know, Ryan, but I believe. I believe in them. I believe. If you're hearing me, I believe in you.
They're going to come to the appointment, but they're not going to answer the phone.
Okay, everyone, who wants to prove Ryan Colby wrong right now?
Ryan Colby's phone number is your number right now.
Oh my gosh. All right, guys. So I'm going to drop the link one more time. It's also in the Telegram. So if you are someone who is like, oh my God, I can't figure this out, I dropped it in Telegram also. Okay. And I pinned it to the top. I'm going to unpin it tonight at midnight though. So make sure that you act on it. Alicia loves to say time kills all deals. So
it does all day.
Time is of the essence.
It does all day. And
Yeah.
for my girl on here who was under the age of 18, and I said, go get your parents. I mean, I can only imagine, Deneen, going up on websites, not knowing where to go. And I had the other night on my live call, Georgia was on. I had a 14-year-old on there without a parent. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you? And you're trying to talk to people on FaceTime. Oh, hi, honey. You don't have a ride? I'll come pick you up. Hi, danger, Lifetime movie. Oh my God. Like, and it happens all the time where we get children that come on without parents. Kids are smart. I mean, this one here, he's 6 months old, and I'm telling you, he's already trying to figure out the phone, you know?
Mhm.
And the problem is when you have someone that wants to get into show business so badly, they love the Disney Channel, they want to be a star. Deneen, how many times have we had kids, literally 10, 11, years old going, I don't want to tell my parents, I just want to become famous and surprise them. I'm like, oh God. Like,
Am I allowed to be telling like cautionary?
and then the parents go, well, how did you get my kid's number? They were on our call, and I'm like, you need to have a sit down, So if you're under the age of 18 or you need help with this interview, make sure that you tell your family, especially if they weren't on this 10-hour call, which maybe they were, maybe they weren't, but we're not going to be able to take, 9 hours to explain what we did today. So you're either in it or you're not. And if you're under the age of 18, we told you needed a parent. So
yeah,
that's all I have to say.
For your own safety.
We just want to keep people safe. I mean, I get 23-year-olds. Oh my God, they want me to star in a movie. They just want me to go to this, this basement. And I'm like, oh my God, what? No.
Yeah.
Have you seen Taken? No, this is as Disney as it gets.
Yeah.
So Shirley is freaking out. She doesn't know what's happening. Shirley. What? I can't hear you, Shirley. All right,
Shirley, you're muted. You have to unmute yourself first of all.
But she doesn't need to. She still can't get the link. We'll email it to her. Right?
It's in Telegram.
She can't figure it
out. I can't push the date. I can't push the date. It won't let me select the date. It's right here. But I can't.
We'll have to look at it.
I can't select the date. I'm trying to select it.
Relax. Take a deep breath. The world's not gonna end. We'll handle it. Okay? Breathe. Please do some deep breathing with me, please.
Okay.
All right, guys.
You're freaking me out. I've been on.
I'm sorry.
You got an A for excitement.
Yeah. Jill is like.
I can't tell you. All right. Any other questions before we go? All right. If you guys have any other questions, remember we're not posting this link in the Facebook group. And you know what I always find funny, Deneen? There's like 900 people in the Facebook group, and I think right now we had like 100 or 150. And yet everybody wants to be on TV and film, and this is why they can't be, because we would have 10% showing up on set if we booked like 100. So
the thing is fortune favors the bold, and I'm concerned about the people who showed up today. And like you guys, it was awesome. I'm glad that you guys showed up. So it was amazing. I feel like we had a lot of transformations today. How many of you had your mindset shifted? How many of you now know a 30-second workout that'll kick your butt? You do that a couple times a day. Y'all don't need to go jogging anymore. I need to go. Yeah, we are going to have a wrap-up call on Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are going to have a wrap-up call. It may be closer to 8:30 because we do have another call going on before. So that will be streamed live into this Facebook community. And your challenge is this. Thank you, Marcia, for keeping me online. I want to leave you guys with one parting challenge, okay? So today has been absolutely an amazing, amazing day. We've gone over so many things, okay? This is what I want you guys to do. I want you to go into the Facebook community, and I want you to go live, and I want you to talk about one major mindset shift that you had today. Okay, I want you to think about what was that one thing that you learned today that you're going to take with you for the rest of your life? What is that one mindset shift that you're going to use to turn yourself into an asset of greater value?
I call that my aha moment. Aha.
Yeah, what was your aha moment? But I want you to think about today, at the beginning of the day. I'm just going to go back for a couple seconds here, a couple of pages. Today at the beginning of the day, I made a commitment to you guys that you'll be less of a liability and more of an asset by the end of the day. How many of you now feel like you're more of an asset? You may not be 100% of an asset because we talked about this, right? You have to actually take action on the information that you were given, right? But I made a commitment to you that my goal was to take you from here and get you closer to here. how many of you feel closer to here? If you do, this is what I want you to do. We're going to do one last little exercise here. Are you ready?
Yeah.
If you feel closer to an asset than you are, if you feel like you got more knowledge, that you have some, you're coachable, you know what you need at least to become an asset that you didn't know earlier. This is what I want you to do. I want you to say, yes, Deneen.
Yes, Deneen.
Okay, but this is what I also want you to say. I want you to say yes to yourself because you played all out today. You played all out. Okay, so this is what I want you to say. I just want you to. Because this was a marathon today, y'all. This was not a sprint. How many of you well, literally, we went on a marathon.
I feel like I've been sprinting.
This is a marathon today, okay?
I am a
So this is
sprinter.
what I want you to do. I want you to say, yes!
Yes.
Come on, look, I know. If I'm able to do this, y'all better be able to do this too. Are you ready?
Yes.
One,
Yes.
2, 3, yes!
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So does anyone else have any questions before we go?
I'm not ready yet.
You're not ready? Okay, well then I'm going to put the link to schedule one more time in here because you know what? I bet you that there are some people that are still sitting there like, oh my gosh, should I do this? Should I not do
And I
this?
say, weigh your options. I'm sorry, is your weight working? No? Okay, I'll see you on your appointment.
But yeah, weigh your options or think about this. Do you want to be that guy who
How's
has
it
this
for
beautiful
ya?
wrapped butt of
So-
opportunity that you didn't? I understand you're having technical difficulties. I hereby swear to you that I will help you at the end of this call, okay? Can you calm down and breathe with me, please?
Hitting the day that that is full. She's
What?
hitting the day that's full. She needs to go to another day. That's why.
Yeah, maybe you have to go to another day.
I tried different days.
Okay, then relax, and I promise you, I will help you. Okay.
Okay.
You freaking out is helping no one right now, so calm
Sorry.
down.
It's like a monologue.
I want you to be more of an asset than a liability. So calm
Yes,
down.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Your mind. All right. All right.
Excuse me.
Yes.
What was the challenge again? Go live in the Facebook group and do
What I
what?
want you to do is I want you to go live in the Facebook community, and I want you to talk about your biggest takeaway, how you became more of an asset today. What was the mindset shift that you had that took you for a little further away from being a liability, a little bit closer to being an asset? What was that one thing that you learned today that you're going to be able to take forward with you? What was that biggest takeaway? All right. Got it?
Thank you.
Got it?
Well,
Okay, I'm going to
with
drop the
that
link
said,
one more
I'm glad
time for
everyone had a
but
nice
Sheila, who I'm going to
day.
help with. What was that, Ryan?
I said
Ryan,
I'm
we're
glad
just trying to close it
everyone
up.
had a day. I'm gonna sign off, and I hope your biggest takeaway was something that I said. So.
Oh my gosh. You know what? My biggest takeaway is that Ryan is seriously the most humble human I've ever met in my life. And also a great roller skater, but we can talk about that later.
X marks the spot.
Awesome.
In case
Ryan,
anyone's
thank you so much for being here today. We appreciate
I'll see you guys later. I'll see you tomorrow, I guess. Yeah.
Yes, I'll see you tomorrow. I can't wait to spend 4 hours with you. It's going to be awesome.
All right. Good night, everybody. Have a great night. Make sure you
Okay,
sleep.
but before we leave,
Good
night, everyone.
hold on.
Good
Before we
night,
leave,
everyone.
I mean, you guys can leave if you want, but I would be remiss in my duty as your host and your new personal trainer if we leave not
Good night, baby C.
Okay?
Is that
This is what we're going to do.
Hey.
One more time. Am I muted? I'm not muted. One more time. Everyone stand to your feet. Uh-oh, I think Caden's going to do the running man with us. And I want everyone to right foot forward. Are you ready?
Yes.
Hold on, I have to set my alarm because I know
Okay.
You know, I know it's get crazy.
This is your first time, Kaden. You got this.
Come on, Caden. You got this.
Come on, Kaden. Come on, baby C.
Ready?
Get set. I see some people sitting down. I am not about this life. Y'all better stand your butts up right now and get your butts You're leaving in a peak state. Stand up. Are you
I'm
ready?
winning. I'm
Mom,
winning.
We're
Let's-
ready.
Ready? Get set. Go! Come on now. 15 seconds. Come on. Peak state. Let's go. We're not leaving here. Quiet. Come on. Come on. Let's go.
Come on, baby, see?
It's a belly button.
Come on, baby, see? Come on, baby.
Okay. You're good. But, you know, we have to be balanced. We can't just do it on one side. So, flip to the other side. Left foot forward.
Okay, come on, baby, see? Let's rock.
Ready? This is it. This is their last moment. I want you to give this everything you got. Got it?
Yeah.
Ready? Get set. Go! Come on, 15 seconds. Come on, we're leaving in peak state. Come on now. Come on. What? You can do it. Come on. Honey, I see you sitting there. I want to make you make this. All right. Woo! All right, guys. Now that is how you end Bottle and Actor Intensive. If you haven't scheduled, I dropped the link in the Telegram. I'll drop it in the Facebook. You guys, it's been amazing.
I was sitting because I took a picture of everybody that I'm gonna post that they're doing the Running Man.
I'm gonna be like, that's gonna be the picture that's all over the interwebs. Gene going. But guys, in all seriousness, today's an amazing day. You have one more opportunity to get scheduled because we do have limited spots. And this is what I want you guys to think about. You want to live in the land of opportunity or the land of regret? You only regret the shots you don't take. Okay? You only regret the shots that you don't take. There are so many people sitting right here, if you look to your left or your right, who they don't regret the shots that they took. So I just want to leave you with that. Miami is going to be a tremendous opportunity. Having the opportunity to work with people like Ryan, Fuji, Alicia, the Mike, the photographers and all, everyone, it's going to be a tremendous opportunity. So I just want to make sure that no matter what, like if you're like, oh my gosh, I don't know, but I really had fun. But remember, this is a butt free zone. We're all about assets, but we're not about butts. Okay. This is team no butt. We love our assets, but we're not about the butts. Okay. So make sure that everything you're doing, you're living in the land of opportunity. You want to make yourself more of an asset. Okay. You know what you need to be. You heard from Tanya, you heard from everyone. So this is your last opportunity right now. Okay. Don't touch the butt. Don't touch my butt. Yeah, we're team no butt. What do you remember after the word butt?
Yeah, got me want to watch Finding Nemo.
You don't remember the good, you don't remember the bad, okay? So let's not live in the land of the butt. Let's not live in the land of regret. Let's live in the land of opportunity. I don't want you one day in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years to look back and say, oh, why didn't I try?
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I wish, I'm 45 years old. I wish I had this opportunity 20 years ago. Can you imagine how different my life would look? I mean, don't get me wrong. I love hanging out with y'all. But like, the thing is, like, I wish I had taken control of my life 20 years ago. But I didn't. Here I am with you guys, and I love every second of my life. However, if you are someone, this is something you want to do, you're not gonna get the opportunity to work with people like this on your own. Just saying. That's all I have to say. Okay. So I'm gonna drop the link one more time. And this is it. One of my favorite songs I used to play back when I used to go out and have fun and party and whatnot. Closing time. Okay. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here much longer. Okay. Wendy, I had no clue. No, you look younger than I am, so just stop.
49, getting ready to go 50, 3 months.
Oh my gosh, I hear the 50s are amazing. I can't wait to turn 50.
I know. I had to ask Marietta when I'm talking to her next week. I have to ask her. I was all like, "Can I get in the 50 club?"
Wow, I'm getting close to 70.
Wow, that's awesome because you know what? There's a huge marker for people. your age. So that's awesome. Okay, guys. Okay, guys.
Bye.
So
Thank you, guys.
an amazing, amazing, amazing night. I can't wait to talk to so many of you this week. I can't wait to be in Miami with all of you. Here, let's go back to the Miami stuff. Let's stop with the assets and liabilities. Yep, and make sure also, I know I said this, and I know Ryan doesn't have as much faith in all of you as I do. Okay. But I know that everyone who's scheduled is going to actually answer the phone. So can you guys do me a favor? Can we prove Ryan Colby wrong? He's not here to defend himself anymore. Let's prove Ryan Colby wrong. And I want everyone, when you see an 856 number, you're going to answer, right?
You said 856?
Yeah. 856. Yep. All right. This is hashtag prove Colby wrong. He's not even here. He can't say anything. All right, guys. It's been amazing.
Janine, before you go, the challenge that we have to go in the Facebook Live, what is it called? The challenge.
What letter are we up to? I don't even know.
You say go to Facebook Live and your major mind shift.
Let me speak. It's hashtag challenge E.
Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Hashtag
thank you.
Challenge E as in Everett.
Oh, hold on. Excuse me. I'm being corrected. It's challenge F as in fun.
Okay, challenge F. E was the Y. Okay.
E was the Y. Challenge F is in fun. I need a secretary. Thank you guys for keeping track of that.
Wait, you lost me. Can you repeat that again?
All right, guys, I'm gonna have a baby that's teething, and he is giving Ryan Colby a run for his money right now. Like, he is diva a pump. Woo! Right. Good night, everybody.
Good night,
Alicia.
Good
night,
Bye, cuddles.
Good night,
Bye,
y'all.
guys.
Bye, cuddles. Bye, Alicia.
Good night, Debbie. Good night, Janine. I love
Bye,
you.
guys. Thank you for being here.
Janine, wait.
welcome.
Mine, my computer cut off. What was
everybody?
Good night, Alicia. Bye, cuddles. Bye, Kaden.
Okay, everyone hush. If you can hear my voice, please be quiet for a moment. It's challenge F as in Frank, F as in fun, F as in let's do this. That didn't make sense. I thought an F, but you got it. Okay.
Thank you.
And in case anyone did not hear me the first couple of times I said it, this is what F is in fear. Oh wait, hold on. Yes, it's Project Fearless. Thank you very much, Mark.
That's right, Denise.
F is in Fearless.
That's right.
Fearless.
Bye.
Alicia was wrong. I do want to be a stand-up comedian. So the challenge is to give us your biggest takeaway, how you became more of an asset, less of a liability. What was that aha moment? What are you going to, what mindset shift are you going to take?
I'll put it on in a bit. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Talking to me? Are you talking to me? Okay, guys. I can't keep this up for
Oh, you're talking to me.
Have an amazing, amazing night. I cannot wait to speak to you. Thank you all for being here. Thank you.
Bye,
Go home, but you can't stay here. Have a good night.
Bye, guys. Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Same for you, Denise.